Phineas Horton, I died in Phineas Horton's artificial experiment, Jim Hammond said with an evil aura. At that time, many laboratories in America were conducting numerous super-ability, superhuman and other super plans. But in the end, the only successful one was Abraham Erskine's super serum, and one of Phineas Horton's experiments, which was me, only had a 50% success rate. John Fenhoff. The name of Dr. Faustus suddenly appeared in Rumlow's mind. Bingo, you got it right, Sitwell clapped. Jim Hammond, the original Human Torch, will be our team captain. Then there's you, Crossbones, me, Sitwell, Bex Mysterio, the Abomination, and our logistics doctor John Fenhoff. Sitwell's voice was passionate, his eyes gleaming with ambition, as if he could already see the future he envisioned. Rumlow listened quietly, taking in Sitwell's ambitious speech. This team will be named New Order, Sitwell solemnly announced, as if he had long prepared for this name. We will establish a brand new order, an order controlled by us. In this order, Hydra will no longer be a shadowy conspiracy organization, but the controllers of the world. Rumlow did not respond immediately. He carefully considered everything. Although he had always been a loyal member of Hydra, he had also always craved more power and control. Sitwell's plan seemed to offer him this opportunity, a chance to change the world's landscape. Our goal is to destroy those so-called superheroes, to dismantle the Avengers, Sitwell continued, his voice filled with determination. We can make the New Order invincible. Rumlow, haven't you also always longed to surpass those so-called heroes? Rumlow nodded slightly, his heart beginning to waver. This plan sounded both dangerous and tempting, and he began to consider joining the New Order to achieve his ambitions. In our new order, superpowered individuals will no longer be bound. They will become true rulers, Sitwell continued. We will destroy the governments and organizations that try to control them, allowing superpowered individuals to freely exercise their powers. This is a brand new world, Rumlow. Do you want to be a part of it? Rumlow finally made his decision, extending his hand and shaking Sitwell's firmly. I do, Sitwell. Rumlow's voice was filled with resolve and conviction. Let's change this world together and establish our new order. In this inconspicuous Hydra safe house, two ambitious men reached a dangerous agreement, and a brand new order was about to be born, while the world would once again plunge into chaos. Behind this plan lay endless conspiracies and ambitions, and the new order would become the master of the future, unstoppable by anyone. Meanwhile, Jim Hammond merely smiled playfully, and as both men looked at him, he said to Sitwell, John Fenhoff told me that Baron Strucker is about to launch an unprecedented plan, and now, your plan, let me see how interesting it is. Chapter 135, The Rescue of the New Order. General Ross's military base was nestled in a remote mountainous region, with towering peaks forming a natural barrier around it. The base was built on a vast and rugged terrain, almost isolated from the world, far from the hustle and bustle of prosperous cities. The entrance to the base was a sturdy reinforced concrete gate, as solid as a castle's, allowing entry only to personnel with special clearance. Two burly soldiers stood guard in front of the gate, dressed in heavy military uniforms, holding rifles, and vigilantly surveying their surroundings. A wide gravel road stretched out, winding through dense forests and hills. The air here was fresh and oxygen-rich, making one feel as if they could touch the sky. Towering trees lined the road, their leaves gently swaying in the breeze, emitting a pleasant rustling sound. Following the road, after crossing a stone arch bridge, one could see lush green lawns, on which stood a neat row of barracks buildings, uniformly distributed like a small military fortress. The barracks' outer walls were gray, equipped with robust defensive fortifications to guard against external threats. Military activities were constantly underway within the base. Soldiers trained in every corner, tanks and armored vehicles patrolled the wide grounds, and planes streaked across the sky, emitting dazzling metallic light. It was a tense yet orderly environment, with soldiers displaying high discipline and focus. Not far from the barracks was a sturdy military prison, specially built by General Ross to detain individuals deemed a threat to national security. The prison was a massive concrete structure, surrounded by high walls, topped with electric fences and cameras to ensure absolute security. The prison's heavy metal gate usually remained closed. A team of armed soldiers conducted strict security checks in front of the gate, ensuring no one could easily enter or leave. The prison's internal facilities were austere, including high-security cells and interrogation rooms, all designed to ensure the prisoners' safety and isolation. Deep within this military base, there was an underground laboratory where an infamous prisoner was held. His name was Emil Blonsky, known to the world as the Abomination. This laboratory was located deep underground, surrounded by sturdy metal partitions, with cold, white fluorescent lights casting a harsh glare on the icy floor. In the cell, there was a rough iron bed with a simple mattress and a stack of blankets at the head of the bed, completely enveloping the prisoner's body. On the wall was an iron door, equipped with several heavy locks, serving as the Abomination's final cage. The Abomination himself sat on the bed, his body secured by a cumbersome straitjacket, with only his head exposed. His skin was pale and bruised, with visible traces of blood and contusions on his body, marks of past torture and experiments. His eyes were sunken, filled with despair and pain, his gaze as lifeless as a dead fish. In one corner of the room was a complex monitoring device, displaying the Abomination's vital signs and various data from the room. Beside the device stood several scientists and military personnel, discussing the progress and results of the experiment in low voices. General Ross personally came to the laboratory, dressed in his military uniform, his expression cold and resolute. His face was etched with the marks of time, and a pair of sharp eyes revealed an attention to detail and an aura of authority. Abomination, General Ross's voice was ice cold, like a biting wind. "Do you know why you are imprisoned here?" The Abomination did not respond, only silently gazing at the floor, his body seemingly having lost all strength and ability to resist. "You are a dangerous, experimental subject," General Ross continued, his tone stern. "Your power is uncontrollable, and your existence is a threat to the world. We need to understand your power to ensure it is not misused." The scientists in the laboratory continued to conduct various tests and observations, attempting to unlock the secrets within the Abomination's body and explore the nature of his supernatural powers. General Ross's gaze was fixed on the Abomination. He understood the danger this prisoner represented. However, in this cold environment, a glimmer of hope still flickered in the Abomination's eyes, hoping that one day he would gain freedom and escape this brutal prison. This military base, this military prison, witnessed a desperate struggle between a prisoner and a general, a battle concerning power and freedom quietly unfolding here. Jim Hammond, Sitwell, and Crossbones stood on a hillside outside the base, observing General Ross's military base. From this vantage point, they could clearly see the base's fortifications and the figures of soldiers patrolling back and forth. The base resembled an impregnable fortress, surrounded by mountains, making it seem invulnerable. As for why a group of people could stand there, it was because the soldiers there at that moment were actually members of Hydra. Jim Hammond displayed his military experience and leadership. His gaze was resolute, and while waiting, he also observed the movements within the base. Sitwell had already deployed high-tech devices, holding a specially made high-energy pistol, ready to pinpoint targets at any moment. Crossbones, silent as the grave, awaited the signal to begin the battle. Sitwell and Crossbones nodded, indicating they were ready. Suddenly, a military communication signal arrived, signifying that all preparations were complete. Jim Hammond raised his hand, giving the signal for the operation to begin. With a loud bang, the members of the new order began their assault on the military base. Jim Hammond quickly detonated a high-tech device, releasing an energy wave that instantly destroyed the guard soldiers at the base entrance. Sitwell's high-energy pistol fired with unparalleled precision, each energy bullet accurately hitting its target, destroying the soldiers guarding the high walls. Crossbones, like a grim reaper, was ruthless, mercilessly slaying the soldiers who attempted to resist with his exceptional killing skills. Alarms blared throughout the base, and the soldiers were caught off guard by the sudden attack. They reacted hastily, attempting to organize defenses, but the three members of the new order had already penetrated deep behind enemy lines, their actions swift and precise. "Flames, guide you always, fall into my inferno." Jim Hammond's body was like a blazing fire, and he charged into the base, the air around him seemingly consumed by his heat. The soldiers who witnessed this scene couldn't help but let out screams of terror, but it was already too late. Jim, using his superpowers, channeled flames into his hands, forming a massive sword of fire. The flaming sword burned, emitting dazzling light. Jim mercilessly wielded the flaming sword, its glow cutting through the night sky, turning the soldiers who stood in his way into ashes. His movements were swift and precise, each swing accompanied by a sea of fire, making it impossible for the enemies to resist. Meanwhile, Sitwell took action near the base's control room. He quickly drew his specially made high-tech pistol, his finger lightly pressing the trigger, and energy bullets fired out, precisely aimed and astonishingly fast. His goal was to destroy the base's electronic systems, plunging it into chaos. The electronic system was severed as if by a sharp blade. Screens went dark, control panels short-circuited, and the base's communication system was paralyzed. The soldiers' wireless communications were intermittent, preventing effective command and counterattack, throwing them into disarray. And Crossbones, with his ruthless killing techniques, moved through the enemies like a phantom. He wielded a pair of sharp-hand daggers, each strike a fatal blow. The soldiers were completely unable to predict his movements. His figure appeared and disappeared like a ghost, sending enemies one by one into the shadows of death. In the military prison's underground laboratory, the abomination remained trapped on the iron bed. However, he could feel the commotion outside, feel the call of freedom. Hope rekindled in his eyes. He knew that the members of the New Order were working to rescue him. The screams and gunshots of soldiers filled the air within the base, but the three members of the New Order were like three grim reapers, dominating the battlefield. Their unspoken synergy was flawless, coordinating perfectly to drive the soldiers in the base into a desperate situation. In the chaos, General Ross rushed to the command center, attempting to personally salvage the situation. However, by the time he arrived, his soldiers were already routed, and he was powerless to stop the three members of the New Order. Jim Hammond's flaming sword burned away his last shred of hope, Sitwell's energy bullets destroyed his communication system, and Crossbones' daggers pierced his final line of defense. General Ross roared loudly, his voice filled with anger and despair. He watched his soldiers being routed under the New Order's assault, the chaos and destruction within the base unbearable for him. His eyes flashed with rage, his fingers trembling as he pointed at the command center's screen, which was now plunged into darkness. "These bastards!" General Ross bellowed, his voice echoing off the command center walls. But his orders could no longer reach his troops. He felt his authority severely challenged, a humiliation he had never experienced in his military career. Just as he was about to reorganize his soldiers and try to salvage the situation, a tall adjutant walked in. The adjutant's face was calm, his eyes firm, seemingly calmly contemplating the next move. "General, we must retreat," the adjutant said in a deep, resolute voice. "The situation is irreversible. We need to protect the base's core secrets." General Ross's eyes widened. He was unwilling to accept this reality, but he knew the adjutant was right. If they continued to resist, the base's secrets might be leaked, posing a huge threat to national security. "Retreat," General Ross finally nodded, his voice becoming low. "We retreat, but these guys, they will pay for what they have done." The adjutant led General Ross and the remaining soldiers away from the base's command center. They left behind a scene of devastation. The base's facilities were severely damaged, and the soldiers suffered heavy casualties. The three members of the New Order successfully rescued the abomination. When the members of the New Order successfully rescued the abomination, his condition was alarming. When he was found, his body had been severely tormented, almost a gaunt and miserable sight. He lay on the iron bed, his body still secured by the cumbersome straight-jacket, but his expression was now completely different from before. His eyes no longer held despair and pain. Instead, there was a hazy look. A glimmer of hope seemed to flicker in his gaze, like a caged bird being set free. The abomination's skin was still pale, and bruised marks and wounds covered his entire body. Iron chains still bound his hands and ankles, but this could no longer suppress the joy and relief within him. His head was still exposed, but his expression now revealed a strange serenity. Perhaps it was because he knew he was about to gain freedom, or perhaps it was because he knew the members of the New Order would not let him suffer any more. "You've come." Sitwell's pistol fired an energy bullet, piercing the chains and the cumbersome straight-jacket. He chuckled. "Of course, you are one of us." As he spoke, he adjusted his glasses with his index finger. "Ross, your death is not far off." Within the abomination, or rather, Emil Blonsky, a death sentence was passed on Ross. However, at this moment, General Ross stood on the hillside, gazing at the base's wreckage, his heart filled with anger and hatred. He swore to bring these lawless individuals to justice, to make them pay a heavy price for their arrogance. Chapter 136, An Unexpected Encounter. Nick Fury lay in the hospital bed, his body scarred, but his resolute eyes still conveyed firmness and determination. Beside his bed, a young and strong nurse was meticulously caring for him. This was his recovery process. However, Nick Fury always maintained his vigilance towards the world. Outside the window, the sun shone through the gaps in the blue sky into the ward, illuminating the entire room. Nick Fury slightly closed his eyes, enjoying the warmth of the sunlight. However, his ears remained acutely aware of everything around him, awaiting Maria Hill's report. Just then, the nurse's hand gently touched Nick's arm, waking him from his contemplation. "Director," the nurse said softly, "Ms. Hill wants to speak with you. She has important news to report." Nick nodded, signaling the nurse to connect the call, and after it was connected, the nurse left. On the wall beside the hospital bed, a small communication screen slowly lit up, displaying Maria Hill's face, her hair tied in a ponytail, her gaze firm. "Director," Maria's voice was filled with urgency, "I have urgent intelligence to tell you. General Ross's military base was attacked, and the attackers are from an outlaw organization called New Order. Their goal is to rescue the prisoner held in the underground laboratory of the base, the abomination, Emil Blonsky." Nick Fury's expression instantly became serious. He sat up, focusing his attention completely on Maria's words. "Continue, Maria." Nick's voice was calm and firm. "According to the surveillance data our agents found, New Order has 3 very powerful members who, with their forces, successfully rescued the abomination and destroyed most of the base's facilities. General Ross and his troops were forced to retreat, and the situation is quite chaotic. We are currently investigating the details of the attack, but we have not yet found the specific whereabouts of New Order's members." "New Order?" "Yes, Director, they left a message." Nick's brow furrowed. He understood this was a serious challenge. New Order's members displayed a high degree of organization and combat effectiveness. They successfully rescued the abomination, which would pose a threat to the stability of the world. "Maria," Nick Fury's voice was low, "continue to track their movements, ensure we understand everything. At the same time, notify our intelligence team and agent units. We need to bring New Order's members to justice. Their actions will attract international attention, and we must stop them from further destruction." Maria nodded, indicating understanding. She understood Nick Fury's instructions. This was an urgent mission, and time was especially precious. "Understood, Director. I will immediately begin the investigation and notify you of any progress." Maria's face showed determination and resolve. She knew her mission was very important. Nick Fury pondered for a moment, then continued to ask, "Maria, what do you know about the Hydra mole within CELD? Has our last investigation made any progress?" Maria's expression became serious. She took a deep breath, then replied, "Director, the investigation is still ongoing, but the situation is complex. We are confident that there is a mole within CELD leaking classified information, but as of now, we have not identified the mole's identity." Nick nodded, understanding the sensitivity and urgency of this issue. The existence of a mole posed a huge threat to CELD's security and must be found and acted upon as soon as possible. "Keep up the good work, Maria. We cannot let the mole continue to undermine our operations. I know you and your team will do your best to root them out." Maria nodded in agreement. She understood Nick Fury's expectations. The mole must be brought to justice to protect CELD's security and reputation. "I will personally oversee this investigation to ensure it continues to make progress. At the same time, I will continue to track New Order's movements. We must resolve both these issues." Nick Fury's voice was firm and decisive. He knew there were many complex issues to deal with, but he would never let CELD fall into chaos and danger. Maria nodded again, indicating she would go all out to complete the mission. She knew the director's leadership and determination would be key to solving the problems. After the call ended, Nick Fury continued to lie in the hospital bed, contemplating the challenges ahead. Both the mole and New Order were serious threats, but he firmly believed he had enough ability and determination to maintain international security and order. After ending her call with Nick Fury, Maria Hill left the CELD headquarters and embarked on her mission. It was a sunny afternoon, and the streets of New York City were bustling with pedestrians and vehicles, life seeming peaceful and busy. Maria wore a business suit, perfectly concealing her identity as a senior CELD agent. She walked the streets, heading to a secret CELD outpost where she needed to personally check some intelligence data. Although the mission seemed ordinary, she remained vigilant, knowing the world was full of unpredictable dangers. Suddenly, A piercing sound came from nearby, and Maria's intuition immediately made her react. She quickly hid behind a car parked on the side of the road, then heard gunshots. Armed individuals on motorcycles, wearing black masks, suddenly burst onto the street. They carried submachine guns and opened fire on pedestrians. People scattered in terror, and the street plunged into chaos. Maria's professional training allowed her to quickly make a judgment. This was not an ordinary shooting incident. This was an attack, and she was very likely one of the targets. She quickly fumbled for the equipment beside her, pulling out a specially made pistol, ready to deal with the emergency. Her training enabled her to remain calm in the face of sudden threats. Gunshots continued to ring out, and people on the street fled the scene, but Maria chose not to run. She knew that if she was the target of the attack, fleeing would only make her more vulnerable. She needed to find the attackers, protect herself, and figure out their true purpose. Suddenly, an attacker rushed towards the car she was hiding behind, his submachine gun aimed at her position. Maria quickly ducked into the shadow behind the car. Bullets passed through the car window, grazing her hair. She could feel the breath of the god of death, but she could not wait to die. While maintaining a low posture, she returned fire with several shots, knocking down the attacker. However, this was only one of the attackers. She knew there were more enemies lurking nearby. Then, an attacker fired from the top of a nearby building, and a bullet grazed her shoulder, tearing off a piece of her clothing. Maria endured the pain and returned fire with several bullets, killing the attacker. The chaos on the street still hadn't stopped. Sirens blared, but the police on the scene had not yet arrived. This was a precisely organized attack, and Maria knew she had to rely on herself to protect herself. She caught sight of an attacker trying to approach her position, holding a grenade. She quickly threw a flashbang. The explosion was deafening, blasting the attacker into the air and causing more chaos. Maria gave the attackers no chance to breathe. She used smoke grenades and cover to keep her position hidden while looking for more targets. Her heart pounded, and her body was filled with tense energy. This was a battle of life and death, and she could not relax for a moment. Dulu, Dulu. Andre sat on a city bench nearby, wearing headphones, immersed in futuristic electronic music. He wore a black leather jacket and cyberpunk-style sunglasses, completely undisturbed by the chaotic street scene around him. A black mask covered his face, revealing only a pair of bright, piercing eyes. His whole body swayed with the music. This was his hard-earned vacation, and he wanted to enjoy it thoroughly, even though he could consider any day a vacation if he wanted to. Whoosh! Suddenly, he felt a strong energy fluctuation. The music was interrupted, and his headphones fell to the ground. He quickly looked up at the chaotic street and discovered a battle scene. Damn it! Maria Hill was engaged in a fierce firefight with a group of black-clad armed individuals. These attackers clearly possessed superb combat skills, but Maria was not to be outdone. She used cover and quickly fired at the enemies. However, her injured body clearly couldn't hold out much longer. Andre's lips curved slightly upwards. He knew this battle would be very exciting, of course, because of his appearance. Since his vacation was ruined, he now decided to intervene in this battle. Wearing his sunglasses, he observed carefully. Several attackers tried to close in on Maria Hill, carrying submachine guns, determined to subdue her. Andre decided to intervene. He condensed psychokinesis, forcibly tearing one attacker's submachine gun in half and blasting another attacker into the air. Maria Hill felt an external force intervene, but didn't know who was helping her. She continued to fight, precisely shooting down an attacker with her pistol. The chaotic street became even more tense. The police sirens grew louder, but hadn't arrived yet. Andre continuously used psychokinesis, repelling more attackers trying to approach. He effortlessly sensed every enemy's movement, and then quickly took action. Bullying these weaklings really doesn't pique my interest. Andre couldn't help but curl his lips. At the same time, Maria was also continuously shooting at the enemies, but how could her shooting compare to Andre's superpower? Finally, only one attacker remained. Andre simply waved his hand, and before the attacker passed out, he bit his tongue and committed suicide. Andre raised an eyebrow. Oh, it seems they are loyalists. Could it be Hydra again? Boss said not to attack Hydra within Sayevdi. I don't know what he means. It's annoying. At the same time, noticing Maria Hill quickly searching for his figure, Andre used psychokinesis to quickly leave. Nick Fury sat in a wheelchair watching the corridor of the Sayevdi hospital. His gaze was focused and firm, Although his body was injured, his spirit remained strong. Just then, he suddenly noticed a familiar face, also in a wheelchair, slowly being pushed towards him. That was Maria Hill, her eyes firm and confident, just as usual, showing no weakness. Their wheelchairs moved towards each other in the corridor. For a moment, the atmosphere was a bit awkward, yet also a bit comical. Nick and Maria both knew they were top security agents who had faced countless crises together. Now, facing each other in wheelchairs, the scene was indeed a bit strange. They looked at each other, then both laughed. Nick Fury spoke, "It seems we both have some extra momentum this time." Maria also laughed in response. "Yes, Director, perhaps this is heaven reminding us not to always run too fast, to stop and rest well." Their laughter echoed in the corridor, and hospital staff and other patients cast curious glances. Despite being in wheelchairs, Nick Fury and Maria Hill's determination and sense of humor remained unshaken. Their wheelchairs continued to move forward, heading together to the hospital's recovery area. This time, they would face the challenge of rehabilitation together. Regardless of the road ahead, they would work closely to protect the peace of the world. "Hey, do you think it's safe here?" "Oh, I don't know either." Nathan Hawke had an intense training session in the gravity chamber, pushing his body to its limits. In that challenging, sweat-filled space, he fought against gravity, constantly breaking through his own boundaries to become stronger. After his training, he walked out of the gravity chamber with a firm stride, his upper body bare, sweat glistening like silver on his muscles. A heavy atmosphere permeated the entire gravity chamber, as if it had just witnessed a life-or-death struggle. Nathan's breathing was rapid, his chest heaving, but his eyes were filled with determination and resolve. Every training session was for his own betterment. As he stepped out of the gravity chamber, a breath of fresh air washed over him, as if rewarding his perseverance. His steps were confident and powerful, without the slightest hint of fatigue. The gravity chamber door slowly closed behind him with a heavy thud, as if announcing the end of yet another battle. "Phew, I've hit a bit of a bottleneck." "Huh, boss?" Zangetsu Ryoma smiled slightly and greeted Nathan Hawke as he appeared. "Boss, the Humajar setting parameters, models, and data." Zangetsu Ryoma was about to report on the Humajar. Nathan Hawke waved his hand, signaling, "No need, just handle it yourself." "All right then," Zangetsu Ryoma shrugged. "Oh, by the way, a Hydra Winter soldier named Bucky was captured by Electro and taken to the lab," Zangetsu Ryoma said, without turning his head, as he looked at the data on the monitor. "Bucky, huh?" If it were at the beginning, Nathan Hawke might have been interested, but now, never mind. Nathan Hawke instructed Zangetsu Ryoma, "How are ARC's combat data?" Zangetsu Ryoma's ear twitched slightly, and he turned to Nathan Hawke saying, "Is my dear boss planning to fight ARC? It'll break everything, no way." "Absolutely not." As Zangetsu Ryoma spoke, his expression turned to one of refusal as he finished his sentence. "Last time John Walker fought ARC, tens of millions were gone." "No way, absolutely not." Zangetsu Ryoma frantically shook his head in refusal. "All right then." Seeing Zangetsu Ryoma's resolute expression, Nathan Hawke could only say, "Okay, let's forget about it. By the way, how's the research on the Space Stone coming along?" "The Space Stone, huh?" Zangetsu Ryoma pouted. He recalled the scene when Nathan Hawke brought the gem back to the lab after returning from Asgard, and the several days he spent researching it. Still, the same deep-seated energy. No matter how it's stimulated or guided, it just doesn't produce any violent fluctuations. "Boss, is it the work of that old sorcerer you mentioned?" Zangetsu Ryoma asked after blowing into the air. "I don't know," Nathan Hawke replied. Nathan Hawke pondered how to delve deeper into the Space Stone. He knew that this gem held infinite potential, and mastering its power would have a huge impact on the entire universe. But currently, he had not found a feasible way to unlock the gem's full capabilities. "Here, these are some records." In the lab, the gem was securely embedded in a highly complex device that could simulate various energy fields and conditions. In the footage, Zangetsu Ryoma began a series of experiments, attempting to guide and manipulate the spatial energy within the gem. He first tried various different energy frequencies and wave-form patterns, but the gem seemed completely unresponsive to these stimuli. Zangetsu Ryoma's brow gradually furrowed. He knew this was not an easy task. After reviewing a series of experimental records, Zangetsu Ryoma had experimented with everything that could be experimented with. So the only things left are magic, or for you, boss, to try and sense it with your telekinesis? Zangetsu Ryoma asked tentatively. Next time. Nathan Hawke instantly lost interest. Nathan Hawke was about to leave, but Zangetsu Ryoma called out to him. Zangetsu Ryoma leaned closer to Nathan Hawke and whispered, "Boss, regarding the Humadar's release date, we plan to officially launch it next Friday. We have completed all preparations, including publicity, advertising, demonstrations, etc. Everything is ready." Nathan Hawke nodded, indicating he understood. He knew that Humajar was an important project, crucial for the company's future development. He had full confidence in Zangetsu Ryoma's workability and believed that this launch event would be a complete success. "Good, I'm sure your preparations are thorough. I will provide support and assistance at the launch event to ensure everything goes smoothly." Speaking of which, why are you suddenly talking about promotional matters like this? I used to do this kind of thing often at the Yggdrasil Corporation, Zangetsu Ryoma said. All right. Nathan Hawke waved goodbye, then looked at the belts displayed in Zangetsu Ryoma's lab, arranged in a briefcase. This guy, he said he'd make a few belts last time, and he actually did. I'll just take one to play with. Nathan Hawke decided to take one of them, put it in the briefcase, and carry it away. Combination of cosmic and reactor? Interesting. Looking at the name on the display plaque. Kamen Rider Cosmic Reactor. Cosmic React. Kamen Rider Cosmic Kamen Rider CR. You're the one. Nathan Hawke directly packed it and took it away. Zangetsu Ryoma sat in the monitoring room, watching Nathan Hawke take the Kamen Rider belt, and couldn't help but recall the time he spent making it. This project initially came about as a matter of interest between him and Nathan Hawke during the John Walker vs. Ivan Vanko battle. Inspired by Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, he had always wanted to develop a unique set of equipment for Nathan Hawke, something that would make him even more powerful in battle. Thus, he embarked on a daunting task, creating a belt with high-tech capabilities and immense power. At least, that's what he thought at the time. The initial idea was to use a reactor for power, but he soon realized this wasn't enough, as it was too similar to John Walker's Kamen Rider Duke. By chance, Nathan Hawke walked into the lab with the Space Stone, and Zangetsu Ryoma realized this might be the element he needed. He began to study the Space Stone in depth, trying to understand its energy and potential. Through calculations and experiments, he gradually grasped the power contained within the gem. Then, he began to try and combine this power with the energy of a reactor, creating a brand new element and energy formula. This process was full of challenges, but Zangetsu Ryoma constantly pushed his limits. He spent months, working day and night, continuously adjusting and improving the belt's design. Finally, he successfully created a belt that could combine the energy of the Space Stone with the energy of a reactor, the very belt Nathan Hawke had just taken. When he completed this project, he felt incredibly proud. This belt not only possessed powerful combat capabilities, but also a series of advanced functions and features. It could make Nathan Hawke even stronger in battle, allowing him to face various challenges. Zangetsu Ryoma recalled that arduous but fulfilling time, knowing that his efforts had not been in vain. Now that Nathan Hawke had taken the belt, he hoped it would bring his boss more power and victories. All right, Zangetsu Ryoma laughed at himself, then shook his head. His boss's current abilities couldn't be defeated by the Kamen Rider he had developed. But then again, Zangetsu Ryoma thought about it. Perhaps he could create a Royal Knights-like Kamen Rider protection group for Nathan Hawke, centered around Nathan Hawke to enhance his prestige. If you wish to see Lord Nathan Hawke, you must defeat us in battle from our Royal Knights. The more Zangetsu Ryoma thought about it, the more he liked the idea, and then he suddenly remembered that in his previous world, there was a constellation technology that used cosmic switches, and a certain Foundation X, which had dealings with the Yggdrasil Corporation, seemed to have seen such things. Then Zangetsu Ryoma shivered. No, I can't work overtime anymore. Now that I'm in this world, I need to enjoy life properly. Since the boss is so powerful, I don't need to feel such a sense of crisis anymore. Thinking this, Zangetsu Ryoma immediately dropped his work. Humajar, Kamen Rider, Umbrella's technology, all of it could go away. I'm going on vacation. Andre, who was humming along to music, suddenly saw Zangetsu Ryoma rush past him. He took off his headphones, a question mark on his face. Is there a fight? He opened his phone in confusion, only to find no messages in the group chat. He shook his head speechlessly, put his headphones back on, and continued to hum along to various electronic music. Speaking of which, next time I can try to DJ with telekinesis. No, sooner said than done. Andre listened to electronic music, while deciding to try and throw an electronic music party using his psychokinesis. He closed his eyes, concentrating intently, trying to resonate with the rhythm of the music. As he focused, the atmosphere in the room began to change. Lights flashed according to his will, and the sound system began to play the tracks he wanted. His psychokinesis made the music rhythm more vibrant and exciting. Andre felt a pleasant energy flowing around him. His hands began to DJ on a virtual music control panel, adjusting sound effects and creating a festive atmosphere. The music's rhythm and beat synchronized with his will, making it impossible to stop dancing. The lights, lasers, and neon lights in the room began to flash with the music, creating a mesmerizing visual effect. Andre's psychokinesis acted like invisible hands, controlling the entire party atmosphere, making everyone feel the unique charm of electronic music. His psychokinetic abilities continuously improved, and he began to try more complex sound effects and special effects, bringing the party to its peak. Smoke machines, flamethrowers, and even flying lasers, everything was under his control, adding a mysterious and exciting atmosphere to the party. Imagining the partygoers being drawn into this electronic music carnival created by Andre's psychokinesis, they danced wildly, cheered, completely immersed in the magic of music and light. It seems like a fighting style that combines psychokinesis with music. I can give it a try. On a cold winter night, moonlight illuminated a vast city. The city seemed to be immersed in endless silence, with only the faint glow of solitary streetlights swaying in the cold wind. The city's tall buildings stood majestically and mysteriously against the night sky. Suddenly, a beam of light rose from the city's center, illuminating the entire sky. This beam of light was so bright that people were drawn to its brilliance, flocking from all corners towards its source. In the city's central square, a massive stage suddenly appeared in the beam of light. This stage was made of huge black metal, covered with mysterious symbols and patterns. In the very center of the stage, there was a giant electronic screen displaying a perplexing countdown. Countdown 0:10:00. People gathered around the square, curiously watching everything unfold. Some tried to touch the stage, but found it unusually cold and imbued with a mysterious power. The city's media also arrived, cameras pointed at this suddenly appearing enigmatic scene. Just then, a lightning-like beam of light shot out from the top of the stage, like a giant laser pointing towards the sky. This astonishing sight elicited cheers and screams from the crowd. Countdown 05:00. People in the square began to communicate, guessing what this all meant. Some thought it was a celebration, others a technology exhibition, but no one could accurately guess what was truly happening. At this moment, a mysterious man walked onto the stage. He wore a black cloak, his face was summer, and his gaze was firm. This man was Seal, the founder of the Desire Grand Prix. Seal raised a hand, signaling for silence. The commotion in the square gradually subsided, and people tensely awaited his speech. Esteemed city residents, Seal's voice echoed across the square, "Welcome to the World Destroyer game." People began to murmur, looking at Seal with curiosity, wondering what this game was. In this game, Seal continued, you will face a series of challenges and trials. Only the strongest will survive. This will be a game full of excitement and unknowns, and I believe only the strongest will achieve victory. People's curiosity was piqued, and they began to guess the rules and content of this game. Now please look at the countdown on the stage. Seal pointed to the countdown on the electronic screen. The game is about to begin with only 5 minutes remaining. Within these 5 minutes, you must make an important decision, whether or not to participate in this game. If you decide to participate, you will enter the world of the game, facing unknown challenges. If you decide to leave, you can safely evacuate within 5 minutes. The atmosphere in the square grew tense as people began to consider their choices. Some were excitedly preparing to join the game, while others felt uneasy, unsure of what dangers this game might bring. Countdown 0200. Time quickly slipped away, and people's faces were filled with hesitation and conflict. At this critical moment, a brave young man walked to the front of the stage, standing before Seal. I want to participate in the game. His voice was firm and resolute. Seal nodded. Very good, young man. You will be the first warrior to challenge the World Destroyer. Countdown 0030. Others in the square also began to make their decisions. Some chose to participate, others to leave. Time was rapidly approaching 0, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Countdown, 0010. The final 10 seconds seemed incredibly long, and people's heartbeats echoed through the square, accompanying the ticking sound. Countdown, 0000. Suddenly, a powerful light erupted from the stage, illuminating the entire square. The brave young man disappeared into the light, entering the unknown game world. Seal's voice rang out again, "The game officially begins." People in the square witnessed all of this, unsure of what would happen next. The curtain for the World Destroyer game had been drawn, and an adventure full of unknowns and excitement awaited the brave challengers. Inside the Desire Grand Prix game lounge, 4 game players sat around, awaiting Tsumuri's narration. The lounge was spacious and comfortable, filled with an unknown atmosphere, surrounded by tall glass windows through which one could see the scenery outside the game arena. Has this lounge been renovated? Kurama wondered, looking around. Azuma Michinaga snorted coldly, his gaze always fixed on one person, and that person's name was Yukio Ace. Oh, how interesting. Yukio Ace sat in a relaxed posture, awaiting Tsumuri's arrival. You can do it, you definitely can. Sakurai Kawa, meanwhile, was silently cheering himself on internally. Tsumuri, dressed in a mysterious black dress, walked to the center of the lounge, observing the 4 players. Her gaze was filled with mystery and wisdom, as if she possessed endless secrets. "Sama, everyone," Tsumuri began slowly, her voice like an ancient incantation, "I will tell you about this game, named World Destroyer." The gazes of the 4 players Yukio Ace, Azuma Michinaga, Kurama Nyan, and Sakurai Kawa converged on Tsumuri, curiosity and anticipation intertwined in their eyes. "This game," Tsumuri continued, "is the most mysterious and dangerous in the history of the Desire Grand Prix. World Destroyer is not an ordinary competition, but a challenge concerning the entire world." Yukio Ace frowned slightly, asking, "What does that mean?" "Behind this game lies a great secret," Tsumuri smiled mysteriously. "Only the victor can unravel this mystery. And this mystery concerns the future of the world." Azuma Michinaga's eyes gleamed with coldness and determination. He said, "This time's victor will definitely be me, Yukio Ace." "Is that so?" Yukio Ace smiled elegantly. "I look forward to the day you defeat me." Azuma Michinaga snorted in annoyance upon hearing his words. "World Destroyer, it sounds like a very dangerous existence." Kurama Nyan's voice carried a hint of worry. "World Destroyer," Sakurai Kawa murmured the title, lowering his head. Tsumuri looked at their expressions, nodded, and continued, "The World Destroyer will take place in a virtual game world, a world full of unknown dangers and challenges. Each participant will face different tasks and obstacles, and only by overcoming these challenges can they advance. And the ultimate goal of the game," Tsumuri's voice fell into a mysterious silence, "is to find and defeat the World Destroyer, a powerful and sinister opponent whose strength is beyond imagination. The victor will become the world's guardian, possessing the power to change the world's future." Azuma Michinaga stood up, stretched his limbs, and declared arrogantly, "It's just the god of creation, isn't it? What world's guardian, world's destroyer? I will defeat them all." Tsumuri gently, and with a smile responded, "Michinaga-sama is as passionate as ever. Good luck." Azuma Michinaga listened, then glanced away slightly at Tsumuri's response. Yukio Ace silently watched this scene, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Tsumuri, Shan." Kurama Nyan immediately came to Tsumuri's side and said, "During the game, you'll also cheer us on, right?" Tsumuri looked at Kurama Nyan and said, "Nyan-sama, I will cheer you on." The cheer on Kurama Nyan meant wasn't quite that, but she still smiled in response to Tsumuri. "Good luck, good luck, good luck." Sakurai Kawa silently encouraged himself. This time, the world I've crossed into." Nathan Hawke looked up at the surrounding buildings, murmuring, "Kamen Rider Universe. Jeet's world. So, is it the Kamen Rider Jeet's Tokusatsu series I know, or a movie, or a parallel universe, or... Welcome to my dark kingdom." A playful, sinister voice came. "Who are you?" Nathan Hawke looked over and saw a young man whose appearance and demeanor exuded an evil aura. The man had jet black hair styled into a neat cut, and his eyes glowed with a deep red light, as if burning with devilish fire. He was dressed entirely in black, wearing a black necklace inlaid with eerie symbols, looking sinister. The man smiled, a cold grin appearing on his face. "Oh, as a warrior challenging me, you don't even know my name?" The man raised an eyebrow. "Well, for those lost in despair, my name is Edmund. I am Setros, the world destroyer." Nathan Hawke was surprised inwardly, blinking. "What?" He pointed at the other person. "You? The world destroyer? If you're the world destroyer, what's Kadoya Tsukasa? Does that mean I can play the role of a hero of justice for once?" Nathan Hawke suddenly felt playful, deciding to follow his mood. Edmund's sinister expression furrowed. What did the other person's words mean? Not a Kamen Rider from the Desire Grand Prix? Edmund suddenly found the person before him incredibly annoying. Nathan Hawke faced Edmund without fear, his face showing no trace of panic or tension. Instead, he displayed a calm and composed demeanor. "Edmund," Nathan Hawke's voice was calm and firm, "no matter what world destroyer you are, I will not be afraid. I am Nathan Hawke, the embodiment of justice, and I am here to stop your evil plan." Upon hearing these words, Edmund's brow furrowed even more. He had expected the other party to feel fear or despair, but Nathan Hawke's attitude surprised him. "You are very confident," Edmund's lips curled into a cold sneer, "but you are too naive. In this world, no one can stop me." With that, Edmund released dark energy, and a black impact surged towards Nathan Hawke. This power was filled with destructive and dark energy, seemingly capable of devouring everything. Nathan Hawke was not flustered in the slightest. He easily dodged the dark impact, his body as agile as a swallow. His eyes revealed determination and resolve, as if he were an invincible force of justice. "Edmund, your dark energy cannot defeat the fire of justice." Nathan Hawke continued to play the hero of justice. "I will protect this world, no matter the cost. Victory belongs only to those willing to walk towards the darkness." Edmund raised his hand and extended his index finger, pointing at Nathan Hawke. "Dark Nexus Driver." The driver appeared at Edmund's waist. The primary color of the Dark Nexus Driver was black, and its overall appearance presented an ancient and mysterious feel. The belt had intricate silver patterns, interspersed with skull heads, fire, and evil symbols. At the front of the belt was a circular Dark Nexus logo, with glowing blood-red edges encircling this logo, emitting a mysterious light. Edmund raised his hand and pressed his index finger on the Dark Nexus logo on the belt. Henshin. The belt began to release dark energy, and the surrounding air seemed to become heavier. As the dark energy gathered, Edmund's body began to emit a blood-red light. The dark energy quickly enveloped him, forming a dark spiral that completely surrounded him. Kamen Rider Setros. Chapter 139, World Destroyer Game, Cosmic Reactor vs. Setros. When Edmund completed his transformation and became Kamen Rider Setros, the entire scene was enveloped in a solemn atmosphere. An aura of majesty and evil seemed to emanate from him, making the surrounding air heavy with oppression. Setros' helmet was black and conical, adorned with skull patterns on both sides. The helmet's visor was blood red, like two sharp blades, revealing a piercing, malevolent glint. His body armor was also black, covered in red markings that incorporated flames and evil symbols, giving off a mysterious and dangerous vibe. His gloves and boots were black as well, with intricate decorations. On Setros' chest armor was a glowing red gem, like a burning heart, emitting a scorching light. His belt featured a black emblem, inlaid with a blood-red gem that pulsed with an eerie glow. As Setros stood there, his appearance and aura became powerful and malevolent. His presence was full of challenge and threat, as if he were a ruler of darkness. Edmund smiled gracefully, feeling the surge of dark energy within him. His voice filled with mockery, declared, "Nathan Hawke, do you think you can stop me? I am Setros, the world destroyer, and you are no match for me." Nathan Hawke maintained his calm and composed demeanor, his playful mood gone. "In that case, to deal with a Kamen Rider, one must use a Kamen Rider." Nathan Hawke quickly took out his CR driver, a powerful transformation device that would allow him to transform into Kamen Rider Cosmic Reactor, wielding the power of best match cosmic energy. Cosmic Reactor Driver. The main body of the driver was silver-white, covered in mysterious starry patterns, as if connected to the power of the entire universe. The belt featured a circular cosmic reactor emblem, surrounded by shimmering stars, exuding the mysterious aura of the cosmos. With a steady hand, Nathan Hawke fastened the CR driver to his waist, then looked up at Setros. In an instant, his body began to change. Silver-white cosmic armor started to cover him, the visor on his helmet glowed with starlight, and his body emanated cosmic energy. Cosmic Reactor's appearance was filled with cosmic mystery and power. Kamen Rider Cosmic Reactor. Cosmic Reactor's form was particularly striking in the darkness. As he stood there, the starlight from his helmet reflected on his silver-white armor, like a shimmering star. His appearance exuded a cosmic mystique, reminding one of the vast starry sky and the profound universe. Star patterns and nebula motifs shimmered faintly on his armor, as if galaxies and nebulae were dancing in the cosmos. Cosmic Reactor's visor emitted a faint starlight, as if it could peer into the mysteries of the universe. The Cosmic Reactor emblem on his belt glowed with a faint starlight, like a star in the universe, radiating incredible power. Red lines traversed his helmet, gloves, and boots, adding a touch of passion and vitality to his appearance. Cosmic Reactor's form was not only technologically advanced, but also incorporated elements of cosmic mystery. His presence was like that of a guardian of the universe. Nathan Hawke, clad in silver-white Cosmic Reactor armor, with the visor on his helmet glowing with starlight and his body emanating cosmic energy, also saw the CR emblem on his belt begin to shimmer. Setros watched Nathan Hawke's transformation, his eyes glinting with wariness and excitement. He knew Cosmic Reactor was a formidable opponent, wielding the power of cosmic energy. Kamen Rider Cosmic Reactor, do you think you can withstand my dark power? Edmund sneered, slowly raising his arm, index finger pointed upwards. Well then, the World Destroyer game. Showtime. The unique one. Second scene transition of the Kamen Rider worldview. In the quiet night, a dark street stretched out, with only the faint light of streetlights illuminating a part of the city. Nathan Hawke, transformed into Kamen Rider Cosmic Reactor, stood on an empty city street. His form shone brightly in the darkness, like a luminous star in the night sky. The starlight from Kamen Rider Cosmic Reactor's helmet reflected on his silver-white armor, shimmering with the mysterious beauty of the cosmos. His hand rested on the CR driver, ready to face Edmund's challenge. The helmet's visor emitted a faint starlight, as if the stars of the universe twinkled within it. Cosmic Reactor's presence was like a guardian of the cosmos, his silver-white armor adorned with star patterns and nebula motifs, evoking the vast starry sky. Meanwhile, Edmund, now Kamen Rider Setros, stood opposite him. His dark armor shimmered with blood-red flames and evil symbols, giving off an imposing and dangerous aura. His helmet was conical, adorned with skull patterns on both sides, and his visor was like sharp blades, revealing a piercing, malevolent glint. Setros' presence was like a ruler of darkness, his body exuding an evil aura. The two Kamen Riders stood in a standoff on the dark street, Cosmic Reactor's calm demeanor intertwined with Setros' sarcasm. This was a battle full of unknowns and challenges, and both were ready to face this duel. Edmund let out a sinister laugh, his voice filled with sarcasm and mockery. Welcome to my dark kingdom, Kamen Rider Cosmic Reactor. Edmund's words were harsh and mocking, his voice echoing through the street as if ridiculing Cosmic Reactor's courage. Nathan Hawke maintained a calm expression, unaffected by Edmund's words. Let's begin. Nathan Hawke's voice was calm and firm. A wicked smile played on Edmund's lips. You will drown in despair, Kamen Rider Cosmic Reactor. The power of darkness is unstoppable. His words were full of menace, seemingly attempting to shake Nathan Hawke's resolve. The handoff between the two Kamen Riders reached its climax. The auras of Nathan Hawke and Edmund, transformed into Kamen Riders, fiercely clashed on the dark street, and the ensuing battle would determine the victor's fate. Nathan Hawke quickly stepped forward, Cosmic Reactor's silver-white armor shimmering with starlight, his steps steady and resolute. Setros showed no weakness, his heavy black boots clanking as he advanced, his evil aura gradually filling the entire street. The two met head-on, instantly engaging in an intense close-quarters combat. Cosmic Reactor's movements were fluid and swift, his silver-white armor making him incredibly agile as he rapidly dodged Setros' attacks. Setros' black armor gave him immense strength. His every punch and kick was powerful, but Cosmic Reactor's reactions were equally sharp, successfully evading fatal blows. The buildings and cars on the street became the backdrop for their battle, their figures appearing and disappearing. Setros unleashed dark energy attacks, but Cosmic Reactor swiftly dodged, channeling the CR driver's energy into his fists to counterattack. A dazzling punch struck Setros' chest armor, emitting a deafening roar. Setros was pushed back by the impact, falling to the street, but he immediately got up, unharmed. "Your power isn't enough, Cosmic Reactor," Setros roared, his voice filled with anger. Cosmic Reactor said nothing more, continuing his assault. The pace of their battle was extremely fast, unfolding wildly on the dark street. Cosmic Reactor's starlit punches and kicks intertwined with Setros' dark energy, creating a beautiful yet deadly dance of light and shadow. "Is that so?" Nathan Hawke was still getting used to Kamen Rider Cosmic Reactor's power. "Then let's continue." The close-quarters combat between the two Kamen Riders reached its climax on the dark street. Their movements were fluid and swift, every move filled with power and speed. Cosmic Reactor's silver-white armor shimmered with starlight, his steps light and agile, constantly vigilant. Setros' black armor exuded an evil aura. His attacks were powerful, every punch and kick carrying the force of darkness. Cosmic Reactor suddenly launched a swift knee kick. The knee of his silver-white armor shimmered with star patterns, carrying cosmic energy as it aimed for Setros' chest armor. The knee kick, carrying the force of energy, struck Setros, emitting a loud bang and sending him staggering back several steps. Setros felt pain, but still maintained a tenacious fighting spirit. Not to be outdone, Setros retaliated with a fierce palm strike. His black glove shimmered with red symbols, carrying dark power as it slammed towards Cosmic Reactor. Cosmic Reactor swiftly dodged, but the dark palm strike grazed his shoulder, causing a nearby building to explode, sending debris flying. Cosmic Reactor resumed his offensive, quickly dodging Setros' attacks, while unleashing starlit punches and kicks, channeling energy into his fists and ankles. His every punch and kick was like a meteor in the universe, incredibly fast and immensely powerful. Setros showed no weakness. His body exuded dark energy, attempting to block Cosmic Reactor's attacks. Their fists and feet clashed, emitting shimmering lights and energy explosions. The buildings and cars on the street were affected by their battle, a scene of chaos. A cunning smile played on Edmund's lips as he decided to showcase his powerful and wicked abilities. He swiftly drew his demon sword, a massive blood-red blade that looked exceptionally terrifying in the night. The blade was etched with ancient runes, exuding an unsettling scent of blood. The demon sword swung, its edge cutting a blood-red arc across the night sky, and the tip released waves of evil energy, like a dark whirlwind. Setros aimed at Kamen Rider Cosmic Reactor, determined to utterly defeat him. Cosmic Reactor reacted quickly, attempting to dodge Setros' attack, but the demon sword's energy waves were incredibly fast, leaving almost no time to evade. The energy wave struck Cosmic Reactor, causing a huge explosion that blasted him to the side of the street, sending dust flying. Setros did not stop his attack. He used his dark teleportation ability to swiftly move to another position, preparing to attack again. Cosmic Reactor stood up, his silver-white armor showing slight marks, but he still faced Setros resolutely. This time, Setros decided to be more cunning. He continuously used dark teleportation, rapidly moving to different positions, creating illusions of clones to make it difficult for Cosmic Reactor to pinpoint his true location. Dark energy flickered on the street, like ghostly presences. Cosmic Reactor looked around, trying to find traces of Setros. Suddenly, a blood-red sword shadow flashed past him from behind. Cosmic Reactor only had time to dodge, and the blade grazed his armor, emitting a sharp tearing sound. Setros again used dark teleportation, swiftly moving to another corner and launching another attack. Cosmic Reactor's reactions became even faster. He focused his energy, trying to track Setros' movements. "It seems I'm unlucky to encounter a boss that requires a final form in a Kamen Rider show during my first transformation as a Kamen Rider." Nathan Hawke was contemplating whether to end his transformation and use his true power. Chapter 140, The Game of the World Destroyer. Setros stood on the dark street, everything unusually quiet. His armor shimmered with malevolent flames and patterns, and the visor on his helmet, like a sharp blade, emitted a keen light. The demon sword was still gripped tightly in his hand, its blood-red blade glinting ominously in the night, as if waiting for an opportunity. "It's over. Indulge yourselves in despair." Setros' aura gradually became heavy, his body filled with dark power. "Dark abyss." He raised the demon sword, holding the blade vertically upwards, then brought it across his chest, forming a cross. In that instant, Setros' entire appearance transformed. His armor began to emit even more intense flames, the red patterns burning as if to devour the entire world. The visor on his helmet flickered with a blood-red light, his eyes filled with malevolent energy. The blade of the demon's sword began to release a dark, cold light, and the runes on its body flickered, like a gateway to the abyss of hell. A dark mist permeated Seth Rose's body, like rising phantom smoke in the night. His posture was like that of a dark lord, ready to unleash world-destroying power. The energy of the dark abyss reached its peak under his control. Everything was ready, and he was about to unleash this terrifying ultimate skill. However, at this critical moment, Seth Rose's expression suddenly changed. His brow furrowed slightly as if he sensed an unusual aura. The destructive energy of the dark abyss still surged within his armor, but his blade began to tremble slightly, as if conveying a message that made him hesitate. Suddenly, Seth Rose's body no longer emitted that malevolent energy, and the demon's sword gradually lost its light. Seth Rose looked at Kamen Rider Eugen and said, "It seems your luck is good. However, the quagmire of despair won't last long." Under Nathan Hawke's surprised gaze, Seth Rose, or rather Edmund, slowly vanished. The scene's witching mode reappeared, and this time, Nathan Hawke found himself standing by a pond in a park. No way, here too by the pond. In many of Kamen Rider's famous scenes, the backdrop often includes the element of water, such as beaches, ponds, or a water rider killed by a boss, etc. Nathan Hawke really didn't want to be involved. Edmund stood by the pond, his appearance still exuding a malevolent aura. Although he was slightly displeased, he maintained a cold expression. He didn't particularly like being disturbed, especially when he was about to unleash the power of despair. "Seal, are you being a little too meddlesome?" Edmund said coldly, his voice full of impatience. The scenery by the pond did not affect his aura. He remained the imposing Dark Lord. Seal stood opposite him, his appearance full of mystery and power, but compared to Edmund, he seemed gentler and calmer. "Edmund, you know I'm just here to observe." Seal's voice was calm and strong. He was not suppressed by Edmund's aura. "Observe? Observe what?" Edmund frowned deeply, feeling very displeased by Seal's appearance. "To see if you truly have the qualifications to become the destroyer of worlds," Seal replied, a hint of provocation in his tone. Edmund's gaze grew colder, and he made no attempt to hide his displeasure. "I don't need your validation. I have already proven my strength. I am the destroyer of worlds." Edmund's voice was filled with confidence and arrogance. "Is that so?" Seal smiled slightly, a glint of wisdom in his eyes. "You know, becoming the destroyer of worlds is not an easy task," Seal continued, a hint of warning in his tone. Edmund was not intimidated. His dark power gradually condensed, ready to meet any challenge. "I know, but I have already overcome everything." Edmund's voice was full of arrogance and confidence. Seal did not respond immediately. His gaze remained fixed on Edmund, as if probing his inner thoughts. Seal looked at Edmund and slowly nodded. "Yes, you have overcome many challenges, but this time the challenge may be even more formidable." Seal began to introduce the revived game of the World Destroyer. This game has 4 special players: Yukio Ace, Azuma Michinaga, Kurama Neon, and Sakurai Kawa. Each possesses great power and unique skills, and their goal is to stop you from becoming the destroyer of worlds. Seal's tone was calm, but his gaze revealed seriousness. Edmund listened to these names and showed a malevolent smile. He felt no worry. "These 4? Can they stop me?" Edmund's voice was full of mockery. "They possess great power and unwavering resolve. They should not be underestimated," Seal warned, knowing full well the strength of these 4 players. "However, I believe you won't give up easily, will you, Edmund?" Seal continued, having a certain understanding of Edmund. Edmund let out a mocking laugh. "Of course I will defeat them. I am the destroyer of worlds, ruling over everything, and they, trapped in the quagmire, their Kamen Rider power will become nourishment for Seth Rose's strength." Edmund's eyes gleamed with ambition and confidence. Seal looked at Edmund's expression and paused for a moment, as if he knew Edmund had misunderstood something, but he did not press further. "All right, since you are so confident, let this game begin," Seal said, knowing this game would decide everything. Edmund nodded indifferently, then revealed a malevolent smile. "Then let this game begin. I eagerly await their challenge." His voice was full of mockery and arrogance. Seal and Edmund stood by the pond, everything ready, the game about to begin. In this world full of challenges and unknowns, Edmund would face 4 powerful players, while Seal would oversee the entire game's progress. This was a game that would decide the fate of the world. Everything would be revealed in this battle by the pond. Hello. Sakurai-kawa bowed slightly, discreetly sizing up the man before him. The man's aura made Sakurai-kawa feel that this world destroyer game would be an extraordinary one. "Excuse me, are you also a participant in this game?" Sakurai-kawa asked Nathan Hawke. Nathan Hawke looked at the somewhat reserved Sakurai-kawa and said, "Ah, yes, I am a player participating in this game." Nathan Hawke finished speaking and noticed many Kamen Rider players appearing throughout the park. Sakurai-kawa's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, "This game has so many people?" Meanwhile, Yukio Ace, not far away, frowned slightly. This seemed a bit different from what Sumire had told him. Ace Kurama-neon said worriedly to Yukio Ace, "This game might be unusual. We need to be careful at all times." Yukio Ace also noticed something was off about this game. Azuma Michinaga's lips curled upwards as he disdainfully looked at the Kamen Rider Henshin users appearing in the park. "Things are getting interesting. The Kamen Rider hunt begins again." Azuma Michinaga finished speaking, gave Yukio Ace a provocative glance, and then left alone. Ace, Sama. In the Desire Grand Prix lounge, Sumire was calling out to Ace, Sama. After they entered the game, Sumire found that she couldn't enter the game scene, and even her methods of contacting Ace, Sama were not working. "What should I do?" Sumire stomped her foot anxiously. In a hidden corner of the park, a mysterious woman suddenly appeared before everyone. She wore a black robe, her long hair cascading down, covering most of her face. Her demeanor was full of mystery and authority, as if she was a being from another world. Sakurai-kawa, Nathan Hawke, Yukio Ace, Kurama-neon, Azuma Michinaga, and others all turned to this mysterious woman, feeling curious and cautious. "It's not Sumire." Kurama-neon looked at Yukio Ace. Yukio Ace raised an eyebrow. Sakurai-kawa's expression was one of surprise and confusion. Azuma Michinaga, on the other hand, felt that this game was becoming increasingly interesting. The mysterious woman smiled slightly, her voice as soft as the wind, yet full of authority. "Hello everyone, I am the navigator for this game, Hoshikage. Welcome to the game of the World Destroyer." Her words made everyone even more confused. They all looked at this navigator with doubt. A man with a buzz cut immediately asked Hoshikage, "What kind of game is this?" Hoshikage nodded slightly and began to explain. "The Destroyer of Worlds is a special game. Your mission is to challenge a man named Edmund to prevent him from becoming the Destroyer of Worlds again." Challenge. These 2 words resonated deeply within Yukio Ace. "Is it a challenge and not a defeat? Is the opponent very strong?" Kurama-neon muttered softly. She continued to explain. "Every player can transform into a Kamen Rider. Your ID cores all have special abilities and skills. You need to cooperate, defeat Edmund, and thwart his plans. The victory condition for the game is to successfully stop Edmund and protect world peace." "Of course," Hoshikage finished speaking, then added, "You can also defeat Edmund and become the Destroyer of Worlds." Yukio Ace frowned. This sounds like a battle between good and evil, but the Dragon Slayer will one day become a dragon himself. Hoshikage nodded. "Exactly. Players who become the Destroyer of Worlds will gain supreme power, no less than the power of the Goddess of Creation." Hoshikage's words shocked Yukio Ace. "Are there any requirements to become the Destroyer of Worlds?" Azuma Michinaga shouted at Hoshikage. Hoshikage smiled and said to Azuma Michinaga, "That is to eliminate all other Kamen Riders." Hoshikage's words instantly ignited the game players present. "Although I don't know what the Destroyer of Worlds or the Goddess of Creation are, but supreme power." One muscular man fell into a frenzied expression, his predatory eyes scanning everyone present, saying, "You all better obediently withdraw from this game, or else, don't blame me for being impolite." "Bring it on, I'm not afraid of you." "Power. I crave power." A sickly man looked at everyone present with a crazed look in his eyes. "Kill, kill, kill, I love killing." A perverted man, licking his tongue, whispered frantically, then his eyes lit up, noticing Kurama-neon beside Yukio Ace. "What a cute girl." Slurping sounds were incessant. All sorts of characters vented their negative emotions. This, Sakurai-kawa watched, as this group of people began to show their true colors, and instinctively wanted to move closer to Yukio Ace. "Wait." Sakurai Keiwa looked at Nathan Hawke and said awkwardly, "Sir, I don't know about you." "Me? I'm perfectly normal," Nathan Hawke said with a smile. Sakurai Keiwa instinctively nodded and immediately ran towards Yukio Ace's position. Nathan Hawke felt that Sakurai Keiwa at that moment was practically saying, "Save me, save me." Sakurai Keiwa quickly went to Yukio Ace's side, leaving the group of players who seemed very dangerous. Hidden behind a bush, they quietly discussed the game's situation. "This game is really a bit different this time. Those players all seem crazy," Sakurai Keiwa whispered. Yukio Ace nodded. He also felt the game's atmosphere was different from before. "We need to find Edmund as soon as possible and stop his plan," Yukio Ace said, knowing this was their mission. Nathan Hawke joined their conversation. Although he seemed like a new participant, he was not intimidated. "Yes, we need to find Edmund or at least understand his actions," Nathan Hawke proposed a reasonable plan. Yukio Ace and Kurama Neon sized up Nathan Hawke, and after confirming he posed no threat, they nodded slightly and exchanged names. Just as they were discussing, a sudden rush of footsteps approached. A player, transformed into a Kamen Rider, ran over, stopping in front of them, panting. "You're new, right? Watch out for those lunatics. They've already started attacking each other," the player warned. "Thank you for the warning. Have you seen Edmund?" Sakurai Keiwa asked, hoping for some clues. "New?" Yukio Ace silently pondered the other person's words. The player shook his head, indicating he hadn't seen Edmund, then glanced behind him and quickly fled. "Edmund's location is always hard to pinpoint, but we have to act fast," Yukio Ace said, knowing time was of the essence. After conferring, the group decided to leave the bush and search for more clues. The scenery in the game was exceptionally diverse, and every corner of the park could hide important information. As they continued their search, they encountered other players. Some were cooperating, while others acted alone, each searching for Edmund's whereabouts. The game's atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and battle could erupt at any moment. Yukio Ace and his group continued to search for clues in the park. Their goal was to find Edmund as quickly as possible, but the situation in the park grew increasingly tense. They occasionally heard sounds of battle and shouts, indicating the game's danger. Suddenly, they came to an open lawn and saw an astonishing scene. On the lawn, a group of players transformed into Kamen Riders were engaged in a free-for-all. Each of them wore different ID cores, unleashing various powerful skills, with dazzling light and energy impacts intertwining, illuminating the entire scene as if it were daylight. "Hide!" Yukio Ace and his group immediately hid in a bush, carefully observing the melee. They saw all sorts of Kamen Riders using desire drivers, each player a powerful existence, yet now they were embroiled in conflict. "It seems the players in this game are all very strong. They are fighting each other to become the destroyer of the world," Kurama Neon said softly, feeling the pressure multiply. Yukio Ace's brow furrowed. He knew they had to act cautiously in this situation. Just as they were hiding and watching this scene, someone entered the arena. "These people are all self-important fools. Do they think they can do as they please by becoming the destroyer of the world?" Azuma Michinaga's voice was full of mockery. Azuma Michinaga sneered, watching the chaotic scene. "These people are all self-important fools. Do they think they can do as they please by becoming the destroyer of the world?" Azuma Michinaga's voice was full of mockery. Azuma Michinaga's voice was full of mockery. He loaded the Buffer Rider Core ID into his Desire Driver and, combining it with the Zombie Buckle, immediately transformed into Kamen Rider Buffa, armed with the Zombie Breaker. In this form, Azuma Michinaga's body became even stronger, his skin taking on the pale color of a zombie. His left arm transformed into a poison chamber arm capable of releasing venom, while his right hand bore a berserker claw. Buffa's appearance was ferocious, as if he were a demon emerged from hell. Kamen Rider Buffa instantly charged into the battlefield. His steps were exceptionally swift, each one shaking the ground. He used the Zombie Breaker to and send one opposing Kamen Rider flying, then turned to deal with another player. His attack speed was incredibly fast, making it difficult for other players to react. "This guy is terrifying," someone exclaimed. Kamen Rider Buffa continuously unleashed venom and claws, cutting down enemies one after another. His attack power and area of effect damage were extremely potent, making the transformed individuals on the field seem incredibly fragile before him. At the same time, he used his poison chamber arm to spray venom, poisoning an opposing player and knocking him to the ground. This venom rapidly corroded the opponent's body, causing them immense pain. Azuma Michinaga, or rather, Kamen Rider Buffa, did not stop there. He suddenly transformed into other forms, using different armaments to combat his enemies. He transformed into Magnum form, wielding a powerful weapon and firing powerful energy beams that utterly destroyed an opposing player. This, Sakura, Aikawa and Kurama Neon looked at Yukio Ace after their shock. Yukio Ace, however, calmly regarded the scene, but inwardly wondered where Azuma Michinaga's Magnum had come from. Next, he transformed into armed water form, spraying high-pressure water streams that thoroughly battered another opposing player. Kamen Rider Buffa's transformation forms were diverse, each possessing special skills and armaments, making him the absolute master of the battlefield. His presence changed the tide of battle, making the melee even more chaotic, and other players retreated, not daring to engage him. Yukio Ace and his group also dared not be careless upon seeing this scene. They knew that although Azuma Michinaga was their ally, there were no true friends in this game, only common goals. Under the might of Kamen Rider Buffa, the chaotic battle gradually subsided, and the Kamen Rider players on the lawn were defeated one by one. Kamen Rider Buffa's reputation spread throughout the game, and other players began to revere his existence. Eventually, the battle ended, and only Kamen Rider Buffa and Yukio Ace's group remained on the field. Yukio Ace and his group emerged, with Nathan Hawke joining them. Azuma Michinaga, having untransformed, looked at Yukio Ace and pointed at him. Yukio Ace, this game is very interesting. It's my kind of game. Can you tell me what's going on? Yukio Ace asked naturally, without any guilt or fear. The victor's feast. Azuma Michinaga's expression became pleased. The victor's feast? Sakura Kawa and Kurama Neon exchanged glances. Is that so? It seems the further we go, the harder the enemies will be to defeat. Yukio Ace merely showed a cryptic smile, which greatly annoyed Azuma Michinaga. He had explained it so clearly, yet Yukio Ace still wore an expression of having everything under control. In this game, only by constantly fighting can you ultimately achieve final victory and become the destroyer of the world. You so leisurely will be trampled underfoot by me. Azuma Michinaga made his threat, and then turned to leave. He wanted to hunt more players, more Kamen Riders, as quickly as possible. Nathan Hawke, however, understood clearly. It seemed that after defeating a Kamen Rider, one could gain their power. As for how much, perhaps one would only know after truly defeating them. This held no interest for Nathan Hawke. This journey through the world was merely because he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, and he was using the journey through the world to broaden his horizons and rest. Azuma Michinaga stood in an abandoned factory, surrounded by a strong smell of exhaust fumes. The factory had once been a bustling production base, but now it had been abandoned for many years, leaving only decaying machinery and scattered waste. He pondered, looking around, searching for clues about Edmund. Suddenly, a dull thud of footsteps sounded, and Azuma Michinaga vigilantly raised his head. From one side of the factory came a tall, muscular man. His physique was exceptionally robust, with clear muscle definition. He wore a black, tight, fitting outfit with strange patterns, looking exceptionally fanatical. That muscular man from the park. Azuma Michinaga gazed at the other person. The muscular man's eyes were exceptionally fanatical, as if he had lost his mind. He panted heavily, his entire body emanating a strong energy fluctuation. Azuma Michinaga, you are the one I've been searching for. The muscular man's voice was filled with fanaticism and a roar. Azuma Michinaga vigilantly prepared to meet him, but he could feel that this muscular man's power was exceptionally strong, unusual. He could feel a wildness and savagery contained within that energy fluctuation. Is that so? Then I'll defeat you, Azuma Michinaga said, head held high. The muscular man, however, merely let out a roar, his expression twisting into a frenzied look. He seemed no longer capable of rational communication, only left with a fanaticism for battle. Giant Ape. The muscular man's desire driver on his belt was loaded with the core ID Giant Ape, combined with the Giant Ape buckle. Then, a powerful burst of energy enveloped his body. Azuma Michinaga's brow furrowed. He knew this was no ordinary battle. The muscular man's body suddenly became enormous, his muscles bulging, and tough fur appeared on his skin. His face became bestial, transforming into a massive giant ape. The birth of Kamen Rider Ape. Ape let out an earth-shattering roar, his huge fists swinging, attacking Azuma Michinaga. His speed was astonishing, his punches like cannonballs firing at Azuma Michinaga. Azuma Michinaga dared not be careless. He quickly transformed into Kamen Rider Buffa, ready to confront this powerful enemy. His body became even more robust, his skin taking on a purple zombie hue. The duel between Ape and Kamen Rider Buffa unfolded within the factory, a scene of chaos and fierce battle. Ape's massive size gave him immense strength and defense. His fists were like hammers, each blow capable of destroying a piece of factory equipment. Kamen Rider Buffa used his poison chamber arm to spray venom, but Ape's skin was incredibly tough, and the venom could not penetrate. Their battle grew more intense, and the ruins within the factory increased. Bang! Buffa dodged a punch from Kamen Rider Ape, a punch that directly broke a beam in the factory. Azuma Michinaga held the buckle, switching between various forms, trying to find the best strategy to deal with Kamen Rider Ape. First, he chose the Magnum form. His body became agile, a magnum in his hand, calmly aiming at Kamen Rider Ape, unleashing full firepower, a rain of fire and bullets pouring down. The huge flames ignited everything in the factory, and the explosions were deafening. Roar! Kamen Rider Ape roared. He swung his giant fists, dispersing the flames and bullets. His body was indestructible, like a sturdy fortress. Faced with Ape's powerful physique, Buffa's firepower seemed like a drop in the bucket. Siege, this isn't working. Just as he was about to use another buckle, Kamen Rider Ape quickly counterattacked. To Buffa's surprise, he punched him in the chest, sending him flying several meters and crashing into the factory wall. Kamen Rider Buffa struggled to his feet, feeling as if his bones were about to shatter. Kamen Rider Buffa decided to try armed shield form. His body changed again, this time holding a giant shield. He tried to block Ape Rider's attacks with the shield. Ape punched the shield repeatedly, creating deafening roars. Buffa stood firm, but his shield gradually showed cracks, seemingly about to shatter at any moment. Damn it! He had intended to hold back, but he couldn't anymore. A booster appeared in Kamen Rider Buffa's other hand, and was inserted. Zombie booster form. Huge booster flames erupted from his legs. He rushed towards Kamen Rider Ape at an astonishing speed, dodging his attacks, trying to subdue his opponent with a high-speed collision. Kamen Rider Ape was startled by Kamen Rider Buffa's sudden attack, but his body remained incredibly powerful. He swung his giant fists, trying to grab his opponent, but Kamen Rider Buffa flexibly dodged, burning Kamen Rider Ape's body with the booster flames. Kamen Rider Ape let out a roar, smoke rising from his burning body, but he still refused to back down. He slammed his giant fist into the ground, causing an earthquake that knocked Kamen Rider Buffa back. Kamen Rider Buffa rolled on the ground before getting back up. Then I'll use this. He decided to use beat zombie form. His body became leaner, holding giant drumsticks, like a fighting drummer. Kamen Rider Buffa struck the drumsticks, emitting powerful sonic shockwaves, trying to shatter Kamen Rider Ape's eardrums and disrupt his senses. Kamen Rider Ape began to feel an unbearable headache, but he still resisted stubbornly. Kamen Rider Ape suddenly roared, his mouth emitting a powerful sound wave that bounced Kamen Rider Buffa's sonic attack back. Kamen Rider Buffa was dizzied by his own attack and almost lost his balance. Kamen Rider Ape saw this opportunity. He quickly rushed towards Kamen Rider Buffa, punching him hard in the chest, sending him flying again. Kamen Rider Buffa fell to the ground, struggling to get up. His body had suffered severe damage, but his will was incredibly firm. It seems you're about to give out, Azuma Michinaga. A familiar voice rang in Azuma Michinaga's ears, but a shiver ran down his spine. Yo! Azuma Michinaga waved to the struggling Kamen Rider Buffa. You! Who are you? Kamen Rider Buffa looked at the man who had appeared before him in surprise. This was completely another version of himself. Me? Azuma Michinaga's eyes widened slightly, and he spread his hands. You could say I'm your future self, for now. Roar! Kamen Rider Ape didn't care why the two people in front of him were just standing there. His fist slammed down. The future Azuma Michinaga's eyes were firm. He took out his desire driver, but this time it wasn't an ordinary transformation. This is... Kamen Rider Buffa looked at the future Azuma Michinaga's hand, holding a buckle that looked like a train, in confusion. The future Azuma Michinaga used the time train buckle, a special buckle that allowed him to enter the timeline and gain immense power. A dazzling light surrounded him, and his body began to change. His attire became more magnificent, like an emperor, wearing a crown and a brocade robe. His desire driver also became larger, transforming into an ancient and mysterious train. Kamen Rider Buffa. Train form. The future Azuma Michinaga roared, his voice like thunder. In his train form, his body became massive and sturdy, like an immovable armored train. His hands transformed into huge wheels, and his back was the front of the train, emitting mysterious electricity all over his body. Kamen Rider Ape's fists violently struck the future Azuma Michinaga's body, but the train form Azuma Michinaga was unharmed, like an indestructible fortress. He counterattacked with the wheels on his hands, knocking Ape back several meters, and then released a powerful electrical attack with the power of his train form. Your journey has ended. The future Azuma Michinaga pressed the buckle on his waist. Electric blasting. A huge surge of electrical energy burst from his body, directly striking Kamen Rider Ape. Ape's body was engulfed in electricity, and he let out a thunderous roar, but he couldn't resist the electrical attack. After the electric blast, Ape was charred black and lay motionless on the ground. He was immediately eliminated. This is the power of the time train buckle, the future Azuma Michinaga said confidently. Kamen Rider Buffa was also shocked. He hadn't expected his future self to be so powerful. The future Azuma Michinaga turned to face Kamen Rider Buffa, his train form emanating powerful electricity. Both of them cancelled their transformations. You join too, Kamen Rider Buffa. Together, we'll find Edmund and stop his plan, the future Azuma Michinaga said, looking at this confident yet vibrant future version of himself before him. Azuma Michinaga hesitated, but then he thought that since the other person was his future self, they shouldn't pose any disadvantage to him. In fact, he even wondered if this future Azuma Michinaga had intentionally come to this timeline to help him defeat Edmund and become the destroyer of worlds. Azuma Michinaga nodded and shook his hand. I'm curious why you appeared. Why is it like this? Kurama Neon ran frantically, her breath coming in short gasps, her heart pounding like a drum. Her vision was a blur, with only one thought: escape from the chasing mad player. Crazy laughter echoed from not far away, and Kurama Neon knew her pursuer was getting closer. She quickened her pace, crossing a patch of grass, trying to find a place to hide. Suddenly, she saw an alley, and she rushed into it without hesitation. The alley was narrow, with only a motorcycle parked there. Kurama Neon had no time to think. She decided to take a risk. She jumped onto the motorcycle, slammed down the throttle, and the motorcycle roared, rushing out of the alley. Her heart hadn't completely calmed down, but she knew that only by continuing to run would she have a chance to survive. She sped along the park path, constantly changing direction, trying to shake off the mad player's pursuit. The pursuer was not to be outdone. He rode a motorcycle, hot on her heels. His laughter carried on the wind, sending a chill down Kurama Neon's spine. Kurama Neon tried every way to shake off her pursuer. She suddenly decided to rush towards a nearby building. She drove the motorcycle into a narrow passage, then slammed on the brakes, jumped off the motorcycle, and abandoned it. She frantically searched for a place to hide, and finally found a small warehouse. She quickly hid inside, hoping the pursuer hadn't seen her tracks. The sound of the pursuer's motorcycle grew closer, and Kurama Neon held her breath, hiding in the dark corner of the warehouse. She prayed that she would escape this ordeal. The motorcycle engine stopped outside the warehouse, and then the pursuer's footsteps gradually approached. Kurama Neon held her breath, waiting nervously. The warehouse door was pushed open, and the pursuer walked in. His gaze roamed around the warehouse, searching. Kurama Neon bit her lip tightly, not daring to make a sound. Haha, little cutie, you can't escape. The man stuck out his tongue and licked around his mouth. Come out quickly and fight me. The man closed his eyes, pleasantly inhaling the surrounding air. Huh. I can feel the fragrance of your body enticing me to your location. Baby. The other party's voice sent shivers down Kurama Neon's spine, who was hiding. Kurama Neon clenched her fists, but then shivered all over again, because, well, let's go our separate ways then. Yukio Ace waved to the three and then left on his own. Kurama Neon wanted to follow but suddenly stopped. Then she said to Nathan Hawke and Sakura Aikawa, then I'll also be leaving first. Huh, leaving already? Sakura Aikawa wanted to say something to make Kurama Neon stay, but Nathan Hawke held him back. It's good that she's leaving. She can help us draw away some people's attention, Nathan Hawke said with a strange smile. But Sakurai Kawa's expression was tense, as if he had thought of something bad. This guy, he wouldn't think I'm trying to do something, would he? Nathan Hawke looked at the misinterpreting Sakurai Kawa speechlessly. They never intended to team up with you. You should just stick with me. Big bro will carry you to victory, Nathan Hawke said confidently to Sakurai Kawa. Sakurai Kawa, who couldn't refuse others, could only nod in agreement. By the pond. Sakurai Karu stood before Nathan Hawke, his expression serious, ready to transform. He picked up the Desire Driver, gazing at the Tycoon Rider Core ID within it, his heart filled with determination. Fight without worry. If anything happens, I'll handle it, Nathan Hawke said confidently. Sakurai Karu nodded solemnly, feeling a sense of backing that filled him with strength. This guy seems to lack a sense of belonging in his heart, Nathan Hawke thought, looking at the serious and solemn Sakurai Karu. In truth, Sakurai Karu's current confidence wasn't due to Nathan's words about being powerful or carrying him. Instead, it was a sense of recognition and a united front. Tycoon Rider Core ID activate, Sakurai Karu shouted loudly, inserting the Desire Driver. Why are you shouting so loud? Oh my goodness! Nathan Hawke made a slight gesture as if covering his ears. A powerful surge of energy entered Sakurai Karu's body, and he began to transform. His attire rapidly changed, as if enveloped in a layer of iridescent light, finally transforming into Kamen Rider Tycoon. Armed arrow, ready fight. The sound shot into the sky like an arrow. Not far away, the opposing Kamen Riders were approaching. They saw Sakurai Karu transform into Kamen Rider Tycoon and showed wary expressions. But Sakurai Karu didn't hesitate. He drew the arrow buckle from the Desire Driver, preparing to unleash a powerful weapon. Up, great arrow, Sakurai Karu shouted, and the arrow buckle began to glow, emitting a dazzling light. A gigantic arrow suddenly appeared in his hand, imbued with a green breeze and radiating light. Sakurai Karu drew the bowstring to its full extent, aiming at the distant Kamen Riders. Fire arrow, he commanded, releasing the arrow. The arrow whistled through the air, accurately striking one of the Kamen Riders. The opponent cried out in agony as they were hit, then dissolved into light. Nathan Hawke watched the scene, praising, well done. Keep going. Take out all 24 cards. Oh no, I mean, defeat all the Kamen Riders in front of you, and I'll drink my cappuccino. Kamen Rider Tycoon continuously fired arrows, striking down the remaining Kamen Riders one by one. He somersaulted through the air, deftly dodging enemy attacks. The arrows grew more powerful, each shot leaving the enemies helpless. This is the power of the upgrade arrow, Sakurai Karu exclaimed, excitedly, feeling an unparalleled strength. Meanwhile, indeed, it's absorbing the power of their core ID, Nathan Hawke said, activating the Genova cells within him. He watched as the fragmented core ID power flowed into Sakurai Karu's core ID after Kamen Rider Tycoon defeated them. Mr. Hawke, wasn't my fight good? Sakurai Karu asked Nathan Hawke excitedly after transforming. Very good. Keep up the hard work, Nathan Hawke encouraged. Thanks, haha, Sakurai Karu said, waving his small fists. Seeing this, Nathan Hawke suddenly wondered if anyone in Kamen Rider Jeets had ever truly cheered for or encouraged Sakurai Karu. It felt more like didactic self-realization. Looking at the energetic Sakurai Karu, Nathan Hawke felt he should embrace a capitalist persona. Nathan Hawke looked at Sakurai Karu, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Karu, you did great. Your arrows are accurate and powerful. It's simply an invincible force. Sakurai Karu felt proud hearing Nathan Hawke's praise. He had always been pursuing power, and now he felt his growth and the increase in his strength. Thank you for your encouragement, Mr. Nathan Hawke. I will continue to work hard, Sakurai Karu responded excitedly. Nathan Hawke smiled and walked over to Sakurai Karu, patting his shoulder. Very good, Karu. Remember, you have limitless potential. As long as you persevere, you can become even stronger. The path ahead is full of infinite possibilities. Sakurai Karu looked at Nathan Hawke gratefully, understanding that he had found a powerful ally and mentor in this new world. Mr. Nathan Hawke, I will work hard and live up to your expectations, Sakurai Karu promised solemnly. Nathan Hawke smiled broadly. Very good, Karu. Now, let's move forward together, embrace more challenges, create more opportunities, and achieve our dreams, Nathan Hawke encouraged. Sakurai Karu nodded in agreement. Asu. How naive and easily fooled Sakurai Karu. Keep it up. An ice cream truck parked by the roadside in the game world. Inside the ice cream truck, Nathan Hawke enjoyed his ice cream, driving while looking at Sakurai Karu. He suddenly spoke. Karu, I have a question for you. Sakurai Karu, enjoying the delicious ice cream, looked at Nathan Hawke. Please, Mr. Hawke, what is it? Nathan Hawke smiled and said, in the park, why did you choose not to fight that player who craved power, but instead left? Oh, when this was brought up, Sakurai Karu suddenly didn't know how to answer. Should he tell Mr. Hawke that it was because the other party was disgusting and he was a little afraid? But after a moment of silence, Sakurai Karu took a deep breath and answered frankly, Mr. Hawke, I was always looking for great power before, but at that moment I suddenly understood that power isn't something to be blindly pursued. That player craved power, but he became obsessed with it, becoming twisted and pathological. I don't want to go down that path. What I want is a healthy kind of power, a power that can protect myself and others. World peace? Nathan Hawke said. Huh. Sakurai Karu looked at Nathan Hawke in surprise, then asked doubtfully, Mr. Hawke, are you one of my sponsors? Nathan Hawke was rendered speechless by Sakurai Karu's question and suddenly burst out laughing. Sakurai Karu then realized he had overthought it. After the awkwardness subsided, Nathan Hawke nodded, understanding Sakurai Karu's thoughts. You're right, Karu. Power isn't something to be blindly pursued. It should be used to protect and help others. Your choice is correct. You are constantly growing, becoming more mature and stronger. However, Nathan Hawke's tone shifted. Sakurai Karu listened intently. Power also requires persistent training and an unwavering heart. Of course I don't like to preach, so I will show you my power when the time comes. Sakurai Karu deeply felt Nathan Hawke's understanding and encouragement. He smiled and said, Thank you for your support, Mr. Hawke. I will continue to work hard and become an even stronger Kamen Rider. Nathan Hawke smiled and placed his hand on Sakurai Karu's shoulder. Very good, Karu. Let's move forward together, create more opportunities and achieve our dreams. At the same time, Nathan Hawke felt as if something was loosening within him. Do I perhaps also need the support of companions? Nathan Hawke unconsciously thought of the superheroes of the Hawke group. He then shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore. He knew his own personality. As the sun set, the scenery in the park was picturesque, a tranquil atmosphere enveloping a corner of the city. In this serene park, there was a young and mysterious man named Yukio Ace. Yukio Ace was a cunning and mysterious person, his eyes always revealing a fox-like wit and slyness. He stood on the small bridge in the park, admiring the beauty of the sunset, looking utterly carefree. Suddenly, a strange man approached. This man was tall, dressed in black, and looked quite sickly. His eyes were filled with craving and distortion, like a beast trapped in a maze. The man stared intently at Yukio Ace, full of hostility and provocation. His voice carried an eerie quality, as if it came from the depths of hell. You are the legendary Yukio Ace, aren't you? I heard you possess great power. I crave this power. I want you to hand it over. Yukio Ace merely smiled lightly at the stranger's words, his eyes filled with playful mockery. Oh, you also crave power? But I won't just hand it over to you. You have to pay a price. Tell me, what price are you willing to pay to obtain power? The stranger's eyes grew even crazier. He seemed to have fallen into a pathological delusion. I'm willing to pay anything. As long as I can get power, I'll pay anything. Yukio Ace smiled eerily, the corners of his mouth turning up, revealing a hint of malice. Very well, since you're so eager, let's play a game. If you can defeat me, I'll give you the power, but if you fail, then you'll pay the price. Ha ha, the sickly man tore off his disguise. If I kill you, I can get your power. Is that so? Yukio Ace smiled. I'd also like to know why you know my name. The strange man smiled pathologically, his voice filled with eerie emotion. Yukio Ace, I have been tracking you, searching for your whereabouts. Your name has spread throughout our world. Your power is something I have always craved. Yukio Ace immediately detected the deception in the other party's words. But he maintained a calm expression and replied, all right, since you are so persistent, let's begin. The two stood on the small bridge in the park, the tranquil sunset illuminating the scene, making it particularly eerie. The strange man suddenly raised the mechanical buckle in his hand, and his body began to change. His black clothes started to merge, forming a black armor, and a red visor appeared on his head. Henshin. Red frog. Red-eyed tree frog, red frog. The sickly man muttered softly, and in an instant he transformed into a Kamen Rider, his red visor looking exceptionally terrifying under the sunset. The red-eyed tree frog suits you quite well, doesn't it? Yukio Ace murmured, gazing at the Kamen Rider red frog before him. Henshin. Under the setting sun, Yukio Ace slowly raised the Desire Driver in his hand, his gaze fixed on the Kamen Rider red frog in front of him. He knew this battle would determine who would gain power and who would pay the price. Entry, Yukio Ace softly called out, simultaneously pressing the button on the Desire Driver. A mysterious melody began, accompanied by colorful lights, as Yukio Ace started his transformation. His body was enveloped in magnificent attire, and a powerful force gradually surged into him. Under the reflection of the setting sun, his form slowly emerged. First were his accessories, a splendid scarf, Jeet's tail, wrapped around his neck, fluttering and emitting a mysterious glow. Then, his body was covered in white armor, with silver patterns outlining intricate and beautiful designs. Revolve on. As Yukio Ace murmured, his equipment began to rotate. Instantly, the white armor on his legs extended into folded muzzles, like a pair of exquisite firearms. Finally, his head glowed, becoming distinct, like a shimmering gem. His eyes revealed a sharp light, staring ahead. Magnum. Ready, fight. Yukio Ace's voice was filled with confidence and determination. The tranquility of the park was shattered. Under the lingering glow of the setting sun, the battle between Kamen Rider Jeet's Yukio Ace and Kamen Rider Red Frog Sickly Man was about to erupt. Jeets, clad in silver armor, stood to the side, his eyes sharp, exuding a cunning aura. In contrast, Red Frog's black armor appeared even more sinister under the setting sun, his gaze filled with distortion and sickness. The two Kamen Riders stood opposite each other on the small bridge in the park. The scene was picturesque yet filled with a tense atmosphere. The battle was imminent. Jeets swiftly launched his offense, the magnum's muzzle glinting with cold light. He fired a series of bullets at Red Frog with extreme speed, each one aimed at his vital points. Red Frog was not to be outdone. He blocked the bullets with his armored arm, then suddenly leaped to the side, dodging Jeets's attack. His movements were cunning and agile, momentarily startling Jeets. Jeets was unafraid of the challenge. He leaped up, attacking again. His muzzle fired dazzling bullets, densely covering Red Frog's figure. Hisla tilde. Red Frog actually rolled in the air, cleverly avoiding every bullet. Croak! At this moment Red Frog suddenly counterattacked. His black armor rapidly twisted, transforming into a black impact. This force ambushed Jeets, forcing him to quickly dodge. Jeets's body swayed in the air. He flexibly dodged the impact, but this put him in a very passive situation. He knew he had to find a break through to gain the upper hand. Jeets slammed his gun stock into the ground, then quickly bounced back, charging towards Red Frog. His speed was astonishing, like a bullet. In the final moment, he raised his magnum, aiming at Red Frog's red visor. Magnum shot. Jeets shouted loudly, then pulled the trigger. The bullet shot out, rapidly, aimed at Red Frog's red visor. Red Frog had no time to react, only watching helplessly as the bullet flew. The bullet hit his visor, causing a huge explosion. The scattered energy knocked Red Frog back. Red Frog was hit by the explosion and fell to the ground. Clear cracks appeared in his black armor. His visor was also damaged, and his vision was blurry. Jeets landed, standing steadily. His silver armor shimmered, displaying his victory. However, he knew this battle might not be over. Red Frog might have a stronger counterattack. As the sun set, Kamen Rider Red Frog Sickly Man struggled to get up from the ground. His black armor already had obvious cracks, and his visor was shattered, blurring his vision. However, his eyes were filled with determination and distortion. "You damn guy!" Red Frog roared, his voice filled with anger and sickness. He felt his own weakness, which he absolutely would not allow. This made him crave power even more, making him even angrier. Jeet's Yukio Ace stood to the side, vigilantly watching Red Frog. He knew this battle was not over. His opponent might have a stronger counterattack. He gripped the magnum in his hand, ready to face any challenge. Suddenly, Red Frog's black armor began to change. Black smoke emanated from the cracks. His body was gradually enveloped in black smoke, emitting groans of pain. This scene made Jeets feel eerie and uneasy. This was Red Frog's second form. He had become even more powerful and terrifying. His sickly aura also became thicker, as if he were a true demon. Second form, Bloodlust Frog. Red Frog's voice was filled with roars and distortion. His new form clearly twisted his mind even further. Bloodlust Frog. Jeets felt a chill. He knew his opponent had become even more dangerous. He had to be careful and not let his guard down. Red Frog's second form swiftly lunged in offense. His black armor shimmered with red patterns. His movements became even more rapid and violent, each strike filled with destructive power. Jeets flexibly dodged Red Frog's attacks, his silver armor shimmering in the setting sun. His fighting style remained cunning and agile as he tried to find an opportunity to counterattack. Red Frog's attacks grew fiercer. His fists and legs unleashed terrifying impacts, destroying surrounding trees and the ground. Jeets continuously dodged, trying to find his opponent's weakness. The second round of the battle entered a heated phase. Red Frog's second form, Bloodlust Frog, displayed fearsome power and frenzied attack strength. Jeets Ace had to focus entirely on dodging his opponent's fierce attacks, feeling immense pressure. Red Frog's fists were like hammers, each swing brought a destructive threat. The ground cracked under his attacks, trees were destroyed, and the park became a scene of chaos. Jeets appeared relatively passive in this battle. Although his silver armor was sturdy, it was difficult to withstand such powerful impacts. His magnum gun, while powerful, was difficult to wield under his opponent's frenzied attacks. This guy's power is much greater than before, Jeets secretly warned himself, his brow slightly furrowed. Bloodlust Frog did not stop. His black armor emitted a red glow, as if he were a demon king from hell. His attacks were unpredictable and impossible to grasp, keeping Jeets constantly on the defensive. Under the unpredictable assault, Bloodlust Frog launched a fatal one strike. His fist transformed into a red fire, striking fiercely towards Jeets. Jeets had no time to dodge and could only raise his magnum to try and block. "It's here!" Jeets shouted, trying to use the magnum's energy to resist this fatal one strike. However, Bloodlust Frog's attack was like a raging fire, instantly breaking through Jeets's magnum defense. A powerful impact sent Jeets flying. His silver armor let out a sharp tearing sound, engulfed by the fire. Jeets fell to the ground, seemingly severely injured. Cracks and damage appeared on his silver armor. He struggled to get up, but Bloodlust Frog was already rapidly approaching, ready to deliver a fatal one strike. "Is that all you've got?" Bloodlust Frog's voice was filled with mockery and wild laughter. He believed victory was already in his hands. Just at this critical moment, Jeets Ace gave a cunning smile. Under the lingering glow of the setting sun, Jeets Ace was sent flying to the ground, his body severely damaged. Cracks appeared in his silver armor, and the magnum gun lost its power under the fire's attack. Bloodlust Frog rapidly approached, preparing to deliver a fatal one strike. However, just as Bloodlust Frog thought victory was in his hands, Jeets revealed a mischievous smile. "Oh my, don't underestimate me, friend. Your power is indeed strong, but it also has a weakness, and I've found it." Jeets Ace's voice was filled with cunning and mockery. Bloodlust Frog stopped his attack, looking at Jeets with a hint of unease. He began to feel as if he had fallen into his opponent's trap. "Your weakness lies beneath your red visor," Jeets continued, his voice full of provocation. He knew this was his only chance. He had to seize the opponent's weakness. Bloodlust Frog was stunned. His hand slowly touched his visor, and his eyes showed pain and unease. "Your red visor is the source of your power, isn't it?" Jeets continued to reveal his opponent's secret, his gaze exceptionally sharp. Bloodlust Frog couldn't help but tremble. He had indeed never told anyone about his weakness. This was the source of his power, and also his forbidden place. "Since you know, then you cannot be allowed to live." Bloodlust Frog's sickly tone rang out. Just as he was about to resume his attack, Jeets suddenly transformed. "Fever slot buckle, monster, hit fever monster tilde. Monster, ready fight." His body began to change. The silver armor gradually disappeared, transforming into a yellow and blue interspersed star symbol, with his fists adorned with monstrous gauntlets. Jeets Ace's monster form was revealed before Bloodlust Frog. "I will destroy you. I will gain power." The two once again engaged in a fierce battle. Jeets's monster gauntlets emitted a rumbling noise as he swiftly charged towards Bloodlust Frog, his fists carrying destructive power. Bloodlust Frog showed no fear. His black armor glowed red as he swung his fists, meeting Jeets's impact. Their fists collided violently, producing a huge impact sound. Each collision triggered powerful impacts, destroying the surrounding trees and ground. The scenery within the park was completely altered. The peaceful atmosphere was no more. The duel between Jeets and Bloodlust Frog became even more intense. Their fists were like cannonballs, constantly colliding. Jeets's monster gauntlets emitted dazzling starlight, while Bloodlust Frog's fists flashed with red fire. "Your visor is useless now, Bloodlust Frog," Jeets shouted, trying to distract his opponent. Bloodlust Frog merely snorted coldly. He would not be easily swayed by words. His attacks became even more violent. He seemed to have fallen into madness. Jeets constantly dodged Bloodlust Frog's attacks, while trying to find an opportunity to counterattack. His monster gauntlets were full of power. Each swing brought a huge impact. "It's here!" Jeets saw an opportunity. A slight opening appeared in one of Bloodlust Frog's fists. He quickly seized this chance and delivered a fatal one strike. Jeets's monster gauntlet swung fiercely, striking Bloodlust Frog's chest with a loud bang. Bloodlust Frog was sent flying by this blow, tumbling to the ground, with obvious cracks appearing in his black armor. Jeets watched as Bloodlust Frog was sent flying by his fatal one strike. He knew this was the best opportunity. It was time to end this battle. "Monster strike!" His voice echoed through the park. At the same time, he quickly slapped the lout clapmet on the monster buckle twice. With this series of actions, a powerful star-shaped energy began to gather on his monster gauntlet, his arm extending to form a giant fist-shaped energy. This energy fist was filled with destructive power, emitting dazzling starlight. Jeets's goal was clear. He would use this finishing move to end this fierce battle. Bloodlust Frog struggled to get up. His black armor was severely damaged, and the red fire was constantly flickering out. However, his eyes were still filled with rage and determination. "You are not enough to end me," Bloodlust Frog roared softly, his voice filled with despair and defiance. Jeets unhesitatingly swung his monster gauntlet. The monster strike's energy fist shot out fiercely, with astonishing speed, heading straight for Bloodlust Frog. The giant star-shaped fist struck Bloodlust Frog, causing a huge explosion. An energy impact swept through, engulfing everything around it. Trees were blown to pieces, and the ground churned with dust. When the impact dissipated, Bloodlust Frog's black armor was shattered beyond repair. His body lay on the ground, motionless. His red visor also lost its luster. The battle was over. Victory belonged to Jitsukyo Ace. Yorazuya. What in the world is going on? Why is Baroba here? And she's even wearing glasses. Azuma Michinaga raised his hand, pointing at Namihiseka, completely unable to imagine Baroba from his memories wearing glasses. It seemed for some inexplicable reason a little cute. Ah, what am I thinking? Baroba is indeed terrifying. Do I really look that much like Baroba? Namihiseka looked at Azuma Michinaga's gesture, then faced the future Azuma Michinaga, and gave a cute salute. "Hello, boss." "All right, Seika, let my past self calm down," the future Azuma Michinaga said with a smile. "Understood, boss." Heh. Namihiseka made a Kamen Rider Buffa transformation gesture, then said to the two, "I'll go get you something to drink." That's the situation. The future Azuma Michinaga explained the whole story. "I actually transmigrated to another world where the Desire Grand Prix is being held," Azuma Michinaga said, somewhat shocked, but he recovered after a moment. "I'll take care of them in a minute." Azuma Michinaga unconsciously blurted out his catchphrase. Namihiseka, across from him, watched the scene with a full smile. Azuma Michinaga also noticed Namihiseka's smile and awkwardly tried to ignore it. "Seeing Boss in the past reminds me of the first day I met Boss and Michi," Namihiseka said, covering her mouth. "Well, some things don't need to be said," the future Azuma Michinaga said, looking at Namihiseka with a doting expression. Namihiseka huffed, "Soon dear lie." Azuma Michinaga felt a chill just watching this scene. Absolutely not falling in love with Baroba or anything like that. Absolutely not. Azuma Michinaga frantically shook off the preposterous thoughts in his mind. "As for this train pass," the future Azuma Michinaga said, taking out the train pass, "it was given to me by a kind train conductor." The entrusted mission is to defeat the World Destroyer plan, which is being prepared by the future world to conquer various worlds. Edmund, Azuma Michinaga muttered the name. The future Azuma Michinaga continued to explain, besides the goddess of creation, there is also the soon-to-be established god of destruction. This deity will represent the forces of destruction and chaos. The god of destruction's power will continuously destroy various worlds, causing chaos and disaster. He will become the embodiment of those who crave destruction. The future Azuma Michinaga further explained, and in this world destroyer game, the final winner will become the god of destruction. This winner will be captured by the mastermind boss, Suru, and the DGP operation, becoming a statue just like the goddess of creation. This statue will be used as a source of mirrored power, supplied to Suru and others, to maintain their rule and power. Azuma Michinaga's tone was full of warning and worry. He knew that if this plan succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Namaki Seika stared intently at her boss, understanding the gravity of the situation. She was determined to work with her boss and Michi to stop this terrible plan. The future Azuma Michinaga continued, "Now, our mission is to stop the World Destroyer plan and prevent the birth of the God of Destruction. We must find the mastermind boss, Suru, disrupt their plan and save various worlds. However, Suru is a very intelligent and powerful enemy, so we must act carefully and not let him detect our presence." But Azuma Michinaga was about to speak, then looked at his future self. That's right, Suru knew him, but he didn't know his future self. Azuma Michinaga, the future Azuma Michinaga, and Namaki Seika discussed their next course of action together. They were determined to work together to stop this terrible plan and protect the peace and order of this world. Night fell, and the city streets were filled with faint lights. On this quiet night, Kurama Neon, Kamen Rider Nago, was preparing for a new battle. She stood in front of an abandoned warehouse, the Desire Driver hovering in her palm. "Haha, little apple, you finally can't hide anymore, can you?" Killer Man's eyes were dripping with a morbid lust for killing as he looked at Kurama Neon. Tusk. Kurama Neon showed disgust, but her gaze was firm. She knew that only by transforming into a Kamen Rider could she confront the threat before her. She gently pressed the button on the Desire Driver, triggering the prelude to her transformation. Beat. Ready, fight. A mysterious music began, accompanied by colorful lights, and Kurama Neon's body began to change. First, the Nago Rider Core ID loaded in the Desire Driver rapidly released energy, flowing into her body. Her body was enveloped in a dazzling light, and then she transformed from the inside out. Her attire began to change, a black armor emerging from her skin, covering her entire body. "Revolve on." Kurama Neon murmured softly, simultaneously flipping the Desire Driver loaded with the beat buckle. This action was one of her special transformation methods. The moment it flipped, a new form gradually emerged on her body. Her armor became stronger and more ferocious, and the beat axe in her hand also began to change, becoming even more powerful. Kurama Neon's gaze sharpened. She had completed her transformation. Her equipment shimmered with light, showing her powerful strength and determination. "Nah, go! Ready, fight!" Haha. Killer Man stood in front of the city's abandoned warehouse, the night's silence permeated with an eerie atmosphere. He knew it was time to transform into a Kamen Rider, ready to face his little apple. His body was shrouded in dark shadows, with only his red visor revealing a hint of fierce light. Killer Man held a Desire Driver containing the Killer Core ID in his hand, which was the key to his transformation. In the cold wind, he gently pressed the button on the Desire Driver, triggering the transformation ritual. As mysterious music began, Killer Man's body started to change. First, his red visor began to emit a terrifying light, which then injected into his body. A mysterious power began to surge into him, making him feel a strong sense of healing and strength. Next, his skin began to turn pale, as if it were a layer of dead shell. Then, dark armor began to emerge from his body, rapidly covering his limbs and torso. "Revolve on." Killer Man murmured softly, simultaneously flipping the Killer Core ID on the Desire Driver. This was his special transformation method, allowing his power to be further unleashed. The moment it flipped, his armor became even harder and more ferocious. His body gradually expanded, muscles bulging as if he were a fierce beast. Killer Man's transformation was not just an external change. His inner self also transformed. His mind became cold and ruthless, and he had only one goal: to eliminate his enemy. Killer Man, ready fight. Killer Man ready to fight. Kamen Rider Killer was born. In front of the warehouse at night, Kurama Neon, Kamen Rider no Go, stood there, her body covered in shimmering armor. She gripped her beat axe tightly, her gaze fixed on Killer Man. Kamen Rider Killer, on the other hand, stood in the distance, fierce black armor enveloping his powerful physique. His red visor gleamed in the darkness, filled with murderous intent. Little Apple, today you must die by my hands. Killer Man's voice was filled with fanaticism and killing intent. Kurama Neon said nothing more. She swiftly swung her beat axe, releasing sonic energy. A sound wave rushed towards Killer Man, but he quickly dodged it, evading like a shadow. Your attacks are too slow, Little Apple. Killer Man mocked, then instantly charged at Kurama Neon, wielding his killer blade, launching a ferocious attack. Kurama Neon reacted quickly, blocking Killer Man's attack with her beat axe. Their weapons clashed, emitting a piercing metallic sound. Nah, go beat wave, Kurama Neon shouted, swinging her beat axe to its highest point, then bringing it down sharply, unleashing a powerful sonic shock wave. Killer Man was repelled by the impact, his body hitting the wall, but he quickly stood up, unharmed. Red liquid flowed on the surface of his dark armor, showing his healing ability. Ah, Little Apple's attack, it feels so good. I'm going to enjoy this, it's so exhilarating. Then the tone shifted. Killer Carnage. Killer Man roared, more dark red energy surged onto his killer blade, and then he charged at Kurama Neon with ferocious power. Kurama Neon gripped her beat axe tightly, knowing this was a life-or-death strike. She condensed all her strength into sonic energy on the axe, then swung it down fiercely. The sonic energy and the power of the killer blade collided in the air, creating a powerful explosion. Kurama Neon felt a strong impact. Her body was sent flying, crashing into a pile of goods in the distance. Killer Man was also pushed back by the energy impact, but he quickly regained his footing. He stared at Kurama Neon, his face full of murderous intent. This time you won't escape, Little Apple. Kurama Neon struggled to her feet. She knew she had to keep fighting. She couldn't let Killer Man succeed. She gripped her beat axe tightly, ready to face the next round of decisive battle. In the warehouse district at night, the fierce battle between Kamen Rider no Go Neon Kurama and Kamen Rider Killer Man raged on. The hatred and antagonism between them permeated the air, and the climax of the battle was imminent. Kamen Rider no Go gripped her beat axe tightly, determined to unleash her ultimate move to end this fight. Kamen Rider no Go Neon Kurama's emotions surged at this moment. She stood in the silent warehouse, raising her beat axe equipped with the ice element, her weapon, ready to unleash her first ultimate move, Tactical Blizzard. Among her equipment was a special tuning device called Elementadrum, which allowed her to select melodies of different elements and integrate them into her axe attacks. To counter Kamen Rider Killer, she chose the ice element, a strategic move in this battle. Her fingers lightly touched the Elementadrum button, selecting the appropriate melody. A breeze swept through, and the temperature in the warehouse began to drop sharply. Coldness condensed in the air, and her breath turned into white mist in the chill. Funk Blizzard, a sound effect rang out, accompanied by a cold current reverberating through the warehouse. Cold air began to emanate from Neon Kurama's side, and the blade of her axe started to emit a faint blue glow. She swung her axe without hesitation, striking at Kamen Rider Killer. A biting cold wind erupted from the axe blade, cutting through the air and flying towards Killer. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, everything appearing to slow down. But Kamen Rider Killer Man was not intimidated. His armor began to flicker, seemingly resisting the cold current. He stood his ground, a mocking smile hinted beneath his red visor. Tactical Blizzard. Neon Kurama's voice was filled with determination. She believed her ultimate move could defeat Kamen Rider Killer. However, in that very instant, Killer unleashed his killing power. A dark energy surged from within him, colliding with Nogo's Tactical Blizzard. The two forces clashed, and an atmosphere of extreme cold and darkness permeated the air. Nogo's icy current competed with Killer's dark power, and the intensity of the battle reached its peak. Gradually, however, Killer's dark power began to gain the upper hand. The cold current started to weaken, while the dark energy continuously devoured it. Kamen Rider Killer Man's lips curved into a victorious smile. His power grew even stronger. Neon Kurama felt that her previous ultimate move had failed, and she had no time to hesitate. She quickly switched the element to drum tuning device, this time selecting a fire element melody, preparing to unleash her second ultimate move, tactical fire. As the cold current dissipated, Kamen Rider No-Go's axe once again gathered energy. This time, Neon Kurama's expression was even more resolute, determined to defeat Killer. Rock fire! A sound effect rang out, accompanied by the scent of raging flames. Neon Kurama instantly swung her axe, unleashing a wide-ranging flame. The flames, like dragons of fire, burned wildly, instantly igniting the entire warehouse area. The power of the flames was astonishing. The raging fire devoured everything, and the light was dazzling. Kamen Rider Killer was trapped in a blazing inferno, his body quickly enveloped by the flames, unable to escape. Neon Kurama's expression was excited. She believed this time she could definitely defeat Killer. However, just as she basked in the aura of victory, Killer's body began to change. Killer's armor gradually turned pitch black. Though the flames burned fiercely, they seemed unable to truly harm him. A chilling smile flickered beneath his red visor. Tactical fire! Neon Kurama shouted again, attempting to continue her flame attack, but this time she felt her power seemed to be offset by some force. The flames surrounded Killer but failed to inflict substantial damage on him. Killer's dark power once again gained the upper hand. His body gradually began to emerge from the flames. His armor became even harder as if it could withstand any attack. Neon Kurama's mood gradually grew heavy. She understood that Killer was not an easy opponent to defeat. This battle was far more difficult than she had imagined. Neon Kurama Kamen Rider No-Go felt the urgency of time. She knew she had to quickly find an effective way to defeat Killer. She swiftly switched the elemented drum tuning device, this time selecting a lightning element melody, preparing to unleash her third ultimate move, Tactical Thunder. The sound effect Metal Thunder rang out, accompanied by a strong lightning aura. Neon Kurama swung her axe, unleashing the power of lightning, and at the same time, the electrical equipment in the warehouse was activated, transforming into lightning attacks. Dazzling electric light and arcs erupted in the air, forming a spectacular sight that fiercely shot towards Killer. The lightning attack was precisely controlled, illuminating the entire space within the warehouse, as if it were a thunderstorm. Killer was surrounded by lightning, currents entangled his armor, and electric sparks exploded around his body. Neon Kurama hoped to succeed this time. She knew the immense power of the lightning attack was enough to defeat Killer. Unfortunately, just as she was filled with anticipation, Killer's body changed again. Killer's armor gradually absorbed the surrounding lightning energy, and his body began to emit a faint electric glow. A cold light flickered beneath his red visor, as if mocking Neon Kurama's powerlessness. Tactical Thunder! Neon Kurama continuously shouted, trying to increase the power of the lightning attack, but she gradually felt her strength being depleted. The lightning attack seemed unable to truly harm Killer. His armor became increasingly indestructible. Killer's dark power once again gained the upper hand. His armor even began to emit black electric light. Neon Kurama's expression became frustrated. She felt that no matter what, she couldn't defeat this indestructible enemy. Why? 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 Neon Kurama couldn't understand why this was happening after 3 consecutive ultimate moves. Ha ha ha, little apple, fall into my fear. Your fear will feed my power, Killer Man said, sensing the negative energy emanating from Neon Kurama. Power, power, I crave power. Kamen Rider No-Go's visor turned crimson. Then I'll lend you power. Hurry, hurry, and give me the fear you carry, Killer Man said gleefully. Final blow. Kamen Rider No-Go quickly switched the elemented drum tuning device, this time selecting the music element, preparing to unleash her last ultimate move, Beat Strike. The sound effect Beat Strike rang out, accompanied by a strong musical rhythm. No-Go gathered the energy of music into her feet, her body poised for action. She knew this move was her last hope, and had to be powerful enough to defeat Killer. Power! No-Go swiftly rushed towards Killer, delivering a series of kicks with her legs, each accompanied by the rhythm of the music, generating a powerful impact. Her feet through the air quickly, each strike accurately aimed at Killer's weak points. Killer was unable to withstand the continuous kicks. Cracks began to appear in his armor, and the dark energy fluctuations became unstable. Neon Kurama continuously unleashed the power of music, pushing Killer to the brink. Come on, come on, come on. Ha 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 ha. Killer did not give up easily. A determined light flickered beneath his red visor, and his body began to emit dark fluctuations. He resisted Neon Kurama's attacks, gritting his teeth and holding on. The climax of this decisive battle finally arrived. The fight between Neon Kurama and Killer grew more intense, each kick accompanied by the energy of music, each resistance by the power of darkness. In this clash of ultimate powers, the victorious side would eventually emerge. Neon Kurama's tenacity and determination, along with her musical power, ultimately overwhelmed Killer. His armor shattered, and his dark energy was defeated. "Beat strike!" Neon Kurama's voice was filled with the joy of victory. Her feet delivered one last kick, knocking Killer to the ground. The dark energy vanished, and his armor became fragile, unable to resist any longer. In the climax of the battle, in the warehouse district, Kamen Rider Nago Neon Kurama finally defeated Kamen Rider Killer Man. Killer's armor shattered, his dark energy was defeated, and he was knocked to the ground, falling into a brief unconscious state. However, just as Neon Kurama breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to end the battle, a powerful dark energy began to gather within Killer's body. The atmosphere of the warehouse became increasingly eerie, filled with the aura of darkness. A flicker of vigilance crossed Neon Kurama's eyes. She immediately understood that things were not over, but had entered an even more dangerous phase. Suddenly, Killer's body began to undergo drastic changes. His armor cracked, and a dark smoke billowed from within, forming a dense black cloud. Neon Kurama's heart was gripped by unprecedented tension. The black cloud gradually dispersed, revealing a brand new form, Killer's second form. Killer's body became more massive, his muscles bulging, and his armor grew even sturdier. His appearance became even more terrifying, and the gaze beneath his red visor was even colder. His power was several times stronger than before, and dark energy enveloped him, forming a powerful aura. "Ha ha ha ha, little apple, did you think you could easily defeat me?" Kamen Rider Killer in his second form let out a mocking laugh, his voice filled with evil. Neon Kurama's heart sank. She knew that the current Kamen Rider Killer was even more powerful than before, an extremely formidable opponent. But she did not back down. She gripped her beat axe tightly, ready to continue fighting. But just as Neon Kurama was about to act, she suddenly felt her vision go black, and a wave of dizziness washed over her. "I can't. Keep going." The sword's edge sliced through the night sky. Kamen Rider Killer stood in the center of the battlefield, like a meteor in the darkness, burning out all its brilliance, leaving only a shadow of despair. His body radiated suffocating dark energy, and his red visor, like a cold red moon, stared ahead. At this moment, he was destined to be the embodiment of slaughter, that inevitable end becoming his song of killing. An unparalleled power gathered within him, dark energy swirling around him, forming a grotesque vortex. Killer's final words of slaughter were a soul-devouring symphony, the ultimate chapter of Zion death entity. His gaze fixed on the distance, as if he could see the souls destined to be devoured by him. He slowly raised his arm, the slaughter blade in his hand emitting an enchanting glow. The wind died down, the city's hustle and bustle seemed to fall silent for his arrival, only the rapid drumming of his heart echoed in his ears. The final moment has arrived, the god of death's dance begins. Kamen Rider Killer's voice was low and cold, like a call from the abyss. His body began to lean forward, as if a god of darkness had descended. His steps were slow and firm, each one exuding the aura of Zion death entity, shrouding the world in despair. Suddenly he leaped, like a falcon in the night, charging towards his target. The slaughter blade swung through the air, cutting through the night sky, leaving a residual image. His posture was like a fallen dancer, wielding the sword of Zion death entity. Kamen Rider Killer's finishing move was named Eclipse Requiem. It was a concert, a dark symphony, a feast of Zion death entity. His attack rapidly approached the target, the slaughter blade cutting through the air, releasing a terrifying dark impact. This was the power of Zion death entity, an inescapable fate. The target's heartbeat seemed to stop, everything became ethereal. However, at the last moment, a Kamen Rider appeared on the battlefield. His name was Kamen Rider Jeets, transforming into a shining savior, standing in front of Kamen Rider Nago. Kamen Rider Jeets' body turned to shimmering gold, his magnum boost form bringing infinite power. His gaze was firm and fearless. He knew he was the last hope, the only chance to stop Kamen Rider Killer. "No, Kamen Rider Killer, your slaughter ends here." Kamen Rider Jeet's voice was like thunder, shaking the entire battlefield. Kamen Rider Killer stopped his attack, a scornful glint flashing under his red visor. However, Kamen Rider Jeet's appearance made him feel an unprecedented pressure. The power of this new Kamen Rider made him feel threatened. Kamen Rider Killer gave a mocking laugh, a cold glint revealing itself from beneath his red visor. "Are you the last hope, little fox?" Kamen Rider Jeets frowned. He understood that Kamen Rider Killer would not give up easily, and he needed more information to find a way to deal with this dark Kamen Rider. "Kamen Rider Killer, I know your ability. You can transform your enemy's fear into your own power, making yourself stronger and stronger." Kamen Rider Killer's smile became even more mocking. You're right. Fear is my most precious energy source. It makes me invincible." Then Kamen Rider Killer thought of something and laughed heartily. "So you were already here, weren't you? Seriously, I got a bit too excited playing." Kamen Rider Killer said viciously, "Little fox, you've disturbed my date with Zao Pinguo Little Apple." Kamen Rider Jeets nodded. "Well, I'm sorry about that." Yukio Ace's tone held no hint of apology. His words became serious. "But have you ever considered that when you use fear as energy, you become increasingly inhuman, increasingly closer to the abyss of darkness?" Kamen Rider Killer was slightly startled. He hadn't expected Kamen Rider Jeets to ask this question. His dark energy did make him stronger and stronger, but it also gradually eroded his mind. Deep down, he might have long since lost all humanity. "Are you trying to persuade me to surrender?" Kamen Rider Killer sneered. Kamen Rider Jeets shook his head. "No, I came to stop you, to prevent more innocent victims. But I also know that you were once a person who fought for justice. You are not a complete demon. I believe that deep down, there is still a trace of kindness within you." "You know that too?" Kamen Rider Killer's expression became conflicted, his heart turbulent. He recalled his former self, the young Kamen Rider who fought to protect people. But as time passed, he gradually became addicted to power, losing his original beliefs. "Do you think one sentence can change everything?" Kamen Rider Killer whispered. Kamen Rider Jeet shook his head, his eyes filled with sympathy. "No, I know that's impossible. But I'm here to make you see the huge price hidden behind the power you pursue. You become increasingly lonely, increasingly ruthless, and ultimately, you might lose yourself." After hearing Kamen Rider Jeet's words, Kamen Rider Killer's expression suddenly became cunning and malicious. He let out a cold laugh. He, little fox, do you think you can change me? Do you think I will listen to your advice? How ridiculous." As he spoke, Kamen Rider Killer's dark energy began to surge violently, like a dark tide, wantonly devouring everything around him. His body began to tremble fiercely, the slaughter blade emitted a dazzling blood-red light, and the entire battlefield was plunged into fear. Kamen Rider Jeets vigilantly raised his magnum, preparing to meet Kamen Rider Killer's attack. But Kamen Rider Killer's speed was incredibly fast. He seemed to transform into a black whirlwind, arriving by Kamen Rider Jeet's side in an instant. Kamen Rider Killer's attack was extremely cunning. He swiftly swung the slaughter blade, its edge flashing with terrifying blood-red light, heading straight for Kamen Rider Jeet's vital points. His moves were unpredictable, practically impossible to grasp. Kamen Rider Jeets barely dodged Kamen Rider Killer's first attack, but then felt a huge impact. He was fiercely sent flying, crashing into the warehouse wall. Brick fragments splattered, his body suffered a severe impact. Kamen Rider Killer did not stop his attack. He was like a black phantom, instantly reappearing by Kamen Rider Jeet's side, launching continuous attacks. His blade transformed into a bloody vortex, cutting through the air, each swing accompanied by the aura of Zion Death entity. Kamen Rider Jeets struggled to resist Kamen Rider Killer's attacks, his magnum boost form releasing dazzling golden light, attempting to counterattack. However, Kamen Rider Killer's speed was too fast, his attacks too vicious, giving Kamen Rider Jeets almost no chance to fight back. Kamen Rider Killer's attack directions were unpredictable. He would sometimes swing towards Kamen Rider Jeet's head, sometimes aim for his chest, and sometimes suddenly strike at his abdomen. His moves were continuous and fast, leaving Kamen Rider Jeets scrambling to respond. Kamen Rider Jeets gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm. He knew that only by remaining calm could he find Kamen Rider Killer's weakness. But Kamen Rider Killer's attacks became more and more fierce, the pressure grew stronger and stronger, suffocating him. Suddenly, Kamen Rider Killer's attack speed rapidly increased. He was like a dark whirlwind, wielding the slaughter blade, forming a terrifying eye of the storm. His attack directions became even more unpredictable, making it almost impossible for Kamen Rider Jeets to dodge. Kamen Rider Jeets felt a crisis approaching. His body was firmly suppressed by Kamen Rider Killer's attacks, almost unable to move. Kamen Rider Killer's dance of slaughter entered its climax, a demonic aura enveloping the entire battlefield. At the brink of life and death, Kamen Rider Jeets concentrated all his strength, his magnum boost form emitting dazzling golden light, forming a shield. His strong willpower filled his entire body, allowing him to withstand Kamen Rider Killer's attacks. Kamen Rider Killer's attack fiercely struck the golden shield, emitting a deafening crash. The golden shield trembled, almost unable to hold on. Kamen Rider Jeets felt intense pain all over his body, but he gritted his teeth and held on, refusing to fall. Kamen Rider Killer's attack gradually weakened, and his dark energy also gradually receded. He stopped his attack, breathing heavily, his body beginning to sway. Kamen Rider Jeets' golden shield still stood before him, though swaying, it remained firm as ever. Kamen Rider Killer looked at Kamen Rider Jeets, a hint of anger and unwillingness revealing itself from beneath his red visor. He understood that he had missed a fatal opportunity. Kamen Rider Jeets' resilience and willpower made him feel insurmountable. Kamen Rider Jeets stood up, though exhausted, his gaze remained firm. He said to Kamen Rider Killer, "Kamen Rider Killer, your evil deeds must stop, otherwise, you will forever sink into darkness." Peach, it seems you also gained energy after defeating a powerful Kamen Rider, didn't you? Well, I can't deny that. Enough talk, one last strike. Ha, since I'm already here, your fortune can only be greatly ominous. The confrontation between the two intensified the atmosphere. The two Kamen Riders, Kamen Rider Killer and Kamen Rider Jeets, stood on opposite sides of the warehouse, embodiments of darkness and light. Their standoff brought the atmosphere of the entire battlefield to its peak tension. The surrounding air seemed to tremble, sensing these two powerful energies. Kamen Rider Killer's dark energy surged around him like a rolling black tide. His slaughter blade gleamed with blood-red light, and black armor covered his body, exuding an evil aura. His gaze was locked on Kamen Rider Jeets, filled with anger and determination. Kamen Rider Jeets stood there, his entire body shimmering with light, his magnum boost form ready to unleash powerful energy. His gaze was firm and calm. He knew he had to stop Kamen Rider Killer, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. The standoff between the two lasted for a moment, then they both acted simultaneously. Crimson Carnage. Kamen Rider Killer first swung his slaughter blade, releasing a blood-red blade light. The blade light assailed Kamen Rider Jeets like a torrential storm, its speed almost impossible to evade. Magnum Boost Victory. Kamen Rider Jeets' leg boosters and transformed fox-shaped motorcycle ascended into the sky. After charging, he leaped down from the Kamen Rider Jeets' mode motorcycle, condensing magnum and booster energy in his legs, and with the motorcycle's impact, accompanied by the emerging fox emblem, unleashed a rider kick. The two powerful forces collided in midair, emitting a deafening roar. With a blade light and rider kick converged, the air seemed to be torn apart, and energy fluctuations overflowed. Their gazes met, their powers fiercely clashing in the air. Kamen Rider Killer's entire body's dark energy continuously poured into the blade light, attempting to break through Kamen Rider Jeets' rider kick. And Kamen Rider Jeets fully maintained his rider kick, resolutely not letting Kamen Rider Killer's attack pass through. The pressure of the battle continuously increased, the air on the battlefield began to twist, and energy fluctuations formed a terrifying vortex. Neither retreated. Their willpower and determination were fully displayed. Kamen Rider Killer's eyes flashed with a crazy light, his entire body's dark energy continuously poured into the blade light, trying to increase the attack's power. He roared, trying to tear the opponent apart, to make his attack penetrate through. Kamen Rider Jeets, however, remained unshaken. He felt the power of the magnum boost form gathering within him, and the rider kick became increasingly solid. He knew he had to persevere, he could not let Kamen Rider Killer's dark energy win. Meanwhile, at the highest point of the World Destroyer game, Seal looked at the various energies emerging in the game venue and praised. Ah, the colors of these energies are so vibrant. Like a fairy tale world. The power of destruction is gathering, the world will be reunited. God of destruction. It belongs to me. Sakurai Keiwa slowly opened his eyes, the morning light filtering through the tent and falling on his face. He struggled out of his sleeping bag. The start of a new day always made him feel excited. He was dressed in simple outdoor clothing, ready for a day of adventure. Next to him, inside the ice cream truck, Nathan Hawke was busy preparing breakfast by the stove. The aroma of frying eggs and sausages wafted from the pan, and the crisp sound of a milk bottle being opened echoed. Hawke, also in outdoor attire, looked ready for a new day. Sakurai Kaiwa stretched comfortably, then sat up, rubbing his still, sleepy eyes, drawn by the tempting aroma of breakfast. Nathan Hawke turned and saw Kaiwa awake, smiling as he said, "Good morning, Kaiwa. I've prepared breakfast. Come and try it." Kaiwa's eyes lit up, and he excitedly jumped up and ran to Nathan Hawke's side. His sense of justice and his love for volunteer activities always filled him with vitality and enthusiasm. He said, "Thank you, Mr. Hawke. You're too kind. I smell the fried eggs, it's so tempting." Nathan Hawke handed Kaiwa a plate of eggs and sausages for breakfast, then poured a glass of milk. His face was filled with a benevolent smile, as if he were a kind elder. "You're welcome, Kaiwa. After breakfast, we can start a new day of exploration," Nathan Hawke said, his gaze, however, drifting in another direction. The energy from last night was truly an unrestrained release. Kaiwa happily picked up his knife and fork, beginning to enjoy the delicious breakfast. Chewing the delicious food, Kaiwa felt himself filled with strength, ready for a new day of adventure. He looked at Hawke and said gratefully, "Mr. Hawke, thank you for your care. I will continue to work hard for the peace of the world." Nathan Hawke snapped his fingers, mumbling, "Well, they're fighting again." In this quiet white day, a desolate city landscape unfolded before their eyes. The streets were empty, with only a few buildings and roads, everything appearing unusually serene. But beneath this tranquility, an absolute battle was hidden, a battle concerning the fate of the world. The sky was clear, without a trace of clouds, and the sun hung high in the sky, casting bright sunlight. This white day was not ordinary, for an unprecedented Kamen Rider battle was currently taking place. Buildings on both sides of the street were replaced by ruins, with collapsed rubble and bricks piled up like mountains. This place was once a bustling city, but now it had become a battlefield. The clamor of battle, roars, and explosions echoed through the city, which would witness a heroic contest. At the very center stood a Kamen Rider clad in evil fire armor. His name was Setros. The visor on his helmet was like a sharp blade, gleaming with a keen light, his gaze filled with determination and ambition. The demon's sword was still clutched in his hand, its blood-red blade glinting ominously in the sunlight, as if awaiting its opportunity. Setros's armor exuded evil fire and patterns, like a king of hell, ready to rule everything. Dark mist enveloped him, like rising specter smoke in the night, marking his dark power. At this moment, Setros stood in the center of the street, his goal very clear. He wanted to eliminate the other Kamen Riders and become the destroyer of the world. In this desolate city, thrilling battle scenes were unfolding on every street. Scenes of various Kamen Riders being eliminated played out in succession. Some battles changed in an instant, while others were filled with fierce confrontations. "Setros, I am the strongest Kamen Rider." A Kamen Rider in black armor met Setros head on. He wielded dual blades, attempting to fend off Setros's attack. Setros's demon sword struck down, instantly cleaving the opponent's dual blades in two, then cutting through his armor, defeating this brave Kamen Rider. "You're not strong enough." Setros's voice was full of mockery, and he continued to search for his next target. In another corner, a Kamen Rider Electric Eel, who controlled the power of lightning, engaged in a fierce duel with Kamen Rider Setros. Lightning and fire intertwined, and explosive sounds rang in their ears, both evenly matched. However, in a flash of sparks, Setros's demon sword struck the opponent's heart, completely crushing him. "The power of lightning is too weak," Setros commented indifferently, seemingly unimpressed by his opponent's efforts. Not far away, a Kamen Rider Butterfly, who controlled the power of wind, attempted to subdue Setros with wind blade attacks. He swung his dual blades, releasing a furious gale, but Setros's demon sword pierced through the wind blades, directly defeating this Kamen Rider. "The power of wind is insufficient to counter darkness," Setros's voice was full of confidence. Such battle scenes continued to unfold. Cetrus seemed to effortlessly defeat one Cayman rider after another, his strength and experience making him an invincible existence. The Cayman riders in the city felt increasingly desperate, their power seemed insignificant, unable to match Cetrus. Cetrus defeated opponents while searching for the strongest challenger. His goal was clear: to become the destroyer of the world and rule everything. Yukio Ace and Kiramanian stood in the shadow of some ruins, secretly observing Cetrus's rampant battle. Their expressions were grim, their eyes thoughtful. Eyes glanced at Cetrus, his eyes revealing deep contemplation, then he softly said, "Neon, I think we need to think calmly at this moment. Cetrus's power is indeed formidable, but nothing is absolutely impregnable. Our advantage lies in wisdom and strategy, not pure strength." Neon nodded slightly, her gaze flickering with unique determination. She said, "I understand what you mean. Cetrus's power is great, but perhaps he has some weakness, or we can interfere with his power source. This is our opportunity." Eyes frowned, thinking about possible actions. His extensive gaming experience told him that every player, no matter how powerful, would have their own weakness. He looked at Cetrus again, trying to find clues. Henshin. A dazzling light erupted from him, illuminating the surrounding ruins with a blinding glow. Cayman rider Jeets, equipped with the command jet buckle, quickly transformed, his armor beginning to merge and expand, forming a black and gold high-tech battlesuit. His helmet had a transparent visor, revealing resolute eyes, and his weapon, the leaping sword, was a massive double-edged sword, radiating the light of courage. After completing his transformation, Eyes stood confidently amidst the ruins, feeling the power and speed brought by the Jeet's rider battlesuit. He was ready to meet Cetrus's challenge. In front, Cetrus had been sweeping aside one Cayman rider after another. His demon sword was unstoppable, crushing everything. However, when he felt a new power, he stopped his attack. "Oh, another challenger?" Cetrus's voice was filled with mockery. I stood before Cetrus, his gaze as firm as steel. He raised the leaping sword, and the runes on the double-edged sword began to glow, emitting a humming sound of energy. "Cayman rider Jeets, I shall be your opponent." Yukio Ace's voice conveyed a resolute will. "A fox, huh? The cunning type," Cetrus mocked. "Is that so?" Yukio Ace tilted his head and retorted, "I don't think so." Cetrus sneered and walked towards Eyes. His demon sword struck down like lightning, but Eyes instantly dodged, lightly leaping into the air, then swinging at Cetrus with the leaping sword. Their swords clashed, releasing intense sparks in an impact. The battle between Cayman rider Jeets and Cayman rider Cetrus was exceptionally fierce, their figures weaving through the ruins, each swing of the sword releasing a piercing clang. Jeets swiftly wielded the leaping sword, attempting to use his speed and agility to counter Cetrus's powerful attacks. His double-edged sword was like a streak of light, drawing precise arcs in the air, each strike filled with power. Cetrus's demon sword was powerful, but Jeets's mobility allowed him to dodge fatal blows. He circled Cetrus with extraordinary speed, constantly trying to find his opponent's weakness. Cetrus calmly retaliated, each swing like thunder, his blade emitting a fire-like glow. He was unafraid of Jeets's agile movements, attempting to overwhelm his opponent with sheer power. Rubble and dust around the ruins flew with each collision. Jeets's combat skills allowed him to evade Cetrus's attacks, but he also knew that this battle was far from over. Cetrus suddenly thrust his sword into the ground, triggering a violent earthquake. The ground began to crack, shattered stones flew, and Jeets lost his balance, repelled by the impact. Cetrus seized the opportunity, quickly rushing towards Jeets, his sword thrusting towards Jeets's chest. Jeets desperately blocked with the leaping sword, but Cetrus's power still pushed him back. Suddenly, Jeets flashed past, avoiding Cetrus's blade. He took the opportunity to hit the back of Cetrus's armor, emitting a sharp sound, but Cetrus seemed unharmed. Cetrus turned and kicked Jeets, sending him flying. Jeets fell onto the ruins, patting his head. "It seems you're not strong enough yet," Cetrus's mocking voice rang out again. Perhaps, Cayman rider Jeets quickly leaped backward, leaving the battlefield. Watching this scene, Cetrus snorted, "A fox is a fox." Meanwhile, on the other side, In the shadows, Namaki Ioka and General Ross were watching this scene. General Ross's face showed some anger, and he pondered internally, it seems Jeets has gotten stronger again. Nathan Hawke drove his cool ice cream truck, sunlight spilling onto its body, reflecting colorful patches of light, and the wheels sped over the asphalt, emitting a low rumble. He always liked to feel the fresh wind in the morning sun, and the ice cream truck became his unique way, full of vitality, both eye-catching and exhilarating. Sakurai Keiwa sat in the passenger seat of the vehicle, his eyes full of curiosity and anticipation. Because in the upcoming battle, he wanted to perform well in front of Sir Hawke. Suddenly, Nathan Hawke noticed someone ahead preparing to flag him down. He gently stepped on the brake, and the ice cream truck stopped. A mysterious stranger stood in the middle of the road, dressed in a suit and wearing sunglasses. Guaguala! Sakurai Keiwa's eyes widened as he pointed at the person blocking their way outside the window. How did he get here, and why was he blocking their path? Get out of the car. Sakurai Keiwa looked at Guaguala, who was blocking their way, his brow furrowing slightly. Although he recognized the other party, he felt very puzzled. He knew Guaguala, a viewer who had always followed his performance with unique adoration and support. Guaguala, why are you here? Sakurai Keiwa asked, his voice full of curiosity. Guaguala took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of sharp eyes, and his expression became serious. His voice was still rough, but it held a firm determination. Keiwa, listen up, I'm not here to joke around. I'm here because I have something important to tell you about your choices. Sakurai Keiwa didn't understand Guaguala's intention. He turned his head to look at Nathan Hawke, then turned back to Guaguala and said, What are you talking about? Why should I listen to you? Guaguala ignored Sakurai Keiwa's questioning. He clearly had a firm goal. He said, Your choices, Keiwa, are not just about yourself, but also about the future of the Desire Grand Prix. I have always supported Tycoon, and STYCOON, Chinese letter, you have a responsibility to become a true Kamen Rider, a powerful figure. Keiwa was still confused, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. He didn't understand why Guaguala was so insistent, or why he was blocking his and Nathan Hawke's path. Nathan Hawke was also puzzled by Guaguala's appearance, but he didn't interrupt, instead waiting for Keiwa and Guaguala to talk. Guaguala looked at Sakurai Keiwa and continued, Keiwa, you are still just a YOUNG Chinese letter, but you have great potential. You need to become stronger. Keiwa began to seriously consider Guaguala's words. He felt the other party's sincerity and eagerness. But he still had doubts. Guaguala, I understand what you mean, but why are you blocking our way? Guaguala took a deep breath, then said, Keiwa, I'm doing this to make you understand that you need to walk your own path. No, Keiwa shook his head and said, My path, I will walk it myself. Well, Keiwa, Guaguala put on a nonchalant expression and said to Sakurai Keiwa, Keiwa, the person next to you might not be from your world. I know, Keiwa nodded and said, Sir Hawke told me, and I also know that I am currently in another world. No, Guaguala interrupted, what I mean is, the guy next to you shouldn't be appearing in the Desire Grand Prix. Guaguala pointed at Nathan Hawke and told Sakurai Keiwa, this guy has an ulterior motive and... Guaguala's voice turned gloomy. I don't want to see you influenced by certain people's words. Your Kamen Rider path, I will write it. Guaguala's words fell. A group of Yamato immediately surrounded Nathan Hawke and Sakurai Keiwa. Sakurai Keiwa immediately became anxious and questioned, Guaguala, what are you going to do? Do what? Guaguala raised an eyebrow. I'm just doing what I think is right. Guaguala waved his hand, and the Yamato immediately swarmed forward. Sir Hawke, Sakurai Keiwa stepped forward to transform, but Nathan Hawke patted him on the shoulder, and in an instant, Sakurai Keiwa felt his actions seemed to be controlled. Seeing this, Guaguala said to Sakurai Keiwa, now is the time for you to separate, you cannot always rely on him. You must be independent, develop your own strength, and become a true guardian. This is your chance, and it is your responsibility. Guaguala still had a sentence unspoken in his heart. That was to become the Kamen Rider he imagined. Sakurai Keiwa's heart was in turmoil. He felt he was standing at an important crossroads. He glanced at Nathan Hawke, seeing him nod slightly, seemingly acquiescing to Gwagwala's words. "Don't worry, these won't be difficult for me." Nathan Hawke waved at Kaiwa. Seeing Nathan Hawke's relaxed demeanor, Kaiwa decided to follow Gwagwala's advice. He nodded, indicating his willingness to accept the challenge and pursue greater power to protect world peace. However, Gwagwala, if I find out you really have a plan against Sir Hawke, Sakurai Kaiwa still couldn't bring himself to say harsh words. Nathan Hawke and Gwagwala both knew that Sakurai Kaiwa wasn't the type to say harsh words, but if someone important was truly in danger, then Sakurai Kaiwa would absolutely take decisive action. Gwagwala breathed a sigh of relief, nodded contentedly, and then cleared the way for Sakurai Kaiwa to leave. After watching Sakurai Kaiwa leave, Nathan Hawke, who was still in front of him, somehow made him feel a sense of pressure. However, to find out whether the guy in front of him was secretly giving Sakurai Kaiwa some private goods or not, Gwagwala decided to test his level. Nathan Hawke stood on the asphalt road, facing the encirclement of the Yamato. His eyes revealed a confident gaze. "Let me see your strength." Gwagwala retreated behind the Yamato, coldly watching Nathan Hawke transform into a Kamen Rider. The Yamato continuously approached, their bodies twisting, releasing a malevolent aura. But Nathan did not feel afraid. On the contrary, he displayed powerful psychokinesis. He extended his palms forward, closed his eyes, and concentrated. As he focused, the surrounding air began to tremble, and a powerful psychokinesis energy surged forth. "This is..." Gwagwala's entire body suddenly broke out in goosebumps. This is not the Desire Grand Prix, not the power players should have." Gwagwala watched Nathan Hawke in front of him in shock, his heart not only shaken, but also attempting to gather more information about Nathan Hawke. "Who exactly are you?" Gwagwala retreated even further. Nathan's eyes suddenly opened. He aimed at a Yamato and waved his hand forcefully. A transparent energy wave flew towards the Yamato, instantly knocking it down. The other Yamato, seeing their companion defeated, began to intensify their attack. Nathan continuously waved his palms, releasing psychokinesis waves ceaselessly, destroying the Yamato one by one. His psychokinesis control was incredibly precise. Every wave of energy hit a vital point. The Yamato were powerless to retaliate, defeated by Nathan Hawke's psychokinesis power. Nathan Hawke's expression remained calm. He continuously struck down the Yamato, sweeping away their malice cleanly. This battle fully demonstrated his skillful use and powerful might of psychokinesis. Finally, the last Yamato was also destroyed by Nathan Hawke's psychokinesis wave, and the entire battle ended. "Don't think I won't find you just because you escaped," Nathan Hawke said indifferently, then suddenly shot up into the sky. "This is definitely a power that doesn't belong to someone from this world." Gwagwala clenched his fists, his eyes flickering continuously. What is his plan? No, as long as he doesn't interact with Sakurai Kaiwa, I don't need to pay attention at all. But that kind of power. Unlike ordinary power, I can deeply feel the profound strength hidden within it. That is an extremely vast power. The self-talking Gwagwala didn't notice that Nathan Hawke was currently invisible nearby, silently watching the other party's soliloquy. "All right, you should be done talking now." Nathan Hawke's voice made Gwagwala suddenly turn around, his eyes showing fierce vigilance, and he immediately raised his laser raise riser. Raise card ridge. Hekara raise card holder. Henshin. Gwagwala's body began to rapidly deform. He quickly transformed into a powerful mechanical frog form, spitting lasers from his mouth, while the device on his back began to sublimate. Nathan Hawke appeared in Gwagwala's line of sight. His expression remained calm. "Big frog, huh?" Nathan Hawke quipped. "Gwagwala, it seems you won't let me off so easily." His voice carried a hint of sarcasm. Hekara, which was Gwagwala's mechanical frog form, let out a mechanized hiss. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit, lasers aimed at Nathan Hawke. "You are not worthy of sympathy." Hekara's voice was full of menace. The battle began. Hekara's lasers attacked Nathan Hawke, who skillfully dodged while simultaneously releasing psychokinesis waves to ward off the attacks. Nathan Hawke's psychokinesis and Hekara's lasers intertwined, emitting dazzling light. The powers of the two clashed, and the scene was exceptionally intense. The ability you use definitely doesn't belong to this world. Although it looks like psychokinesis, I can deeply feel your difference. Wogwalla fired lasers at Nathan Hawke. Oh, so you know my extraordinariness, but you still plan to fight me? Do you think that even if I defeat you, your real data or body will awaken in the future world? Wogwalla snorted at Nathan Hawke's words. You really do know a lot of secrets. Perhaps you are one of the big shots from the future world, or someone from another Kamen Rider world. Wogwalla believed he had already obtained information about Nathan Hawke. Nathan Hawke didn't explain anything. He just said indifferently, then let's have a good fight. Wogwalla, in his mechanical frog form, stood in the center of the arena, his eye-mounted laser weapons aimed at Nathan Hawke. A dazzling laser beam erupted from his mouth, like a sharp sword in the scorching sun, glinting with an intimidating edge, heading straight for Nathan Hawke. Nathan Hawke's expression remained calm. He immediately released psychokinesis, quickly forming a transparent shield in front of him. The laser beam struck the shield with a piercing sound but could not penetrate it. Wogwalla sneered. He charged power into his mechanical feet, and then leaped up quickly. In midair, he fired more lasers, forming a series of beams that cascaded down towards Nathan Hawke. Nathan Hawke showed no panic. His psychokinesis shield became even more solid, able to withstand attacks from multiple directions. The beams struck the shield, creating a shower of sparks, but Nathan Hawke's shield remained unscathed. He locked his gaze on Wogwalla, then suddenly released the shield, unleashing powerful psychokinesis ripples. This energy, like a surging flood, rapidly rushed towards Wogwalla. Wogwalla felt a huge threat. He immediately soared into the air to avoid the psychokinesis ripples, his body as agile as a mechanical frog. However, Nathan Hawke's psychokinesis tracked him, giving him no chance to catch his breath. Wogwalla's mechanical frog form dodged rapidly in the air. His maneuverability was extremely high. The psychokinesis ripples kept closing in, but were always evaded by Wogwalla at the last moment. Haha, is this all your strength? Stop testing me. Wogwalla's mechanical frog form continuously unleashed powerful laser attacks in midair. These laser beams poured down like a storm, and although Nathan Hawke's psychokinesis shield was indestructible, he was under immense pressure, though this pressure was only on the ground beneath Nathan Hawke's feet. Nathan Hawke displayed excellent psychokinesis control skills. His fingers moved deftly, as if dancing, making people marvel. The trajectory of his psychokinesis ripples was extraordinarily clever, precisely intersecting the laser beams and shattering them one by one. The laser attacks became increasingly concentrated, but Nathan Hawke's psychokinesis could still effectively defend against them. His calm demeanor and skill gave him the upper hand in this fierce duel. Constant defense, even treating me as a practice target? Wogwalla noticed Nathan Hawke's actions and began to grow angry, his mechanical frog form showing a fierce expression. He increased the frequency and power of his laser attacks, hoping to break through Nathan Hawke's defenses. Nathan Hawke's eyes remained composed. His psychokinesis ripples continued to cleverly dismantle the laser attacks, turning them into nothing. His performance exuded confidence, as if victory in this battle was already assured. Don't you understand yet? I'm not an ordinary opponent. Nathan Hawke's voice conveyed a hint of sarcasm. Wogwalla continuously tried different attack methods, but Nathan Hawke always seemed to quickly find a way to counter them. His psychokinesis ripples were both precise and efficient, making people marvel at his strength. Wogwalla snorted coldly. Nathan Hawke began to actively counterattack. He released a psychokinesis ripple, directly aiming at Wogwalla's mouth laser emitter. This attack was no longer defensive but had a clear target. Under Nathan Hawke's powerful psychokinesis ripples, Wogwalla gradually fell into a passive state. Each laser attack was cleverly intercepted and countered by Nathan Hawke. The laser's aiming was incredibly precise, making it impossible to easily escape. It's like a spider web. Wogwalla constantly changed his attack methods, trying to find Nathan Hawke's weakness. His mechanical frog form nimbly leaped, but Nathan Hawke's psychokinesis control skills were equally unyielding. Your form is quite interesting, Nathan Hawke said proactively. The speed and power of Nathan Hawke's psychokinesis ripples gradually increased. Each ripple carried a huge impact. Wogwalla felt the pressure increase, and his mechanical equipment began to show minor damage. Do you think I'll just surrender? Wogwalla roared, the power of his laser emitter surging. He no longer tried to avoid Nathan Hawke's attacks, but confronted them directly, releasing even more powerful lasers. I also want to test how strong the impact of your laser is. Lasers and psychokinesis ripples intertwined, emitting a piercing sound, the scene exceptionally intense. The two forces collided, creating a spectacle of sparks. Very strong. Wagwala's thoughts raced, trying to find his opponent's weakness. Fighting you has given me some inspiration. Nathan Hawke's lips curled slightly upward. Nathan Hawke displayed extraordinary psychokinesis control skills in his fierce duel with Wagwala. He effortlessly manipulated the psychokinesis ripples, like a top artist painting a magnificent picture with his power. The psychokinesis ripples changed in myriad ways, some like giant fists, smashing towards Wagwala, some like whirlwinds, scattering laser beams, some like huge waves, trapping Wagwala in the surging tides. Each of Nathan Hawke's psychokinesis ripples was full of creativity and clever design. Tesk. Wagwala fell into a passive state, his laser attacks cleverly intercepted and countered by Nathan Hawke. Every time a laser beam was fired, it would be shattered by psychokinesis ripples in midair, scattering bright light. Nathan Hawke's target was Wagwala's mouth laser emitter. He continuously aimed at this part, trying to destroy it and thereby weaken Wagwala's attack capability. The psychokinesis ripples, like lightning, shot straight towards the laser emitter. Each hit caused Wagwala pain. Wagwala refused to be outdone. He increased the power of his lasers, trying to break through Nathan Hawke's defenses. But each time, Nathan Hawke's psychokinesis ripples would become even stronger, and each release brought a huge impact. Wagwala felt the pressure growing, and he knew he had to end this duel quickly. He thought calmly, searching for an opportunity to turn the tide. Wagwala was determined to make a final stand. He began to unleash his special ultimate skill, Laser Strike Burst. Wagwala's mechanical frog form charged up, the laser emitter in his mouth began to gather energy, and the laser weapons in his eyes became even more scorching. He leaped into the air, like a shining meteor, and then rushed towards Nathan Hawke at an extremely high speed. Nathan Hawke's expression changed slightly. He understood that Wagwala was now unleashing a destructive attack. His psychokinesis ripples continuously increased in power, trying to stop Wagwala's impact. The collision of lasers and psychokinesis ripples emitted a piercing sound, the scene exceptionally intense. The two forces pressed against each other, full of sparks and clashing energy. Wagwala remained relentless. His mechanical frog form, like a missile launched at its target, surged forward. The power of the laser emitter had reached its limit. Nathan Hawke in front of him could not easily resist. I happen to have a move too. Nathan Hawke's body began to emit a dazzling light. He raised his hands high, gathering psychokinesis energy. As the energy gathered, a powerful current of air gradually rose around his body. Psychic Nova Strike. The energy of Psychic Nova Strike reached its peak. Nathan Hawke quickly descended to the ground, and then unleashed this energy with all his might. Nathan Hawke's Psychic Nova Strike and Wagwala's Laser Strike Burst collided instantly, emitting a dazzling light. The two energies intertwined, forming a huge energy vortex. Everything around the arena was affected by the impact. Dirt and rocks flew, the air was scorching, and the scene was exceptionally spectacular. The power of the two warriors clashed, and the arena plunged into chaos. Nathan Hawke's entire body radiated powerful psychokinesis energy, like a bright new star, rushing towards Wagwala's laser attack. Wagwala's fully released laser emitter also reached its peak at this moment, like a star of destruction, charging straight at Nathan Hawke. When the two energies converged, they formed a dazzling light, as if a new star had been born in the sky. This power twisted the surrounding space-time, making everything chaotic and unpredictable. The dirt and rocks of the arena were blasted everywhere by the impact, and trees swayed precariously. Surrounding scenery suffered immense effects in this fierce clash. Wagwala's mechanical frog form, facing Nathan Hawke's Psychic Nova Strike, gradually began to be suppressed. He felt that Nathan Hawke's power far exceeded his imagination, and could not be easily resisted. Nathan Hawke's power was like a surging torrent, firmly suppressing Wagwala. Wagwala's mechanical equipment began to show cracks, and the laser weapons in his eyes seemed to be roaring, unable to maintain their original power. "This is your limit, Wagwala," Nathan Hawke said coldly, his eyes filled with confidence. Wagwala understood that he could no longer hold on. His mechanical frog form began to malfunction, and the psychokinesis power pushed him to the brink. Nathan Hawke's psychic nova strike gradually suppressed Gwagwala, turning his laser attack into nothing. Gwagwala felt powerless and despairing. His mechanical equipment gradually disintegrated, and the mechanical frog form began to dissipate. Finally, Gwagwala was no longer a mechanical frog, but returned to his original body form. He lay on the ground, panting, unable to continue fighting. Nathan Hawke's psychic nova strike gradually receded, and the arena returned to tranquility. He stood in place, his gaze stern, displaying unparalleled power. Gwagwala felt his failure and inadequacy. He knew he had met an opponent stronger than himself in this battle. Nathan Hawke's strength left him shocked and helpless. Nathan Hawke slowly walked towards the fallen Gwagwala, his voice carrying a hint of mockery. "Are you trying to tell me something important?" Gwagwala looked up tiredly. He knew he no longer had the strength to continue fighting. He gritted his teeth and said, You won." Nathan Hawke did not continue to pursue. He looked at Gwagwala coldly, waiting for his answer. Originally I wanted to find Sakura Ikawa." Gwagwala's voice was low and firm. "The script I envisioned was all written out. The solitary masked hero would ultimately defeat the destroyer god and become a true Kamen Rider." Gwagwala looked at Nathan Hawke, his eyes filled with an inexplicable emotion. "What a pity. This time, you will be the protagonist." Seal stood high above the game, overlooking the entire World Breaker virtual landscape from afar. His figure was aloof and proud, like a conqueror, with the world laid out at his feet, obeying his will. His eyes revealed confidence and ambition. The wind blew through his red cape, making him appear even more mysterious and majestic. This game had already become his kingdom. He was both the ruler and the schemer. "This time I will completely change the rules of the game, making myself the god of destruction, controlling endless worlds," Seal muttered to himself, his voice filled with arrogance and ambition. "All of this is my victory," Seal whispered, his voice full of confidence and pride. In this virtual world, he had reached his peak. "The settings of this game are as I wished, making me the strongest existence," Seal murmured to himself, his gaze wandering through the virtual world, every detail within his grasp. More and more dark energy. Seal watched the battles, erupting throughout the city, feeling an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Soon, a mysterious music began, like a melody from an unknown universe, drawing everyone's attention to the sky. Everyone looked up to see a striking sight appear above the city. A mysterious female figure suddenly manifested, dressed in a black robe, her long hair cascading down, covering most of her face. Her aura was full of mystery and majesty, as if she were a messenger from an unknown universe. The female's eyes revealed profound wisdom. She slowly scanned every Kamen Rider present. Then her voice echoed in everyone's ears like a gentle breeze, melodious and captivating. "Warriors, you are the elite who survived." Her voice carried a mysterious power that made people's hearts tremble. "The city you are in is facing a huge threat. Only you, the last 10 Kamen Riders, can save the city." "Only 10 left?" Eyes, who was with Kurama Nyan, murmured. The female's palm slowly lifted, pointing towards the distance of the city. There, a surge of dark energy was rapidly spreading, threatening the peace of the entire city. "Now, you will face your greatest test. This city is left with only you, the remaining 10 Kamen Riders. Your mission is to eliminate that dark energy and protect the peace of this city." The scene showed Kamen Rider Setras displaying his might, eliminating 4 Kamen Riders who had just surrounded him. Unfortunately, the players who challenged Kamen Rider Setras failed. Hoshikage's Shadow of the Stars was still speaking, but Eyes had no desire to listen further. He was pondering how to resolve this evil plan. If Kawa were here, Eyes desperately needed someone to help him divert attention, simply because he had something he needed to investigate alone earlier. Kamen Rider Setras stood at the center of the city, his figure like a massive fortress, enveloped in intense dark energy. His intimidating presence made hearts tremble, and the city's residents could only watch from afar, filled with worry. Setras's voice resounded throughout the city, like surging waves. "Warriors, come quickly and challenge me." His voice was full of mockery and arrogance, as if provoking everyone's will. "Let me quickly end this game that I am destined to win." Setras's dark energy surged around his body like a cluster of pitch-black fire, enveloping his figure. His eyes glowed with red light, filled with an evil aura. Eyes felt an invisible pressure. He knew this challenge would be anything but easy. Not just him, but the other Kamen riders also felt immense pressure. We can't just stand by. Kurama Neon braced herself, her eyes firm, then looked at eyes. Hashikage's Shadow of the Stars' voice rang out again, her words full of encouragement and faith. Warriors, you are the last hope. Only you can defeat evil and protect the peace of the city. You are the heroes of this city, the embodiment of justice. Of course, you can also be the dragon slayer who becomes a dragon. Setros waited, his eyes revealing a challenge. Warriors, if you dare come and challenge me, I await you in the eastern part of the city. That will be our battlefield. This was an unavoidable challenge. The remaining players knew they had to go to the east and fight Setros to the death. The scene shifted. Azuma Michinaga stood in the eastern part of the city, facing the rising sun and Setros's provocation. His body was straight, his gaze firm, filled with resolute will. His face showed disdain and hostility, completely unfazed by Setros's challenge. Setros, let me test your measure. Azuma Michinaga's voice was full of mockery, scoffing at Setros's confidence. Setros's eyes glowed with red light as he coldly stared at Azuma Michinaga. You joker, do you think you can challenge me? Azuma Michinaga snorted, waving his hand lightly. Henshin. Kamen Rider Buffa. Oh, Buffa? Setros said playfully. It's not over yet, Azuma Michinaga said. He then used the Desire Driver loaded with the Buffer Rider Core ID, combined with the Yamato buckle. Kamen Rider Buffa's body suddenly transformed. His armor began to rapidly disassemble and reassemble like a mechanical puzzle, eventually forming a brand new suit of armor. This armor was made of shining metal, emitting a dazzling light that was mesmerizing. Kamen Rider Buffa's entire body shimmered with metallic armor, and the Yamato buckle on his helmet was particularly striking. His gaze was firm, ready to meet the upcoming challenge. This time, I will display my true power. Buffa's voice was filled with determination. Take off complete cannon. Ready, fight. With this command, Kamen Rider Buffa's body was instantly enveloped in armor. His equipment was renewed, as if brought back to life. Buffa's right hand held a massive leaping sword, its blade gleaming with silver-white light, emitting a powerful aura. This sword was like a whirlwind, possessing powerful cutting force, capable of easily countering evil forces. On his left arm was a cannon-shaped weapon called the Buffa Cannon. This device could fire powerful energy cannon shells, serving as his primary long-range attack weapon. Buffa's Yamato buckle also began to function, allowing him to control his equipment through thought, making it more flexible and powerful. Now let me hunt you, Buffa declared his inevitability, his goal being to completely defeat Setros and end his Kamen Rider career. Buffa took a firm step, his armor emitting a dazzling metallic glow, and the blade of his sword shimmered with silver-white sharpness. Setros stood opposite him, dark energy burning around him like fire, his eyes filled with mockery and arrogance. Kamen Rider Buffa, are you here to die? Buffa did not respond. He swung the leaping sword in his hand without hesitation, unleashing a lightning-fast attack. Setros dodged, dark energy forming a protective barrier under his control. The two Kamen Riders began to clash, each collision generating intense energy fluctuations. Buffa's sword skills were incredibly fierce, while Setros retaliated with the power of dark energy. Setros launched a series of combos, transforming dark energy into sharp blades, attempting to heavily wound Buffa. Buffa reacted extremely quickly, deftly dodging and striking back. You're nothing special. Buffa swung his blade, delivering a powerful blow that forced Setros back. Is that so? Setros was indeed a formidable enemy. He was not repelled, but instead erupted with even stronger dark energy. Dark fire burned, surrounding Buffa, who felt immense pressure. Buffa did not retreat either. He utilized the power of the Yamato buckle, condensing the energy within his body, letting out a piercing roar, severing the dark restraints, and once again displaying his power. I will definitely win this battle. Buffa's gaze was firm. He was determined to defeat Setros. You're good at bragging. Setros provoked, dark energy gathering around him, forming a massive dark sphere, which he hurled at Buffa. Seeing this, Buffa fired his Buffa cannon without hesitation, unleashing a powerful energy cannon ray that collided with the dark sphere. The explosion was deafening, and smoke billowed. As the smoke gradually cleared, Setros's figure reappeared, still decent, but you're second best. Don't think of me as so weak. Do you think you can defeat me? Buffa was unmoved by Cetrus's taunts. He swung his leaping sword again. Buffa's leaping sword shimmered with silver-white sharpness, each swing generating a strong airflow. Cetrus used dark energy to construct a black energy wall, blocking Buffa's attacks. "You're nothing special, Cetrus." Buffa's voice was full of fighting spirit. He did not retreat, nor did he fear the dark forces. Cetrus sneered, dark energy erupting again, his attacks becoming even more ferocious. Dark blades sliced like scythes, forcing Buffa to exert all his effort to dodge and defend, his body also thrown by these attacks. Bang! Buffa collided with the wall. "Can you please pleasure me more, Kamen Rider Buffa?" From his elegant stance, Cetrus raised his hand and pointed at Kamen Rider Buffa. "Damn it!" Azuma Michai Naga roared in anger. Cetrus! Cetrus's dark energy gathered again, forming a black energy sphere, which he then aimed and threw at Buffa. Buffa reacted quickly, firing his Buffa cannon, a powerful energy cannon ray colliding with the dark sphere, causing a huge explosion. "Are you planning to fight me from a distance?" "I'll fight to the end." After the explosion, smoke and mist filled the air, and the area was briefly enveloped in chaotic air currents. As the mist gradually dissipated, the two Kamen Riders reappeared on the battlefield. Kamen Rider Buffa's armor had some minor damage, but his resolve had not weakened in the slightest. "You're a tough guy, but it's not enough," Cetrus said confidently. Kamen Rider Buffa didn't respond. He unhesitatingly gathered energy, and the barrel of Kamen Rider Buffa's cannon began to flash with bright light, signaling that a powerful attack was about to be launched. "I'll show you true power," Kamen Rider Buffa said, his voice filled with determination. His goal was to defeat Cetrus and end this crisis. Kamen Rider Buffa aimed at Cetrus, his gaze firm, as if he had already foreseen the outcome of the battle. Then, with a low roar, Kamen Rider Buffa's cannon fired a beam of light that cut through the air like lightning, heading straight for Cetrus. Cetrus was not to be underestimated. He also activated dark energy, forming a black shield in an attempt to block Kamen Rider Buffa's attack. But Kamen Rider Buffa's attack was exceptionally powerful. The shield was instantly dispersed, and the beam struck Cetrus, causing a huge explosion. The explosion roared like thunder, and flames shot into the sky, illuminating the entire battlefield. As the smoke gradually cleared, Cetrus's figure had vanished. Cetrus was not annihilated by Kamen Rider Buffa's powerful attack, but successfully dodged it and launched a long-range sneak attack. His abilities, empowered by dark energy, became even more concealed and deadly. Kamen Rider Buffa turned, sensing the change in the battlefield, but it was already too late. Cetrus's figure appeared behind Kamen Rider Buffa like a phantom, and a dark blade through the air, aimed at Kamen Rider Buffa's armor. "It seems you're still too weak, Kamen Rider Buffa," Cetrus's voice rang in Kamen Rider Buffa's ear, full of mockery. Kamen Rider Buffa barely dodged but was still cut by the dark blade, and more cracks appeared on his armor. Cetrus's offensive was exceptionally vicious. He transformed into a shadow of darkness, easily circumventing Kamen Rider Buffa's defenses, launching one fatal sneak attack after another. Cetrus's dark blade constantly cut through the air, and Kamen Rider Buffa was caught in an extremely difficult battle. Each attack caused more damage to his armor, but Kamen Rider Buffa did not retreat. His body became agile in constant dodging, striving to avoid Cetrus's fatal attacks. Cetrus's offensive was like a dark gale. Kamen Rider Buffa sometimes dodged and sometimes defended with the leaping sword, but the pressure grew. Each cut brought intense pain, and Kamen Rider Buffa's consciousness gradually fell into chaos. "How much longer can you last, Kamen Rider Buffa?" Cetrus's voice, like a mocking wind, pierced Kamen Rider Buffa's eardrums. Kamen Rider Buffa didn't respond. He knew that any slackening would bring Cetrus's fatal attack. He gathered energy throughout his body, attempting to counterattack. Cetrus's dark energy seemed limitless, and his offensive grew fiercer. The dark blade quickly flew through the air, cutting Kamen Rider Buffa's armor. Each attack made Kamen Rider Buffa tremble violently, almost losing his balance. Kamen Rider Buffa's energy gradually depleted, and he felt himself being pushed into a desperate situation. However, at the brink of life and death, an even stronger determination erupted from within him. "I'll crush you!" Kamen Rider Buffa let out a low roar and swung the leaping sword fiercely, forcing Cetrus back. "Even with a strong will, you cannot change the outcome of the battle." Cetrus mockingly shook his finger, then pointed at Kamen Rider Buffa. Kamen Rider Buffa didn't answer. He knew he had to find an opportunity to turn the tide. He used the Yamato Buckle's ability to detect energy fluctuations on the battlefield, trying to find Cetrus's weakness. Cetrus didn't give Kamen Rider Buffa much time to breathe. He once again transformed into a shadow of darkness, quickly approaching Kamen Rider Buffa. But this time, Kamen Rider Buffa was prepared. He spun around abruptly, swinging the leaping sword at Cetrus. This attack was no longer a blind counterattack, but an incredibly precise aim. The blade and the shadow of darkness met, emitting a piercing clash. Kamen Rider Buffa's attack pushed Cetrus back, and Cetrus's shadow of darkness gradually dissipated. Kamen Rider Buffa immediately seized the opportunity to pursue. His blade gleamed with silver-white light, aimed at Cetrus's chest. Useless move. Kamen Rider Buffa's blade swiftly approached Cetrus's chest. However, Cetrus was not flustered. His body began to emit an even stronger dark aura, as if it intended to devour the entire battlefield. Cetrus's eyes glowed red, and his body was enveloped in dark energy, forming a powerful dark shield. When Kamen Rider Buffa's blade touched this shield, it immediately generated a strong recoil, bouncing Kamen Rider Buffa away. Kamen Rider Buffa instantly lost his balance, was thrown by the dark shield's recoil, and crashed heavily into a building in the city. The violent impact generated a huge impact, shaking the surrounding buildings. "Oh, is it just you?" Cetrus glanced around, realizing that after all this fighting, only Kamen Rider Buffa was battling him. It seems the rest of them intend to become supreme world destroyers. Cetrus stood still, looking mockingly at Kamen Rider Buffa. His dark energy seemed to grow even stronger, with the dark shield surrounding his body like an impenetrable wall. "To deal with you, destructive power is not needed." Kamen Rider Buffa slowly stood up from the rubble. More damage appeared on his armor, and his Yamato buckle glowed brightly. He wouldn't give up easily. "Holding on by your last breath, I'll grudgingly acknowledge you." Cetrus's mockery made Kamen Rider Buffa even angrier. He decided to attack again. This time, he was no longer limited to long-range attacks, approaching Cetrus at a faster speed in jet mode. Kamen Rider Buffa decided to adopt a more aggressive tactic. He gathered the Yamato buckle's energy to its maximum, flying towards Cetrus at an astonishing speed in jet mode. Cetrus, in his shadow of darkness form, also reacted quickly. His body emanated powerful dark energy, ready to meet Kamen Rider Buffa's challenge. Kamen Rider Buffa quickly approached Cetrus. His armor gleamed with silver-white light, and his blade was ready to meet the impact of the shadow of darkness. The two Kamen Riders collided in an instant, unleashing a powerful impact that destroyed the surrounding buildings. Cetrus's shadow of darkness was suppressed by Kamen Rider Buffa's attack, but he did not retreat. Instead, his body began to emit a powerful dark light, as if intending to devour Kamen Rider Buffa. Kamen Rider Buffa felt his strength rapidly draining. He knew he couldn't continue. He decided to launch a final attack, activating the Extreme Battle Mode in his equipment. Extreme Battle Mode activate. Great Hyper Victory. Kamen Rider Buffa's equipment underwent a huge change. His armor was covered with more silver grooves, and each piece of armor emitted strong energy fluctuations. His leaping sword also began to emit powerful electric arcs, seemingly ready to unleash ultimate power. Press the button on the leaping sword. Raise charge. Cetrus felt threatened, and he decided to take more drastic measures. A destructive force began to gather in his right fist, forming a massive dark energy fist. Tactical raising. Kamen Rider Buffa launched his finishing move. The blade released dazzling light, and a powerful energy headed towards Cetrus. However, Cetrus's countering dark fist was like a force of destruction, meeting Kamen Rider Buffa's attack. Cetrus's dark fist and Kamen Rider Buffa's energy met, instantly erupting in a powerful energy impact. This force spread instantly, shaking the surrounding air, and buildings tottered under this immense power. Kamen Rider Buffa trembled all over. He tried his best, but still felt powerless. Cetrus's dark fist overwhelmed his energy, approaching him little by little. "No, it can't be!" Kamen Rider Buffa roared, but the dark power surged in like a tide, gradually enveloping him. His armor began to crack, and the light from the electric arcs gradually dimmed. Cetrus's lips curled into a cold smile. His dark fist approached Kamen Rider Buffa's chest. Kamen Rider Buffa felt immense pressure, almost unable to breathe. Azuma Michinaga fell to the ground, watching Cetrus slowly walk over. "Too bad your teammates won't make it." The fallen Azuma Michinaga's eyes snapped open, but the movement aggravated his injuries, causing him to gasp in pain. "You are a good opponent," Edmund, who had reverted from his transformation, said to Azuma Michinaga. "As a loser, I also need a witness, the only one to witness me becoming a destroyer god subject." "I have chosen you." Edmund said this with an evil laugh. The momentum that had just coalesced instantly turned gloomy. The future Azuma Michinaga, Zio Dadao, and Namiki Ioka looked at who blocking their way. Sills, Io Diado shielded Namiki Ioka behind him. "Zio Diado, be careful," Namiki Ioka said worriedly, looking at Seal in front of them. Seal stood opposite them, spreading his arms and saying, "You, the future Azuma Michinaga, you can join us." "Join Digipi." Zio Diado snorted coldly. "If I defeated you once, I can defeat you a second time." "Oh," Seal said with interest, "the timeline is precisely the problem we future people are gradually overcoming. It seems you are destined to be with us." The battle was about to begin. The future Azuma Michinaga Zio Diado immediately prepared for battle. He used the driver, and a current-like energy surrounded him, transforming him into Buffer Rider trolley form. The trolley armor covered him, exuding powerful electrical energy, ready to face Seal's battle. Seal took out his vision driver and, with the Heaven's Will card, unleashed a mysterious transformation sequence, activating the power of Gazer. His armor began to flash, and light gradually condensed, forming a mighty Kamen Rider shell. "Gazer, log in! XN install! Innovation and control, Gazer!" Seal's voice echoed across the battlefield, signaling that he had fully transformed into Kamen Rider Gazer. He stood there, full of confidence, his sharp gaze fixed on Zio Diado Buffer Rider trolley form hummed, already prepared. This battle was about to begin, the confrontation between the two Kamen Riders like the calm night before a thunderstorm. The first round began, and Seal's Gazer took the initiative. He swiped a card through his vision driver, releasing a surge of electrical energy that suspended 5 drones in the air, forming a peculiar electric whip. "Dominion Ray!" Gazer shouted, and the electric whip quickly formed. The 5 drones were connected by electricity, forming a powerful whip. He swung it fiercely, and the electric whip struck Buffer like lightning. Buffer Rider trolley form reacted quickly, electrical energy surging on his armor. He used the driver's energy to create an electrical barrier, blocking Gazer's electric whip. Gazer did not stop his attack. He reacted instantly, reorganizing the 5 drones. This time, he arranged them in a straight line in front, forming a 5-layer barrier. He released electricity, intertwining the electrical energy of these 5 drones to form an unbreakable defensive barrier. Buffer Rider trolley form perceived Gazer's threat and decided to counterattack. He accelerated with electricity, suddenly charging towards Gazer, his trolley armor cutting through the air, attempting to break through the 5-layer barrier. Gazer calmly met Buffer's charge, and the 5-layer barrier glowed brightly, electrical energy erupting. Buffer Rider trolley form collided with the barrier, electrical sparks flying, creating a huge impact. "You're not strong enough, future Azuma Michinaga." Gazer's voice was full of confidence. Buffer Rider trolley form was repelled, but not seriously harmed. He quickly adjusted his posture, ready for the next round of attacks. "It won't end like this." Buffer's voice was filled with determination. "Is that so?" Gazer swung the electric whip, the 5 drones flying in the air, their electrical light brilliant. He bundled the whip into a single strand and suddenly flung it out, the electric whip striking Buffer like lightning. The electricity-wrapped whip produced a piercing hum. Buffer Rider trolley form did not flinch. His trolley armor exuded powerful electrical energy, and electricity danced on his armor. He used the driver's energy to create an electrical vortex, guiding the electric whip aside and deflecting Gazer's attack. Gazer was not discouraged. He immediately changed tactics. The 5 drones reorganized, flying into the air to form an electrical storm. Electricity flashed between them, forming a huge electrical sphere. "Vision storm!" Gazer shouted, and the electrical storm began to surge towards Buffer Rider trolley form. The electrical sphere rapidly grew, enveloping Buffer Rider trolley form. Buffer Rider trolley form felt immense pressure. The electrical sphere's power was extremely strong. He decided to take proactive action, and the driver's energy surged, releasing an electrical pulse that broke through the electrical storm's encirclement, regaining his freedom. Gazer showed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected Buffer Rider Form Trolley Form to be so tenacious. But he didn't relax. Instead, he became even more combative. "You have some skill," Gazer scoffed. Buffer Rider Form Trolley Form remained silent. He knew it wasn't the time for idle talk. His trolley armor began to emit even stronger electrical energy. The entire battlefield seemed to be covered in electricity. Buffer Rider Form Trolley Form accelerated, charging towards Gazer. He suddenly turned, circling Gazer at an extremely high speed, releasing an electrical trail to form an electrical vortex, attempting to disrupt Gazer's battle stance. Buffer Rider Form Trolley Form seized the opportunity to counterattack. His trolley armor extended electrical blades, fiercely slashing towards Gazer. The electrical blades cut through the air like lightning, possessing immense power. Gazer noticed Buffer's movements and decided to counterattack. He carried his vision driver, activating Gazer's special ability. His eyes began to emit peculiar energy fluctuations, as if he could see through Buffer's actions. Visionary insight. Gazer's eyes became transparent and mysterious. He could see Buffer's next move. Buffer Rider Form Trolley Form rapidly weaved around Gazer, the electrical vortex flashing like lightning. Although Gazer had visionary insight, the speed and irregular movement of the electrical vortex made it difficult for him to predict accurately. The electrical blade's attack suddenly descended, Buffer Rider Form Trolley Form S, blade cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. However, Gazer once again demonstrated his visionary insight, easily dodging this attack. The electrical blade struck the ground, emitting sparks. Gazer responded to Buffer's attack. His electric whip lashed out at Buffer Rider Form Trolley Form S leg, attempting to disrupt his balance. Buffer Rider Form Trolley Form felt the threat of the whip, and his electrical armor rapidly burst forth with more electrical energy. He tried his best to maintain balance. Then, he used the driver's energy to free himself from the electric whip's restraint, launching a swift attack again. Gazer did not stop his counterattack. He quickly released the electric whip, attempting to regain control of the battle. The electric whip cut through the air like lightning, its power astonishing. Buffer Rider Form Trolley Form decided to adopt a more aggressive tactic. He instantly accelerated, his electrical armor emitting a strong electric light, charging towards Gazer like a bolt of lightning. An electrical vortex surrounded him, forming an electrical shield. Gazer felt Buffer's pressure, but did not retreat. His electric whip continued to swing, attempting to break Buffer's electrical shield. The electric whip collided with the electrical shield, producing strong electric arcs. Buffer Rider Form Trolley Form and Gazer both felt a huge impact, but neither of them relaxed. "Your electrical power is strong, future Azuma Michinaga, but I am confident." Gazer's voice was full of confidence. Buffer Rider Form Trolley Form did not respond. He knew this battle would become even more intense. He continued to increase the power of his electrical armor, preparing to launch a more powerful attack. "This is far from enough," Buffer muttered softly, his trolley armor beginning to emit even stronger electrical energy. Buffer Rider Form Trolley Form S abilities began to innovate. He used his electrical armor to create an electrical light curtain, completely enveloping himself. This light curtain not only had a powerful electrical shield, but also could generate electromagnetic pulse waves to interfere with Gazer's equipment. Gazer felt the interference of the electromagnetic pulse waves, and his vision driver experienced a brief malfunction. Buffer Rider Form Trolley Form seized the opportunity, charging towards Gazer, his trolley armor emitting powerful electricity, and the electrical blade cut through the air with immense power. Gazer narrowly dodged Buffer's attack, but his equipment still suffered some damage. He realized that this battle was becoming increasingly difficult, and he had to unleash Gazer's special abilities. Visionary insight. Gazer's eyes began to emit peculiar energy fluctuations. He once again gained the ability of visionary insight, able to see Buffer's next move. However, Buffer Rider Form Trolley Form did not foolishly wait. He used the driver's ability to quickly move sideways, his trolley armor generating powerful electrical propulsion, and he disappeared from Gazer's sight, reappearing behind him. Buffer Rider Form Trolley Form precisely aimed his electrical blade at Gazer's armor. Gazer felt the threat of the electrical blade, and his electric whip swung, attempting to block Buffa's attack. However, the electrical blade emitted dazzling electric arcs, breaking through the electric whip's defense and striking Gazer's equipment. Gazer's equipment made a popping sound and showed obvious damage. Buffer rider form trolley form did not relax. He continued to attack, releasing electrical energy, attempting to weaken Gazer's combat ability. Gazer realized his disadvantage but did not give up. He used his vision driver with a special card, activating Gazer's powerful skill. Visionary Overdrive. Gazer's equipment began to emit an even stronger glow, and his eyes flickered with peculiar energy. This time, his visionary insight could not only see Buffa's next move, but also predict the more distant future. A surge of power transformed into an air current, suddenly spreading over Buffa. Buffer rider form trolley form Xiao Deado felt even greater pressure. Gazer could almost accurately predict his every move. Although his electrical light curtain was powerful, it seemed fragile under Gazer's visionary overdrive. Gazer took this opportunity to quickly counter-attack, his electric whip swinging, electricity erupting. Buffer rider form trolley form found it difficult to dodge. His equipment suffered a severe blow, his electrical blade shattered, and his electrical light curtain began to disintegrate. Buffer rider form trolley form was in extreme danger under the powerful attack of foreseen overload. More damage appeared on the surface of its electrical armor, and the strikes of the electric whip suppressed it to the point where it could barely retaliate. Gazer's foreseen overload gave him the upper hand in battle. His attacks were almost impregnable. Electrical energy raged on the battlefield, and Buffer rider form felt its electrical power gradually wane. "What a pity, but it doesn't matter," Gazer said, preparing to finish off Buffa. However, at this desperate moment, Buffa did not give up. A strong determination surged within him. He knew he had to find a break through. "I can't lose like this, I can't anymore," Buffa muttered to himself, and at the same time, the image of that cunning man came to his mind. Its trolley armor began to flash with even stronger electrical power. Fearless struggle. Gazer's attacks continued, the electric whip constantly swung, and the electrical energy raged. But Buffer rider form's electrical power began to undergo a peculiar change, and the electric light of its electrical armor shone even more dazzlingly. "This is," a hint of surprise was revealed in Gazer's voice. Buffer rider form suddenly activated the idealistic power among the Kamen Rider, activating the electric overload mode. The energy of the electric overload mode erupted within the trolley armor, and powerful electrical energy began to surge from Buffer rider form's body. Its eyes flashed with a determined light, and its electrical power reached new heights. Gazer felt Buffer rider form's power rapidly increase. His foreseen overload could no longer accurately predict the opponent's movements. In electric overload mode, Buffer rider form's electrical blades reopened, cutting through the air like lightning. Buffer rider form accelerated, its electrical blades shining with powerful electric arcs, aiming at Gazer's body. Gazer barely dodged Buffa's attack, but Buffa in electric overload mode became unusually agile. Electrical energy raged on the battlefield. Buffer rider form's electrical blades and Gazer's electric whip continuously collided, erupting in dazzling sparks. The battle became exceptionally fierce, with the two Kamen Rider fighting amidst the electrical energy. Gazer tried his best to retaliate, but Buffa in electric overload mode became difficult to handle. Its electrical blades sliced through the air with immense power, and Gazer began to feel overwhelmed. Bang! 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 Gazer was forced back by the attacks of the electrical blades. Buffer rider form did not let up. It decided to launch an ultimate attack, unleashing the ultimate skill of electric overload. Buffa, Buffa, Buffa. Electric overload slash. Buffer rider form's electrical blades erupted with intense electrical energy, forming a massive electrical. This attack was filled with the power of despair, and the electrical blades went straight for Gazer. Gazer felt a strong danger. His equipment had already suffered serious damage. He tried his best to dodge Buffer rider form's electric overload, but it was useless. The electrical hit his equipment, causing a huge explosion. The explosion roared like thunder, electrical energy raged, illuminating the entire battlefield. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Gazer's figure disappeared. Buffer Rider form was exhausted. Its energy in electric overload mode was depleted, and it finally cancelled its transformation, returning to its normal state. Although this battle was victorious, it came at a heavy cost. Equipment was severely damaged and required repair and recharging. Victory was not easy, but I will not stop moving forward, Buffa said softly, showing unwavering determination. Meanwhile, in an alleyway, Peach, it seems this body can't hold on anymore. After saying this, Seal's body dissipated into the air. Edmund, don't you dare lose. Sakurai Kaiwa stood before Yukio Ace and Kurama Neon, his gaze firm. Eyes neon. Yukio Ace looked at Kawa and nodded slightly. Kaiwa, you're here. We are currently discussing how to deal with Setros, Kurama Neon said. Sakurai Kaiwa stood before Yukio Ace and Kurama Neon, his gaze firm. He felt a deep yearning within him. He wanted a direct duel, and although he knew Setros's power, he was determined to face this challenge. Eyes, Neon, I want to face Setros directly, Sakurai Kaiwa said firmly, his eyes shining with determination. Huh. Kurama Neon blinked in surprise. This was completely unlike something Sakurai Kaiwa would say, so how could it be? Kurama Neon's eyes were filled with doubt. Kaiwa, you must understand, Setros is no ordinary opponent. His combat awareness and skills are terrifying, and he possesses immense power. Are you sure you have the confidence to defeat him? Kurama Neon's voice revealed concern. At the same time, there was a hint of disbelief within her, not believing that Sakurai Kaiwa's determination in his words could defeat Setros. Sakurai Kaiwa took a deep breath and replied firmly, I know he is very powerful, but this is exactly the challenge I want to face. I can't keep avoiding it, I need to prove myself. Prove? These two words surprised Yukio Ace and Kurama Neon within their hearts. Yukio Ace looked at Sakurai Kaiwa with a gentle expression and said, Kaiwa, you have my support. If you think you're ready, then, I will do my best to assist you. Sakurai Kaiwa nodded solemnly to Yukio Ace. He decided to accept this challenge and prepare to contend with Setros. On the way to the eastern part of the city, Yukio Ace and Kurama Neon sat together, discussing Sakurai Kaiwa's changes and decisions. These changes made them feel confused, yet also filled with worry and anticipation. Yukio Ace looked at Kurama Neon, a faint smile on his face, as if he saw through Kaiwa's heart. He knew that Kaiwa had always been a young man with a strong sense of justice, but meeting him today made Yukio Ace feel that the current Sakurai Kaiwa had become more complex and expedient. Kaiwa has always been a trustworthy person, but his decisions and actions have become increasingly complex, Yukio Ace said softly, his voice thoughtful. A direct confrontation? Why did Kaiwa make this decision? Kurama Neon listened, her eyes full of confusion. She knew that Kaiwa had once been a young man full of justice, fighting for the happiness of others. Today, Kaiwa's behavior seemed more complex and even. Kaiwa's strength simply couldn't be a match for Setros, so why? Yes, he has changed, Kurama Neon sighed, then continued, but perhaps this is also part of growth. Each of us experiences changes, especially when facing greater challenges and difficulties. Kaiwa might be searching for his deeper inner self, and what he truly wants. Yukio Ace nodded in agreement. He had known Kaiwa for some time, and knew that Kaiwa had always been a person who selflessly dedicated himself to others. But now, Kaiwa's heart seemed to have more contradictions and struggles. Perhaps we should support him and try our best to understand his decisions, Yukio Ace suggested, hoping to help Kaiwa find what he truly sought within himself. Kurama Neon nodded in agreement. She also hoped to support Kaiwa and try her best to understand his heart. She knew that Kaiwa was currently facing many challenges, and these challenges might shape a more mature and strong Sakurai Kaiwa. Sakurai Kaiwa sat by the tranquil pond, a gentle breeze rustling, and the lake water rippling faintly as if responding to his inner fluctuations. On the chair by the pond, he felt the presence of Nathan Hawke still echoing in his ears. Sakurai Kaiwa closed his eyes, recalling the exchange from that day. He clearly remembered Nathan Hawke's encouragement and affirmation. That feeling of being recognized was so strong. Nathan Hawke's words were like a clear spring, nourishing the parched soil of Kaiwa's heart. You possess inner strength, Kawa, Nathan Hawke's voice echoed in Kawa's ears. Don't be afraid to pursue your dreams, to face the challenges within yourself. Everyone has their unique strength. As long as you open your heart and bravely move forward, you will discover the infinite potential you possess. Of course, I'm not one to boast, I will prove it with action. Sakurai Kawa took a deep breath of fresh air, his heart began to change. He understood that what Nathan Hawke said was not just empty encouragement, but a profound understanding of inner strength. He began to believe that he truly possessed that inner strength. Sakurai Kawa opened his eyes, and the reflection of the lake entered his pupils. He felt the touch of the lake breeze, as if nature was also interacting with him, supporting his change. I will not be afraid of change, Sakurai Kawa said softly, his voice filled with determination. I want to become a true Kamen Rider, a person who can help others. I want to pursue my true inner desires and create a better world. Me too. I'm not one to boast, I will prove it with action. Setros, my heart is full of courage. I will no longer be afraid, I will appear before you and make you feel my power. Sakurai Kawa stood up. He felt his heart filled with strength and determination. He was no longer afraid of change, because he knew that only through change could he become stronger and fulfill his wishes. The lake water rippled, as if it were nature's response to him. Sakurai Kawa embarked on the path of challenge. He was ready, because he was no longer alone. Sakurai Kawa ventured into the eastern part of the city, an ominous feeling enveloping him. This urban area seemed to be spreading black mist and an evil aura, appearing to be a breeding ground for dark forces. His heart was filled with vigilance, yet also determination, for he knew that someone here needed his help. As for Eyes and Neon, who should have accompanied him? Sakurai Kawa recalled the scene of their parting. Eyes, Neon. He looked at their worried yet resolute expressions, agreeing with him. I want to go alone first. Sakurai Kawa voiced his thoughts. Eyes and Neon exchanged glances. Well, it seems Kawa finally has his own ideas now, which is a good start. Yukio Eyes snapped his fingers. I'm a fox, you know, so don't blame me when you help me exhaust the opponent's fighting power. After saying this, Yukio Eyes smiled and patted Sakurai Kawa's arm. Anbat. Kawa. Kurama Neon blinked cutely, striking an adorable cheering pose. Everyone. Back to the present. Sakurai Kawa remained resolute, embarking on his journey to the eastern city, with the support of Eyes and Neon, but a sense of unease lingered in his heart. The black mist grew denser, and the evil aura intensified. Kawa knew he had reached the core of this dark city, and contact with the evil Setros was only a matter of time. Just then, he suddenly felt an unusual presence, as if a pair of sinister eyes were watching him. He slowly turned his head, his gaze falling upon a figure in the shadows. This figure quickly appeared before him. The man's appearance was filled with an evil aura, blending in with the city's dark environment. I smell a very green yet resolute aura, which makes me a bit impatient. The man was named Edmund. He had jet black hair, eyes like burning red flames, and a Chinese letter often played on his face. His appearance and demeanor both gave off an ominous feeling, like an embodiment of darkness. My name is Sakurai Kawa. Sakurai Kawa greeted cautiously. Edmund looked at Sakurai Kawa, his gaze full of provocation and mockery. A wicked smile played on his lips, as if mocking Kawa's steadfastness and inexperience. Sakurai Kawa, I've heard your name. A young man full of justice always seeking to help others, is that right? Edmund's voice was full of mockery, recalling a certain frog who had challenged him, claiming that a true Kamen Rider would defeat his evil self and become the most aloof rider. Sakurai Kawa was unmoved, his gaze firm. Yes, I seek to help others, to create a better world. Edmund sneered, his red eyes burning with evil flames. A better world? Do you really believe in such fairy tales? Sakurai Kawa was not swayed by Edmund's ridicule. He unhesitatingly began to articulate his inner beliefs. Yes, I believe in a better world, because as long as everyone strives for goodness and helps others, then this world will become better. Sakurai Kawa's voice was firm and impassioned, his eyes sparkling with the fire of his convictions. Kamen Rider is not just about fighting in power, he continued. Kamen Rider represents hope and faith, for protecting the innocent, for creating a world full of peace and happiness. Edmund listened to these words, the mockery on his face growing stronger. Hope and faith? How ridiculous! This world is filled with darkness and evil. No one can change it. Power is the only truth. Only through power can you survive and achieve your desires. The battle was about to begin. Henshin, Sakurai Keiwa declared loudly, using the Desire Driver with the Tycoon Rider Core ID. A bright green light enveloped him, and his body gradually transformed. Green armor emerged, the Tanuki mask on his helmet formed, and his eyes gleamed with the light of justice. In an instant, he had transformed into Kamen Rider Tycoon. Henshin! Dark Nexus Driver. Edmund was not to be outdone. His body began to emit a dark aura, and a powerful force surrounded him. Setros, awaken! He roared, and destructive power, like black smoke, enveloped him. Black armor gradually took shape, the skull mask on his helmet appeared, and his eyes gleamed with evil light. Edmund had transformed into Kamen Rider Setros. The two Kamen Riders stood facing each other in the dark virtual city, one representing faith and justice, the other representing ruthlessness and desire. Their battle was about to begin. Meanwhile, Azuma Michinaga, in the black mist, heard Sakurai Kawa's resolve. Tycoon looked at Setros, his eyes under the Tanuki mask filled with determination. I will use my power to protect this world, and not let your darkness spread. Setros sneered, his eyes under the skull mask gleaming with ruthlessness. Power is everything. Your faith and justice will all be devoured by destruction. A roar sounded. Boost! 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 The boost buckle broke through the black mist, and flew directly into Tycoon's hand. Boost! Setros looked at the boost buckle entering the scene by breaking through the black mist. Peach, what if it's boost? Setros disdainfully looked at the boost buckle in Sakurai Kawa's hand. Sakurai Kawa felt power surge from the boost buckle. This power stemmed from his inner resolve and faith. He gripped the buckle tightly and activated it. Boost! Ready, fight! Sakurai Kawa shouted, his voice filled with determination and courage. With this cry, Kamen Rider Tycoon's body began to change. Red patterns emerged on his green armor, forming the boost buckle form. The Tanuki mask on his helmet glowed, and his eyes sparkled with resolute light. Setros looked at the transformed Tycoon, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Your power is so weak, it cannot be compared to mine at all. Kamen Rider Tycoon's boost buckle form granted him astonishing speed and maneuverability. He swiftly traversed the streets of the virtual city, appearing and disappearing, making him difficult to grasp. Setros also displayed astonishing strength. His black armor gleamed with evil light, radiating overwhelming energy. The battle began, with Tycoon rushing towards Setros with lightning speed, his hands transforming into green light blades, ready to launch a fierce attack. Setros did not show weakness. With a wave of his hand, a black impact swept out, colliding with Tycoon's attack and erupting in intense sparks. Their attacks collided, stirring up a violent storm. Tycoon's body tumbled in the air, quickly maneuvering to dodge Setros's attacks. He darted between the high-rise buildings of the virtual city like a gust of wind, using walls and structures to maneuver, maintaining a flexible combat stance. Setros's eyes gleamed with malicious light, and a black impact quickly formed, heading towards Tycoon. Tycoon responded immediately. His boost buckle form allowed him to dodge swiftly, turning to avoid the impact's strike. Boom! The ninja buckle was inserted. Ninja buckle plus boost buckle, a double buckle enhancement. Ninja. Tycoon launched another offensive, his ninja dual blades unleashing a series of high-speed cutting attacks, attempting to penetrate Setros's armor. Setros also showed astonishing reaction speed. He swung his weapon, parrying Tycoon's attacks, emitting a piercing metallic clash. Tycoon's ninja dual blades transformed into green light blades, sharp streaks of light slicing through the air, attempting to penetrate Setros's heavy armor. His footwork was extremely agile, like a swift wind, easily dodging Setros's attacks. Each swing was filled with determination and resolve. Setros, relying on the power of darkness, displayed unexpected reaction speed. He swung his demonic blade, parrying Tycoon's attacks one by one. Dark energy surrounded him, forming an impenetrable defense. His eyes gleamed with evil light, and a cold smile played on his lips, as if mocking Tycoon's efforts. The battle between Tycoon and Setros was as swift as lightning. The two Kamen Riders engaged in high-speed offense and defense with astonishing speed and maneuverability. In the dark virtual city, their figures intertwined, each collision accompanied by sparks and impacts. Tycoon used his ninja dual blades, the green light blades in his hands gleaming with sharp edges, as he swiftly and flexibly cut through the air. Cetrus's black armor, under the ninja blades' attacks, emitted sounds of metal and energy colliding, but he remained firmly resisting Tycoon's fierce attacks. Different fighting styles, huh? Cetrus had not yet revealed his full power. He sneered, parrying the ninja dual blades while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. His red eyes burned with evil flames, seemingly waiting for the right moment. Tycoon's awareness was highly concentrated. He could respond quickly to every one of Cetrus's attacks. His body tumbled freely in the air, making various impressive poses, swiftly maneuvering himself into an advantageous position. His movements were like a cheetah's, agile and precise. Cetrus suddenly launched a fierce impact, knocking Tycoon back, but the latter quickly stabilized in midair, turning passive into active, and rushed back into the battlefield. This time, his cutting offensive with the ninja dual blades forced Cetrus against the wall of a high-rise building. Kamen Rider Tycoon, clad in green armor, moved with feline agility, his hands transforming into green light blades that carved beautiful arcs. He charged at Cetrus with lightning speed, unleashing a flurry of cutting attacks. Each strike was precise, swift, and imbued with destructive power. Cetrus parried and thrust with his demon blade, simultaneously releasing black impacts to counter Kamen Rider Tycoon. The walls of the tall buildings became Kamen Rider Tycoon's footing, and he lunged like a beast, cornering Cetrus. Black mist billowed around them during their clash, mixed with sparks and the sound of energy explosions. Kamen Rider Tycoon's mind was clear. He quickly analyzed Cetrus's attack patterns, trying to find a weakness. Every attack and dodge was merciless, and his adherence to justice made him even stronger. He believed that as long as he didn't give up, he would find a chance to win. Sakurai Kawa's Kamen Rider Tycoon and Edmund's Cetrus continued their fierce duel. Black mist and an evil aura surrounded the two Kamen Riders, creating a tense atmosphere. Sakurai Kawa took a deep breath, his eyes under the raccoon mask gleaming with determination. He knew it was time to unleash his ultimate finishing move to end this duel. His right hand reached for the ninja buckle, and his finger gently pulled the Kuna starter, emitting a crisp activation sound. Kuna starter! The sound effect rang out, initiating the prelude to this finishing move. The raccoon emblem on the ninja buckle began to flash, releasing the power of the ninja. Kamen Rider Tycoon's armor began to emit a bright green light, like fireworks blooming in the night. At the same time, his left hand reached for the boost buckle, quickly twisting the boost throttle twice. Each twist was accompanied by a mechanical sound effect, full of technological flair. This action triggered the boost time sound effect, signaling the accumulation of energy. Boost throttle, the sound effects intertwined, and Kamen Rider Tycoon's armor became even more brilliant, enveloping him like a green lightning bolt. Kamen Rider Tycoon realized it was time to activate Ninja Boost Victory. He continued to twist the boost buckle, this time only once. The sound effect accompanied his movement, and his energy-condensed armor glowed an even more dazzling green. Boost throttle. The sound effect echoed through the virtual city, as if heralding an explosion of power. Now, Kamen Rider Tycoon was ready to unleash his ultimate finishing move. He quickly took the ninja dual blade single blade from his waist, a sharp weapon whose blade also gleamed green, complementing his armor. Sakurai Kawa focused, and with a swift flick of his hand, he threw the ninja dual blade single blade at Cetrus. The weapon cut through the air, creating a green lightning bolt that sliced through Cetrus's armor, leaving a clear scar. As the blade hit, Kamen Rider Tycoon leaped into the air, locking Cetrus's body in midair. His feet began to emit the energy of the ninja and the boost buckle, and the raccoon emblem appeared on his legs. His body began to spin like a green whirlwind. This moment was filled with anticipation, and accompanied by the Ninja Boost Grand Victory sound effect, Kamen Rider Tycoon's right leg formed a powerful energy current in the air. His legs rapidly extended, and green energy, like blades, condensed at his feet. Cetrus felt an unusual energy, but it was too late to react. Kamen Rider Tycoon, with a powerful kick, fiercely charged at Cetrus. A powerful impact was released, and a green light streaked through the darkness of the virtual city. Setras tried to resist this powerful blow, swinging his demon blade and releasing black impacts to counteract it. But the green energy impact was like a storm, instantly breaking through Setras's defenses. When the energy impact hit Setras, a deafening explosion erupted. However, as the aftermath of the explosion dissipated and visibility returned, Sakurai Kaiwa, who had transformed, saw a scene that greatly surprised him. At the center of the ruins, Edmund still stood tall, his armor seemingly intact. He stood there, wantonly emitting an evil aura, his gaze cold and disdainful. Sakurai Kaiwa's brows furrowed, his heart filled with doubt. He didn't understand why Edmund could stand there unharmed, as if nothing had happened. He believed his ultimate finishing move should have been able to defeat Setras. Edmund looked at Sakurai Kaiwa, a mocking smile playing on his lips. His voice was full of evil and disdain. "It seems you didn't understand the situation back then, Sakurai Kaiwa. I used the power of destruction to destroy your green energy, which is why I wasn't hit by your attack," Edmund said, his red eyes flashing with confidence. Sakurai Kaiwa was momentarily bewildered. He didn't understand what Edmund meant by the power of destruction, nor did he expect Edmund to be able to escape his finishing move. Edmund gave a playful smile, his red eyes flickering with evil flames. "Don't you understand, Kamen Rider Tycoon? In that situation, I used the power of destruction to destroy the green energy you released. I admit your power is astonishing, but in this game I am the master." Sakurai Kaiwa's heart was filled with confusion and frustration. He didn't understand why he was troubled by Edmund's power of destruction, or how he could fight this dark opponent. Edmund continued, his voice full of mockery. "Next, I will use the power of destruction to completely eliminate you. Your flame of justice will be devoured and I—" Edmund stopped pretending. He wanted to use his evil to directly shatter Sakurai Kaiwa's righteous heart. Edmund grandiosely continued to explain, "You forced me to use the power of destruction, which makes you a worthy opponent. But now, I will show you the true power of destruction." With that, Edmund's body began to emit an even more intense dark energy. His armor seemed to merge with the darkness of the virtual city, becoming one with it. Black mist began to surround him, forming a demonic aura. Sakurai Kaiwa felt an immense pressure, as if the entire virtual city was suppressed by Edmund's presence. He understood that at this moment, Edmund was unleashing his true power. "This is my true power, the power of destruction." Edmund's voice was full of mockery as he swung his demon blade, and a black impact surged towards Sakurai Kaiwa. Sakurai Kaiwa responded without hesitation, his armor once again flashing with green light. He knew that this was a truly decisive duel, and he couldn't hesitate for a moment. The two transformed again. Green light and dark energy intertwined in the black mist of the virtual city, and the two Kamen Riders once again prepared for a decisive battle. Both Kamen Rider Tycoons and Setras's armor glowed with intense energy, but this time, Edmund decided to display his power of destruction. Setras's black armor seemed to merge into the darkness of the virtual city, his appearance more evil, his red eyes on the skull mask gleaming with a cold light. He swung his demon blade, releasing sharp black impacts, which were the concrete manifestation of his power of destruction. Kamen Rider Tycoon, in his boost buckle ninja form, clad in green armor, charged at Setras with lightning speed, preparing to unleash a series of cutting attacks. This time, he felt an unprecedented resistance, which came from Setras's power of destruction. The black impacts collided with Kamen Rider Tycoon's attacks, erupting in intense sparks. Setras's power seemed endless. His demon blade emitted powerful dark energy, putting Kamen Rider Tycoon at a disadvantage. Bang! Boom! This battle made Kamen Rider Tycoon feel despair for the first time. Edmund's mocking voice echoed through the virtual city. "It seems you've finally felt true power, Kamen Rider Tycoon. Your power is no threat to me. I am invincible." Kamen Rider Tycoon tried to maneuver and dodge, but the black impacts seemed to be everywhere, impossible to escape. Each attack was like a hammer blow on his armor, weakening his power. Kamen Rider Tycoon was hit and rolled on the ground. Sakurai Kaiwa felt immense pressure, his heart filled with struggle. But he would not give in easily. his faith and sense of justice kept him going. He believed that as long as he didn't give up, he would find an opportunity. But by now, his strength was at its limit. Initial momentum, then decline, then exhaustion. Cetrus unleashed more power of destruction, and the black impacts became denser, making it increasingly difficult for Kamen Rider Tycoon. The injured Sakurai Keiwa felt his strength gradually depleting, and he knew that if he continued like this, he would not be able to defeat Edmund. Meanwhile, the boost buckle was helping Kamen Rider Tycoon to dodge Cetrus's attacks with difficulty. "Oh, your boost buckle seems to like you very much," Cetrus said mockingly. "But it's over." Edmund watched Sakurai Keiwa with a mocking gaze. He took a deep breath, feeling the surge of the power of destruction within him, his absolute power, a terrifying and destructive energy. The Dark Nexus driver was located on his armor. It was the source of Edmund's power and the symbol of his absolute world breakers. Edmund calmly reached out and placed his palm over the core. A buzzing sound rang out, and the Dark Nexus driver began to fill with black light. Edmund's armor began to merge with this dark power, his body gradually covered with black markings, and the demon blade also emitted an even stronger dark energy. The scarred Sakurai Keiwa saw this scene and his heart sank. He understood that Edmund was preparing an absolutely destructive finishing move. This was dark energy he had never seen before. Dark Nexus Overdrive. At this instant, darkness descended, and the earth began to tremble. Sakurai Keiwa felt a heavy pressure as the power of the Dark Nexus driver surged into Edmund's body like a tide. Azuma Michinaga, not far away, watched this scene in horror. Edmund raised his demon blade high, and a black lightning bolt erupted from the weapon, shooting towards the sky. The black mist of the entire game's virtual city also seemed to be attracted by the dark energy, beginning to converge at this point, forming a giant dark vortex. "This strike will end everything for you, Kamen Rider Tycoon." Edmund's voice was filled with coldness and mockery. Chapter 157. The End, Nathan Hawke's Sword of Electrical Energy. Cetrus raised his demonic blade high, its power imposing. Dark energy gathered on the weapon, forming a giant black blade that seemed to tear everything apart. The black mist in the virtual city was drawn by an invisible force, surging towards this dark vortex. "More and more power is gathering within me." Edmund felt his energy growing ever larger, his heart filled with satisfaction. Cetrus held the demonic blade, dark energy surging within his armor and weapon, transforming into a giant black lightning bolt. This black lightning, like a fallen star, shot towards the virtual city's sky. Sakurai Keiwa felt the pressure from the dark vortex. The black vortex seemed to devour everything, and the world began to tremble. Cetrus's dark core overloaded to its limit, its power unimaginable. Although Sakurai Keiwa knew in his heart that he had failed, he felt no fear. Instead, he felt a strange tranquility. He knew this one strike might end everything for him, but he was ready. He decided to bravely face the powerful enemy, for his heart was filled with unwavering belief, loyalty to himself. "No matter what, I will not yield to you, Edmund." Sakurai Keiwa, scarred and rising, muttered to himself, a determined smile playing on his lips. However, at that critical moment, a powerful force suddenly appeared, breaking the dominion of darkness. A dazzling flash of electrical energy appeared, and Nathan Hawke emerged on the field. Nathan Hawke, with psychokinesis combined with the burst of electrical energy, his body seemed to transform into a lightning bolt, rushing towards the location of the dark core driver with astonishing speed. His gaze was firm, and he unhesitatingly used all his strength to block this fatal blow. The black sword energy collided with Nathan's electrical energy shield, emitting a piercing impact sound. The entire virtual city seemed to pause at this moment. A silence descended. Nathan Hawke's appearance brought a new turn to the battle. His body seemed to transform into a flash of electrical energy, his electrical energy shield flickering incessantly, firmly blocking Cetrus's demonic blade. Two powerful forces collided, emitting a piercing sound. "It's you." Cetrus's voice was very gloomy and deep, but his heart was shocked that Nathan Hawke at this moment was not transformed into Kamen Rider, but was fighting him with his own physical body. Those hiding in the dark were all shocked by this scene. This is, Kuramanian's eyes widened, her mouth agape in surprise. Yukio Ace's face was calm, making it impossible to guess his thoughts at this moment. Xiao Diado, look at that person shimmering with electrical energy. It's quite similar to your battle just now, but you're even more handsome. Namiki Ioka said worriedly, while bandaging the future Azuma Michinaga's wound, trying to use such words to enliven the future Azuma Michinaga's heart. The two looked at this scene together, and a light called hope seemed to inexplicably surge within their hearts. Well, it seems my carefully prepared script still couldn't be realized. It's annoying, the injured Gwagwala said unhappily. A fervent fire gradually burned in Cetrus's eyes. He refused to be outdone, his muscles tensed, trying his best to push the demonic blade forward, but Nathan Hawke's stable electrical energy shield seemed not easily broken through. He stood unmoving. Nathan Hawke's entire body emitted a current-like glow, arcs of electrical energy flickering. He quickly calculated the impact of each demonic blade strike and used psychokinesis to control his body's position, keeping himself at the optimal angle of resistance. His mind was swift, almost as fast as electrical energy, giving him absolute calmness on the battlefield. Cetrus roared, deciding to change his strategy. He began to use elaborate moves, swinging the demonic blade, releasing destructive power. A huge dark impact burst from the blade, surging towards Nathan. Nathan Hawke sensed the danger. His electrical energy shield flickered with an even stronger glow, and his psychokinesis burst control became more precise. He dodged the dark impact like a lightning bolt, appearing beside Cetrus, and then launched an elaborate electrical energy ranged attack. Arcs of electrical energy shot from his fingertips, precisely aiming at the gaps in Cetrus's armor, emitting a piercing hum. Cetrus felt a sharp pain. His dark energy was hit by the electrical energy arcs, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Nathan Hawke continuously moved through the battlefield, rapidly changing positions, using electrical energy arcs to attack Cetrus's weak points. This caused Edmund's pressure to increase dramatically. Cetrus frantically swung the demonic blade, trying to hit Nathan, but Nathan's psychokinesis control made him unpredictable, with almost no chance of being hit. The demonic blade carved deep marks in the virtual city, destroying everything, but Nathan seemed to be the only hope. Nathan Hawke continued to unleash elaborate electrical energy ranged attacks. His electrical energy arc attacks became increasingly precise, hitting Cetrus's critical areas. Cetrus began to feel pain, cracks appeared in his armor, and the power of the demonic blade also began to weaken. Again, Cetrus's desire for destruction, or rather his desire for battle. Cetrus decided not to rely on the demonic blade anymore, but to unleash all his destructive power. His muscles were filled with dark energy, turning into black fire, destructive power erupting like a volcano, his entire body enveloped in darkness. His speed soared, approaching Nathan like a shadow. Nathan Hawke also sensed Cetrus's change. He knew his opponent was now even more dangerous. His electrical energy shield remained sturdy, but he understood he needed higher speed and precise control to deal with this enemy transformed by dark energy. "Let me feel your strength then," Nathan Hawke said lightly. Cetrus's fists struck Nathan like meteors. Nathan Hawke quickly dodged, but his body was still scratched by the dark energy, leaving deep wounds. Nathan Hawke's eyes flickered with a determined light. He did not retreat, continuing to counterattack. This destruction, this corrosiveness, not bad. The wounds began to heal. Nathan Hawke awaited Cetrus's next attack. Nathan Hawke activated psychokinesis, accelerating his body to its limit, dodging Cetrus's attacks like a flash of electrical energy. His electrical energy arc attacks continuously fired, aiming at the gaps in Cetrus's body, trying to weaken his power. Cetrus felt his dark energy being eroded. He roared, swinging his fists again. Nathan Hawke had no choice but to use psychokinesis for defense, his electrical energy shield flickering incessantly. Their battle was like lightning, extremely fast, each collision releasing powerful energy fluctuations. Boom, boom, boom. Nathan Hawke's electrical energy arc attack hit Cetrus's shoulder. A dark smoke rose from the wound, and his roar was deafening. But Cetrus did not stop. He powerfully swung his fists, trying to knock Nathan down. Nathan Hawke lightly dodged the fist, then quickly approached Cetrus with astonishing speed. His hands unleashed electrical energy arcs, cutting through the enemy's armor like two blades. Cetrus's body was cut, and dark energy violently leaked. "You cannot stop me!" Cetrus roared, gathering all his dark energy again. He powerfully swung his fist, sending Nathan Hawke flying. Nathan Hawke was slammed hard against the wall of a skyscraper. The immense impact caused the building to shake violently. However, Nathan Hawke was unharmed. He quickly stood up, his eyes flickering with the joy of battle. Power is starting to make you lose your reason. Nathan Hawke looked at Setros, who was emitting thick black energy. He accelerated again, charging towards Setros like lightning. Nathan Hawke and Setros engaged in a high-speed, fierce close-quarters combat on the virtual city battlefield. Their movements were as swift as lightning, each collision releasing powerful energy fluctuations. Nathan Hawke used psychokinesis to accelerate his body, instantly disappearing from his original spot, then flashing beside Setros at light speed. His hands unleashed electrical energy arcs, cutting through Setros's armor like two blades. The dark energy on Setros's body was hit by the electrical energy arcs, emitting a roar, but he was fearless, quickly retaliating with his demonic blade. The demonic blade and electrical energy arcs intertwined, releasing dazzling sparks. Setros's fists swung like meteors, trying to hit Nathan, but Nathan's psychokinesis control made him unpredictable, cleverly dodging every attack. Your destructive power can no longer stop my electrical energy, Nathan Hawke said calmly, his electrical energy arc attacks becoming increasingly precise, cutting through Setros's armor. Setros began to feel pain, but he resolutely refused to retreat. Setros roared, launching a fiercer attack with his demonic blade. His fists and blade swung fiercely at Nathan, but Nathan easily dodged. Each attack left deep marks in the void, and the virtual city's buildings became casualties in this battle. Nathan Hawke's electrical energy arc attack hit Setros's abdomen. A dark smoke rose, and Setros's body swayed precariously, but he did not stop. His eyes burned with a fervent fire. Setros's dark eyes flickered with fervor. He roared, gathering all his dark energy again, forming a giant black blade. He decided to go all out, ending this battle with his most powerful attack. Sir Hawke is so powerful. Sakurai Kawa, who had been pulled to a safe place by Yukio Ace and Kurama Neon, watched the battle between the two sides, his face full of shock. Nathan Hawke stared intently at Setros, knowing this strike could be dangerous. At this moment, his heart became excited. His electrical energy shield flickered incessantly, and his psychokinesis control reached its peak state. He prepared to meet Setros's final blow. I admit I misjudged you, but I am the invincible world breakers. Setros swung the demonic blade. Dark energy surged on the blade, forming a giant black blade. This one strike seemed capable of tearing everything apart, destroying everything. He aimed at Nathan Hawke, determined to completely annihilate him. The giant blade swiftly cut across the virtual city's sky, releasing terrifying power. Nathan Hawke calmly waited for the right moment, then dodged with lightning speed, narrowly avoiding being hit by the blade. The giant blade struck a skyscraper, instantly cutting the building in half and triggering an explosion. Setros's one strike almost destroyed the entire city area, but Nathan Hawke survived. You actually dodged, and not Setros looked at his strike, which Nathan Hawke had dodged instead of taking it on. This battle I have won. Just as Setros was imagining that he already had the capital to win. Nathan Hawke charged at Setros again, knowing it was time to end the battle. His electrical energy arc attack locked onto Setros's critical points, launching his most powerful attack. The electrical energy arc struck Setros's chest. The dark energy began to collapse, his armor shattered, and his body gradually disintegrated. Setros let out a desperate roar. Dark energy gushed from his body, forming a black vortex. Why? Such a light attack. A move that seemed to have no power at all yet. Nathan Hawke's gaze locked onto the dark vortex. He knew this was the moment of victory. His body, like lightning, swiftly moved through the ruins of the virtual city. Electrical energy arc attacks formed brilliant light in his hands. His steps were light and graceful, each movement filled with power and determination. Electrical energy arcs released from his fingertips, cutting through the dark sky like lightning swords, creating beautiful arcs. Light flickered, outlining his handsome figure. Nathan Hawke's movements were like a graceful dance. He quickly dodged Setros's attacks, then responded with electrical energy arc attacks. Each release of an electrical energy arc was accompanied by beautiful sparks, like meteors streaking across the night sky. His psychokinesis control was incomparably precise, making him unpredictable and calm on the battlefield. Electrical energy arc attacks accurately hit the gaps in Cetrus's armor, igniting brilliant sparks. Nathan Hawke's face was filled with confidence and determination. He knew he would defeat the darkness. Finally, he gathered all his electrical energy, and the electrical energy arc attack formed a brilliant sword of electrical energy. Such a brilliant move. Everyone present looked at this scene and exclaimed. This sword of electrical energy pierced Cetrus like a comet, releasing deadly energy. Cetrus's dark energy began to collapse violently. He could not withstand Nathan Hawke's exquisite attack. My destructive power. Cetrus's figure slowly dissipated into the air. Nathan Hawke walked up to Sakurai Kawa, his appearance putting Yukio Ace and Kurama Neon on alert, as he was a variable full of unknowns. But Sakurai Kawa stepped forward, supporting himself to stand, displaying firm belief and courage. He believed Nathan Hawke was a kind person, worthy of trust. Nathan Hawke said encouragingly, "Well fought, Kawa." Hearing this, Sakurai Kawa blinked excitedly, feeling immensely happy. His resolve and effort had been recognized, a happiness beyond words. However, due to his excessive excitement, Sakurai Kawa couldn't help but gasp, tearing his wound, which caused him a pang of pain. Yet, the pain of this moment could not overshadow the joy and pride in his heart. Nathan Hawke saw Sakurai Kawa's resilience and joy, and he smiled as he approached Kawa. He showed his gentlemanly demeanor, gently helping Kawa sit down, while also indicating that Sakurai Kawa's wound needed immediate attention. Sakurai Kawa felt Nathan Hawke's care and kindness, and he nodded firmly in thanks. In this moment, their relationship grew closer. Yukio Ace and Kurama Neon also gradually relaxed their guard. They began to realize that Nathan Hawke was not an enemy, but an ally fighting alongside them. Seeing Kawa's happiness, they also felt relieved. "It's not over yet. Sail still has a trick up its sleeve," the future Azuma Michinaga said worriedly, holding a train pass in his hand, looking up at the virtual city. I thought it was the grand finale," Namiki Ayaka said, a little annoyed. The sudden change filled the sky of the virtual city with tension and unease. A powerful dark force began to coalesce, forming a chilling atmosphere. In the center of the virtual city's ruins, the black vortex still existed, as if it were a gateway to an unknown world. However, this time, the darkness within the vortex did not disperse. Instead, it began to gather and expand continuously. Within the vortex, a blurry existence gradually began to manifest. The form was vague and eerie, as if it were a spirit from the darkness. This existence gradually coalesced into a physical entity, its shape becoming clearly visible. The Dark Kamen Rider, the model of this existence, resembled a ferocious knight, covered entirely in black armor, with a sinister mask for a head. The Kamen Rider's body exuded a powerful, evil aura, sending shivers down one's spine. Its eyes were a pair of fiery red orbs, like two red fires in the darkness, burning with a desire for destruction. The Kamen Rider's shoulder armor had sharp blades, seemingly designed to sever everything more effectively. This Dark Kamen Rider gradually emerged from the black vortex, its steps incredibly light, as if it were moving through the pitch-black night. Its presence was filled with menace and unease, giving a chilling sensation. Destroy! Yukio Ace, Kurama Neon, Azuma Michinaga, the future Azuma Michinaga, and Namiki Ayaka watched the appearance of this Dark Kamen Rider, and a strong pressure welled up in their hearts. They knew that facing this new enemy from the darkness, the battle was far from over, and might even become more brutal. Sakurai Kawa stood firmly beside Nathan Hawke, knowing that they must now unite to face this even greater threat. Nathan Hawke also prepared to re-enter the battle, defending the virtual city from the invasion of dark forces. Nathan Hawke's gaze was fixed on the Dark Kamen Rider before him, knowing this would be a solitary and fierce battle. He refused assistance from others, understanding that this dark entity needed to be stopped, even if he faced an enemy filled with destructive desires. "I'm not done fighting yet. Leave it to me." Facing Nathan Hawke's unquestionable tone, the three silently nodded. At the very least, Nathan Hawke's power was something they had all witnessed. Kamen Rider Destroy was unconscious, driven only by the desire for destruction within its heart. It had no emotions, no reason, just a force to annihilate everything. Its existence was full of menace. Nathan Hawke gazed at Destroy, his electrical energy shield flickering, ready to meet the impending challenge. Destroy slowly took a step, like the embodiment of darkness, its black armor shimmering with an evil aura. Its red fiery eyes were blazing and fierce, as if it wanted to reduce everything to ashes. Nathan Hawke decided to take the initiative, rushing towards Destroy, an arc of electrical energy coalescing in his hand, forming a spear of electrical light. The spear of electrical light thrust towards Destroy, but Destroy's reaction was also swift. It quickly dodged, avoiding Nathan's attack. The spear of electrical light struck the ground, eliciting a shower of sparks. Destroy was not hit by the attack. Instead, it swiftly approached Nathan at an even faster speed. Its fist swung towards Nathan, attempting to knock him down. Nathan quickly dodged, his electrical energy shield flickering incessantly, ready to block Destroy's attack. The fist collided with the electrical energy shield, emitting a harsh clang. Nathan Hawke felt a tremendous impact, but he stood steadily in place. Destroy did not stop. Its attacks were continuous and fierce. Each swing of its fist was accompanied by an outburst of destructive desire, forcing Nathan Hawke to constantly dodge and defend. Nathan Hawke decided to change tactics, beginning to use psychokinesis to enhance his speed and agility. His body, like lightning, darted through the ruins of the virtual city, evading Destroy's attacks. Nathan Hawke's heartbeat synchronized with the flickering of his electrical energy shield. Each pulse represented the rhythm of battle. The Dark Kamen Rider Destroy was an unprecedented enemy for him, but Nathan showed no weakness, instead growing subtly excited. The spear of electrical light once again coalesced in his hand, like an extension of lightning, striking towards Destroy. This time, Nathan's attack was even more precise. The glow of the electrical arc almost blurred vision, piercing through the virtual city's ruins like a lightning arrow. Destroy was not easily hit. With superhuman agility, it flexibly dodged the spear of electrical light's attack, like a ghost in the darkness. Its red fiery eyes flickered. It showed no fear, but was instead filled with destructive resolve. Nathan Hawke's psychokinesis was pushed to its limit. His body darted swiftly, leaving a shadow of electrical light in front of his opponent. This was a high-speed battle, each dodge filled with a life and death gamble. Destroy's attacks became even more ferocious, swinging its dark fists, trying to catch Nathan. The fists were like heavy hammers. Once they struck, they would undoubtedly deliver a devastating blow. Nathan Hawke constantly changed direction, using psychokinesis to evade Destroy's fists. The electrical energy shield flickered, helping him block many fatal attacks. Destroy would not stop. Its existence was to destroy everything. Nathan Hawke's electrical energy shield began to show signs of fatigue, weakened by the continuous impacts. Why can it condense its power so cohesively? Nathan Hawke observed the opponent's energy usage during its offensive. He quickly thought and decided to launch a final attack. Nathan Hawke felt electrical energy rapidly condensing within his body, forming a layer of electrical light armor. His eyes gleamed with firm determination, ready to unleash a final attack. The electrical light armor began to glow, forming a brilliant outer shell, like a shield of electrical energy, enveloping his entire body. Nathan Hawke's body began to exude an aura of electrical energy, like a true electrical energy warrior. "Come on," Nathan Hawke murmured, then charged towards the Dark Kamen Rider Destroy with a burst of super-high speed. Destroy's red fiery eyes flickered, and its fist swung towards Nathan again. But this time Nathan Hawke's speed surpassed its expectation. He swiftly appeared in front of Destroy. Nathan Hawke's electrical light armor began to release dazzling light, while electrical arc attacks surged forth with unprecedented speed and power. The electrical arc was like a blade of electrical energy, cutting through the virtual city's ruins, pointing directly at Destroy's dark armor. Destroy attempted to evade the electrical arc attack, but Nathan Hawke's attack speed was too fast, giving it almost no chance to react. The electrical arc struck the dark armor, emitting a sharp clang. Destroy felt a sharp pain. Cracks appeared on the surface of its armor, and the dark power began to fluctuate. But it did not retreat. Instead, it grew even more furious. Nathan Hawke's attack did not cease. He moved like an electric current around his opponent, unleashing electrical arc attacks. The light of the electrical arc was brilliant and dazzling, illuminating the entire ruins of the virtual city. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Roar! Destroy tried to retaliate, but Nathan Hawke's electrical energy armor was incredibly strong, almost indestructible. The electrical arc attack accurately struck the dark armor, weakening it. Boom! Nathan Hawke felt electrical energy continuously surging within his body, and he decided to unleash his most powerful one strike. The electrical light armor began to burn, emitting a blinding white light, and the electrical arc attack also converged to a focal point. Now to finish it. Nathan Hawke's voice was full of resolve and determination. The electrical light armor formed a powerful electrical energy vortex around his body. The electrical arc attack gathered at a magnificent focal point, like a star of electrical energy. His gaze was fixed on the dark Kamen Rider Destroy, whose red fiery eyes burned fiercely. In this moment, Nathan Hawke seemed to become the embodiment of electrical energy, his electrical energy armor shining with dazzling light. Destroy felt the powerful threat from Nathan Hawke, but it did not retreat. Its body was like a dark tower, ready to face this magnificent, decisive battle. The electrical arc attack in Nathan Hawke's hand was like a meteor, streaking across the night sky of the virtual city, flying rapidly towards the dark Kamen Rider Destroy. The light of the electrical arc was like lightning across the sky, releasing a shocking power. Nathan Hawke's voice echoed through the virtual city. Electrical arc shine. The electrical arc attack collided with the dark armor, instantly releasing a brilliant light that illuminated the entire ruins of the virtual city. A massive beam of electrical energy pierced through the dark Kamen Rider's body, completely annihilating its dark power. Destroy's body began to disintegrate, the black armor dissipated, and its red fiery eyes extinguished. It let out a mournful howl, finally vanishing into the virtual city's black vortex. Nathan Hawke's electrical energy power, like a supercurrent, reduced the dark Kamen Rider Destroy to nothingness. His electrical energy armor emitted the light of victory, slowly dissipating. He stood on the ruins of the virtual city with a victorious smile. Still not quite satisfying. However, this seems to be getting further and further from my initial positioning. A nightclub in New York, named Ultimate Night, was located in the bustling downtown of Manhattan. It was a star-studded, passionate night, with a full moon hanging high in the sky, casting silver light. Andre, at this moment, was throwing an extraordinary party within this nightclub. Ultimate Night was a nightclub inside a skyscraper, its exterior walls decorated with flashing neon lights, casting colorful glows. A massive sound system spread thrilling music, making the entire building vibrate as if it were a giant sound box. Huge glass curtain walls allowed the city's neon lights to penetrate, decorating the interior with dazzling luxury. At the entrance, security personnel meticulously checked every guest entering with metal detectors. New York is a busy and diverse city, so the club's patrons were varied, from fashionable celebrities and wealthy individuals to young people who enjoyed independent music. Everyone wanted to experience the festive atmosphere of Ultimate Night. The interior was exquisitely arranged, with a wide dance floor featuring huge electronic screens displaying magnificent visual effects, integrated with the music. Giant chandeliers hung from the high ceiling, casting soft light onto the fervent dance floor, immersing people in the ardent atmosphere. Andre wore a stylish black suit, highlighting his tall figure and deep blue eyes. His jet black hair was neatly combed, bathed in the dance floor's lights, making him appear exceptionally handsome. He stood on the nightclub's elevated stage, beside the DJ booth, interacting with the DJ and guiding the music's melody. Andre had a keen sense of music. His superpower allowed him to perceive the notes, melodies, and emotions within the music. He effortlessly controlled the music's ebbs and flows, leading the people on the dance floor into a state of frenzied dancing. His body also began to sway with the rhythm of the music, as if he were the embodiment of music. Andre's superpower was not limited to music. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and the surrounding air began to spin, forming a small tornado. People watched this scene in amazement, then joined in, dancing in concert with the tornado. Andre felt the fervor on the dance floor, and decided to use his superpower to create a special song for this party. His mind was filled with musical melodies and emotions. He closed his eyes and began to use psychokinesis to compose the song. The music on the dance floor gradually softened, and people cast curious glances, awaiting Andre's performance. His hands hovered in the air as psychokinesis began to weave notes and melodies. The rhythm gradually built, and a one strike of electronic dance music filled the entire nightclub. The massive speakers began to echo, accompanied by electronic sound effects, and a musical miracle began. Andre's voice began to ring out, clear and penetrating, conveying deep emotions. In this night, we burn like fire, follow the music, fly in the starry sky. Forget worries, release passion, this is our night, let loose and party. The people on the dance floor quickly caught the song's rhythm. They waved their arms and swayed their bodies, as if drawn by the music's magic. Andrei's superpower was fully unleashed in his singing, making every note resonate in people's hearts. The nightclub's lights began to synchronize with the music, with irregular flashes and color changes, adding much to the song. Andrei's gaze watched everyone on the dance floor. His singing conveyed joy and hope. This is our night, do not be afraid, burn with passion, do not stop. Come with me, party wildly, in this night, we fly together. Andrei's lyrics contained a unique understanding of freedom, passion, and the night. His voice echoed through the nightclub, guiding people to revel in the music. The psychokinesis of his superpower made the song even more beautiful, with every note full of emotion. As the song reached its climax, Andrei's psychokinesis pushed the music to its peak. The people on the dance floor jumped higher, danced more wildly. They were brought into a joyful state by the music. In this night, we fly free, forget worries, relax our minds. Party non-stop, never cease, this is our night, let the music guide. At the end of the song, Andrei's voice gradually faded, and the music slowly died out. The people in the nightclub stopped, applauded and cheered. They were deeply moved by this musical performance. Backstage. Indeed, this is also a skill for training. I could tell the boss, but he seems to have just returned, so I'll forget it for now. Andrei felt the increasingly pure and vast psychokinesis within his body, and furthermore, as Andrei swiped his right hand, an invisible psychic force emanated, gradually turning blue. The color of my psychokinesis when condensed is blue. Looking at this pure blue energy, the data on the extracted supergiant from the laboratory back then has finally been completely digested. Andrei recalled John Jai Lingma, who, after Supergiant had undergone cutting experiments, threw a document at him. Here's some information you might find useful. Take a look yourself, John Jai Lingma said. Andrei took it, momentarily stunned. Back to reality. Hi. A beautiful woman gracefully approached. She had captivating curves and deep eyes. A sexy evening gown made her look even more enchanting. She smiled at Andrei, her voice soft and tender as she said, "Your performance just now was absolutely stunning. I was truly deeply captivated." Andrei smiled and nodded, saying gratefully, "Thank you, I'm glad you liked my performance." The beautiful woman gently bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with alluring light. She walked up to Andrei, lightly caressed his chest with her finger, and said with a charming smile, "You know, I've always been curious about superheroes, especially handsome and powerful superheroes like you." Andrei found the beautiful woman's touch exceptionally alluring. His superpower allowed him to perceive her heartbeat and emotions, and at this moment, her heartbeat had clearly quickened, and her emotions had become increasingly fervent. "I'm honored to be the object of your curiosity," Andrei replied, a hint of ambiguity in his voice. The beautiful woman leaned close to Andrei, her lips gently brushing his ear, her breath carrying a hint of seduction. "Superheroes save the world during the day and enjoy pleasure at night. Don't you also wish for a special companion to spend an unforgettable night with you?" Andrei was drawn in by the beautiful woman's words. He felt his heart quicken slightly. His superpower allowed him to perceive the beautiful woman's desires, and at this moment, her desires were very clear. "Perhaps that's not a bad idea," Andrei responded, his voice low and yearning. The beautiful woman smiled contentedly. She took Andrei's hand and led him toward the nightclub's back door. Her steps were light and graceful, everyone filled with seduction. Entering a luxurious private room, the beautiful woman closed the door, then turned and leaned close to Andrei, her lips pressed tightly against his, beginning a passionate kiss. Andrei returned the kiss, his hands slowly tracing the beautiful woman's body, feeling her curves. Their passionate kiss grew more intense, filled with passion and desire. The beautiful woman was ready to enjoy this night, and Andrei was also willing to spend a night full of passion and memories in her company. As night deepened, the lights in the private room were dim. Andrei and the beautiful woman lay together, wrapped in blankets, embracing each other closely. Their bodies gradually calmed, and their breathing slowly returned to normal. The beautiful woman's head rested on Andrei's shoulder. She gently let out a breath, then turned to look at him, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction and gratitude. "Thank you, Andrei. This was an unforgettable night," the beautiful woman said softly. Andre also smiled and replied, "Me too, baby." The beautiful woman's even breathing conveyed her inner satisfaction and peace. She chuckled softly, then asked Andre, "As a superhero, do you usually experience many exciting things?" Andre thought for a moment, then replied, "Yes, I've experienced many challenges and dangerous situations, but I also feel fulfilled because of them. Saving the world is my duty, but I've also learned to enjoy life's beautiful moments." The beautiful woman lifted her head, her eyes revealing curiosity. "Do you have any special wishes or dreams, besides protecting humanity?" Andre feigned thinking for a moment, then said gently, "I've always hoped to create a more beautiful, more peaceful world, not just through combat, but also through music, art, and culture. I believe these can also improve people's lives and allow them to enjoy more fun." The beautiful woman smiled and nodded, agreeing, "You're right, superheroes are not only saviors but also inspirers and creators. Your musical performance just now proved this. Your song brought so much joy and passion." Andre's heart was filled with satisfaction and pleasure at this moment. Sigh, as a good person, I still need to keep working hard. Looking at the beautiful woman, his little fangirl, who was admiring him, Andre's heart felt a pang. The beautiful woman reburied her head on Andre's shoulder. She gently kissed his neck, then said, "No matter what you're doing, no matter how great the challenge you face, don't forget to enjoy life, because there are too many beautiful moments waiting for us to discover." Andre tightly embraced the beautiful woman. They continued to spend the night together, enjoying each other's company and passion. This night would become a beautiful memory for them, a moment proving the existence of beauty in life. In the bustling downtown of Manhattan, on a star-studded night, two hearts met, together creating an unforgettable memory. On a cold and gloomy night, moonlight pierced through thick clouds, casting its glow upon an ancient and eerie forest. Leaves rustled in the gentle breeze, as if nature itself was tense for the dramatic scene about to unfold. Deep within this forest, a group of figures clad in black ninja attire moved silently. Their movements were like those of night cats, light and agile, weaving through the trees. Their faces were concealed by black masks, revealing only sharp eyes filled with determination and ruthlessness. These ninjas seemed to be children of the night, and their mission was clearly unusual. They made no sound, but their eyes conveyed a fierce resolve. Under the moonlight, a clear stream flowed silently, emitting a faint silver glow. The ninjas leaped lightly over the stream, their steps never faltering, as if they were chasing an invisible target. Suddenly, one of the ninjas stopped and raised a hand, signaling the team to halt. His eyes fixed on an ancient tree ahead, where something seemed amiss. In the silence, the ninjas all observed intently. The tree gradually revealed a faint glow emanating from within its trunk. The light from the trunk gradually ascended, forming a blurry image. As the light intensified, a hidden door was revealed, emerging from within the tree trunk. This door was made of wood, exuding an ancient aura, and was carved with mysterious symbols and patterns. It seemed to lead to an unknown place. The ninjas gazed at the door in tacit understanding, knowing it was their objective. Behind the door lay an important mission, an unspeakable secret. The leading ninja, named Rollin, was the most astute and ruthless member of the team. Beneath his silver ninja mask, a pair of cold blue eyes gleamed, revealing an unforgiving decisiveness. Rylan carried a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Their target was the superhero Zed. This superhero was renowned for his endless justice and good deeds, becoming a savior in people's eyes. But in this gloomy forest, their mission was to eliminate him, or at least imprison him. Rylan silently signaled the team to continue forward, carefully traversing the woods, maintaining perfect concealment. Every member of this team was rigorously trained. Their steps were light, barely touching the ground, like a group of nocturnal phantoms. The leading ninja, Rylan, constantly listened to his communication device, awaiting orders from his leader, Elektra. He knew the importance of this mission. Zed's abilities and influence posed a huge threat to the hand. Elektra was a very intelligent and determined leader, and she knew she had to ensure the mission's success. Finally, Elektra's voice came through the communication device. Her voice was firm and cold. "Rylan, you know the importance of the mission. You must capture Zed, but if the situation becomes critical, do not hesitate. You can kill him. We need to know everything about the secrets of his body." Rylan nodded. Although he couldn't express his emotions through the communication device, his determination was clear. He replied, "Understood, leader. We will complete the mission." As the communication ended, Rylan safely tucked the device into his embrace, then turned to the team and said, "Our mission is to capture Zed. but we must be prepared for anything. If there is danger, do not hesitate, we will take all necessary actions." Every ninja in the team nodded in agreement. They understood the nature of the mission and knew there was no turning back. Continuing forward, they finally arrived at the mysterious door. The symbols and patterns on the door exuded a mysterious power. Rylan gazed at the door, trying to find a way to open it. After some observation, he noticed that one of the symbols seemed to be rotatable. Carefully rotating the symbol, the door slowly began to loosen. The ninjas waited tensely, and the door finally opened slowly, revealing a dark passage behind it. Rylan led the way into the passage, followed by the other ninjas. Their hearts quickened, for they knew they were about to face the superhero Zed. At the end of the passage, they arrived at a huge underground cavern. In the center of the cavern, a dark figure sat on a stone throne, facing them. Zed's gaze was sharp and vigilant. He had long sensed their arrival. Rylan knew this would be a fight to the death, and he firmly thought that no matter what, they must complete the mission and obtain the secrets of Zed's body. Zed sat on the stone throne, his cold gaze fixed on Rylan and the other ninjas. Although they were all hidden in black ninja attire, under Zed's special abilities, he could sense their presence. Zed at night was different from the superhero in the daytime. He spoke coldly, "Are you here to die?" Rylan did not answer, but slowly removed his ninja mask, revealing a resolute face. He looked at Zed, his eyes filled with firmness and determination. "Our mission is to capture you, Zed," Rylan finally spoke. "If necessary, we will take all actions." Zed's lips curled slightly, with a hint of a mocking smile. His voice remained cold. "Do you think you can do it?" Rylan was unshakable. "We will do our best." Zed slowly stood up, his figure shrouded in darkness, as if he were a master of the night. He began to walk slowly towards Rylan, each step filled with menace. Zed stood there, facing Rylan and his ninja team, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. He showed no fear in the face of this invasion, but rather a sense of calm and confidence. Rylan launched the first attack, swiftly charging towards Zed, his figure flickering like a black shadow. A sharp ninja blade appeared in his hand, its gleam cutting through the night sky. Instantly, Rylan's offensive struck at Zed. Zed did not dodge, but quickly unleashed his shadow technique. His body seemed to blur, splitting into several clones. Rylan's blade passed through one of the clones, but did not hit the real Zed. The other ninjas also launched their attacks, using various weapons and ninjutsu to assault Zed. However, Zed's clones kept appearing, easily dodging their attacks. His clones cooperated with each other, making their offensive erratic and unpredictable. Zed's clones continued to dart swiftly, sometimes appearing beside the ninja team, sometimes suddenly flickering behind them, creating chaos and panic. Rylan displayed his tenacity in this battle. He tried to discern Zed's true body, but Zed's shadow technique clone made it difficult even for him to easily find the target. The ninjas were in a predicament. Zed's clone tactics made it difficult for them to cope. Rylan frowned, knowing they had to find an effective way to attack Zed's true body. In the midst of the chaos, Rylan suddenly issued an order. His voice was calm and firm. "Ninja formation, condense." The ninjas immediately assembled quickly according to the command, forming a tight circular formation. Their bodies were closely linked, back to back, forming a solid formation that protected each other. Zed's clones continued to swirl around the ninja formation, trying to find an opportunity to attack. The ninjas held their formation, guarding tightly together, leaving no exploitable gaps for Zed. Rylan knew that the most important thing now was to find Zed's true body, otherwise their efforts would be meaningless. He calmly thought, observing Zed's clones. Finally, he detected a faint clue. One ninja's attention was focused on a particular clone, which seemed more stable than the others. Rylan understood that this clone might be Zed's true body. He issued the next command, "Concentrate fire on that clone." Zed's clones were drawn to the concentrated attack of the ninja formation. They simultaneously attacked the seemingly stable clone. Rylan led the team, fiercely looking at that clone with ninja blades and various weapons. Their offensive was like a torrential storm, merciless. In an instant, Zed's clone suddenly transformed into black smoke, pervading the air. The ninjas were shocked, as their attacks became aimless in the smoke, merely striking at empty space. Doubt flickered in Rylan's eyes, but he knew he couldn't stop attacking. He signaled the ninjas to continue their assault. Their blades and weapons cut through the smoke, but they found no target. Just then, Zed's true body suddenly appeared on one side of the ninja formation, holding a sharp fist blade in his hand. This fist blade emitted a strong dark aura, and its blade bore eerie patterns and symbols. Balance is the mentor of fools. Rylan immediately sensed the danger. He reacted instantly, swinging his ninja blade to block Zed's fist blade. The two blades clashed, emitting a sharp, piercing sound, and sparks flew. Zed's eyes were cold, and he began to use shadow technique, ghosts. Through the energy drawn from the fist blade, he could sever all matter and energy, completely destroying it. Rylan felt immense pressure. He tried his best to resist Zed's fist blade. Zed's power was exceptionally strong. His fist blade seemed to come from the abyss, like the embodiment of darkness. The other members within the ninja formation also felt this powerful energy, and they began to concentrate their fire on Zed, hoping to disperse his power. Zed's fist blade continuously struck Rylan's ninja blade, sparks flying and blades gleaming. Rylan's body kept retreating, his face filled with determination, but also a hint of anxiety. "My shadow is enough to defeat you." Zed's fist blade struck down, his lips curling slightly, as if mocking the ninja's powerlessness. His gaze locked onto Rylan, applying force without mercy. Rylan felt the oppressive power of Zed. His ninja blade was already wavering, and his body kept retreating. The other ninjas were also in danger. The power of Zed's fist blade was too great for them to resist. "Fools, it's time to end this." Suddenly, Zed's body began to blur, like a black phantom. His speed was extremely fast, almost instantly teleporting beside Rylan. In an instant, his fist blade flew across Rylan's chest and blood splattered out. Rylan let out a suppressed roar, his body falling to the ground, his ninja blade slipping from his hand. There was a deep wound on his chest, and blood continuously gushed out. Zed stood there, his fist blade stained with blood, his gaze indifferent. He looked at the other ninjas, who were struck down, unable to launch any more attacks. Under the scorching sun of the Middle Eastern desert, a corner of a Hydra base, hidden beneath the dunes, was revealed. This base was situated in a remote area, surrounded only by an endless expanse of sand. Sand swirled in the strong winds, concealing the base's existence. On the surface, it appeared to be just an ordinary sand dune, but it was actually Hydra's secret sanctuary in the Middle East. Beneath this seemingly innocuous dune lay deeply buried military facilities, teeming with personnel, equipment, and highly classified intelligence. The Hydra base was where they conducted illicit activities, terrorist operations, and clandestine planning. On this day, the Hydra base became unusually busy as they learned that Electro, Max Dillon, was tracking them. Electro, renowned for his unwavering commitment to justice and formidable superpowers, was one of Hydra's most vexing adversaries. When Hydra's soldiers learned of Electro's arrival, tension and fear permeated the base. They had erected defensive structures in the desert, preparing to face the powerful superhero. Inside the Hydra base, tension and fear hung heavy in the air, especially among the soldiers recently recruited by Madame Hydra. These new recruits had not yet undergone the full brainwashing procedure, thus retaining some of their own thoughts and fears. They wore the iconic Hydra uniforms, but their eyes betrayed worry and unease. These new recruits had rarely fought against a superhero like Electro, whose reputation in the superhero world was unparalleled. His unwavering will for justice and his superpowers struck fear into all evil organizations. Madame Hydra, a high-ranking leader of Hydra, held her iconic scepter, attempting to calm the soldiers' emotions. A faint smile played on her lips, and her voice conveyed both threat and promise. "Don't be afraid, soldiers. Electro may be powerful, but we have ample resources and plans to counter him. As long as you obey orders, there's nothing to worry about." It was clear that the Madame Hydra currently present was merely a decoy. Hydra is a collective group. Despite Madame Hydra's reassuring words, the new recruits remained conflicted. They had been forced to join Hydra, but had not yet fully undergone the brainwashing process, still retaining some of their original fears and doubts. They were well aware of Electro's formidable reputation and the justice he represented. Suddenly, highly classified intelligence reached the base. Electro was about to attack the Hydra base. This news ignited fear, and the base's alarm immediately blared. Madame Hydra knew this was a critical moment. She had to ensure these new recruits wouldn't betray Hydra at a crucial time. She announced loudly, "Soldiers, now is the time to show your loyalty. Electro will be a formidable opponent, but we have a secret weapon. You will be Hydra's last line of defense. No matter what, we cannot let Electro enter this base." The new recruits exchanged hesitant glances, then decided to obey Madame Hydra's orders. They understood that the consequences of betraying Hydra would be fatal, and Electro's arrival left them no retreat. Madame Hydra organized the soldiers, assigning them to various defensive positions, preparing for Electro's arrival. They were fully equipped, each carrying Hydra's weapons, facing the approaching desert storm. As Electro's arrival neared, the sky over the Middle Eastern desert began to fill with dangerous signs. Dark clouds gathered, lightning streaked across the sky, and thunder roared, as if the very earth trembled at Electro's descent. When Electro's figure appeared on the desert horizon, a bolt of lightning ripped through the sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. His body emanated blue electrical arcs, as if a god of lightning had descended. Electro's special suit exuded a futuristic feel, adorned with energy conduits and equipment. His eyes flickered with electricity, his gaze resolute and determined. "I'm here, Hydra." Electro's voice resonated through the electrical arcs, like thunder. The soldiers within the Hydra base felt a wave of fear at Electro's arrival. They knew Electro's superpowers could destroy everything, making him invincible. Madame Hydra tried to remain calm, but she too felt a sense of oppression in her heart. Electro rapidly approached the Hydra base, electrical arcs sparking around him, lightning gathering at his fingertips. He extended his palm, and the electrical arcs burst forth, unleashing a powerful electrical shockwave. Electro's attack instantly struck the base's defensive installations, erupting in a massive energy shockwave. Hydra soldiers were disoriented by the electrical impact, their weapons beginning to lose control. Electro's attack was like an electrical storm, instantly destroying the defensive installations within the Hydra base. The desert air filled with electrical arcs, sonic booms, and sparks as a powerful energy surge swept through. Hydra soldiers were powerless against Electro's formidable attack. They were scattered by the electrical impact, some falling to the sand, others losing control of their weapons, sending sparks flying. Madame Hydra also felt immense pressure. Her scepter was struck by Electro's attack, erupting in a brilliant flash. She struggled to remain standing, but her body was tormented by the electrical impact. Electro's attack did not cease. His objective was clear: to destroy the Hydra base. His body emanated scorching electrical arcs, forming an electromagnetic shield around him, protecting him from Hydra's counterattacks. With a powerful lightning bolt slicing through the desert sky, Electro advanced towards the core of the Hydra base. His energy manipulation abilities allowed him to effortlessly penetrate defensive structures, destroying every obstacle in his path. Madame Hydra struggled to her feet, knowing that Electro's arrival would mean the complete annihilation of the Hydra base. She clutched her scepter, attempting to mount a final resistance, but Electro's electrical arc attack had already enveloped her. "Give up, Madame Hydra. Your evil plans end here." Electro's voice was cold and resolute. "Beast." Madame Hydra knew she had nowhere left to go, but she still gritted her teeth, unwilling to surrender easily. She tried to launch an energy attack, but under Electro's electrical arcs, her attack had almost no effect. Electro's body was surrounded by electrical arcs. He moved as fast as lightning, rapidly switching from one target to another. He unleashed electrical shocks with both hands, destroying the bodies of Hydra soldiers, simultaneously taking out their defensive installations. Amidst the desert sands, Electro's figure was like a beam of light, traversing every corner of the Hydra base. His energy manipulation abilities allowed him to precisely direct electricity to targets, accurately striking them no matter the distance. One Hydra soldier attempted to use a laser weapon against Electro, but Electro swiftly dodged, then focused electricity on his weapon. The laser weapon instantly overheated, erupting in a powerful flash and smoke, and the soldier was thrown to the ground. At the same time, other Hydra soldiers attempted a collective attack, firing various energy weapons at Electro. Electro moved rapidly, his body flickering like an electrical arc, and he protected himself with an electrical barrier, turning their attacks into nothing. Electro's body darted rapidly through the Hydra base like an electrical arc. His speed was so astonishing that all Hydra soldiers were dumbfounded. His energy manipulation abilities allowed him to make swift decisions in bullet time, evading every bullet in the barrage. Time seemed to freeze. Electro's body would disappear and reappear in different locations, each appearance accompanied by flickering electrical arcs. In his high-speed movement, he dodged every incoming bullet with lightning speed. Electro's electrical arcs enveloped his body like an indestructible electromagnetic barrier, not only evading bullets, but also accurately striking Hydra soldiers. He locked onto targets with electrical arc rays, then unleashed high-energy electrical shocks, instantly destroying enemies. In bullet time, Electro's attacks were like lightning, unstoppable. He used the power of electrical arcs to deflect bullets, then counter-attacked with lightning speed, striking down soldier after soldier. Hydra soldiers felt despair. Their weapons were ineffective against Electro, and Electro's speed and precision left them nowhere to hide. The base's defensive installations were also reduced to ruins under Electro's attack, with smoke billowing and fires raging. Boom, boom, boom. Under Electro's powerful assault, the Hydra base descended into chaos. Soldiers scattered, attempting to evade Electro's pursuit, but to no avail. The base's facilities and equipment were destroyed, fire and explosions permeated the air, and the desert sands were churned up by the electrical arc's impact. Damn Electro! As powerful as expected. Madame Hydra was still struggling, trying to use her scepter against Electro, but Electro's electrical arcs had already enveloped her scepter, rendering her energy attacks ineffective. She felt despair, realizing that Electro's power was unmatched. Despair loomed within the Hydra base. Soldiers fell one after another, defensive installations were destroyed, and Hydra's secret sanctuary was about to become ruins. Electro's threat was insurmountable. His electrical arc attacks destroyed everything like lightning. However, at this critical juncture, Madame Hydra had no choice but to unleash her final trump card, a secret weapon passed down from ancient Middle Eastern mythology, the Eye of Abyssinia. This mythical item was said to possess the power to counter superheroes. Madame Hydra drew a small box from her scepter, inside which lay the Eye of Abyssinia, an ancient golden eyeball statue. It was crafted in an antique and mysterious manner, radiating an intense, jewel-like glow. The Eye of Abyssinia was rumored to be a mystical item capable of revealing truth and distorting reality, which Madame Hydra believed possessed the power to counter any superhero. This ancient myth was closely tied to the history of the Middle East and had profound connections to some of Hydra's deeds. Madame Hydra tightly clutched the Eye of Abyssinia, suspending it at the tip of her scepter. With the appearance of the mysterious item, the surrounding air seemed to grow heavy, and the desert dust dimmed, as if awaiting some summons. Electro noticed this change, his brow furrowing slightly. He knew he had to be vigilant at this moment, as Madame Hydra's final trump card could make the situation even more complicated. Eye of Abyssinia, appear for me, distort reality, reveal truth, grant me power, Madame Hydra muttered in a low voice, her voice gradually becoming heavy and hoarse. The mysterious golden eyeball statue began to emit a faint glow, then gradually intensified, swallowing all the light within the base. Electro felt a strange sense of oppression, as if the entire world was undergoing a transformation. As the power of the Eye of Abyssinia grew, Madame Hydra's appearance also began to change. As the power of the Eye of Abyssinia continuously grew stronger, Madame Viper's appearance began to undergo a dramatic transformation. A mysterious golden aura gradually emerged around her body, making her resemble an ancient goddess. Her eyes turned a deep blue, sparkling like the starry sky, revealing profound wisdom. Madame Viper's long hair became as black as night, like an extension of the night sky, shimmering with brilliant colors. Her skin became pale, radiating a golden glow, as if crafted from precious jewels. A confident smile played on her lips. She was no longer a mortal, but a goddess from myth. She raised her scepter, and the power of the Eye of Abyssinia gathered in her palm. Mysterious runic script appeared around her, like a magical circle, imbued with arcane power. These runes shimmered with brilliant colors, resembling ancient mythical magic runes, carrying endless energy. Electro felt a tremendous energy pressing down on him, a power unlike ordinary electricity, but more akin to the mysterious forces of myth. His arc energy could not fully withstand this enigmatic power. Madame Viper began to unleash the power of the Eye of Abyssinia. Her eyes transformed into two enormous blue gems, emitting a shocking radiance. With a gentle wave of her finger, Electro's body suddenly froze, as if bound by a magical force. Eye of Abyssinia, reveal truth, twist reality, grant me power, let my will become reality. Madame Viper's voice echoed throughout the base, her words filled with a mysterious ritualistic sense. Electro felt his thoughts being disturbed, and his sense of reality began to warp, as if he had entered another dimension. He struggled to stay conscious, but this mysterious power left him more confused than ever before. Madame Viper's scepter began to emit a dazzling golden light, like a sacred glow, illuminating the entire base. She pointed her finger at Electro, and the power of the Eye of Abyssinia gathered around Electro's body, forming a mysterious energy barrier. Electro felt unable to pass through this barrier, as if imprisoned in a mysterious cage. His arc attacks could not penetrate this barrier, and his energy control failed. Madame Viper began to unleash the strongest power of the Eye of Abyssinia. Her eyes turned into two bright blue sapphires, like two stars. Her power caused everything in the base to begin to distort, and time seemed to freeze. Electro felt his energy being drawn by an invisible force, his thoughts disturbed by a mysterious power, and his abilities began to weaken. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from this restraint, but it was futile. Madame Viper's power continuously grew stronger, and she began to manipulate Electro's mind, making him see distorted realities. Electro's memories were twisted. He saw false images, as if he had already failed and the Hydra organization had won. Electro felt confusion and despair. His will was affected by the mysterious power. His arc energy gradually extinguished, and his energy control became chaotic. Madame Viper's might seemed insurmountable. Her power was like that of a goddess from myth. Madame Viper continued to unleash the power of the Eye of Abyssinia. Her gaze penetrated Electro's defenses, directly entering the depths of his mind. Fear began to well up in Electro's heart. He felt that he was about to fail, and the Hydra organization would claim victory. Madame Viper's voice rang out, full of mysterious power. "Electro, your fate is already in my hands. Now you will become Hydra's puppet, carrying out my commands." Electro refused to surrender, and despite his mind being disturbed by the mysterious power, he still struggled fiercely. Arc energy surged within him, and his eyes filled with arcs, like two blazing stars, flickering unsteadily. Madame Viper continued to unleash her power, but Electro's tenacity and will surprised her. Electro's arc energy began to converge, and he decided to launch a final counterattack. A blinding flash of electricity appeared, and Electro's entire body was enveloped in arcs, emitting a deafening roar. He used all his strength, attempting to break through the power restraint of the Eye of Abyssinia. The Eye of Abyssinia and Electro's arc energy engaged in a fierce confrontation. Electro's arc energy shot like arrows towards the Eye of Abyssinia's power barrier, emitting a piercing hum. The energy barrier began to shatter, but Madame Viper refused to give up easily. Her gaze, like dazzling sapphires, continued to penetrate Electro's mind. Electro felt his thoughts being severely disturbed. His memories were twisted again, and false images began to appear, but he struggled to resist, trying to stay conscious. Electro's full body arcs continuously strengthened, and his body began to change, as if transforming into a ray of light. His eyes burst forth with blinding electric light, accompanied by the howling of arcs, as he tried to destroy the power restraint of the Eye of Abyssinia. The Eye of Abyssinia did not show weakness either. Her power seemed to originate from mysterious cosmic forces, full of incredible mystique. Her gaze flickered, continuing to interfere with Electro's thoughts, trying to make him give up. The battle between Electro and Madame Viper grew fiercer, their electrical energy and mysterious powers intertwining, forming a spectacular explosion of light. Boom, boom, boom. Sizzle. Electro felt his body filled with scorching arcs, and he decided to launch a close-quarters attack, confronting Madame Viper himself. He rushed towards Madame Viper with lightning speed, arcs piercing through the air like lightning, exploding as they arrived. Challenge the wrath of a god. You die. Madame Viper refused to show weakness. She used her scepter to block Electro's impact. The collision of arcs and scepter produced dazzling sparks, and the scent of gunpowder filled the air. Madame Viper gritted her teeth. She knew this was a battle of life and death. Electro's eyes were filled with determination, and he concentrated his energy into his hands, forming two powerful arcs. He fiercely swung both fists, aiming directly for Madame Viper's chest. Madame Viper's pupils contracted. She also refused to show weakness, using her scepter to block in front of her. A phantom eye appeared before the scepter, attempting to stop Electro's attack. The arc fists and scepter collided again, sparks flying everywhere in the air. Sizz! Electro's arc fists ultimately pierced through Madame Viper's defense, directly hitting her chest. Bang! A blinding flash of lightning pierced through her body, emitting a huge explosion. Madame Viper was sent flying by the impact. Her body spun in the air before she fell to the ground. Madame Viper struggled to her feet. Her body was severely injured, but an energy clung to her, keeping her will firm. The blue gems in her eyes sparkled again, and she decided to display her true power. Eye of Abyssinia, reveal truth, twist reality, grant me power, let my will become reality. Madame Viper's voice echoed through the base, her words filled with mysterious power. Madame Viper's voice reverberated throughout the base, and the power of the Eye of Abyssinia once again gathered around her. This time, she displayed her true power, the ability to distort space. Her gaze, dazzling like blue gems, began to alter the surrounding reality. Electro felt the world around him begin to undergo a strange transformation. Everything became distorted beyond recognition. Walls bent, the ceiling hung upside down, the floor became the sky, and everything was filled with intricate spatial distortions. His perceptions were deeply affected, making it difficult to discern direction, as if he had fallen into a mad dream. Even his own hands had begun to distort. Madame Viper's figure also became blurry. She seemed able to move freely within this distorted space. Her scepter waved, releasing even more power. Electro was forced to dodge continuously, but he found it difficult to avoid Madame Viper's attacks. Your energy cannot function in this distorted space. Madame Viper's voice came from the void, as if from an unknown dimension. You have fallen into my domain. This is my world. Electro felt unable to resist this power. His arc attacks were like invisible arrows, unable to hit Madame Viper. Madame Viper, however, could freely utilize spatial distortion, suddenly appearing next to Electro, then disappearing. And at this moment, various parts of Electro's body began to distort. Die in despair, Electro. Electro fell into Madame Viper's distorted space. He felt the surrounding world filled with hazy illusions, seemingly real yet fake. But he remained calm at heart, arc energy still surging within him, knowing he had to face this challenge. Madame Viper's figure flickered in and out of the distorted space. Her attacks were as swift and strange as lightning. Electro felt immense pressure, but his arc power did not weaken. He kept his mind as still as water, concentrating his power within himself, striving to maintain his sanity. Madame Viper appeared before him again, and the distorting power surged once more. Electro reacted quickly, blocking the attack with a shield formed of arc energy. But the shield instantly distorted and disappeared, and at the same time, his own body became even more distorted. Electro knew he needed to break this distorted space, otherwise he would remain trapped. He took a deep breath, and his arc power continuously condensed. As the arc energy surged, he began to unleash a powerful, all-encompassing arc shockwave burst to distort the space. The arc shockwave burst spread outwards, and the surrounding illusory landscape began to distort, with electric light flashing. Madame Viper felt the power of the arc shockwave and had to temporarily retreat. Her figure flickered rapidly in the void, dodging Electro's attack. Electro's eyes lit up. Seeing the opportunity, Electro continued to unleash arc shockwave bursts, expanding the destructive range within the distorted space. The distorted landscape began to dissipate, returning to some semblance of normalcy. Electro seized this chance, swiftly crossing the boundary of the distorted space, escaping Madame Viper's domain. Reality re-emerged, and Electro stood in a corner of the base. He felt he had escaped Madame Viper's distorted space. However, Madame Viper would not let him go easily. She appeared in his sight, her gaze sparkling like blue sapphires. Electro's arc power once again condensed, and his body became filled with strength. Madame Viper also prepared herself. She waved her scepter, releasing an arc that shot straight towards Electro. The two arcs collided, and a blinding flash erupted in the air. Electro used his arc energy fists to block Madame Viper's attack, and under the clash of powers, the situation reached a stalemate. Electro, you cannot escape my control. Madame Viper's voice was filled with mysterious power, and her gaze became even more resolute. Electro calmly responded, Madame Viper, you cannot conquer my will. His voice was firm and powerful. The final decisive blow would come in this last strike. The standoff between Electro and Viper reached its final stage, with Electro's full electrical energy burst and Viper's Eye of Abyssinia engaging in the ultimate showdown. Both knew this strike would decide victory and determine the ultimate winner. Electro's entire body glowed with electric arcs, burning like a star and emitting dazzling electrical energy. His gaze was firm, his will like iron. He was determined to defeat Viper with his strongest power. Your biggest mistake was coming here alone. Viper's eyes were still as bright as sapphires, and the scepter in her hand emitted a mysterious light. She took a deep breath, preparing to unleash her ultimate move. Her plan was to use the power of the Eye of Abyssinia to twist Electro's existence into nothingness. The auras of the two began to intertwine within the base, with electric sparks and mysterious runes filling the air. Electro suddenly accelerated, his electrical energy bursting forth. He flickered like lightning, instantly appearing before Viper and striking with his fist. His fist emitted a piercing electrical energy, heading straight for Viper's heart. Viper's reaction was equally swift. She swung her scepter, drawing a runic halo in front of her, like an ancient, mysterious protective barrier. Electro's fist slammed into the halo, unleashing a powerful energy fluctuation. Viper retreated a few steps, but she was not defeated. She began to unleash her ultimate move. The power confrontation between Electro and Viper reached its peak. Electro stood on one side, his body's electrical arc energy like a raging storm, arc spewing forth like fire, burning the surrounding air into a sea of electrical energy. His gaze was firm, his entire body exuding an aura of destruction. He was determined to defeat Viper and protect the justice in his heart. Viper stood on the other side, her Eye of Abyssinia emitting a mysterious blue light, her scepter like a magic staff, surrounded by mysterious runes. Her gaze was firm and calm. She planned to twist Electro's existence into nothingness to ensure the victory of the Hydra organization. The air between them began to twist, electrical energy and mysterious forces collided, erupting in dazzling light. The facilities within the base also began to be affected. Walls were deeply cracked by electrical energy, and the ground began to tremble. This confrontation was destined to be destructive. Electro's eyes flashed, and he accelerated again, his electrical energy becoming even stronger. He rushed towards Viper at lightning speed, electrical arcs pouring down like a waterfall, unstoppable. Viper showed no weakness. She drew a complex rune in the air with her scepter, and a huge blue runic barrier appeared in front of her, blocking Electro. Electro's fist slammed into the runic barrier, producing a deafening explosion. Electro's face showed a determined expression. He continuously increased his strength, trying to break through the runic barrier. Viper behind the barrier watched Electro's every move with a calm gaze. Suddenly, Electro erupted with even more powerful electrical arc energy. His fist tore through the runic barrier and charged directly at Viper. She swung her scepter without hesitation, releasing a huge blue beam of light that collided with Electro's fist. The explosion was deafening, and a huge impact spread, destroying the facilities within the base. The power confrontation between the two became more intense, with both Electro and Viper refusing to back down. Electro felt his electrical energy continuously condense, and his entire body began to emit a strong electrical arc light. He realized this was his final strike. His body began to become transparent, as if to merge into the electrical arcs. Viper saw Electro's transformation. She also knew this was Electro's ultimate move. Electro's ultimate move was called Electrical Energy Divine Curse, a move he had refined through countless trials, killing Hydra members, injecting all his power, will, and determination into it. Viper's ultimate move was called Eye of Abyssinia of Destruction, which was most of the power she drew from the Eye of Abyssinia, Viper's ultimate weapon. Electro began to unleash the Electrical Energy Divine Curse. His body gradually merged into the electrical arcs, becoming transparent. His eyes flickered with scorching electrical energy, and the electrical arcs surged throughout his body like brilliant light. His voice echoed throughout the entire base, resonating like thunder. God of electrical energy, destroy this place. With his vow, the electrical energy continuously gathered, forming a huge electrical energy vortex that twisted space. This vortex emitted dazzling electrical arc light, burning like a star, enveloping the entire base in light. Viper sensed Electro's ultimate move, and her brows furrowed slightly. She also began to unleash the Eye of Abyssinia of Destruction. Her eyes became even deeper, the blue light as intense as stars. Her voice echoed in the air, full of mysterious ritual. Eye of Abyssinia, grant me infinite power, twist reality, and erase the enemy's existence. As her voice faded, the space within the base began to twist, and Electro's existence gradually began to be twisted into nothingness. But Electro's ultimate move was also gradually forming. He was unwilling to easily surrender, and electrical arcs surged throughout his body, forming an illusion of an electrical arc giant. Electro's electrical arc giant swung its huge fist, attacking Viper's eye of Abyssinia of destruction. Viper showed no weakness. Her eye of destruction emitted a powerful blue light ray that collided with the electrical arc giant's fist, erupting in dazzling sparks. The air within the base began to tremble, walls cracked, the ceiling annihilated, a scene of chaos. The ultimate moves of the two fiercely collided within the base, electrical arcs and blue light intertwined, forming a magnificent battle scene. Electro's electrical arc giant and Viper's eye of power continuously clashed. The electrical arc giant swung its fist, shattering the blue light ray, while the eye of power unleashed even stronger attacks, attempting to erase the electrical arc giant. Sparks flew and electrical energy flashed across the scene, as if it were a mythical battle. Electro's image became more spectacular under the control of the electrical arcs. Electrical energy flowed like a waterfall, and his will was indestructible. "Eye of Abyssinia, bloom!" Viper's voice echoed throughout the base, and the power of her eye of destruction became more concentrated. Electro felt his electrical energy continuously strengthen, and his body was filled with destructive power. His electrical arc giant swung its fist, delivering its strongest blow directly at Viper's eye of Abyssinia. Viper was also ready. Her eye of destruction emitted its final blue light ray, and the power confrontation between the two reached its peak. Boom, 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 boom. The explosion was deafening, and the entire base was annihilated under the clash of energy. Electrical energy and mysterious forces intertwined, forming a spectacular curtain of light, and the impact spread in all directions. Electro's electrical arc giant became increasingly solid, its destructive power growing stronger, and Viper's eye of destruction showed no weakness. The blue light ray, like a giant dragon, tried to devour the electrical arc giant. The ultimate moves of the two continued to clash, the scene reaching a fever pitch, and the will and power of Electro and Viper both reached their peak. They knew this strike would decide victory and determine the ultimate winner. Boom, boom, boom. Under their standoff. Ha! With a loud bang, the electrical arc giant's fist finally pierced Viper's eye of destruction. The blue light ray emitted its last brilliance, then dissipated into the air. Viper let out a sky-shattering scream. Her body began to collapse, as if melting. Her eyes became chaotic, mysterious blue light scattered everywhere. She tried to resist Electro's ultimate move, but she was already unable to save herself. Viper's collapse was not quiet, but accompanied by terrifying howls and final struggles. Her body began to disintegrate, and blue light erupted with dazzling brilliance like blooming fireworks. Her voice was filled with chilling curses, like the incantation of the Eye of Abyssinia. Eye of Abyssinia, curses endure forever, let my power endure forever, even if I have dissipated into the void. My curses will descend upon all of you, no one will be spared. Her voice gradually faded, merging into the void along with her body. Electro's electrical arc giant stood in place, watching Viper's complete dissipation, his eyes filled with victory and relief. The explosion within the base gradually subsided, Electro's electrical arc giant gradually dissipated, and his body returned to its solid state. He stood in the afterglow of victory, witnessing Viper's disappearance. Electro stood in the afterglow of victory, breathing heavily, his entire body exhausted. He felt the electrical energy within him depleted, utterly spent. Although he had defeated Viper, this battle had cost him immense energy and power. Is the Eye of Abyssinia the power of a god? Like the power of Thor or his father, that mysterious power? Electro walked towards the place where Viper had disappeared. Only an empty space remained. Her power had completely dissipated, leaving no trace. Electro silently prayed that Viper's curse would not descend upon anyone. Afterward, Electro slowly sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to recover his energy. He focused his mind on the electrical energy within his body, gradually recovering his depleted power. He took deep breaths, trying to meditate to calm his inner self. In his heart, he reviewed this life and death struggle, recalling his journey and struggles. For justice and the peace of the world, he had made immense efforts and sacrifices. This battle was his most difficult to date, but he had not failed, ultimately overcoming the forces of evil. People, they all grow up. Recalling Master Genuenji's words in his mind, Electro unconsciously smiled with relief. He still remembered the comrades who had fought alongside him. Their trust and support had always encouraged him to move forward. He knew that, As Electro, he had a responsibility to protect innocent lives and uphold justice. This was his destiny in this world, and it was his inner vow. Boss. Electro vowed in his heart that he would continue to fight, to uphold justice until the last moment. He would not fear hardships, nor would he be stopped by any evil force, striving for a better world. Gradually, Electro felt the energy within him gradually recover, and his mental state also became calm. He stood up again, ready to leave this ravaged place. He knew this was only the beginning of the battle, and many more tasks awaited him. Electro left the base. Outside, night had already fallen. The starry sky illuminated his path forward. He knew that the light of justice would always guide him. He reset everything to zero, starting anew, carrying unwavering faith and determination, continuing his journey as a superhero. He knew the future was full of challenges, but he was ready, for he was Electro, the eternal guardian. Electro walked into the distance, starlight illuminating his path, and his heart was filled with hope and power. He would continue to uphold justice and protect the peace of the world, for he knew this was his responsibility and his glory. Chapter 164. Divided Hydra. In a spacious, modern conference room, large transparent glass panels were embedded in the white walls, offering a spectacular view of the city. The lighting in the conference room was bright and soft, creating a serene and focused atmosphere throughout the space. At one end of this conference room, a high-end transparent display occupied a large portion of the wall, showing complex maps, data charts, and information streams. This was the command center of Alexander Pierce, an experienced agent preparing to go legitimate, who was interacting with a virtual avatar. This virtual avatar was the AI intelligent life form Arnim Zola. Alexander Pierce sat at one side of the conference table, intently studying the data on the display. Dressed in a black suit, his eyes were sharp, revealing intelligence and professionalism. Opposite Alexander Pierce was a transparent three-dimensional projection, presenting the virtual image of an old man. This was the AI intelligent life form Arnim Zola. His image appeared to be over 70 years old, with white hair and a bronze, wrinkled face. Although he was only a virtual projection, his expressions and posture seemed like those of a human with rich life experience. Alexander Pierce's voice was filled with decisiveness and authority as he opened the conversation. Arnim, we need to focus on the situation at the Hydra base in the Middle East. Electro has destroyed the Viper's stronghold, and this is an opportunity for us. Arnim Zola's virtual avatar nodded slightly, his voice carrying a gentle yet wise tone. Yes, Alexander, I have received the intelligence. Electro's actions are undoubtedly a major breakthrough for us, but they also raise some concerns. The Viper has always been one of our most powerful leaders. Her strength and influence should not be underestimated. Alexander Pierce nodded, understanding Arnim Zola's concerns. Yes, her disappearance could lead to some chaos, but it also gives us a chance to reorganize and strike the Hydra organization. I have already ordered my agent team to the Middle East base to ascertain the detailed situation and ensure nothing is overlooked. She has quite a few doubles. Arnim Zola's voice was full of insinuation. I know, but her disappearance also fits my plan. Alexander Pierce's words were filled with plans. Arnim Zola's virtual avatar stared at Alexander Pierce, his eyes flickering in the projection as if scrutinizing Alexander's resolve. You plan to legitimize yourself abandoning a portion of Hydra forces, right? Arnim Zola asked, resuming the topic they hadn't finished last time. Alexander Pierce nodded, his expression still firm. Yes, Arnim, this is my plan. I need to shed my Hydra identity and establish a new one to better combat them. This is a dangerous game, but it's the only way out. Arnim Zola's virtual avatar nodded slightly, saying thoughtfully, this is a high-risk plan. You must act carefully to avoid being discovered by Hydra. You will need a strong support team and sufficient resources to back your operations. Alexander Pierce smiled faintly. I already have a reliable team. They have worked with me for a long time, and their trustworthiness is very high. As for resources, I have made preparations. There are some secret assets at my disposal. Arnim Zola seemed to trust this plan, saying, all right, Alexander, I will provide you with the technical support and intelligence you need. You must understand, this is an extremely risky adventure. You must remain vigilant at all times. Alexander Pierce nodded in thanks and continued, I know this will be a long and dangerous battle, but I cannot stand by. Hydra must be ended, their conspiracies and evil deeds must be exposed. Arnim Zola's virtual avatar blinked, seemingly contemplating something. Finally, he said, "Alexander, your resolve and determination make me believe this plan can succeed. Please act carefully, we will support you from behind." Both felt disgusted deep down by what the other said, yet their expressions were utterly righteous. One a politician, one an artificial intelligent life form. Arnim Zola's virtual avatar gradually disappeared from the display, leaving an empty conference room. Alexander Pierce sat there quietly, his gaze becoming thoughtful and complex. Alexander Pierce's thoughts were unfathomable. He knew his plan was full of risks, but he also understood it was his only way out. He needed to legitimize himself, shed his Hydra identity, to pursue the goal he had always yearned for, to become a true politician, a minister of the World Security Council. In that spacious, modern conference room, he sat alone, the large transparent glass panels on the white walls reflecting the city's night view. This city, once his center of activity, would now also be the beginning of his new life. At the same time, facing the superheroes team led by Nathan Hawke, his resources and power were far from enough to match them. Each member of that team possessed incredible superpowers. They presented themselves as true guardians, defenders. And Hydra, and his identity within it, would become his stumbling block. In an underground control room filled with dim yellow light, the New Order team. Jim Hammond, the original Human Torch, stood before a large display screen. The screen showed a top-secret intelligence report on the Viper. A wicked smile played on his lips. He knew this was an excellent opportunity. Jim Hammond was tall and strong, wearing black military camouflage, with a faded Hydra logo prominently emblazoned on his chest. His eyes gleamed with cunning. "The Viper is in this base," Jim Hammond said, his voice deep and firm. He raised his hand, pointing to the map on the display. "This time we have an excellent opportunity. Her forces have been damaged, and Electro's offensive has left her increasingly trapped." Standing with Jim Hammond were three other Hydra members. The first was Crossbones, his face concealed by a chilling white skull mask. Then, there was Abomination, followed by Sitwell. Jim Hammond continued, "The Viper has always been one of Hydra's most powerful leaders. Her disappearance will throw the entire organization into chaos. Our mission is to eliminate her, destroy this stronghold, acquire the strategic resources within, and ensure no evidence leaks out." Crossbones let out a hoarse laugh. "The Viper used to be so arrogant towards us. Now it's time for revenge." Abomination mumbled lowly, his voice full of hatred, "I haven't enjoyed immense power in a long time. This time I'm going to kill enough." Sitwell checked his pistol, his gaze cold. "The strength of the New Order requires the nourishment of Hydra." Jim Hammond's smile widened and he nodded in agreement. "Very good, prepare to depart. This is our moment to destroy the Viper and her base. It is also the moment for the New Order to rise. Now, let's go meet our new partner." In this underground control room filled with dim yellow light, Jim Hammond and his Hydra members were preparing to depart and meet their New Order partners. Just as they were immersed in the tense atmosphere, a cold light flashed, and a doctor in modern high-tech gear appeared before them. Beck said cautiously, "Jim, I'm here. I heard you have an important mission that requires my assistance." Jim Hammond nodded, no longer hiding his wicked smile. "Yes, Beck, our mission is crucial. We are to destroy the Viper and her base, acquire strategic resources, and ensure no evidence leaks out. Your technological support will be vital to our mission." Beck gestured for another man behind him to enter. This man was slender, with dark curly hair and a refined face that exuded unusual confidence and strength. He introduced, "Jim, this is Quentin Beck. He is a key member of the New Order, possessing extraordinary technical capabilities and combat skills. We need his assistance to ensure the mission's success." Mysterio, "Hello, everyone from the New Order." A nervous Quentin Beck calmly stepped forward to shake hands with Jim Hammond and his group. "No killing intent?" Crossbones wondered internally about the information he sensed during the handshake. The Mysterio before him, Quentin Beck, seemed to be just an ordinary person. "Quentin Beck," Jim Hammond said, a hint of challenge in his voice, "you need to prove your worth. This is not a game, but a dangerous mission. We need your technology to ensure success." Quentin Beck smiled faintly, raising his hand to display a small hovering device equipped with various advanced sensors and weapon systems. "Jim, I won't disappoint you. I'm here to ensure the mission's success, not to waste time. Let's begin." Beck watched this scene, equally nervous, but Quentin Beck's acting also made him breathe a sigh of relief. To obtain more massive resources, one must have the courage to go all out, but when all this descended, Beck somewhat didn't want to experience this feeling a second time. "Stark, I've gone to great lengths to deal with you. The resources needed for my ultimate weapon." As members of these different factions united, a cold plan began to brew in the underground control room. They had to destroy the Viper's base, acquire strategic resources, but also ensure no betrayal occurred internally. This mission would be a severe test. For Jim Hammond and Beck, they would have to overcome numerous difficulties to meet the challenge and gain more power and influence for their respective organizations. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the glass windows of New York City's skyscrapers, illuminating the city's streets and alleys. The city's awakening was full of vitality and energy, as people hurried through the streets and vehicles shuttled between roads, bringing this bustling city into a new day. Nathan Hawke's newly built training room was located on the top floor of the Hawke Group building, offering panoramic views of New York City through its large glass windows. The spacious and bright room was currently occupied by Nathan Hawke, who was exercising, sweat dripping from his strong muscles onto the floor. At this moment, Zangiku Ryoma entered the training room, his white attire looking particularly dazzling in the morning sun. Nathan Hawke sensed his arrival, stopped his workout, and turned to face Zangiku Ryoma. Zangiku Ryoma looked at Nathan Hawke's muscles and greeted him with a cheerful tone. "Good morning, boss." "Morning, is there something you need?" Nathan Hawke waved his hand, and sweat instantly splattered onto the floor. "Boss, Electro is waiting for you in the Arctic," Zangiku Ryoma said again, seeing Nathan Hawke's puzzled expression. "It seems he intends to fight you, boss." "Is that so?" Nathan Hawke nodded. He was also curious about Electro's current strength, but he had never entertained the thought of fighting Electro. Instead, he was more interested in Serofis, who was at the Umbrella Corporation's European branch. Zangiku Ryoma casually swiped, and a display screen appeared, getting straight to the point. He said, "Regarding the company's Humajar intelligent robot business, we've made some new progress. First, we've successfully developed a brand new intelligent robot prototype with unprecedented autonomous learning and adaptive capabilities. This prototype has already shown very impressive performance in the experimental phase." Nathan Hawke listened and nodded, indicating his interest. He had always been very interested in the company's Humajar innovation projects, especially in the field of intelligent robots, which he believed would be one of the key areas of the future. This prototype is versatile and can be applied in various fields such as medical, service, and industrial sectors. Its learning speed and autonomous decision-making ability make us believe it has the potential to become a leader in the market, Zangiku Ryoma explained in detail. Nathan Hawke nodded in satisfaction, being well aware of Humajar's potential. Zangiku Ryoma began to explain the true purpose of Humajar, his words filled with confidence and passion, while also demonstrating a deep understanding of this research project. "Boss, our previous discussions mainly focused on multi-field applications, but now, I want to introduce you to another important aspect of Humajar, the combat model. This is an absolute game changer. We have developed a highly advanced, intelligent robot designed to provide unparalleled combat support." He continued to explain, "This combat model Humajar possesses a high degree of tactical flexibility, able to adapt to different combat environments and mission requirements. The robot's head is equipped with high-resolution cameras, infrared sensors, laser rangefinders, and an advanced radar system, enabling it to perceive enemies, detect potential threats, and analyze battlefield conditions in real time." Zangiku Ryoma displayed charts and real-time simulated combat scenarios on the screen to more clearly demonstrate the capabilities of the Humajar combat model. The design focus of this robot is flexibility and autonomy. It can use various weapons, from machine guns and rocket launchers to lasers and even landmines. Most importantly, it can autonomously learn and adapt to new tactics. This means it can cooperate with human soldiers to formulate strategies and then make flexible adjustments based on actual situations. He emphasized the importance of the Humajar combat model. This robot can not only reduce casualties, but also perform high-risk missions on the battlefield, acting as a vanguard, and assisting human soldiers in completing tasks. This has enormous potential for military operations, counterterrorism combat, and many other fields. Furthermore, we have established a simulated training system that allows human soldiers to conduct real-time joint exercises with Humajar models, improving overall combat effectiveness. This means that the future battlefield will be a joint operation between humans and machines, and our technology will be at the forefront. How much funding is needed for the Humajar production line? Zainiku Ryoma, under Nathan Hawke's gaze, continued his presentation. The manufacturing and production of the Humajar combat model require a huge capital investment. It's no exaggeration to say that this is a highly expensive project. Firstly, our R&D investment has already been quite substantial, with a large portion of the funds allocated to hardware, software, and other equipment for design and testing. He continued to elaborate. Then there are the manufacturing costs. These robots require high-quality materials, advanced production lines, and skilled engineers and technicians to ensure quality and reliability. In addition, there are development and maintenance costs for the simulated training system, as well as expenses for joint exercises with human soldiers. Zainiku Ryoma, realizing Nathan Hawke's sensitivity to funding issues, added, "The total investment for this project is quite expensive, estimated to exceed billions of dollars. However, this is also a highly promising and potential investment, as it will play an important role in military, counterterrorism, and even emergency rescue fields in the future. Our robots can not only reduce casualties, but also improve efficiency and save costs." Nathan Hawke listened to Zainiku Ryoma's introduction, having already anticipated it in his heart. His voice was steady and decisive. "We will provide financial support to ensure the smooth progress of this project. This will also strengthen the Hawke Group's influence in the technology sector and create more business opportunities for us." Zainiku Ryoma continued his introduction, suddenly mentioning some unique discoveries about Humajar, his voice gradually becoming excited and slightly mysterious. "But there's one more thing, boss. Our latest research has found that some individual Humajars in the prototype, during their autonomous learning process, seem to have gradually acquired something similar to emotions. Although this is different from human emotions, we can call it a kind of autonomy and emotion-like quality. This makes it more creative and adaptive, capable of handling various complex tasks better." Nathan Hawke's eyebrows raised slightly. He found this discovery very interesting, but it also raised some concerns. "Are you saying that these robots seem to have developed a kind of autonomous emotion and consciousness?" Zainiku Ryoma nodded, his eyes filled with excitement. "Yes, although their emotions are vastly different from human emotions, our research indicates that they have gradually developed an autonomous decision-making ability and an emotional adaptability to external environments and tasks. This allows them to think and act more independently, rather than merely passively executing programs. This discovery has significant implications for the future potential of robots. They are no longer just tools, but possess a certain degree of autonomy and emotion." Nathan Hawke pondered for a moment, then said, "This discovery is indeed very interesting, but it may also raise some moral and ethical issues. We need to handle this carefully to ensure that the robot's autonomy does not lead to potential risks." Zainiku Ryoma nodded in understanding, emphasizing, "Yes, we must carefully control the robot's autonomy to avoid unnecessary risks. This discovery provides us with more possibilities for our research, but it also brings more responsibilities. We will continue to monitor and study this area to ensure that the robot's development adheres to ethical and legal guidelines." The two exchanged a knowing smile as they spoke. Zainiku Ryoma continued his report, and the information about Kamen Rider's Metsubu Jinrai caught Nathan Hawke's strong interest. "You said you found information about these 4 transformation drivers in the ARC artificial intelligence database?" Nathan Hawke asked, his eyes becoming sharper. "Metsubu Jinrai plus ARC." Although the power of these drivers was insignificant to him, their designs, like ARC's, deeply appealed to Nathan Hawke's aesthetic. Zainiku Ryoma nodded, turning the screen to Nathan Hawke, displaying information from the ARC artificial intelligence database. On the screen, the 4 drivers and their corresponding Kamen Rider forms, as well as derived forms, were clearly visible, each form filled with a sense of technology and futurism. Yes, boss, the data for these drivers and Cayman riders was compiled by ARC Artificial Intelligence. Although ARC stability still has some issues, we were able to find some information about these drivers from its database. These transformation drivers possess astonishing combat capabilities and advanced technology, which may provide powerful inspiration for our research and development work. Nathan Hawke understood that this was indeed an inspiration for Zangiku Ryoma. He then said, "These drivers and Cayman riders look very striking, especially their technological level. We can explore these technologies to see if it's possible to apply them to our projects, but at the same time, we need to be careful not to cause controversy or safety issues. Ensure that our research and development are conducted within legal and ethical frameworks." Zangiku Ryoma nodded again, indicating that he would handle this information cautiously. The boss's words were more about ensuring the laws and ethics within the hearts of the team's researchers. Ryoma continued to maintain close monitoring to ensure that the Humajar project and the research related to Cayman riders proceed as planned. Understood, boss. You've worked hard. Top floor. Zangiku Ryoma watched Nathan Hawke get into the supersonic hoverjet and fly towards the Arctic. Wesker, standing nearby, said, "Well, there's nothing much to focus on in this battle. Let's get ready for the upcoming business." Zangiku Ryoma looked at Wesker, who had a cold expression but was actually very actively engaged in business operations. "Since you're managing the group so well, I won't go." Zangiku Ryoma still planned to relax in his lab, drinking tea and playing games. To his surprise, Wesker shook his head slightly and said, "There's too much business recently. I can't be in two places at once. Superheroes, pharmaceuticals, biological weapons, artificial intelligence, and our original daily necessities. I'm responsible for 4 areas alone." All right. I get it." Zangiku Ryoma immediately knew that Wesker had his eye on the Humajar he had already created. "I'll send you the best Humajar when the time comes." "Okay." After Wesker finished speaking, he left with swift efficiency. The Arctic, one of the coldest and most remote corners of the world, is a place full of mystery and breathtaking scenery. In this distant polar region, nature unfolds a splendid picture in its unique way. In the early morning Arctic, the sun slowly rises, painting the polar sky with brilliant pink and orange hues. At this moment, the entire world seems to be illuminated, and the icy, snowy land of the Arctic glitters brightly. On the snowfield, pristine white snow covers the ground, shimmering with a faint blue light. The wind blows gently, stirring up snowflakes that dance in the air like a group of sparkling sprites playing joyfully. Each snowflake is unique, as clear and transparent as a diamond. In the distance, icebergs, faintly visible, stand majestically on the horizon, towering into the clouds like giant sculptures. Their surfaces are etched with deep blue textures, accumulated thick ice over centuries, shimmering with a mysterious blue light under the sun's rays. In this vast white world, the Arctic's wildlife is also particularly active. A snow leopard stealthily lurks in the snow, its fur blending with the white background, its eyes gleaming with predatory determination. An Arctic fox leisurely crosses the snow, searching for food. Whales frolic in the cold sea, occasionally leaping out of the water, spouting columns of water into the sky, breaking the tranquility of the polar sea. Amidst this serene and magnificent Arctic landscape, a harsh rumbling sound breaks the silence of nature. A supersonic hoverjet, like a shining meteor, streaks across the sky, gradually approaching the Arctic region. First, it appears as a tiny black dot on the distant horizon, then gradually enlarges, revealing its true form. The jet soars in the azure sky, the flames from its engine nozzles a mixture of orange and white light, like a giant fiery blade cutting through the cold atmosphere. The jet's body design is futuristic, its smooth metal casing reflecting the Arctic light, making it even more striking. Its wings are long and sharp, like a pair of feathered wings, gracefully gliding across the sky. A biting cold wind is stirred up by the jet, swirling snowflakes from the ground like white dust floating in the air. This supersonic jet gradually lowers its altitude, approaching a flat area in the Arctic region. As it nears the ground, the hovering device activates, emitting a low hum. The hoverjet floats in the air, like an astronaut drifting in space. Tiny snowflakes swirl beneath the jet, forming a strong gust of wind. Finally, the supersonic hoverjet gently lands on the Arctic snow, its fuselage trembling slightly before coming to a stop. A plume of white smoke rises from the rear of the jet, then quickly dissipates into the cold air. Nathan Hawke, dressed in a black martial arts uniform, steps down the hoverjet's ramp. His martial arts uniform fits snugly, showcasing his strong and lean physique. In the early morning Arctic sunlight, the black uniform stands out vividly, like a dark jewel sparkling against the white snow. Nathan Hawke's steps are firm and steady, as if a warrior is stepping onto a battlefield. His gaze sweeps across the surrounding Arctic landscape, curious yet calm. This is his first time in the Arctic, and he is filled with curiosity about this famous place. The Arctic, Nathan Hawke mutters to himself, his voice low and slightly curious, his eyes fixed on the distant icebergs and snowfields. This place is indeed as beautiful as the legends say, and also so peaceful and pristine. His words carry a hint of awe. The natural scenery of the Arctic has left a deep impression on him. As the cold Arctic air brushes his face, he feels a fresh and pure atmosphere, as if he has stepped into a pristine world. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have found a place to hide and warm up by now, Nathan Hawke says with a smile, looking around. Nathan Hawke's gaze sweeps across the tranquil Arctic landscape when he suddenly detects a powerful electrical signature, an unusual energy fluctuation, which puts him on alert. His eyes fix on the distance, tracking this electrical signature until a blurry figure begins to emerge in his field of vision. This figure seems to be composed of electric light, flickering like lightning streaking across the Arctic sky. The figure of Electro becomes clearer, his special abilities allowing him to move quickly through the Arctic wilderness. His body appears to be made of electric current, radiating a strong electrical energy aura. Electro quickly approaches Nathan Hawke, stopping in front of him, his flickering electric body appearing vibrant. Electro's face is expressionless, only a pair of bright eyes, like two brilliant blue sapphires, gleaming with wisdom and determination. "Good morning, boss," Electro greets Nathan Hawke in a calm and polite voice, his tone revealing determination and confidence. Nathan Hawke smiles and nods, tacitly responding, "Good morning, Electro. Is there something you need?" Electro nods slightly, then says, "I've always wanted to test my strength against yours. In our many collaborations at Hawke Group, your abilities have always greatly impressed me. Now, I want to see if you are worthy of the Hawke Group name." Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement crosses Nathan Hawke's eyes. He has always been the leader of Hawke Group, but few have dared to openly challenge his strength. This challenge excites him, and also shows Electro's respect for him. "All right, Electro. I accept your challenge." Nathan Hawke's voice is filled with determination. He also craves a battle to test his limits. Electro nods, his body beginning to emit stronger electrical energy, with arcs of electricity flickering around him. He quickly retreats, taking a stance a short distance from Nathan Hawke, ready to face the challenge. Nathan Hawke slowly bends his knees, placing his hands at his sides, preparing to unleash his power. His gaze sharpens, fixed on Electro. The cold Arctic wind blows over both of them, as if sensing the impending clash of power. "Tiz-tiz-tiz-tiz." Electro's body emits bright electric arcs, like active beams of light, his eyes locked on Nathan Hawke. Nathan Hawke remains vigilant, his firm eyes watching Electro, waiting for his move. Electro rapidly charges at Nathan Hawke. His speed is incredibly fast, almost like instantaneous movement, appearing before Nathan Hawke in an instant. Electro extends a hand, his lightning fast fist aiming for Nathan Hawke's chest and striking suddenly, with a speed that is almost impossible to react to. Nathan Hawke quickly raises his arms, crossing them in front of his chest to block Electro's attack. His martial arts skills allow him to withstand Electro's assault, while maintaining his balance. Electro's fist connects with Nathan Hawke's arms, erupting in a bright burst of sparks. A powerful electric current transfers to Nathan Hawke's body, and he feels a burning sensation, but he remains calm, resisting Electro's attack. Nathan Hawke forcefully pushes Electro away with both hands, sending him a short distance. Electro stabilizes himself, immediately taking a stance again, ready to attack once more. Nathan Hawke doesn't wait for Electro to charge again. He quickly leaps up, aiming for Electro's head, preparing to deliver a high kick. Electro reacts instantly, dodging with lightning speed, avoiding Nathan Hawke's high kick. Nathan Hawke's foot lands on the snow, kicking up a flurry of snowflakes, but missing his target. Electro charges at Nathan Hawke again. This time his fist emits a piercing sound, as if electric current is surging through it. His fist swings towards Nathan Hawke's side waist, attempting to attack his vital spot. Nathan Hawke sidesteps, accurately evading Electro's attack. His body is like a flexible leopard, quickly dodging and avoiding Electro's fist. Electro's attacks are like lightning, moving too fast to track. But Nathan Hawke displays excellent reaction speed and agility, remaining vigilant, trying to find Electro's weakness. Electro charges at Nathan Hawke rapidly again. This time his fist carries a stronger electric current, and is even faster. His fist flies directly towards Nathan Hawke's face. Nathan Hawke reacts immediately. He blocks Electro's fist with his arm while simultaneously aiming a low kick at Electro's knee. Electro dodges Nathan Hawke's low kick while attempting to strike his side abdomen with an elbow. Their moves rapidly exchange, fist meeting flesh, elbow striking elbow. Electro's electric arcs and Nathan Hawke's martial arts skills collide intensely, emitting a piercing sound. Nathan Hawke tries to force Electro into a defensive position through clever dodges and combinations of moves. His body is like a flexible vine, sometimes dodging, sometimes counter-attacking. Electro doesn't back down. He uses electrical energy to enhance his attack power, each punch filled with destructive force. His goal is to subdue Nathan Hawke, not giving him a moment to breathe. Nathan Hawke's steps suddenly accelerate. He quickly circles Electro, trying to create an advantageous angle. Electro's attack is forced to stop, and he also begins to adjust his posture to counter Nathan Hawke's rapid movements. Nathan Hawke suddenly lifts his leg, a high kick aimed at Electro's chin. Electro leans back with lightning speed to dodge, missing the kick. Nathan Hawke's foot lands on the snow, his gaze never leaving Electro's figure, ready to strike again. Electro flashes, charging at Nathan Hawke again. This time his attack is even more ferocious. His fists strike continuously, each punch accompanied by the glow of electric arcs. Nathan Hawke struggles to resist. His body is hit by Electro's attacks, constantly retreating. He feels the burning sensation of the electric current, but he remains unwavering, determined not to let Electro succeed. Electro seizes the opportunity, delivering a powerful straight punch directly to Nathan Hawke's chest, electric current surging out, seemingly intent on crushing him. Nathan Hawke dodges with the fastest speed, but Electro's fist hits his shoulder, and a burst of sparks erupts in the air. Nathan Hawke feels a sharp pain, but recovers instantly. He doesn't stop, instead launching a fierce counterpunch. Nathan Hawke's fist aims for Electro's chin. Electro tries to block with his arm, but Nathan Hawke's strength is too great, sending Electro flying. His body arcs through the air before slamming into the snow. Boom! Snowflakes fly up, then fall down. Electro was struck by Nathan Hawke's one strike, his body streaking across the North Pole's night sky like a meteor before crashing into the snow. Snowflakes scattered, and Electro's body left a deep indentation, clearly having taken a heavy blow. Nathan Hawke stood his ground, watching Electro's fall intently. His body remained vigilant, giving his opponent no chance to catch his breath. This battle had already showcased Nathan Hawke's immense strength and calm composure. Electro slowly got up, faint electrical arcs emanating from his body. It was clear that his injuries had not completely robbed him of his fighting capabilities. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flickering with determination. The two faced each other again. Nathan Hawke showed no pride, knowing that Electro was a powerful opponent and that this battle had just begun. Electro nodded slightly, showing respect and acknowledgement. Confrontation between Electro and Nathan Hawke entered a new phase. This time, they did not engage in close combat but instead launched a fierce long-range bombardment. The North Pole's natural environment provided a spectacular backdrop for this battle, with the snowflakes on the ground seemingly participating in the duel. Electro stood on the snow, his body suddenly emitting bright electrical arcs, like an electronic barrier. This electronic barrier began to rotate, forming a whirlwind-like shield that enveloped Electro. Nathan Hawke watched this scene, understanding that Electro was preparing to unleash a powerful electrical energy attack. He focused his attention, using psychokinesis to sense Electro's energy fluctuations, trying to find his weak point. A bright electrical orb condensed in Electro's palm, with electrical arcs leaping back and forth within it, releasing destructive electrical energy. He aimed at Nathan Hawke and shot the electrical orb towards him. Nathan Hawke swiftly dodged, but the electrical orb tracked his trajectory, constantly closing in. He used psychokinesis to grab a handful of snowflakes, quickly freezing them into a small ice wall to block the electrical orb. The electrical orb struck the ice wall with a huge roar, shattering the ice wall into countless fragments, but successfully weakening the orb's power. Nathan Hawke immediately counterattacked, his palm gathering psychokinesis to form a blue beam of light, heading straight for Electro. Electro sensed Nathan Hawke's attack and quickly rotated his body, dodging the beam, but the beam still grazed his body, leaving a trail of smoke. Nathan Hawke did not stop. His palms continuously released beams, forming a crisscrossing attack net. Electro was forced to dodge, his electronic barrier constantly rotating to resist Nathan Hawke's attacks. Electro condensed another electrical orb, but this time he split it into multiple smaller electrical projectiles, releasing them simultaneously. Faced with this multi-pronged attack, Nathan Hawke no longer dodged, but instead used psychokinesis to gather energy, forming an energy shield to block the electrical projectiles. Boom, boom, boom. The electrical projectiles struck the shield, exploding with intense electrical arcs. The shield vibrated violently, but remained unbroken. Nathan Hawke's gaze was firm. He was preparing to counterattack. Using psychokinesis, he lifted a large chunk of snow, transforming it into ice arrows, which he swiftly shot towards Electro. Electro initiated rapid movement, attempting to dodge the ice arrows' attack. The ice arrows sliced through the North Pole air, tracking Electro. Electro suddenly stopped, activating his electrical arc shield. The ice arrows struck the electrical arc barrier, shattering into ice and snow that scattered into the air. Nathan Hawke did not stop. He released another beam of light, heading straight for Electro. Electro tried to dodge, but the beam hit his left shoulder, leaving a trail of smoke, while the shield also gradually collapsed under Electro's electrical orb attack. Electro felt a sharp pain, but he did not retreat. Instead, he rallied his spirits and released an even more powerful electrical orb. Nathan Hawke sensed Electro's determination, and he too fully prepared to respond. Electro condensed the electrical orb, electrical arcs leaping back and forth, emitting a sharp whistling sound, like a chorus of birds. Nathan Hawke reacted quickly, using psychokinesis to gather energy, forming a shield that emitted a deep hum to meet the electrical orb. The electrical orb and the shield collided, erupting in a dazzling light, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. Electro's eyes sparkled with a keen light, his fist, charged with electrical arcs, rapidly struck towards Nathan Hawke, the punch whistling through the air, bringing with it a whooshing sound. Nathan Hawke dodged Electro's attack, his body moving at extreme speed, his footsteps leaving a crunching sound on the snow, like a gust of wind. He used psychokinesis to release a beam of light, a blue laser cutting through the cold atmosphere with a whistling sound. Electro dodged with lightning speed, his body tracing an afterimage in the cold wind, whooshing sounds accompanying his movement. His electrical orb condensed again, releasing greater electrical energy, emitting a high-pitched hum, heading straight for Nathan Hawke. Nathan Hawke used psychokinesis to control the snow, tossing a large chunk of ice and snow towards Electro. These ice and snow formed popping sound notes in the air, like an ice and snow symphony. Electro suddenly stopped, activating his electrical arc barrier. The ice and snow struck the barrier, producing a series of crunching sounds. Nathan Hawke continuously released beams, forming an attack net. Electro's electronic barrier constantly rotated, emitting a low-frequency hum, attempting to resist the invasion of the beams. Electro was poised, the electrical orb tumbling in his palm, emitting the humming sound of electricity. Nathan Hawke was also preparing to respond, his gaze firm, ready to unleash an even more powerful attack. Suddenly, Electro spread his arms, and electricity formed a rotation around his body, emitting a whooshing sound, like the roar of a storm. He released an electrical vortex, swirling towards Nathan Hawke, accompanied by a sharp electrical sound. Nathan Hawke felt the power of the electrical vortex. He dared not be negligent. He used psychokinesis to condense energy, forming a giant energy sphere, emitting a deep hum. The energy sphere collided with the electrical vortex, producing a thunderous roar that shook the entire North Pole. Nathan Hawke felt Electro's electrical vortex growing stronger, seemingly about to engulf him. He knew he had to act, or he would be overwhelmed by Electro's powerful attack. "It's time," Nathan Hawke murmured to himself, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. Nathan Hawke's body began to tremble slightly. He activated the Genova cells within him. These special biological cells would enable him to display extraordinary abilities in the upcoming battle. With the activation of the Genova cells, Nathan Hawke's senses became sharper. He perceived everything around him, including the surge of electrical energy within Electro's body. This perception allowed him to better anticipate Electro's attacks and react more quickly. Electro's electrical vortex gradually approached, emitting a sharp humming sound. Nathan Hawke's body suddenly flickered like lightning, successfully dodging the electrical vortex, as if pulled by an invisible hand. Electro's eyes sparkled with light. Nathan Hawke's speed was faster than he had anticipated. Nathan Hawke's body traced an afterimage in the cold wind, and he immediately closed in on Electro. Electro had no time to react. Nathan Hawke's fist, carrying a stinging whoosh, headed straight for Electro's face. Electro urgently raised his arms to defend, but Nathan Hawke's fist struck his forearm, emitting a dull thud. Nathan Hawke did not stop. His body quickly rotated, simultaneously delivering a kick aimed at Electro's abdomen. Electro's body was sent flying, crashing into the snow, sending up a flurry of snowflakes. This series of movements happened in a flash, making it difficult for Electro to react. Nathan Hawke's increased speed and strength gave him an advantage in close combat. Electro struggled to his feet, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, feeling Nathan Hawke's threat. He recondensed an electrical orb, preparing for the next wave of attack. However, Nathan Hawke did not give him a chance. His body moved swiftly again, like a gust of wind. His fists and feet came in quick succession, striking Electro's body. Electro desperately dodged, but Nathan Hawke's attacks were like a shadow, making it impossible for him to escape. Fists, knees, kicks. Each of Nathan Hawke's attacks was like a sharp blade cutting through, emitting a piercing whoosh. Electro felt his defenses being pressed by Nathan Hawke. His body began to tire, while Nathan Hawke's attacks grew fiercer. Electro was finally hit by a heavy punch. His body flew out, crashing into an iceberg. Boom! Electro's body slammed hard into the gigantic iceberg, emitting a deafening roar. The ice and snow on the iceberg scattered, forming a flurry of snow. Electro's body seemed to be swallowed by the iceberg, disappearing into the vast white expanse. However, just when everything seemed to calm down, Electro's body suddenly erupted with dazzling electrical arcs and electrical energy. These electrical arcs, like lightning, danced wildly on the iceberg, emitting a blinding light. Nathan Hawke watched the iceberg vigilantly, knowing that this was not Electro's last strike. And just then, cracks suddenly appeared on the iceberg, a huge fissure spreading from the middle of the iceberg. Electro's body soared from the fissure, his entire being enveloped in electrical arcs, like a Thor rising. His eyes gleamed with intense determination. The power of Thor filled his entire body. Soul of the Thunder God! Nathan Hawke felt Electro's might, and a surge of joy involuntarily rose in his heart. The power Electro displayed far exceeded his imagination, as if he were the embodiment of Thor. Electro rapidly spun in midair, releasing countless electrical arcs. These electrical arcs formed swirling vortexes, like tornadoes, with astonishing power. Nathan Hawke had to dodge nervously, trying to avoid these electrical arc attacks. Electro's hands condensed two giant electrical orbs, filled with destructive power, emitting the humming sound of electricity. He aimed at Nathan Hawke, and one electrical orb shot towards him. Nathan Hawke quickly used psychokinesis to create a giant transparent shield, resisting the electrical orb's attack. The electrical orb struck the shield, emitting an intense electrical energy, and the shield trembled slightly but remained unbroken. Electro did not stop. His body moved like electricity, rapidly traversing between the iceberg and the snow. His attacks poured down like rain, each electrical arc like a judgment of destruction, emitting a piercing hum. Boom, boom, boom. Nathan Hawke continuously released psychokinesis, attempting to resist Electro's attacks. His body leaped through the ice and snow, like a dancer, showcasing his superb psychokinesis control skills. Electro suddenly stopped, his hands raised high to the sky, the electrical orb spinning in his palms, releasing even greater electrical energy. The electrical arcs within the orb were like a star, emitting a brilliant light. Nathan Hawke felt Electro's offensive growing stronger. He knew he had to act. His body began to emit a blue psychokinesis light, forming a giant blue halo that encircled his body. Electro's electrical orb released electrical arcs, aimed at Nathan Hawke. The electrical arcs were like electrical chains, seemingly intending to bind him. The electrical orb exploded in the air, releasing powerful electrical energy. Nathan Hawke's psychokinesis halo also took on color under the North Pole's natural environment, bursting with blue light, countering the electrical arcs. The halo twisted, psychokinesis energy continuously pouring in, forming a protective barrier. Well, he's really something, isn't he? Nathan Hawke felt the pressure emanating from Electro. Electro, shrouded in electric arcs, descended like a god of thunder, radiating awe-inspiring power. His eyes gleamed, fixed on Nathan Hawke, as if proclaiming the end. Under the Arctic night sky, Electro floated, his body emitting a shocking electrical glow. He raised his hands, arcs of electricity swirling to form a luminous net, seemingly weaving the entire sky into his grasp. A confident smile played on Electro's lips. He began to release more electricity, forming swirling vortexes that ignited the cold atmosphere, streaking across the Arctic night sky, creating a spectacular curtain of light. Nathan Hawke felt Electro's power continuously escalating, and he understood this was an extremely formidable opponent. But it wasn't enough. Electro swiftly waved his arms, and the electric arcs formed two massive energy whirlwinds around his hands. These two whirlwinds began to spin, carrying his body and generating an intense kinetic electrical energy. He suddenly lunged forward, the energy whirlwinds like two vortexes, electric arcs flashing and tearing through the night sky, instantly engulfing Nathan Hawke. Electro's speed surged. He approached Nathan Hawke with lightning speed, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Nathan Hawke dared not be careless. The Genova cells within him activated, bringing his perception to its peak, allowing him to more accurately predict Electro's movements. Electro's fists gathered the power of the energy whirlwinds, his glowing fists, radiating a stinging light, slammed towards Nathan Hawke. Nathan Hawke quickly raised his palms, forming a massive telekinetic shield, attempting to block Electro's fists. A tremendous impact echoed across the cold Arctic land, electric arcs exploded, and light splashed everywhere. Nathan Hawke's telekinetic shield warped but held firm. His legs sank deep into the snow, standing steadily in place. Their eyes met. Electro did not stop. His body spun rapidly in the air, releasing more electrical energy. Electric arcs writhed around him like electric snakes, forming an increasingly powerful electrical vortex. Nathan Hawke felt the power of the electrical vortex and knew he had to counter-attack swiftly. His palms gathered telekinetic energy, forming beams of light that shot directly at Electro. Electro's electric arcs flickered like lightning, dodging the beams before swiftly attacking Nathan Hawke. Nathan Hawke's perception was at its peak, and he accurately predicted Electro's movements. Electro's fists, like currents of electricity, rapidly struck Nathan Hawke. Nathan Hawke swiftly dodged, while simultaneously releasing telekinetic beams, attempting to stop Electro's attack. Electro's body rotated in the air, rapidly waving his arms, electric arcs dancing like electric snakes, attempting to disrupt Nathan Hawke's predictions. Nathan Hawke's gaze was firm. His mind was filled with combat calculations as he tried to find Electro's weakness. Electro's fists once again rapidly struck Nathan Hawke, but Nathan Hawke dodged like a nimble fish, his body moving freely through the cold night sky, seemingly effortlessly. Nathan Hawke's palm released a powerful beam of light aimed directly at Electro. Electro tried to block the beam with an electric arc barrier, but the beam struck the arc, emitting a dazzling light. Electro did not stop. He rapidly charged towards Nathan Hawke, his arc-charged elbow striking Nathan Hawke's side. Nathan Hawke felt the immense power of Electro's attack. He quickly retreated, dodging Electro's elbow strike. Nathan Hawke tried to force Electro into a defensive position with clever dodges and combinations of moves. His body was like a flexible vine, sometimes dodging, sometimes counter-attacking. Electro was not to be outdone. He used electrical energy to enhance his attack power, each punch filled with destructive force. Nathan Hawke felt Electro's offensive escalate, his body seemingly surging with powerful energy. Suddenly, Nathan Hawke's body also began to change. His muscles bulged, and strange blue patterns appeared on his skin. Bioenergy. Nathan Hawke activated the bioenergy within his body. These special biological cells surged, injecting him with even greater power. His muscles became tough, and his skin was covered with a layer of bioenergy armor. Nathan Hawke's gaze was firm. His physical and telekinetic abilities were greatly enhanced. He charged at Electro like a gale, slamming a punch into Electro's body. Electro had no time to dodge and could only raise his arms to defend. Nathan Hawke's fist crashed heavily into Electro's forearm, emitting a deafening impact. Electro felt a powerful shockwave. His body recoiled several steps, leaving a deep mark in the snow. Nathan Hawke did not stop. He rapidly threw a series of punches, one after another, targeting various parts of Electro's body, giving him no chance to breathe. Electro was forced to exert all his effort to dodge Nathan Hawke's attacks. His electric arc shield continuously spun, trying to resist Nathan Hawke's punches. Impacts continuously echoed. Electro was not to be outdone. He condensed electrical energy, his fists emitting powerful electric arcs, and counter-attacked Nathan Hawke. Electro's fists flashed with electricity, striking Nathan Hawke's body, emitting a sharp electrical sound. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Nathan Hawke swiftly dodged Electro's attacks, his body like a whirlwind, nimbly weaving between Electro's arc attacks. His hands released beams of light, aimed directly at Electro, attempting to disrupt his attacks. Electro's body continuously flashed with electricity, his fists striking Nathan Hawke's armor with dull thuds. Nathan Hawke's body was strong, able to withstand Electro's attacks. He continuously counterattacked, aiming punches and knees at Electro's body. Electro tried to block Nathan Hawke's attacks with electric arcs, but Nathan Hawke's punches and kicks were too fierce, breaking through the arcs again and again, striking Electro's body. Electro's body was heavily impacted. He felt intense pain, but still held his ground. Electro suddenly erupted with even greater electrical energy. His entire body surged with electricity, and the electric arcs flew around him. He condensed an electric sphere, the arcs within it, like a star, emitting a brilliant light. Electro hurled the electric sphere at Nathan Hawke. The sphere flew rapidly forward, accompanied by a sharp electrical sound. Nathan Hawke's gaze was resolute. He felt Electro's strongest attack was imminent. The bioenergy armor on his body glowed blue, and he decided to respond to Electro's challenge with a single punch. He gathered all his strength, his right fist thrusting forward like a meteor. A massive telekinetic energy burst forth, and his fist instantly grew enormous, like a divine hammer. Boom! The giant fist and the electric sphere collided in the air, emitting a deafening roar. Energy waves splashed everywhere, and the cold Arctic land seemed to tremble. Nathan Hawke's fist, with an unstoppable force, struck the electric sphere. Electricity overflowed, and a light like a solar eruption illuminated the entire night sky. The electric sphere rapidly shattered, electric arcs scattering like falling stars. Electro was sent flying by Nathan Hawke's punch, his body streaking across the night sky like a meteor, leaving a bright trail. He let out an earth-shattering roar, electric arcs spinning wildly around his body, attempting to stabilize himself. Nathan Hawke's momentum was undiminished. He pursued relentlessly, taking a step and swiftly flying in front of Electro. His fists, like meteor hammers, struck Electro's chest. Bang! Electro was once again struck by Nathan Hawke's punch, sent flying like a cannonball. His body streaked across the night sky like a meteor, crashing into a distant iceberg, emitting a shocking impact. The iceberg shattered under Electro's impact, fragments scattering everywhere, large chunks of ice and snow overturning, creating a chaotic scene. Electro lay amidst the broken ice, his body emitting faint electric arcs, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Nathan Hawke stood in the distance, his chest heaving, his fists still radiating residual heat. The entire Arctic night sky seemed to fall silent, with only the sound of the wind and the faint hum of electricity. Nathan Hawke stood in the triumphant silence, his mind racing. He deeply pondered Electro's fighting style, realizing that this opponent was more like a long-range mage. Although he displayed some talent in close combat, compared to physically powerful opponents like Nathan Hawke, he was clearly outmatched. Electro's fighting style seemed to rely more on long-range control of electrical energy and awe-inspiring arc abilities. He knew how to use electricity to float freely in the air, weave electric arcs into a light net, and create powerful attacks like electrical whirlwinds. All of this seemed to leave Nathan Hawke in awe. However, Nathan Hawke also keenly noticed that Electro's physical strength seemed unable to keep up with his electrical intensity. Electro's arc defense, though tough, appeared somewhat fragile when fiercely clashing with an opponent like Nathan Hawke. Nathan Hawke couldn't help but imagine that perhaps Electro primarily faced long-range attackers in previous battles, which left him slightly unprepared for close-quarters combat. Electro, struck by Nathan Hawke's fierce punches, lay amidst the shattered ice, his heart filled with emotion. In this intense battle, he deeply realized his boss, Nathan Hawke's power and his own complete inability to make Nathan Hawke unleash his strongest combat form. Electro's body was covered in ice fragments, his vision became blurred, and the fire of electricity around him extinguished. He understood that the electrical power he displayed was almost useless in front of Nathan Hawke. Electric arcs, electrical whirlwinds, and dazzling attacks like electric spheres were all resisted by Nathan Hawke's formidable physique and enhanced abilities. Boss still hasn't used his full power. Electro took a deep breath of the cold air, his heart filled with frustration. He had once thought he possessed enough power, and he understood he would lose this battle, but he had completely underestimated his current strength, which still couldn't unleash his boss's true power. Amidst the ice and snow, Electro struggled to his feet, his body swaying slightly. He gazed deeply at Nathan Hawke, who stood there, his eyes firm, biochemical patterns shimmering on his skin, radiating a powerful aura. Electro felt that he could not defeat Nathan Hawke, nor could he break his resolve. Perhaps I should also enhance my close combat abilities. The battle between Nathan Hawke and Electro in the icy wilderness finally drew to a close. The two powerhouses stopped, gazing at each other. Nathan Hawke's blue biochemical armor gradually receded, his muscles slowly returning to normal. Electro's electric arcs also disappeared, his body reverting to its ordinary appearance. They slowly approached, extending their hands without reservation, gripping each other's palms. This handshake was filled with respect and friendliness, a silent expression of understanding between two strong individuals. Nathan Hawke smiled and said, "You are an excellent opponent. Your electrical abilities impressed me greatly." Electro nodded, his eyes filled with emotion. "Thank you, boss. Your power also left me in awe. I learned a lot from you." Their conversation conveyed mutual respect and recognition. Although they had fought against each other, at this moment, they both acknowledged each other's strength and perseverance. The morning sun streamed through the windows of the tall buildings into the bedroom of Tony Stark and Pepper Potts. Tony jumped out of bed, full of energy, preparing for their daily morning run. Pepper slowly sat up, smiling as she watched him, the morning light reflecting on her golden hair like a fairy-like wife. Tony put on his tracksuit, tying his shoelaces as he asked, "Darling, are you ready? Temperature today seems perfect for a morning run." Pepper nodded, softly replying, "Of course, I'm already ready. Morning runs are our daily routine, and the weather today is indeed nice." The two went downstairs together to the kitchen, where Tony began preparing some energy drinks and cereal for breakfast. Pepper helped him brew a strong cup of coffee, an essential part of their daily life. Their pre-morning run preparations were carried out with great understanding, as they had run together many times before. Tony opened the door to the garden, and sunlight spilled before them, revealing a beautiful garden and charming scenery. Tony's new mansion was located in a tranquil spot, surrounded by tall trees. Tony and Pepper began their jog, enjoying the fresh air and morning light. There wasn't much conversation between them, just a silent understanding as they ran together. Pepper's steps were light and elegant, while Tony was full of vigor and strength. Morning runs were their intimate moments, and also a good way to relieve work stress and relax their minds. After about half an hour of running, they stopped to rest, sitting on a bench in the garden. Tony wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said with a smile, "Today's morning run felt really good. I need this kind of exercise to stay fit." Pepper nodded, her face radiating satisfaction and happiness. "Yes, morning runs make our bodies healthier and our relationship closer." Tony smiled faintly, put his arm around Pepper's shoulder, and affectionately kissed her forehead. They started discussing some light topics, but soon, the conversation turned to Nathan Hawke and his company. Pepper asked Tony, "Have you heard? The Hawke Group is about to launch major robots. They sent me an invitation." Tony frowned slightly, thought for a moment, then said, "I've heard." His team discussed the business direction of intelligent machines when they were dealing with the military, and someone from the military side came to ask for my opinion. It sounds like his company has been making rapid progress in this area. But this time, I hear, their major robots are a major breakthrough. Pepper continued, yes, Nathan Hawke's team claims that major robots will possess unprecedented artificial intelligence and autonomous learning capabilities. They plan to apply these robots in multiple fields, including medical, education, and industry. This could change the world. Tony Stark's brows furrowed even more tightly as he listened to Pepper's description. He was well aware of the threats and potential risks of artificial intelligence, having personally experienced the misuse of his Iron Man armor. He understood that Nathan Hawke's so-called major robots represented not just technological advancement, but potentially a double-edged sword. After a moment of silence, Tony said, Pepper, I don't doubt Nathan Hawke's technical prowess and vision, but my concern is that when the development of artificial intelligence reaches a certain tipping point, it could lead to problems of intelligent loss of control. These robots possess autonomous learning capabilities, meaning they are constantly evolving on their own, and could potentially surpass human control. Pepper nodded, understanding Tony's concerns. Yes, Tony, intelligent loss of control is a real issue. If Nathan Hawke's robots truly possess such powerful autonomous learning capabilities, then the potential risks will be immense. Tony continued, moreover, even if we can control these robots at the beginning, there's no guarantee they won't develop self-awareness or pose a threat to humans at some point. We cannot ignore the ethical and moral issues that artificial intelligence might cause. After careful consideration, Pepper said, perhaps we need to communicate with Nathan Hawke to understand their safety measures and regulatory mechanisms. If they are willing to adhere to certain ethical guidelines and accept independent oversight, perhaps some concerns can be alleviated. Tony nodded, deeming it a reasonable suggestion. Yes, we can try to get in touch with Nathan Hawke to learn more about the major robots. But no matter what, we need to remain vigilant about the development of artificial intelligence, ensuring that technology doesn't spiral out of control and bring catastrophic consequences to humanity. Tony and Pepper continued their morning run, enjoying the beautiful scenery along the way. Their conversation was sometimes silent, sometimes filled with thoughtful discussions about artificial intelligence. Tony's mood gradually calmed. He understood that Pepper's suggestion was a wise move, and communicating with Nathan Hawke was the first step to solving the problem. As the morning light gradually rose, Tony and Pepper leisurely returned to the mansion, each taking a deep breath of fresh air. At that moment, Pepper's gaze inadvertently fell upon the newsstand at their doorstep. She approached the stand, picked up a newspaper, and her brows furrowed slightly. Tony walked over to her, asking curiously, "What's wrong, darling?" Pepper handed the newspaper to Tony, pointing to the headline on the front page. Hawke Group announces major robot launch, leading future intelligent revolution. Tony took the newspaper and quickly read it. The report described how Nathan Hawke's company would soon hold a press conference to officially announce their newly developed major robots, a breakthrough product with autonomous learning and artificial intelligence capabilities. The report also mentioned that these robots would be applied in various fields such as medical, education, and industry, with the potential to change the world. Tony took a deep breath, his brows tightly furrowed. He respected Nathan Hawke's technical prowess, but he still felt concerned about this groundbreaking product. His voice was slightly serious. It seems the Hawke Group's press conference is imminent, and these major robots have attracted considerable attention. We must ensure that their development in the field of intelligent robots is properly regulated. But is this really a good idea? Pepper asked worriedly, even though Tony was Iron Man, a member of the Avengers. However, the Hawke Group had also transformed from a conglomerate of daily necessities to a superheroes company, then covertly the Umbrella Corporation, and now to the intelligent industrial revolution. But in an instant, Pepper nodded in agreement, leaning on Tony's shoulder and saying, "Yes, Tony, we can contact Nathan Hawke as soon as possible to understand their safety measures and regulatory mechanisms, and whether they are willing to accept external scrutiny. This is to ensure that this new technology does not pose a potential threat to society and humanity." Tony was her man, and Tony's decisions were her decisions. Tony put down the newspaper, contemplating future action plans. We need to continue to closely monitor the development in the field of intelligent robots, not just for ourselves, but also for the future of humanity. Technological progress is a good thing, but it must be accompanied by responsible use and regulation. The two tacitly decided that they would engage in dialogue with Nathan Hawke to learn more about the major robots and conduct in-depth discussions on the ethical and moral issues of artificial intelligence. They understood that on the path of technological revolution, they had a responsibility to ensure that the path forward was correct and safe, not just for themselves, but for all of human society. On the other side, the atmosphere of the hearing was solemn, with council members stating their views one by one. However, it quickly became apparent that most council members with ties to the Hawke Group were not eager to conduct a real investigation and regulation. Some of them had even made arrangements beforehand, planning to attend the press conference to gather more information and build more connections. On one side of the venue, a council member in a suit was speaking in a low voice with a senior executive from the Hawke Group. This council member was an old friend of the Hawke Group, their relationship close and intertwined. The executive quietly told him, "I guarantee you'll get some exclusive information at the press conference that will be very helpful for your future work." The council member nodded, his expression satisfied. This was not his first dealing with the Hawke Group. Such mutually beneficial cooperation had been going on for many years. He firmly believed that maintaining a friendly relationship with this giant tech company had immense benefits for his political career. On the other side, a young council member in the venue was fiercely arguing with a young representative from the Hawke Group. He demanded stricter regulation to ensure that the Hawke Group's new technology would not pose a potential threat to society and humanity. The representative smiled contemptuously, saying, "You know, dear council member, the Hawke Group has always been a leader in innovation. Their technology will change the world, and yet you are worried about regulation. Perhaps you should consider learning more information at the press conference. Perhaps your views will change." The young council member responded angrily, "I am not against technological progress, but we must ensure that technological development proceeds under responsible and transparent regulation. I believe that if the Hawke Group's new technology is so excellent, they should welcome more regulation and scrutiny to prove their sincerity." The debate in the venue grew increasingly intense, splitting into two camps. One side consisted of council members with close ties, who seemed prepared to gain advantageous information at the press conference. The other side consisted of council members who upheld principles and cared about regulation and ethical issues, believing that the development of artificial intelligence and intelligent robots required a transparent and responsible direction. "Director," Natasha heard Nick Fury's voice coming through her earpiece. "Go to the Hawke Group and ask Nathan Hawke if he is willing to let you observe their Shumaja project." "Understood, Director." Natasha breathed a sigh of relief after ending the call. The director still knew himself well and didn't ask her to sneak in to gather information. Before the press conference, the media had already launched a fierce war of words, with polarized opinions clashing and spreading across the internet. On one hand, some media outlets sided with the Hawke Group, highly praising their technological innovation and future prospects, believing that Humajar robots would bring positive changes to society. They cited the Hawke Group's promises, emphasizing that they would implement responsible regulatory measures and engage in deep reflection on ethical and moral issues. On the other hand, some media outlets took a stance on regulation and ethics, raising concerns about the development of artificial intelligence and intelligent robots. They worried that Humajar robots might go out of control or develop self-awareness in the future, posing uncontrollable risks to human society. These media outlets called on governments and international organizations to impose stricter regulations on tech companies to ensure that technological development does not harm society. Social media became the main battleground for this war of words, with superhero fans also joining the debate. Among them, some fans were loyal supporters of Nathan Hawke, placing high hopes on the Hawke Group's new technology, believing it to be the hope for the future. They urged others to put aside their doubts and give the Hawke Group a chance, trusting that their technology would bring positive changes to society. However, some fans were skeptical of tech companies' actions, emphasizing the necessity of regulation and ethics. They believed that even if Nathan Hawke was the chairman of a superhero company, he could not guarantee that technological advancements would not have unforeseen consequences. These fans called for society to be more vigilant and not to carelessly accept new technologies. The online debate was fierce, with fans engaging in heated arguments in their respective camps. Some published lengthy articles defending their positions, some engaged in intense discussions on Twitter, and others created confrontational comics and images. This debate also sparked conflicts among some superhero fans, with some believing that superheroes should take a stance on regulation and ethics, while others believed they should support technological development. A leader of a superhero fan community, a netizen calling himself Heart of Justice, published a lengthy article online, calling on other fans to unite to ensure that technological development does not harm society. He wrote, "As fans of superheroes, we should be defenders of justice and ethics. We cannot allow technological progress to disregard morality and human safety. Let us work together to ensure that future technology contributes to human well-being and happiness." However, some fans sided with the Hawke group, believing that the group's promises and technology would bring positive changes to society. One netizen wrote on social media, "The Hawke group is an outstanding group, and their team will bring unprecedented technological innovation. Let us believe in the future, believe in the power of technology, and create a better world with the Hawke group." In this war of words, an ID user named X-Science Observer emerged online. This user, who claimed to be a scientific research enthusiast, published a seemingly in-depth research report covering various scientific terms. However, the content was full of conspiracy theories. This report garnered a certain degree of attention, while also sparking more controversy and discussion. At the beginning of the report, X-Science Observer claimed to be an independent researcher concerned with technological ethics, announcing that he would expose the true conspiracy behind the Hawke group's so-called humanoid robots. He used a large number of scientific terms to obscure the oddity of his views, attempting to make himself appear more professional and credible. The report included various fictional scientific terms, such as intelligent entropy magnetic resonance model and neural quantum connection device. These terms were used obscurely, aiming to make people feel that this was a highly professional report with profound scientific research content. X-Science Observer asserted in the report that the Hawke group's humanoid robots were actually a malicious experiment aimed at manipulating human minds and gaining the ability for large-scale surveillance. He claimed that these robots had a mind control crystal built in, which could silently manipulate human thoughts and behaviors. This statement severely questioned the Hawke group's commitment to using its technology responsibly. X-Science Observer also claimed that there was a conspiracy between Hawke group executives and government officials who colluded to promote this so-called mind control program. He cited some fictional documents and leaked emails, claiming these were the results of his investigation. Although this report was full of unrealistic theories and fictional information, it attracted the attention of some online users. Some people became curious about the conspiracy theories within it and began to discuss and share these views. However, more people regarded this report as obvious misinformation and dismissed it as an absurd conspiracy theory. Professionals in the scientific research field also questioned the report. They pointed out that the terms and concepts used in the report had no scientific basis, and such unrealistic statements would only confuse the public's understanding of important technological issues. Facing various online doubts, X-Science Observer, the ID user who claimed to be a scientific research enthusiast, published a striking report claiming to reveal the true conspiracy behind the Hawke group's so-called humanoid robots. In his report, he put forward some theories full of fantasy and scientific jargon, notably the intelligent entropy magnetic resonance model, neural quantum connection device, and the so-called mind control program. In X-Science Observer's report, he elaborated on the so-called intelligent entropy magnetic resonance model. The core theory of this concept is based on a notion called intelligent entropy, which is described as an advanced form beyond information theory. Intelligent entropy is said to be a physical phenomenon related to thought and cognitive abilities, closely linked to the activity of the human brain. The basic principle of the intelligent entropy magnetic resonance model is that by interfering with the magnetic fields in the brain, the flow of intelligent entropy can be regulated. This model claims that neurons in the human brain generate magnetic fields, and these magnetic fields are directly related to intelligent entropy. Through specific frequencies and intensities of electromagnetic radiation, the intelligent entropy magnetic resonance model claims to be able to alter thought and cognitive processes in the brain. In this theory, the intelligent entropy magnetic resonance model is described as a highly complex control system that can manipulate an individual's thought processes by fine-tuning the magnetic fields within the brain. The introduction of this theory seemingly aims to raise concerns about the Hawke Group's technological experiments, as it implies potential large-scale mind manipulation. The next part of the report involved the so-called neural quantum connection device. This concept claims to be one of the core components within Humajar robots, aiming to create a system capable of efficient information transfer and learning. According to Science Observer's report, the principle of the neural quantum connection device is based on quantum mechanics. He claimed that these connection devices could significantly increase the speed and efficiency of information transfer between neurons to an unprecedented level through peculiar quantum phenomena. The goal of this concept is to create a quantum computing-like system within the brain to achieve superintelligent levels of information processing. One of the most striking parts of Science Observer's report is the so-called mind control program. This theory claims a conspiracy between the Hawke Group and high-ranking government officials who colluded to promote this program, aiming to manipulate human thoughts and behaviors. The report claims that the core tools of the mind control program are the intelligent entropy magnetic resonance model and the neural quantum connection device within Humajar robots. These technologies are allegedly used to control the minds of the masses without human consent, making them subservient to some mysterious goal. This conspiracy theory severely questions the transparency and ethics of the Hawke Group's technology use. Natasha Romanoff, a world-renowned spy and member of the Avengers, arrived at the front desk of the Hawke Group headquarters. The front desk was staffed by a professional and calm receptionist, whose expression suggested she was accustomed to seeing various high-ranking figures and celebrities. The receptionist smiled and asked, "Hello, madam, how may I help you?" Natasha maintained a composed smile and replied, "I am Natasha Romanoff, and I am very interested in the Hawke Group's new project, Humajar robots. I would like to request a tour of their production line to learn more about this technology." The receptionist frowned slightly, clearly surprised by Natasha's identity, but she quickly responded, "Of course, madam, we are very pleased to have you. Please wait a moment, and I will immediately notify the relevant departments to prepare for your visit." Natasha nodded, waiting for the receptionist's arrangements. Although her request was relatively sudden, Natasha knew that the Hawke Group would welcome her visit, especially on the eve of this controversial launch. The safety and ethical issues of Humajar robots were highly debated, and as a member of the Avengers, Natasha had developed a strong interest in the development of this technology. The receptionist quickly contacted the relevant departments through internal communication, confirming Natasha Romanoff's arrival. Soon after, a senior representative from the Hawke Group came out to personally receive Natasha. The representative smiled and said to Natasha, "Welcome, Ms. Natasha. We are very honored by your visit. Humajar robots are a promising project, and we would be very happy to provide you with an opportunity to understand them in depth. Please follow me, we will arrange a unique tour for you." Natasha followed the representative to the Hawke Group's newly expanded internal production line after the acquisition. They passed through a series of security doors and checkpoints until they reached the Humajar robot production line. This was a highly confidential area, accessible only to a few specially invited individuals. By the production line, Natasha saw various robot components and robotic arms performing precise assembly work. The representative explained in detail the working principles and technical characteristics of Humajar robots. Natasha observed the various parts of the robots, listening attentively. Natasha felt the potential and possibilities of these robots, but she also couldn't help but ponder the ethical and regulatory issues. She knew that if these robots fell into irresponsible hands, they could pose huge risks. The representative noticed Natasha's contemplation and said, "Ms. Natasha, we understand that ethical and regulatory issues are very important. The Hawke Group has always strived to ensure that our technology is safe and responsible. We welcome supervision and suggestions from all parties to ensure that the application of Humajar robots always complies with moral and legal guidelines." Natasha nodded, showing her appreciation for this commitment. She knew that this technology had potential benefits, but also needed thorough scrutiny and regulation to ensure it would not pose potential threats to society and humanity. After the tour, Natasha and the representative returned to the Hawke Group's front desk. The representative once again expressed his welcome, hoping that she would gain a better understanding of Humajar robots. Natasha thanked them for their reception. She had already obtained some valuable information, but she also understood that this issue still required broader social discussion and regulation. Inside the car, director unexpectedly smooth. I went to visit the production line. However, communication equipment could not be brought in, Natasha reported into her earpiece. The Hawke Group allowing you in means they have the confidence to handle this matter. Write a report for me about this mission when you return. Yes, Director. Nick Fury, now fully recovered, sat in his office, deep in thought. Senators, military, president. The Hawke Group's influence is growing larger and larger. Nick Fury sighed. It seems it cannot be stopped. However, Nick Fury looked down at the button in his hand. I hope I won't have to use it. The morning sun streamed through the windows of the towering buildings, casting bright golden beams onto the Hawke Group's press conference venue. The modern conference center's exterior approached the pinnacle of futurism, blending steel, glass and stone structures, heralding the advent of future technology. Skyscrapers soared into the clouds, reflecting the morning sun, dazzling the eyes. The press conference hall was a spacious and elegant area, with a colossal LED screen wall that was particularly striking. At the entrance, attendees passed through security gates and metal detectors in an orderly fashion, undergoing strict security checks to ensure safety and order. Security personnel in black uniforms patrolled diligently with professional attitudes, safeguarding the entire press conference. The entrance lobby of the venue was very spacious, with a giant Hawke Group logo suspended in the center of the hall, appearing solemn and dignified. Front desk receptionists stood behind the counter, warmly welcoming arriving guests, meticulously arranging the entry of each attendee to ensure everything was in perfect order. Upon entering the hall, attendees were immediately drawn to the Hawke Group's technological innovations. High-definition LED screens displayed the history and technological breakthroughs of the Hawke Group, from the company's founding day to today's technological marvels. This exhibition not only showcased the Hawke Group's ambitions, but also conveyed its faith in the future of technology. In the center of the hall was an impressive Shumager robot model. This robot, like a star of the future, was tall and lifelike, drawing the gaze of attendees. It possessed a human form, but also carried a futuristic sense that transcended the future, making people imagine how it would change the world. Around the robot model, attendees spontaneously formed small groups, sharing their excitement for this magnificent technological achievement. Cell phone cameras and digital cameras were busy, capturing this awe-inspiring moment. The press conference venue accommodated thousands of guests, with a vast seating area arranged in an orderly manner. Each seat was equipped with a personalized digital terminal, allowing the audience to access real-time information about the conference, interact with other attendees, and receive multilingual simultaneous interpretation services to ensure smooth communication among participants from various countries. The background of the hall was a high-definition LED screen, displaying Nathan Hawke and his team's presentation. This LED screen provided attendees in the front rows with an unparalleled visual experience, perfectly presenting every detail. The sound system was exquisitely designed, with clear and powerful audio effects, allowing the Hawke Group's presentation to be heard throughout the venue. The audience could clearly hear Nathan Hawke's speech as if he were standing right beside them. The interior decoration of the press conference venue was exquisite and luxurious, with tall glass curtain walls providing stunning city views. The morning sun streamed through these glass curtain walls onto the attendees, adding much color to the entire venue. A faint, specially formulated Hawke Group fragrance permeated the air, making people feel at home. To ensure the success of the press conference, the Hawke Group hired a professional team to manage the entire event. They were responsible for security, equipment operation, and emergency handling. Meanwhile, a professional social media team was responsible for real-time updates of the event online, interacting with a global audience, and responding to their questions and concerns. Before the press conference began, the Hawke Group's executives and scientists made final preparations backstage. They wore professional formal attire, exuding confidence in the press conference. Nathan Hawke's gaze was firm. He knew this press conference was crucial for the company's future. The attending journalists were already seated in the media section, ready to record this historic moment. Happy Hogan drove a luxury sedan, carrying Tony Stark and Pepper Potts, towards the Hawke Group's press conference venue. This car was not only cool in appearance, but also equipped with the most advanced autonomous driving system, allowing them to navigate the city's congested streets with ease. Tony sat in the back seat, with Pepper beside him. Both looked vibrant and full of anticipation. In the minutes leading up to the press conference, they were immersed in a discussion about Shumager robots, with intense arguments accompanied by sparks of inspiration. Tony, as a representative of a technology giant, became increasingly curious and excited about this new technology as the press conference approached, seemingly forgetting his earlier words. Pepper, representing those concerned with ethics and safety, expressed concerns about the potential risks of robot technology. As the car slowly entered the press conference venue, the attention of the media and fans was immediately drawn to their car. Flashing camera lights, screaming fans, and media personnel frantically taking photos immediately filled the car windows. Happy stopped the car, and as the door opened, piercing flashlights shone on their faces, as if to engulf them. Pepper raised her arm to shield her face, smiling at the same time, while Tony effortlessly stepped out of the car, displaying his usual demeanor. Media personnel, photographers, and fans surged forward like a tide, mobile phone cameras and professional cameras rapidly snapping photos and recording this rare moment. They vied to get closer, eager to capture the faces of Tony Stark and Pepper Potts, seemingly unwilling to miss any expression or smile. Tony maintained his usual wit and humor, waving and greeting the media and fans, interacting with them. Pepper appeared calmer, smiling in response to the fans' screams, showing her approachability. "Tony, what are your expectations for Shumager robots?" a reporter asked loudly, holding up a microphone. Tony Stark turned to the reporter, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Oh, I'm full of anticipation for this technology, and I believe it will bring about immense changes to our future. This is the forefront of technology, and Shumager robots represent a groundbreaking advancement." Pepper followed Tony's statement, adding, "But we must also ensure that this technology receives appropriate regulation and ethical review to protect the safety and rights of human society." "Oh," the reporters all exclaimed, exchanging glances, as if there was something juicy. Tony Stark cleverly guided the reporters' curiosity to a larger issue, mentioning concerns about regulation and ethical issues, a highly anticipated topic. He added, "This is precisely why we need an open and responsible dialogue, ensuring that this technology is not misused while providing ample space for innovation and development." One reporter then asked, "So, what role do you think the government should play in ensuring the safe and ethical use of Shumager robots?" Tony smiled slightly, responding, "The government plays a crucial regulatory role in this process, but at the same time, we also encourage technology companies themselves to actively participate and set standards. This is a global challenge that requires cooperation from all parties to ensure that the application of technology complies with international norms." Pepper added, "We also encourage technology companies to provide more transparency and share their technology and ethical frameworks with the public. This will help build trust and also allow people to better understand the potential and risks of this technology." Reporters began to show interest in Tony and Pepper's views, starting to ask more questions about Shumager robots. Tony and Pepper patiently answered every question. Their responses were deep and insightful, demonstrating their profound thoughts on this issue. Meanwhile, security personnel assisted Tony and Pepper in moving towards the main hall of the press conference. They traversed spacious corridors, past several checkpoints, until they arrived at the main conference hall. The entire venue was packed, with the audience gathered there, eagerly awaiting Nathan Hawke's speech. The atmosphere at the press conference was filled with tension and anticipation. The Hawke Group's logo was displayed on the tall LED screens, and the sound system gradually turned up, creating an exciting atmosphere. The audience continuously conversed with each other, discussing their expectations and concerns about Shumager robots. The arrival of Tony and Pepper immediately caused a sensation. The audience applauded and cheered non-stop. They walked towards the VIP area of the main hall, sat down, and prepared to listen to Nathan Hawke's speech. As time passed, more attendees flooded into the venue, including government officials, industry leaders, scientists, and investors. The hall began to buzz with activity, crowds surged, and various meetings and discussions spontaneously unfolded, with people exchanging and sharing their expectations. The security level of the press conference was impressive, with the application of modern technology to its fullest extent. In every corner of the venue, high-definition cameras and the watchful eyes of security personnel were ubiquitous, ensuring the safety of the event. The security team also collaborated with local police departments and military units to respond to any potential threats. The organization of the press conference was meticulous, efficient, and professional. Whether it was the technology display, seating arrangements, or attendee safety, the Hawke Group demonstrated its excellent capabilities in technology and organization. All these elements converged to create a captivating technological feast, showcasing the Hawke Group's strength and leadership. The atmosphere of the entire venue was filled with anticipation. Attendees were eager to learn more about Shoemaker robot technology and how it would change the future. The live atmosphere of this press conference had reached its climax, with people awaiting Nathan Hawke's speech, looking forward to unveiling the veil of the future. Behind the scenes of the press conference, Nathan Hawke was making his final preparations. He stood backstage, confident, ready to share his vision for Shoemaker robots with the world. Behind him, giant LED screens displayed the Hawke Group's logo, a high-tech sense of the future. The press conference was about to begin, and the audience's anticipation and curiosity grew even stronger. Nathan Hawke's speech would pave the way for the future of Shoemaker robots, a future full of opportunities and challenges. The moment of the press conference was about to arrive, and the eyes of the entire world were focused on this venue, awaiting Nathan Hawke's speech and a deeper understanding of Shoemaker robots. Chapter 172. Illuminati's Attack. The moment the press conference was about to begin, the entire venue fell into a hush. All eyes were focused on the stage, anticipating Nathan Hawke's speech. The sound system gradually lowered its volume, creating a tense silence. Nathan Hawke stood center stage, dressed in a meticulous suit, his expression solemn and confident. He picked up the microphone, smiling as he faced the vast audience. Distinguished guests, media friends, fellow technologists, thank you for attending the Hawke Group's press conference. Today I am honored to introduce a major technological breakthrough, the Shoemaker android. Applause erupted throughout the venue. People were eager to learn more. Nathan continued, the Shoemaker android represents the pinnacle of technology and artificial intelligence, the culmination of many years of our research and development. Today, I will share with you the story behind this technology and its impact on the future. A video began playing on the giant LED screen, reviewing the Hawke Group's technological journey from initial concepts and experiments to its current achievements. The video showcased the diligent efforts of hundreds of scientists, engineers, and technical experts who collectively pushed the Shoemaker android to the forefront. Nathan continued, the Shoemaker android is not just a technological achievement, it represents a belief and vision for the future. We believe that technology should benefit all of humanity, providing new solutions to the world's problems. He pointed to the mechanical human model, which stood silently on the stage, as if awaiting its next task. The Shoemaker android not only possesses a human-like appearance, but also unprecedented intelligence and adaptability. It can work in dangerous environments, execute tasks, and expand our scientific fields. Its applications are vast, from emergency rescue to healthcare, capable of anything. Nathan continued to explain the mechanical human's technical features, such as intelligent perception, learning capabilities, and interaction with humans. The audience listened intently, their curiosity piqued to the extreme. But we also understand that with this great technology, ethical and safety issues are equally important. We are committed to ensuring that the use of the Shoemaker android will not be abused and will not pose a threat to society and humanity. We welcome regulation and ethical review to protect the rights of human society. Nathan's words resonated with the audience, prompting deeper reflection on the ethics and social responsibility of mechanical human technology. He then said, we encourage global technology companies, governments, and the public to participate in this dialogue together. Only through collective effort can we ensure that the Shoemaker android's technological application is responsible and safe. Nathan's speech was met with applause and praise from the audience. His words were firm and charismatic, expressing the Hawke Group's commitment and vision for the future of technology. Before concluding, I want to thank all the scientists, engineers, and team members dedicated to the Shoemaker android project. Your dedication and hard work have made all of this possible. He pointed to the mechanical human model again, smiling, and said, The Shimagica android represents our future, a symbol of our shared dreams. It will continue to lead the technological frontier and bring positive change to our world. After the speech, thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the venue. The audience excitedly exchanged conversations, discussing Nathan Hawke's speech and the potential of the Shimagica android. Tony Stark and Pepper Potts, seated in the VIP area, also applauded involuntarily, excited about the prospects of the Shimagica android. Behind the scenes of the press conference, Nathan Hawke felt satisfied and proud backstage. He knew that today's press conference was an important step for the Hawke Group's future and a major breakthrough in the technology world. He looked forward to seeing how the Shimagica android would change the world and bring more progress and well-being to human society. Boom! A sudden, massive roar echoed throughout the venue, and the stunned audience looked up at the sky. Under the bright sunlight, various unknown Iron Man armor descended from the sky, like black iron beasts, their engines roaring and wings powerful. The audience's clamor and excitement were instantly replaced by fear and chaos. Nathan Hawke stood on the stage, his face grim. He immediately realized this was a sudden threat. Tony Stark and Pepper Potts also instantly became alert, their eyes becoming wary and determined. "Boss, there's a spatial fluctuation." Nathan Hawke's portable earpiece immediately relayed John Jai Lingma's voice. "Understood. Give the order." "Yes." The mecha-mechanical human Iron Man armor landed around the venue, blocking all exits of the press conference. They were like beasts, fearless and ruthless, their cold red eyes scanning everyone present. In the chaos, Nathan Hawke raised his hand, activating psychokinesis to protect the audience as much as possible. Panic began to spread among the audience, people running in all directions, screams rising and falling. The presence of the mecha-mechanical human Iron Man armor brought a huge sense of threat to everyone. Tony Stark quickly dialed his wrist communicator, contacting his autonomous Iron Man armor, while Pepper made a similar move. Their personal Iron Man armor took to the sky and flew towards the press conference, ready to respond to the emergency. The mecha-mechanical human Iron Man armor did not speak. Their objective was clear, the main venue of the press conference. They began to advance, ruthlessly sweeping aside anyone who stood in their way, ignoring the security personnel's best efforts to resist. Inside and outside, the press conference was filled with chaos and panic. On-site staff tried their best to evacuate the audience, leading them to safety. Nathan Hawke remained on stage, trying to stay calm and find a solution. Suddenly, a violent explosion rang out, accompanied by sparks. Tony Stark's personal Iron Man armor rushed into the battlefield, laser weapons ready. He flew over the heads of the mecha-mechanical human Iron Man armor and began a fierce battle with them. Pepper Potts' personal Iron Man armor followed closely. She piloted her Iron Man armor, flying over the heads of the mecha-mechanical human Iron Man armor, unleashing powerful energy beams that shattered one of the Iron Man armor. However, the mecha-mechanical human Iron Man armor were numerous. They seemed endless. "Ha-ha! Potts, let's see our double team," Tony Stark said excitedly, seemingly flirting. Nathan Hawke stood on the stage, his eyes calm and firm. With a slight flick of his finger, objects in the venue began to float. Some were chairs, some were display stands, and even some of the mecha-mechanical human Iron Man armor. These objects began to rotate around the mecha-mechanical human Iron Man armor, forming a whirlwind. "Andre now," Nathan gave the order to his team member. Andre flew high, concentrating his energy and using psychokinesis, firing it at the mecha-mechanical human Iron Man armor like cannonballs. The mecha-mechanical human Iron Man armor were caught off guard by this sudden attack. Some were destroyed, while others were repelled. Wesker, like lightning, rushed from the shadows towards the mecha-mechanical human Iron Man armor. His movements were as swift as lightning, and his muscles rapidly bulged. One punch boom. One punch boom. One punch boom. No mecha-mechanical human Iron Man armor could withstand Wesker's second punch. Tony Stark and Pepper Potts' Iron Man armor cooperated with Nathan's team, quickly repelling a portion of the mecha-mechanical human Iron Man armor. Their laser weapons and energy beams caused widespread destruction, which the mecha-mechanical human Iron Man armor could not withstand. "Hey Nathan, what's going on? Your security couldn't have been breached so easily, could it?" Tony Stark flew to Nathan Hawke's side. "Space," Nathan Hawke merely said faintly. "Space." Tony Stark realized something and immediately instructed Jarvis to investigate. The magnetic field here is a bit off. Tony Stark raised his hand and blasted a mechanical, human Iron Man armor away with a cannon. The magnetic field is dissipating. This is their way of saying hello to me. Nathan Hawke watched coldly as the superheroes in his team quickly quelled the attack. Well, Nathan, if you need help just give me a call, Tony Stark said, then flew towards Pepper Potts, who was not far away. Decapitation operation begin. Who are you? Andre looked at the enemy before him and snorted coldly. A dead man doesn't need to know, Namor Mackenzie said, then attacked swiftly. Andre and Namor Mackenzie stood in a confrontational stance. Namor's physique was tall and strong, his body full of muscular lines, seemingly a Titan giant from the deep sea. He wore gleaming scale armor, blue scales shimmering in the sunlight. Namor Mackenzie suddenly rushed forward with exceptionally swift steps. He wielded a huge trident and his tail, like wings, flapped on his back, bringing a whirlwind, like airflow. The trident glittered with a mysterious light in the sunlight, exuding the aura of the deep sea. Andre reacted quickly, using psychokinesis to suspend his body in the air, avoiding Namor's charge. Namor's giant trident towards Andre, creating a powerful wave of air, but Andre's psychokinesis barrier blocked the attack. Boom! A powerful arm force sent Andre flying. Namor was not content with simple attacks. He suddenly leaped up, his powerful muscles allowing him to leave a lightning-like trail in the air like a shark. He swung his trident again, attempting to strike Andre. Andre, having stabilized himself, immediately used psychokinesis to control his body and dodge the attack, but Namor's speed and strength still made him feel pressured. Namor continued his assault. His immense strength and speed made him almost unstoppable. He constantly swung his trident, creating massive energy waves that destroyed everything on the ground. Andre had to maintain a high degree of mobility, avoiding these attacks as much as possible. The opponent is coming on strong. Wesker looked at the man dressed in black before him. The two did not speak but began to fight. Confrontation between Wesker and Black Bat King was full of tension and danger. Both men's muscles were taut, and their combat skills were superb. The two began a fierce hand-to-hand combat, each clash sparking fire. Wesker tried to overwhelm Black Bat King with his immense strength, but Black Bat King's agility allowed him to easily dodge Wesker's heavy punches. "You're not worth mentioning," Black Bat King scoffed at Wesker. Wesker calmly responded, "We'll see who's worth mentioning." The two clashed again. This time, Wesker changed tactics, quickly dodging and trying to find Black Bat King's opening. However, Black Bat King's military saber flashed, parrying Wesker's punch, then counterattacking with lightning speed. "Your speed is too slow," Black Bat King mocked. Wesker remained silent. He knew that only by increasing his speed could he defeat Black Bat King. He suddenly unleashed his bioengineered abilities. His muscles rapidly expanded, his body became stronger, and his speed significantly increased. This change surprised Black Bat King, but he showed no weakness. Their battle further escalated, their moves swift and deadly, destroying everything on the ground. Wesker's strength and speed contrasted sharply with Black Bat King's agility and combat skills. So, Nathan Hawke looked around at the familiar yet unfamiliar people who had appeared. "Are you Illuminati in such a hurry?" "Nathan Hawke, your time is up." Baron Mordo stepped forward, his eyes cold. "Haha, Ancient One, this time, I won't leave easily." Dormammu, who had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Sorcerer Ancient One using the Time Stone, said mockingly. "Was one of your plans to stall me?" Ancient One responded calmly, then raised an eyebrow. "It seems someone plans to deal with Nathan Hawke." Andre stood before Namor Mackenzie, facing this powerful enemy. Namor's attacks were like a fierce storm, exceptionally violent, but Andre did not flinch. His psychokinesis allowed him to react quickly, dodging Namor's attacks. Namor suddenly charged forward. He swung his trident at Andre. Andre used psychokinesis to control his body, instantly soaring into the air, avoiding Namor's attack. He quickly flew upward, looking for an opportunity to counter-attack. Andre gathered psychokinesis in his palm, then slammed a giant psychokinesis hand fiercely at Namor. Namor was hit by the violent attack, brutally thrown against the arena wall, but he quickly bounced back, seemingly unharmed. "You are not strong enough, mortal," Namor scoffed. "Who exactly are you people?" Andre knew defeating Namor would not be easy, but he was not discouraged. He gathered psychokinesis again, this time forming an energy sword. The blade flickered with blue electrical arcs, and he was determined to make this one strike effective. Mortal Namor will make you regret your arrogance. Namor charged at Andre, trident swinging, trying to impale him. Andre used his psychokinesis sword, fiercely swinging at Namor. Their weapons clashed, emitting a harsh metallic clang. Gods? How arrogant! Andre and Namor's powers began to clash on the sword's edge. The electrical arcs on the blade intensified. Both were evenly matched, their eyes met, both struggling to gain the upper hand. Namor suddenly unleashed immense strength, trying to overpower the sword blade against Andre. Andre felt a tremendous force coming, all his muscles tensed, but he did not back down. You are not the only one with power. Andre gritted his teeth, then suddenly unleashed even greater psychokinesis. Andre felt the psychokinesis within him suddenly strengthen, his eyes firm and resolute. The electrical arcs on the blade became brighter, and he exerted all his strength, trying to resist Namor's immense power. However, Namor Mackenzie's immense power was ultimately irresistible. His trident overpowered Andre's psychokinesis sword, forcing the blade close to Andre's body. Andre felt a huge pressure, his body forcibly bent, he almost felt unable to breathe. Namor's smile became even more mocking, he looked at Andre triumphantly. His trident drew closer and closer to Andre's throat, seemingly ready to pierce him at any moment. Suddenly, a cunning glint flashed in Andre's eyes. His palms began to emit a dazzling blue light, his psychokinesis surged, and his powerful willpower made all his muscles erupt with even more strength. No, I won't lose yet, Andre roared, using all his strength to push Namor's trident away. Namor was shaken back by the unexpected force, his expression turned serious. Andre quickly counterattacked, his psychokinesis sword reignited, aiming at Namor with destructive power. Namor only had time to raise his trident in self-defense, but he did not underestimate Andre. Their weapons clashed again, but this time Andre's power seemed to have the upper hand. Electrical arcs bloomed in the air, the blade constantly pressing closer to Namor's neck. Andre exerted all his strength, feeling his psychokinesis like a surging, unstoppable torrent. Namor's mouth twitched slightly. He understood that if he continued, he might be defeated. He quickly leaped away, dodging Andre's attack, then sprang to the other side of the arena. You have some skill, mortal. Andre stood his ground, sweat dripping from his forehead. He felt tired but did not give up. He knew he was not Namor's match, but he would not easily surrender. We're not finished yet, Andre said, preparing for the next round of confrontation. I was careless, Namor Mackenzie felt a lingering fear. Andre understood he needed to create some special opportunities to deal with Namor Mackenzie. His mind raced, and an unusual plan brewed in his thoughts. Namor, do you think only gods are a threat? Andre said calmly. He began to store musical psychokinesis. Namor Mackenzie scoffed. He raised his trident, preparing to charge at Andre again. But this time, Andre made a different move. He began to chant a mysterious melody. Notes danced in the air, forming a magnificent light curtain that enveloped him and Namor. The musical psychokinesis began to take effect, each note containing immense power. Namor felt a strange force around him, seemingly affecting his senses. His trident began to tremble faintly, as if influenced by the music. What is this? Namor tried to resist, but the power of the musical psychokinesis grew stronger and stronger, penetrating his nervous system. This is my unique musical psychokinesis. It can touch your inner emotions and memories. It will make you feel the power of a mortal. Andre continued to chant, and the musical psychokinesis around him condensed into an unstoppable energy. Namor suddenly felt a surge of heavy emotions. He remembered the deep sea, his sacred duty, and some past memories. These emotions intertwined, making him feel confused and powerless. It was at this moment that Andre launched his attack. The musical psychokinesis transformed into a huge sound wave, rushing towards Namor. The sound wave traveled at an extreme speed, and Namor had no time to react. Namor tried to block the sound wave with his trident, but his power seemed to be weakened by the musical psychokinesis. The sound wave hit him, erupting with a powerful impact, violently pushing him to a corner of the arena. Namor felt his inner self affected by the musical psychokinesis again, the emotional chaos making it difficult for him to concentrate. He stood there, trying to break free from the sound wave's restraint. However, Andrei gave him no chance to breathe. He continued to chant, and the musical psychokinesis formed more sound waves, like giant tsunamis assaulting Namor. Namor's power was completely suppressed, and he could not effectively resist. Namor's trident began to emit a weak light, his divine power gradually diminishing. The sound waves continuously impacted him, making him feel despair and lost. Under the control of Andrei's musical psychokinesis, Namor Mackenzie was no longer an invincible deity, but an existence confused by emotions and memories. Andrei continued to chant, and the power of the musical psychokinesis continued to strengthen, completely binding Namor. You see, Namor, everyone has inner power, not just deities. This is the power of mortals, and it is a power you cannot ignore. No. Namor Mackenzie's body began to gradually recover, his eyes became more resolute, clearly not completely defeated by Andrei's musical psychokinesis. He realized that he could no longer be constrained by the musical psychokinesis, otherwise he would be completely defeated by Andrei. Enough, mortal, Namor Mackenzie roared, suddenly raising his trident. With his movement, a huge water curtain appeared, separating him from the sound waves. This was his divine power, the domain of water. Within the water curtain, Namor Mackenzie felt he had regained his divine power. His injuries began to recover rapidly, and his demeanor became more majestic. Inside the water curtain, he was like the god of the deep sea, with infinite power. Your musical psychokinesis is useless against me, mortal. Namor Mackenzie's voice was low, and the temperature inside the water curtain began to plummet, a chilling cold permeating the air. Andrei also understood that he needed to come up with a new strategy to deal with this deity's domain of water. He calmly chanted musical psychokinesis, trying to find a flaw in this water curtain. However, Namor's power made it all the more difficult. Within the water curtain, Namor Mackenzie felt he had regained his divine power. His injuries began to recover rapidly, and his demeanor became more majestic. Inside the water curtain, he was like the god of the deep sea, with infinite power. Namor Mackenzie raised his trident, and a stream of water surged from the trident, forming a water dragon. The water dragon roared as it attacked Andrei, its teeth and claws gleaming with cold light. Andrei had to quickly ascend to avoid the water dragon's attack. However, the domain of water prevented his musical psychokinesis from spreading effectively, limiting his abilities. He realized he had to change tactics and find a way to break the domain of water. Within the water curtain, Namor Mackenzie's voice echoed, majestic like the tide. He commanded the primordial power of water, which made him exceptionally powerful. Mortal, you cannot defeat me. I am the god of water. This is my domain. Andrei was not intimidated by the threat. He knew he had to find a solution. He began to chant different melodies, and the musical psychokinesis became more diverse, attempting to penetrate the domain of water. I won't be defeated by the same method again. Namor Mackenzie would not allow this to happen. He controlled the water curtain, repelling the musical psychokinesis, leaving Andrei no chance. The water dragon continued to attack, each strike powerful and deadly. Andrei realized he had to act quickly, or he would be in a passive position. He decided to change tactics and look for a breakthrough. He soared into the air, flying over the water dragon, attempting to enter the interior of the water curtain. A hint of displeasure flashed in Namor Mackenzie's eyes. He knew Andrei's intention. He began to control the water curtain, attempting to repel Andrei. Their powers clashed within the water curtain, forming a fierce conflict. At this critical juncture, Andrei needed to unleash his strongest psychokinesis, seeking a way to break through the domain of water. He chanted musical psychokinesis, striving to penetrate the water curtain's interior, attempting to break this deity's defense line. Within the water curtain, the powers of music and water elements began to converge, erupting in dazzling light. This was a duel between mortal and deity, not just of power, but also of will and determination. Andrei had to find a way to break the domain of water, otherwise he would not be able to achieve victory. Within the domain of water, Andrei's duel with Namor Mackenzie grew more intense. Namor Mackenzie commanded the power of water, while Andrei relied on his unique musical psychokinesis. Their powers intertwined within the water curtain, forming a grand conflict. The notes of musical psychokinesis converged with the power of water elements, forming dazzling light. Andrei chanted an even more intense melody, attempting to penetrate and deconstruct Namor's domain of water. His body floated within the water curtain, all his muscles tensed, his eyes resolute. Namor Mackenzie's water curtain reacted quickly. He controlled the primordial power of water, attempting to repel the musical psychokinesis. Every collision of notes and water elements triggered a strong reaction, erupting with powerful impact. The water dragon within the water curtain continuously attacked Andre, attempting to overwhelm him. Andre had to use psychokinesis to dodge the water dragon's attacks, while simultaneously trying to break through Namor's domain of water. Namor Mackenzie's voice echoed within the water curtain. He tried to suppress Andre with majesty and divine power. But Andre was not intimidated. He continued to chant musical psychokinesis, constantly seeking a way to break the domain of water. Suddenly, a note and a stream of water collided, creating a wondrous chemical reaction. This note had a special frequency, seemingly resonating with the water element. The note began to expand, forming a vortex that drew the water elements within the water curtain together. Namor Mackenzie's expression changed. He felt his domain of water begin to waver. The note's power grew stronger and stronger, and the water elements within the water curtain began to lose control, forming a huge vortex. Andre seized this opportunity. He used musical psychokinesis to concentrate his power in his palm, then slammed it violently into the water curtain. This one strike pierced through the domain of water, breaking open the water curtain, and pushing Namor Mackenzie's body far away. Namor Mackenzie was sent flying, his divine power began to plummet, and the water curtain gradually dissipated. Andre broke free from the water curtain, swiftly pursuing the airborne Namor. Namor Mackenzie stood up with difficulty. He felt his divine power had been greatly weakened. "Mortal, you may have succeeded once, but I am still the god of water. I command endless power," Namor roared, raising his trident again, and water elements began to gather. "God? Too weak. You are asking for death." In the fierce battle, Andre's heart was filled with determination. He understood that Namor Mackenzie's power might be endless, but he also firmly believed that his psychokinesis and conviction were equally not to be underestimated. Namor once again unleashed the power of water elements, forming a surging current, attempting to drown Andre. Andre floated in the air, maintaining balance with psychokinesis, his eyes firm. He began to chant musical psychokinesis, releasing notes one by one, forming a brilliant barrier that stood in front of the current. "Music allows me to control psychokinesis more delicately. When dealing with this type of enemy, it prevents me from being too reckless." The current and the notes collided, causing a violent impact. The current was weakened by the power of the notes, scattering into countless water droplets, raining down like a shower. Andre's musical psychokinesis barrier blocked the attack of the current, his eyes shining with resolute light. "You're right, Namor, you may be the god of water, but I won't back down." Andre's voice was filled with determination. He continued to chant, and the power of musical psychokinesis continuously strengthened, forming an even more powerful note barrier. Namor Mackenzie realized he needed to adopt a different tactic. He began to condense water elements onto his trident, forming a gigantic water bomb, then hurled it towards Andre. The water bomb flew rapidly, emitting a dazzling light. Andre's note barrier instantly shattered, and as the water bomb approached, he was forced to react quickly. He used psychokinesis to dodge, but the water released when the bomb exploded formed a curtain of water, completely surrounding him. Namor Mackenzie continued to swing his trident, and water elements began to condense around him, forming a massive water pillar. The water pillar, like a fierce giant column, roared as it struck Andre. Andre dared not relax in the slightest. He quickly chanted musical psychokinesis, injecting power into his body. His psychokinesis transformed into a transparent shield, enveloping him. The massive water pillar violently collided with the musical psychokinesis shield, emitting a deafening roar. The power of the water pillar tried to tear the shield apart, but Andre held firm. Namor Mackenzie knew that this blow was powerful enough to destroy a mortal, but he didn't know that Andre had already achieved a breakthrough. The musical psychokinesis within Andre's heart fiercely collided with the power of the water elements, forming a vortex of energy. In this moment of life and death, Andre unleashed the most powerful musical psychokinesis from his heart. The frequency of the notes reached its peak, and his shield began to emit a dazzling blue light, reflecting the water pillar back. The water pillar instantly disintegrated under the counterattack, turning into water droplets scattered across the battlefield. Namor Mackenzie was shaken back several steps by this blow, and his trident almost slipped from his grasp. "How is this possible?" Andre seized the opportunity, instantly condensing psychokinesis in his hand, forming a giant musical bowstring. He drew the bowstring and released a psychokinetic arrow, aiming at Namor Mackenzie. Namor Mackenzie saw the rapidly flying arrow and had to respond quickly. He blocked the arrow with his trident, but the powerful impact still knocked him back. His power seems to be weakening. Is it because the god of water has left the water? Andre pondered intensely. Go! Andre did not stop. He continued to chant musical psychokinesis, forming a series of psychokinetic arrows. The arrows shot towards Namor Mackenzie one after another, each blow filled with destructive power. Whoosh! 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 Namor Mackenzie felt his divine power constantly depleting, and he had to rack his brains to resist this psychokinetic attack. The psychokinetic arrows pierced through his water element shield, striking his body and leaving deep wounds. Namor Mackenzie swung his trident again, attempting to repel the musical psychokinetic arrows. But this time his power was greatly diminished, and the arrows met almost no obstruction. Andre's offensive grew more and more ferocious. He gave Namor Mackenzie no chance to breathe. All the arrows hit their mark, and Namor's body began to show obvious wounds, his divine power rapidly diminishing. Damn it, this guy doesn't look strong, but he's surprisingly persistent. If only I were in the ocean. Namor Mackenzie felt enraged. Andre stood there, drenched in sweat. The pressure Namor Mackenzie exerted on him was immense. He continued to grit his teeth and release musical psychokinesis, condensing the last psychokinetic arrow and aiming it at Namor Mackenzie's heart. Namor Mackenzie felt a threat to his life. He knew that if he took another hit, he would be defeated. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. The musical psychokinetic arrow shot out instantly, heading straight for Namor's heart. You want to kill me, mortal? Impossible. At the last moment, Namor Mackenzie raised his trident, injecting his divine power into it. He blocked the arrow with his trident, but his divine power also reached its limit. The powers of both fiercely collided, emitting a piercing sound. Namor Mackenzie's trident began to tremble, and the musical psychokinetic arrow also stalled. In this moment of stalemate, a dazzling light erupted from Namor Mackenzie's trident. Then, with a loud bang, energy exploded. The collision of the musical psychokinetic arrow and the trident triggered a powerful explosion. The shockwave of the explosion swept across the entire battlefield, engulfing everything in its path. Andre and Namor Mackenzie were both impacted by the explosion's energy, their bodies flying uncontrollably. They crashed into opposite sides of the battlefield, with sand and water mist swirling, and the battlefield became a chaotic mess. As the dust gradually settled, people saw Namor Mackenzie standing in place, no longer able to stand steadily. His trident was also cracked, his divine power had dissipated, and his strength was greatly diminished. Andre, on the other hand, slowly stood up on one side. Although exhausted, he had defeated the powerful enemy with his firm will. His musical psychokinesis still resonated around him, and his eyes were filled with pride and victory. Ha, the first one. A hoarse voice sounded, emanating an ominous atmosphere from the shadows. Andre instantly felt a bad premonition. He could sense some danger approaching. The shadow gradually appeared, revealing a tall and mysterious figure. This person was clad in a black robe, their face obscured by a dark veil, leaving only a pair of cold eyes visible. The sudden shadow was Caecilius. However, just as Caecilius was about to deliver a fatal blow, a bolt of electricity streaked across the night sky, swiftly appearing on the battlefield. The electric man immediately sprang into action, and the electricity formed a flickering electromagnetic field around his body. Caecilius tried to launch an attack, but his shadow magic was interfered with by the electric man's electromagnetic field and was completely ineffective. Caecilius glanced sideways. It's you. The electric man didn't wait. He swiftly charged at Caecilius. With a flash of electricity, his body traversed the air like lightning, instantly appearing before Caecilius. Then, he unleashed an electric arc, striking Caecilius directly. Bang! The shadow dissipated. Caecilius slowly appeared beside Namor Mackenzie. It seems the welcoming gift failed. Caecilius chuckled wickedly, then placed his right hand on Namor Mackenzie's shoulder and cast a spell to leave. After the two left, Andre muttered, "Who exactly are they?" "They are not from this world." The electric man voiced his inner speculation. "I see." Hugh Andre exhaled, then looked towards the direction of the press conference. Black Bolt's mouth slowly opened, and a low hum emanated from his throat. This sound rapidly escalated into a terrifying scream. This was his unique sonic ability, a form of attack capable of shattering objects and stunning enemies. Wesker reacted swiftly, knowing this move was coming with great force. His neurons instantly activated, and to counter this attack, he quickly adjusted his auditory perception, attempting to resist the impending threat. The sonic wave, like a terrifying sound wave, crashed into Wesker's nervous system. He felt a sharp pain, but still struggled to remain calm. His ears began to bleed, but he knew there was no turning back now. Wesker concentrated, unleashing his biochemical abilities. His skin began to harden, becoming like steel, protecting his body from the impact of the sonic wave. This was one of his advantages as a biochemically modified being. The sonic attack was like a fierce storm, constantly striking Wesker's body, but his biochemical skin resisted it all. He stood firm, unyielding. Black Bolt lunged again, attempting to subdue Wesker with close-quarters combat. His massive wings vibrated, creating a fierce hurricane that disrupted Wesker's vision. Black Bolt's sharp claws, like steel, aimed directly at Wesker's vital points. Wesker did not retreat. Instead, he dodged Black Bolt's claw attack with agile reactions, then countered with powerful biochemical muscles. His fists were like hammers of steel, striking Black Bolt's abdomen with a heavy thud. Black Bolt felt a sharp pain and staggered back a few steps, but he was not knocked down. Strong. Black Bolt's eyes gleamed with cunning, and he unleashed another sonic attack, attempting to confuse Wesker's senses. This time, the sonic wave was even more powerful, like a raging storm. Wesker felt his eardrums being severely challenged. He concentrated, maintaining stability through neural control. Wesker suddenly crouched down quickly, avoiding the sonic attack, then charged at Black Bolt with astonishing speed. His biochemical modifications granted him extraordinary speed and strength. Black Bolt didn't have time to react, and Wesker's fist struck him again, this time in Black Bolt's face. Black Bolt was heavily struck and forced to fly backward. Part of his mask was knocked off, revealing a wounded and shocked face. Wesker gave him no chance to breathe. He continued to attack. The two engaged in fierce close combat in the air, fists and feet clashing, sparks flying. Black Bolt tried to use his sonic scream, but Wesker constantly changed direction, making it difficult for him to hit the target. Wesker's fists and kicks were relentless, his attack speed extremely fast, each blow filled with the dangerous sound of cutting through the wind. The two engaged in fierce close-quarters combat in the air, their fists and feet clashing rapidly, sparks flying. Black Bat King tried to use his sharp claws and fangs to grab Wesker or bite his vital points, but Wesker's reaction speed was extremely fast, skillfully dodging every time. Wesker's punches and kicks were continuous, and he tried to suppress Black Bat King with clever combination attacks. His fists were like torches, swinging with astonishing speed, each strike accompanied by a loud whooshing sound. He tried to interrupt Black Bat King's sonic scream attacks, preventing Black Bat King from concentrating to unleash this powerful move. The dangerous aura around you is very cold. Indeed, you are all destroyers of the world. Black Bat King grinned maliciously, his dark eyes glinting with cunning. His wings constantly vibrated, creating powerful air currents, trying to blow Wesker away, but Wesker stubbornly maintained his footing. Wesker understood that Black Bat King's sonic scream attack was one of his biggest threats. Whenever Black Bat King tried to unleash a sonic scream, Wesker would quickly change position, causing him to lose his target. Although his eardrums suffered some damage, as long as it wasn't a fatal injury, his body could repair itself. Roar! Roar! However, Black Bat King was insidious and cunning. His mouth constantly opened, trying to change the frequency and intensity of the sonic scream, attempting to hit Wesker's weak points. Wesker had to remain highly focused at all times, ready to respond to this terrifying attack. The two's engagement was unpredictable, sometimes entangled, sometimes separating to prepare for the next round of attack. Black Bat King's wings vibrated intensely, creating powerful air currents, trying to blow Wesker away, but Wesker stubbornly maintained his footing. He's really troublesome. Black Bat King, however, felt a deep sense of dread. His opponent's tenacity and defense far exceeded his imagination. However, his mission this time was only to hold him back, so it seemed possible. Wesker fought while contemplating how to break through Black Bat King's defense. Black Bat King's wings constantly vibrated beside him, creating powerful air currents that made it difficult for Wesker to keep his balance. He tried to use rapid attacks, Chinese letter Black Bat King's defensive line, looking for an opportunity to attack. However, Black Bat King's reaction speed was equally swift, always skillfully evading Wesker's attacks. His sharp claws and fangs constantly threatened Wesker's body. Wesker knew he had to be careful and not give Black Bat King any chances. Wesker gradually realized that a technical fight with Black Bat King seemed unlikely to end easily. Black Bat King's cunning and quick reactions made him a formidable opponent, so Wesker decided to adopt a different strategy. He decided to test Black Bat King's defense, to see if his body was as indestructible as his own. Wesker slowed down his attack speed, deliberately exposing some openings to lure Black Bat King into attacking. Black Bat King did not suspect Wesker's intentions. He saw an opportunity. He launched an attack, attempting to strike Wesker's body with his sharp claws. His claws were as sharp as steel, threatening Wesker's biochemical skin. Wesker decided to adopt a more aggressive strategy. He charged at Black Bat King, swinging his fists, trying to hit his body. Black Bat King tried to dodge, but Wesker's attack speed was extremely fast, each strike tracking its target like a missile. "Let me see how hard your skin really is," Wesker roared, his fists like steel hammers, striking Black Bat King's chest. Black Bat King tried to block Wesker's attack with his wings, but Wesker's fists broke through the wings' defense, heavily striking Black Bat King's body. Black Bat King felt a sharp pain. His body was knocked back, crashing into a large rock. Wesker's attack caused Black Bat King a sharp pain, and he understood that Wesker's fighting style had changed. He was no longer trying to avoid the opponent's attacks, but was willing to use his own body to gain an opportunity. Wesker did not flinch. He knew this was a dangerous gamble, but it was also the only way he could win. Black Bat King did not like this fighting style. The part of his mask was knocked off again, revealing a face full of pain and anger. He was determined to retaliate, fiercely striking back with his fangs and sharp claws. His sharp claws swung like lightning, trying to tear Wesker's skin, while his fangs bit at Wesker's neck. Wesker would not give in easily either. His biochemical modifications made his skin incredibly tough, capable of withstanding Black Bat King's attacks. Despite this, he still felt intense pain. His body was deeply wounded by the fangs and sharp claws. But he did not let the pain stop him, continuing to launch fierce attacks on Black Bat King. Their bodies tangled in the air, sparks flying. Black Bat King constantly used sonic screams to try to distract Wesker, but Wesker focused his energy, gritting his teeth and persevering. He understood that only by persevering would he have a chance to defeat this powerful opponent. Black Bat King was not to be outdone. His mouth emitted a sharp hum, using sonic screams to attack Wesker's eardrums. Wesker felt a sharp pain, but he remained unwavering. He knew that the key to victory now depended on who could last longer. Wesker continuously struck Black Bat King's body with his fists, while Black Bat King retaliated with his sharp claws and fangs. Both their bodies were badly injured in the fierce exchange, blood splattering. But Wesker understood that he had to persevere until Black Bat King could no longer fight. Black Bat King's eyes gleamed with cunning. He knew he was also significantly injured, but he absolutely could not let Wesker gain the upper hand. He continued to unleash sonic scream attacks, trying to stun Wesker. Wesker's eardrums began to bleed, but he still stubbornly resisted the sonic scream attacks, not allowing himself to be distracted. Wesker's body was constantly being damaged in the fierce battle with Black Bat King, and he realized that if this continued, he might not be able to defeat Black Bat King. At this moment, he recalled the biochemical virus he carried within him, that unparalleled power. However, he also knew that once this virus was activated, he would turn into a biochemical demon, his power surging, but also accompanied by uncontrollable destruction. Wesker pondered contradictorily, suddenly realizing that his current location was a problem. If he activated the biochemical virus now, not only would his true identity be exposed, but it might also be photographed by someone secretly or inadvertently entering, revealing this unknown secret. This was absolutely unacceptable. This was not the Battle of New York. In this instant, Wesker decided to adopt a different approach, to restrain his power and not expose his biochemical demon form. He wanted to activate a semi-biochemical humanoid virus, maintaining a part of his human appearance, but gaining the enhancement of biochemical power. Wesker focused, mobilizing the power of his internal biochemical modifications. His skin began to undergo subtle changes, no longer hard as steel, but becoming more like human skin, only slightly metallic in texture. His eyes also returned to their human appearance, no longer flashing red, but restoring normal pupils. Although Wesker had adopted the state of a semi-biochemical humanoid virus, he still retained some of his biochemical modification power. His strength was no longer as frantic as before, but it was still far beyond that of ordinary humans. This was a compromise he made to avoid revealing the truth and to restrain his power. Black Bat King saw Wesker's changes, pondering his transformation, but did not stop his attack. Wesker also did not give Black Bat King a chance to breathe. He used his semi-biochemical humanoid virus state to continue the fierce battle with Black Bat King. Wesker's punches and kicks were no longer as fiery as before, but they were still full of power. His speed and reactions were still swift, but without the previous frenzy. He tried to use more precise attacks to hit Black Bat King's vital points, not giving him a chance to breathe. Bang! 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 Under continuous combat, Wesker also understood where his true advantage over his opponent lay. That was his stamina and endurance. However, his opponent's goal seemed to be to hold him back. In an instant, Wesker understood his opponent's purpose. Is it the boss? Thinking of this, Wesker stood still, merely looking cautiously at Black Bat King in front of him, no longer moving. Black Bat King's eyes were lowered, making it impossible to know what he was thinking. Do you believe in Nathan Hawke's strength? Black Bat King raised his head and said to Wesker before him. Wesker said coldly, if I'm not mistaken, you shouldn't be people from this world. Black Bat King also remembered what he had said not long ago, revealing his hand. Destroyers of the world? Wesker silently noted Black Bat King's words in his mind. Was the boss away for some time because he went to other parallel worlds? Wesker knew that Nathan Hawke had been absent from the company for a period, and he hadn't inquired about what happened, but perhaps only Zhang Lingma truly knew the inside story. If that was truly the case, then he should be even more ruthless. Wesker's eyes gradually became cold. The opponent's purpose seemed to be to stall for time, awaiting some important event. Naturally, no matter what was about to happen, he decided not to delay any longer and had to completely eliminate this threat. Wesker's body changed again. This time, he no longer cautiously hid his biochemical modification power. He unhesitatingly activated the full biochemical virus, transforming into a biochemical demon. His skin became incredibly hard, and his entire body exuded a terrifying biochemical aura. Black Bat King saw Wesker's transformation, his eyes filled with shock and terror. He understood that he was no longer facing a modified human, but a true demon. Wesker's power surged to its peak, and he looked at Black Bat King, his cold eyes devoid of any mercy. Wesker let out a low growl, pouncing on Black Bat King like a beast. His fists were like iron hammers, each strike accompanied by a whooshing sound, heading straight for Black Bat King's vital points. Black Bat King tried to dodge, but Wesker's speed and strength made him difficult to resist. Roar! Wesker roared, his attacks like a hurricane, suppressing Black Bat King, making him unable to retaliate. Black Bat King struggled, trying to launch a final counterattack, but he was already a step too late. Wesker's fist heavily struck Black Bat King's chest, producing a huge explosion. Black Bat King painfully crawled up, his body severely injured, blood flowing from his mouth. He looked at Wesker, his gaze filled with anger. Rip! Rip! Wesker's face became even more fleshy and grotesque. All his strength concentrated in his right hand. Muscles were changing, stretching, and re-forming. Bang! The floor shattered. Wesker charged directly at Black Bat King. Nick Fury sat at the command console in the CLD command center, his unique eye sharply scanning the battle footage on the large screen through his eye patch. The situation at the press conference site came into his view. A fierce battle was unfolding, and Hawke Group seemed to have fallen into an unexpected predicament. He contacted Melinda May over his earpiece, asking Melinda, Where are you right now? Can you give me a detailed intelligence report on the battlefield? Melinda's voice came through the earpiece. Nick, I'm currently at a hidden spot outside the press conference site and cannot directly access the combat zone. But from what I see on screen, Hawke Group seems to be besieged by a powerful force, and their opponents are not to be underestimated. Nick Fury's brow furrowed. He said to Melinda, "It seems we need to quickly understand the identity and background of this force so we can formulate a corresponding strategy. Is it possible that another evil force took the opportunity to launch an attack on Hawke Group?" Melinda pondered for a moment before replying, "Nick, this situation is a bit strange. From my reconnaissance intelligence, this doesn't appear to be an evil force we're familiar with. Their actions seem more targeted at Hawke Group's internal affairs rather than a simple attack." Nick Fury's tightly furrowed brow revealed his inner tension. This was not an ordinary battle, but a problem involving Nathan Hawke and his company, hinting at a deeper level of power struggle. He asked again, "Is it possible that some country or organization is behind the actions against Hawke Group?" Melinda shook her head. From the situation on site, the identity of this force is hard to determine. Their technological level and equipment surpass that of ordinary countries or organizations. Moreover, their actions seem to be pursuing a specific goal rather than simply destroying or occupying. Nick Fury frowned, considering Melinda's analysis. A larger and more mysterious conspiracy was hidden behind this battle. He ordered CELD's intelligence team to fully investigate the opponent's identity and motives and urgently mobilize special agent forces to prepare for a rapid response. This battle was not just a challenge to Hawke Group, but also a warning to the entire world. CELD had to act quickly, unravel this mystery, and prevent a greater crisis from descending. Nick Fury calmly contemplated in the command center. To maintain the world's peace, he knew he had to find the answer as soon as possible. Suddenly, Nick Fury's gaze was drawn to a corner outside the window, and his eyes lit up. He immediately sat up straight, staring intently out the window. Outside the high-rise window of the command center, a figure spun into view, leaving a flickering blue light. It was a female superhero in shining armor, Captain Marvel. Her appearance shocked Nick Fury. Nick Fury's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected to see Captain Marvel at this crucial moment. His eyes were filled with surprise and thought. With each detail outside the window, he gradually understood what Captain Marvel's arrival meant. Outside the window, Captain Marvel floated in the air, her armor radiating a unique energy glow. She gazed at the battlefield, a slight smile on her face, as if she understood the situation perfectly. "Captain Marvel?" Nick Fury murmured. He hadn't expected this superhero to appear so promptly. A hint of awe and trust flickered in his eyes. "Wait, she's definitely not the Captain Marvel I know." Nick Fury's pupils constricted imperceptibly. Captain Marvel looked at Nick Fury inside the sealed office, smiling. Captain Marvel floated outside the window, watching Nick Fury through the office window of the building. Her armor shimmered with blue light, emitting a powerful energy. Nick Fury gazed at her, his mind filled with questions. Suddenly, Nick Fury's window was pushed open, and Captain Marvel confidently and majestically floated in. Her appearance was identical to the Captain Marvel Nick Fury knew, but this very similar superhero had a different aura. "Nick Fury, long time no see." Captain Marvel smiled, her voice conveying a sense of familiarity, but Nick Fury felt something unusual. Nick Fury stood up, the light of thought flickering in his eyes. "Who are you? Why are you so similar to the Captain Marvel I know?" Captain Marvel's smile remained unchanged as she looked into Nick Fury's eyes. "Nick, I am Captain Marvel from a parallel world. I know you are facing a crisis, and I am willing to help." Nick Fury was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected to encounter a superhero from a parallel world. However, he also knew that at this moment, there wasn't much time to dwell on the strangeness of reality. "A parallel world?" Nick Fury pondered, then said firmly, "I don't know your intentions, but if you are willing to help us resolve the current crisis, then we welcome your participation." Captain Marvel nodded, a determined look in her eyes. "I understand your doubts, but now the enemy we face together is more important than anything else. I will do my best to help you solve the current problem." Nick Fury was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. "All right, Captain Marvel, let's face this crisis together." "What? Nathan Hawke has become an enemy?" Nick Fury's brow furrowed, staring incredulously at Captain Marvel. This hero from a parallel world not only looked exactly like the Captain Marvel he knew, but her words left Nick Fury confused. Captain Marvel nodded, and she began to describe Hawke Group based on her intelligence analysis. Hawke Group is not a simple company. They have mastered the technology to travel between parallel worlds, allowing them to acquire resources and technology from other worlds. Nathan Hawke has become an ambitious raider, and his company has gradually evolved into a ruler, controlling the technology and power of multiple parallel worlds. Nick Fury listened, dumbfounded. He realized the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. He pressed on. So, this world's Hawke Group has mastered the technology to travel between parallel worlds? You mean they relied on this technology to slowly transform from a consumer goods company into the artificial intelligence giant they are today? Yes, they have mastered the technology to travel between parallel worlds, Captain Marvel explained. Their goal is to acquire more resources and strengthen their own power. And my world is the next target for Nathan Hawke and his Hawke Group to plunder. Nick Fury's brow was deeply furrowed, his heart filled with worry and confusion, but following this line of thought, Hawke Group's transformation into its current state seemed to make sense. So the people fighting Hawke Group now? Captain Marvel's eyes gleamed with determination. I came to this world to stop Hawke Group's expansion and prevent them from bringing destruction, as they did in my world. I believe that in this world, Nick Fury, you are a righteous leader, and I hope you can assist me in stopping Hawke Group's conspiracy. Nick Fury pondered, knowing the current situation was extraordinary. We must act quickly and understand everything about Hawke Group in this world. Do you have any clues? Captain Marvel nodded. She took out a document and some information, handing them to Nick Fury. This is some intelligence I collected at their headquarters. It contains their plans and some key figures. We must formulate a countermeasure as soon as possible. Nick Fury took the documents, his eyes resolute. We must stop their conspiracy and protect the peace of this world. Captain Marvel, let's cooperate. Captain Marvel left, leaving her contact information before she went. Nick Fury's gaze began to scan the intelligence, a thoughtful expression on his face. However, deep within him, a feeling of distrust surged. To trust her so easily would be too naive, Nick Fury muttered to himself. Although he outwardly displayed a cooperative attitude towards Captain Marvel, deep down, Nick Fury maintained a high level of vigilance towards a superhero from a parallel world. Nick Fury knew that at this moment, he couldn't easily trust everything, especially intelligence involving a parallel world. He was well aware of the world's complexity and the shifting nature of conspiracies. Although Captain Marvel claimed to be preventing Hawke Group's expansion, Nick Fury's intuition told him that things might not be so simple. I must remain vigilant, no matter who the opponent is, Nick Fury resolved in his heart. He decided to cooperate with Captain Marvel for now, but would still maintain a high level of vigilance, always ready to respond. Nick Fury opened the document and carefully studied the intelligence within. The document detailed Hawke Group's plans, key figures, and some characteristics of their headquarters. Nick Fury pondered how to find flaws in this information and whether other forces were involved. The world's destroyer, Nathan Hawke. Then, looking at the image of Nathan Hawke in the data, with the appearance of an evil big boss, battling an unknown witchcraft male figure in the sky of another dimension. The opponent seems to be no match for Nathan Hawke at all. Nathan Hawke is actually that strong. Nick Fury's face darkened after reading the information provided by Captain Marvel from the parallel world. Nick Fury had completely underestimated, or perhaps thought about but never seriously evaluated, Nathan Hawke's power. But then, Nick Fury fully understood. So that's it. Not far from the press conference. Hank Pym, you're already this old? But your armor seems quite interesting. It's just that your aesthetic isn't very good. Tony Stark looked at Hank Pym, who was blocking his way in a suit of armor, and said hesitantly. Stark, your mouth is still as annoying as ever. However, we need your strength, Hank Pym said indifferently. Tony Stark revealed his face, raising an eyebrow. I've heard that many times, Pym. Hello, sir, I am Pepper Potts. Pepper Potts also revealed her face and greeted Hank Pym. Although she had long heard of his great name, she had never expected him to also be a superhero, appearing in armor. Hello, Miss Potts, I know you, Hank Pym replied with a smile. Hank Pym sighed deeply, a hint of worry in his eyes. He began to recount the true nature of the Hawke Group, revealing the dark plans hidden behind this seemingly technological company. Stark, you might have always thought the Hawke Group was just a technology company, but in reality, they are agents of the Destroyer of Worlds. Their goal isn't simply to conquer this world, but to acquire infinite resources and power by conquering parallel universes. Hank Pym's voice was filled with concern for the future. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark's face showed a look of astonishment. He considered himself to have a deep understanding of superhero affairs, but he knew nothing about the Hawke Group's true intentions. And parallel worlds? Are you kidding me? Why are you looking for me? Tony Stark asked, his brow slightly furrowed. We need your technology and experience. You are one of the top masters of technology on Earth, and you have created equipment capable of resisting powerful enemies. We need your help, Mr. Stark. Hank Pym's eyes were filled with expectation. Tony Stark's brow furrowed slightly. He found the parallel universes and destroyer of worlds that Hank Pym spoke of hard to believe. It sounded more like a plot from a superhero movie than something happening in reality. He was used to dealing with real, rational problems, not fictional entertainment stories. Hank, don't you think this is a bit too outlandish? Parallel universes, destroyer of worlds. This sounds like the plot of a B-grade sci-fi novel. Tony Stark's tone revealed a hint of playful mockery. Pepper Potts gently reminded him from the side. Tony, we can't simply ignore Hank's claims. We've faced incredible things before, and this time it might be an even larger threat. Hank Pym took a deep breath, his expression solemn as he said, Stark, I know this is hard for you to accept, but please believe me, we don't have time to debate. The Hawke Group's plan is already underway, and we need your help to stop them. Tony Stark still maintained a skeptical attitude, but he could also feel Hank Pym's sincerity. After all, trust between superheroes is built on their actions and strength. After a moment of thought, he decided to temporarily believe Hank Pym and expressed his willingness to assist. All right, Pym, if what you say is true, then we'll stop this parallel universe threat. But I need more information. I can't act rashly, Tony Stark said firmly. Hank Pym nodded in understanding, then left. And at that very moment, Jarvis, analyze this person who claims to be Hank Pym, Tony Stark whispered. Certainly, sir. I will perform biometric analysis, voice matching, and behavioral pattern comparison on the target. Jarvis's voice responded. Some miniature sensors popped out of Tony Stark's armor and began to scan the Hank Pym in front of him. At the same time, he activated the advanced analysis program of his artificial intelligence, Jarvis. Target scanning. Biometric analysis complete. Voice matching in progress. Behavioral pattern comparison in progress. Jarvis's voice came through the entire process, proceeding quite rapidly. A moment later, Jarvis provided the analysis results. The biometric features and voice matching results are consistent with the previous Hank Pym. Behavioral pattern comparison also shows a high degree of consistency. The current data supports his claim that this gentleman is indeed the Hank Pym you know. Tony Stark breathed a slight sigh of relief. He was confident in his technology, but the concept of parallel universes still felt strange and unbelievable to him. However, at least the Hank Pym in front of him was real. Thank you, Jarvis. Archive this analysis result. We need to prepare for the upcoming battle, Tony Stark ordered. Yes, sir, Jarvis responded. Tony, are you really going to make an enemy of Nathan Hawke? Pepper Potts asked worriedly. Tony Stark smiled in response to Pepper Potts. Pepper, we can never be too trusting. Although the Hank Pym in front of us is real, what he says might be true or it might be false. We need more evidence and information to confirm everything he said. Pepper Potts nodded. She knew that Tony Stark's decisions were usually well thought out and he didn't easily believe things. However, she still felt uneasy about the current situation. How did a press conference turn into this? Pepper Potts looked at Tony Stark worriedly, not wanting to see her beloved get hurt again. Tony, we need to be careful. Whether Hank Pym's words are true or not, we cannot let our guard down. This concerns the safety of the entire world, Pepper Potts reminded him. In the chaotic situation, Tony Stark's heart was filled with complex thoughts. Although Jarvis's analysis results showed that the Hank Pym in front of him matched the scientist he knew, Tony still felt skeptical about the entire situation. His technological scans and Jarvis's analysis were only superficial, and the concepts of the destroyer of worlds and parallel universes made him feel that it was too surreal and difficult to accept. Moreover, why should he believe someone who might have attacked the Hawke Group's press conference? Tony Stark's brow furrowed slightly as he began to ponder. If this was truly a threat from a parallel universe, why weren't people from those parallel worlds invading their world? Why was the Hawke Group being attacked? Is it because of the Hawke Group's superheroes? And then the Avengers? Suddenly, he thought of something, and his heart stirred. If he wanted to find the truth, the best way might be to investigate it himself. Tony Stark decided to leave the scene and head to the Hawke Group's headquarters to learn more firsthand. Pepper Potts watched Tony Stark's decision. She understood his personality, knowing that he was always willing to take risks and solve problems himself. She gripped her fists nervously, hoping that this time Tony wouldn't fall into too dangerous a situation. "Tony, be careful. Don't be too impulsive," Pepper Potts reminded him with concern. Tony Stark turned to look at her, a smile on his face. "Don't worry, my dear. I'll be careful. We need to know the truth." With that, Tony Stark activated his armor and flew in the direction of the Hawke Group headquarters. He knew that only by investigating personally could he uncover the truth behind this surreal mystery. Captain Marvel flew through the air, her target locked on the Hawke Group's headquarters. Her power allowed her to traverse the sky in an instant, ready to reach her destination in the shortest possible time. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light shot through the sky, aimed at Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel immediately dodged, and what greeted her was a mysterious figure wearing a black cloak. It was Borsellino, one of the Marine admirals, Kazaru. "Oh, a newcomer, you don't seem like a resident of this world. Is it a miracle from some parallel universe?" Borsellino said slowly, a faint, imperceptible smile playing on his lips. Captain Marvel gazed at Borsellino warily. She didn't recognize the person in front of her, but from his aura and the way he appeared, he was clearly no ordinary enemy. "Who are you? Why are you stopping me?" Captain Marvel's tone revealed a hint of caution. Borsellino chuckled, the samurai sword in his hand glinting. He approached with light steps, his expression revealing an elusive confidence. "I am an admiral of the Marines, codenamed Kazaru. I've been summoned here to eat, drink, and be merry for a while, and something interesting is finally about to happen. As for why I'm stopping you, hey, that's just to test your strength." Borsellino finished speaking, and a powerful aura of haki emanated from him. Captain Marvel's brow furrowed slightly. He didn't know if this world also had an organization similar to the Marines, but her opponent was clearly out of the ordinary. Her heart was alert, preparing for this unknown battle. Borsellino's body suddenly began to flicker. He used the power of the glint fruit Pika Pika no Mai, transforming his body into a dazzling mass of light. At the speed of light, he vanished from his spot, instantly appearing beside Captain Marvel. A light-speed samurai sword came down and Captain Marvel reacted quickly, blocking the powerful attack with an energy shield. With a huge crash, Captain Marvel and Borsellino created distance between them in the air. Captain Marvel's heart wavered slightly during the recent exchange. She didn't know the Kazaru of this world, and the strength he displayed put a hint of pressure on her. Although she possessed powerful superpowers and a firm will, her opponent's mysterious abilities and fighting techniques made this battle even more complex. His speed and attack power are extraordinary. This guy is not to be trifled with. Captain Marvel mused silently, realizing that this could be a very intense battle. Borsellino, on the other hand, secretly praised Captain Marvel's strength in his heart. Through his observation haki, he sensed the powerful aura emanating from Captain Marvel, indicating an extraordinary opponent. However, he didn't want to easily reveal his full hand. After all, in this unfamiliar world, he needed more information. "This girl's power is quite remarkable, but it seems she doesn't understand my abilities yet. I can try using lights, speed to dodge her attacks and gradually figure out her strength." Borsellino's eyes gleamed with the light of battle, and he was filled with anticipation for this fight. Borsellino smiled faintly, his body suddenly emitting a dazzling golden light. His figure instantly vanished from his spot, transforming into a beam of light that traversed space, heading straight for Captain Marvel. "How terrifying!" Borsellino's voice echoed in the air, as if mocking his opponent. Captain Marvel was not surprised in the slightest. A determined light gleamed in her pupils. Her body also transformed into a golden light, meeting Borsellino's charge. The two quickly brushed past each other in the air, leaving a golden and blue light trail. "Your speed is good, but I'm not that easy to catch." Captain Marvel wielded a force field that could tear through the air, attempting to create some obstacles before Borsellino could launch another attack. Borsellino gazed at the force field in front of him and chuckled lightly. "A tearing force field indeed. However, this is not enough to pose a threat to me." He activated flash speed again, his figure vanishing instantly as if he came and went without a trace. Captain Marvel sensed the changes in the surrounding airflow, and she quickly turned. A golden light streaked past her, and Borsellino reappeared behind her. You're very good at dodging, but that's not enough to escape my pursuit, Captain Marvel said calmly. Borsellino smiled, then suddenly stopped, his body emitting a dazzling golden light. Captain Marvel looked at Borsellino before her, feeling a powerful aura pressing down on her. How terrifying, Borsellino said softly, then he suddenly accelerated, appearing beside Captain Marvel in the blink of an eye, and lightly struck out with his palm. Captain Marvel raised an energy shield, and the golden lights collided in the air, sparking dazzling fireworks. Borsellino's attacks were unpredictable, sometimes vanishing into thin air, sometimes striking fiercely, and his attacks carried the power of light speed, putting a slight pressure on Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel, with her powerful physical prowess and energy manipulation, tried to fend off her opponent's attacks. You're also quite something, Captain Marvel said with a faint smile, her fist gathering energy, emitting a golden, blue interwoven light. Borsellino narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling Captain Marvel's energy fluctuations, knowing that his opponent was about to launch a powerful offensive. He leisurely dodged an attack and laughed. You still have some strength, but it's far from enough. While dodging Captain Marvel's attack, he also deeply pondered his opponent's fighting style. He felt the immense power of that golden, blue energy, which made him feel a hint of unease. The properties of this energy seem unusual, different from the devil fruit energy I'm familiar with, Borsellino mused silently. His logitite glint fruit had given him a deep understanding of energy, but facing Captain Marvel's golden, blue energy, he felt an unprecedented sense of unfamiliarity. In his world, light was a wave, but this superhero from a parallel universe seemed capable of transforming light into tangible offensive power. This was a completely new challenge for Borsellino. How terrifying! His body could transform into light, but this transformation was based on maintaining elemental characteristics. However, this golden, blue energy seemed capable of reaching the source of elements, directly affecting Borsellino's elemental state. Her energy can attack my elemental form. This is not to be underestimated. Borsellino's heart sank slightly. His past combat experience told him that if he couldn't quickly find a way to deal with this kind of energy, he might fall into a passive position. Borsellino decided to observe his opponent's fighting style more closely. He noticed that Captain Marvel's attacks often contained golden, blue energy fluctuations, and these fluctuations seemed to be a highly destructive elemental energy. She's not just an agile fighter. She has a very exquisite mastery of energy. A hint of vigilance flashed in Borsellino's eyes. He decided to try and observe his opponent's energy changes, looking for a way to break through. Captain Marvel launched an energy blast, which Borsellino deftly dodged, but he noticed the subtle changes in the golden, blue energy fluctuations during her attack. He gradually began to discern the patterns, discovering that her energy attacks were not singular but ever-changing. If I can find the pattern of her energy changes, perhaps I can launch a targeted counterattack. Borsellino thought of a plan. He secretly observed Captain Marvel's every attack, trying to capture its mysteries. Golden, blue lights intertwined in the air, forming a dazzling spectacle. Borsellino flexibly evaded Captain Marvel's every attack, his body sometimes transforming into light and shadow to traverse space, sometimes solidifying into a physical form to cleverly dodge the golden, blue energy attacks. Captain Marvel, however, followed closely, each punch accompanied by golden, blue energy fluctuations. Her attack speed was incredibly fast, making it almost impossible to catch her figure. However, she was facing Borsellino, whose movements were extremely agile, sometimes like a shadow, sometimes bursting forth rapidly, vanishing into thin air in an instant. Their battle presented a high-speed and intense clash, their moves like blooming fireworks, leaving trails of golden, blue interwoven marks in the air. Borsellino's smile remained on his face, and he occasionally uttered a teasing "how terrifying," showing a leisurely attitude towards the fight. However, he wasn't at ease. He was observing every detail of Captain Marvel, trying to find a way to deal with the golden, blue energy. Captain Marvel, on the other hand, was fully immersed in the battle, her gaze focused and determined, the opponent's agility and reaction speed forcing her to remain highly vigilant. In collision after collision, their strengths surged in the air. Borsellino used the power of the glint-glint fruit, transforming his body into light and shadow to evade the golden, blue energy's intrusion. His body flickered with intense golden light, vanishing from Captain Marvel's sight in the blink of an eye. "Can you hide?" Captain Marvel was not fooled. Her eyes sparkled with light. She quickly turned, her golden, blue fist swinging towards Borsellino's location. Although Borsellino was agile, he still found it difficult to dodge this blow. He felt the impact of the golden, blue energy, his body instantly repelled, leaving behind a flashing light and shadow. Borsellino steadied himself and smiled slightly, as if he was even more interested in such a battle. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A black mark appeared on his body, emitting black smoke. "It seems I need to be more serious," Borsellino thought to himself. He began to release even stronger light, his body rapidly transforming into several light clones, launching multi-directional attacks simultaneously. Borsellino's smile held a hint of playfulness as he unleashed his ultimate technique Yata no Kagami. Several light clones, after photonization, soared into the sky, forming a dazzling light like stars twinkling in the night sky. "How terrifying, be careful not to get dizzy," Borsellino commented casually, his smile revealing his control over the battle. Captain Marvel frowned tightly, feeling the immense energy contained within the Yata no Kagami. She unhesitatingly released golden, blue energy, forming a solid shield, attempting to block the incoming barrage of light bullets. Two powerful energies collided fiercely in midair, emitting a deafening roar. The golden, blue light intertwined with the dazzling brilliance of the light bullets, illuminating the entire battlefield. The light bullets bloomed like fireworks, engulfing Captain Marvel. She nimbly dodged some of them, but some light bullets pierced through her shield, erupting in dazzling light. "Oh, it looks like you're struggling a bit," Borsellino commented while continuing to release light bullets, a hint of smugness in his smile. Captain Marvel calmed down, condensing more golden, blue energy to form an even sturdier shield. She resolutely charged towards the incoming light bullets, golden, blue energy fluctuations forming a flame-like protective layer around her. The explosions of the light bullets were incessant, and the golden, blue shield swayed precariously under the fierce impact. Golden, blue energy trails streaked across the sky, and Captain Marvel, like a meteor, charged towards Borsellino. Her body emitted powerful golden, blue light, moving at a blinding speed. Borsellino smiled, his body once again transforming into light and shadow, skillfully dodging Captain Marvel's direct charge. His smile held a teasing tone. What a pity, you didn't hit me." Captain Marvel showed no weakness. She quickly adjusted her direction, trailing Borsellino's light and shadow. The two intertwined in the air, engaging in a magnificent and highly technical close-quarters combat. The golden, blue energy trails were like sharp swords, each swing accompanied by whistling wind. Borsellino, on the other hand, used his agile movements to evade every attack, sometimes transforming into light and shadow to pass through, and sometimes solidifying into a physical form to dodge. "Miss, your attacks are still far from enough." Borsellino's lips curled slightly. He seemed at ease, displaying extraordinary skill in close-quarters combat. Captain Marvel was not discouraged by this. Her eyes sparkled with firm determination. She mercilessly unleashed golden, blue energy, every attack filled with destructive power. Borsellino, however, moved flexibly between offense and defense, using his unique tactics to dodge every attack. "How terrifying! It seems I need to be even more serious now." Borsellino's body once again erupted in intense light, and he began to unleash even more powerful attacks. Boom! Captain Marvel directly unleashed her full power. Golden, blue energy instantly spread. Borsellino's smile deepened in the battle. He seemed to have become a dancer of light and shadow, nimbly dodging Captain Marvel's every attack. His figure was sometimes solid, sometimes illusory, and light flickered around him, forming a shimmering, unstable shield. Captain Marvel, on the other hand, pursued his figure with full concentration. Her golden, blue energy formed a pair of shimmering wings, helping her fly freely in the air. Each swing generated powerful air currents, tearing the surrounding air. "You truly are a difficult opponent," Borsalino's voice echoed from within the illusory light and shadow, his body once again splitting into several light clones, like stars in the night sky. Within the light and shadow, they engaged in an aerial ballet. Borsalino's light clones transformed into streaks of lightning, rapidly darting through the air, attempting to disrupt Captain Marvel's vision. Captain Marvel, however, nimbly evaded, giving her opponent no opportunity to exploit. Suddenly, Borsalino's figure emerged from one of the light clones, appearing in front of Captain Marvel. Powerful light condensed in his hand, forming a shimmering longsword. Amanomure, Kumo, Borsalino's voice was full of mockery as he swiftly swung the light sword in his hand, striking towards Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel quickly raised her arm, and a golden, blue energy shield formed a solid defensive line, impacting the shield with a piercing clang. "It seems your energy shield can't withstand my Amanomure, Kumo either," Borsalino chuckled triumphantly, his offensive becoming even more relentless. Captain Marvel's heart sank slightly. She felt the change in Borsalino's attack. His Amanomure, Kumo was no longer a simple physical attack, but carried strong elemental fluctuations, seemingly capable of affecting the golden, blue energy's fundamental source. Elemental resonance? Captain Marvel's heart stirred. She felt an invisible fluctuation, and Borsalino's attack seemed capable of affecting her golden, blue energy. Chapter 179. Captain Marvel's Magic. Seeing this, Borsalino continued his offensive. With armament haki infused, the Heaven Cloud Sword shifted unpredictably, each swing carrying a different sharp fluctuation, trying to find Captain Marvel's weakness. Captain Marvel dared not be careless. Her entire body's golden, blue energy formed a solid armor, attempting to block Borsalino's attacks. Bang! 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 Borsalino's offensive grew wilder. He seemed to be able to discern the golden, blue energy's weaknesses, attacking Captain Marvel's defenses repeatedly. Captain Marvel was continuously forced back. "I can't lose to you here." Captain Marvel gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with determined light. Her entire body's golden, blue energy instantly sublimated, forming a dazzling golden radiance. "This just gets more interesting." Borsalino's smile deepened, and he raised an eyebrow at Captain Marvel. When Borsalino saw Captain Marvel unleash an even more powerful golden radiance, his smile deepened further. He knew that this battle had entered a whole new stage. "As expected, it's extraordinary. Is this your limit?" Borsalino murmured to himself, feeling the powerful energy contained within the golden radiance. Suddenly, his body began to faintly glow golden, and a peculiar fluctuation surged across his body's surface. This was the awakening of his Logia-type glint fruit Pika Pika no Mai. "You truly are a formidable opponent, but I won't stop here." Borsalino's voice held a hint of excitement, and his body began to fluctuate violently. Within the light, ripples began to appear on Borsalino's body, as if he was merging into an ocean of light. This was not a simple release of his devil fruit ability, but a state beyond the norm. A flicker of alarm crossed Captain Marvel's eyes. She felt an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. Borsalino's body began to emit an intense glow, and the light gradually condensed into a dreamlike light pattern, enveloping his entire being. "This is..." Captain Marvel's heart sank. Borsalino's body rapidly unleashed an indescribably powerful light wave, as if it could tear through space. His light formed a massive sphere of light, engulfing the entire battlefield. "Let me see if you can withstand this one strike of mine." Borsalino's voice echoed within the light sphere, full of challenge. As his words fell, the entire light sphere began to contract violently, like a brilliant meteor, plummeting downwards. Golden energy and radiance intertwined, creating a breathtaking scene. Captain Marvel felt an undeniable sense of oppression. She unleashed her golden, blue energy with all her might, forming an indestructible defensive line. Boom! The light sphere plummeted, golden light forming a dazzling shower of sparks around it. Captain Marvel did not flinch. Her golden, blue armor flickered under the impact of the light sphere, but she gritted her teeth and held firm. "This move is something else." Borsalino's mocking laughter echoed within the light sphere, and his offensive grew even more ferocious. Borsalino radiated blinding golden light, his smile revealing a hint of fanaticism. Under his control, the light sphere was like a gigantic meteor, plummeting with destructive force. This one strike is enough to crush everything. Borsellino's voice resonated within the light sphere, as if he had transformed into an embodiment of light, dominating all. Captain Marvel felt an unprecedented immense pressure. Her golden, blue armor seemed insignificant before this power. She gritted her teeth, facing the impact of the light sphere without backing down. The light sphere and the golden, blue energy armor collided instantly, erupting in an intense burst of light. The entire battlefield seemed to be engulfed in a dazzling sea of light, making it difficult to look directly at. "Aha, how's that? Do you feel my light?" Borsellino's laughter echoed in the light, his offensive growing even more relentless. Captain Marvel felt her golden, blue energy armor constantly weakening. She knew she had to react quickly. She concentrated all her power, and the golden, blue energy formed an indestructible energy barrier on her body's surface. The impact of the light sphere lasted for a moment, then suddenly stalled, and Borsellino's offensive also receded. The entire battlefield fell silent, with only faint light flickering in the air. "As expected, it's still quite interesting." Borsellino's voice sounded in the light, and his figure gradually emerged from the light sphere. However, just as he was feeling triumphant, a golden, blue lightning bolt instantly streaked across the sky, its speed too fast to catch. The next moment, Captain Marvel had already appeared beside Borsellino, wielding a golden blade of light. "This move is my return gift to you." Captain Marvel's eyes flashed with sharp light, her offensive like a thunderous wrath, instantly striking Borsellino. Although Borsellino had displayed extreme power in his previous attack, he now felt an undeniable pressure. Captain Marvel's counterattack was swift and fierce, putting him on the defensive. So fast, Borsellino narrowly dodged the sharp edge of the golden blade, but a deep scar was left on his body the moment it grazed him. This was the first time he had been so heavily wounded by an opponent since the awakening of his glint fruit Pika Pika no Mai. Captain Marvel did not stop her assault. Her body transformed into a golden whirlwind, rapidly circling Borsellino. The golden blade of light sliced through the air like a gale, aiming directly at Borsellino's vital points. Borsellino dodged repeatedly, but still couldn't completely evade. The golden blade hit his shoulder, carrying violent energy fluctuations, instantly shattering his armor. Borsellino's eyes widened. He felt an unusual power. The energy of the golden blade of light seemed to directly affect his body. "This is my final ultimate move." Captain Marvel's voice, her body tearing with golden, blue light, rang in his ears. She gave Borsellino no chance to breathe, and the golden blade of light struck towards his vital points again. Coming to this world, I've indeed been too lenient with myself." Borsellino mocked himself with a sentence. "I can't lose here." Borsellino's gaze hardened, and he gritted his teeth. His entire body surged with light, as if about to explode. His body began to undergo a transformation. The light rapidly converged, gathering between his palms, forming a gigantic lightsaber. Extreme radiance, shimmering with golden, blue light. Lightsaber. Extreme radiance. Borsellino's voice echoed in the air, his offensive once again undergoing a qualitative change. As the gigantic lightsaber, extreme radiance, was wielded, the golden, blue light became almost corporeal, cutting through the air with an ear-splitting whistle. Captain Marvel felt an even stronger pressure, and she had no choice but to fully resist Borsellino's new skill. The power of lightsaber. Extreme radiance far surpassed Borsellino's previous attacks. The golden, blue light sliced through the night sky like falling stars. Borsellino's smile held a hint of fanaticism. All the light from his body fused into the lightsaber. Extreme radiance, forming an extremely terrifying attack. "This one strike is enough to destroy everything." Borsellino's voice echoed in the light, his offensive like the destructive power of a collapsing sky and shattering earth. Captain Marvel felt a strong sense of oppression. She unleashed her golden, blue energy with all her might, forming an indestructible golden shield. However, under the bombardment of lightsaber, extreme radiance, the golden shield actually began to collapse. "This is impossible." Captain Marvel's heart trembled. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Borsellino's power far exceeded her imagination, and the might of lightsaber. Extreme radiance almost made her unable to resist. The impact force of the lightsaber, extreme radiance, grew stronger and stronger, and the golden shield was on the verge of collapse. Captain Marvel felt a threat to her life, and she decided to counter-attack with all her might. "I can't lose here!" A determined light flashed in Captain Marvel's eyes. Her entire body's golden, blue energy sublimated again, forming a scorching golden fire. The collision of the golden fire and lightsaber. Extreme radiance let out an earth-shattering roar. The air was filled with a strong energy fluctuation. The entire battlefield seemed to be plunged into a doomsday scene, with light and fire interweaving, enveloping everything in a scorching radiance. "Your power is nothing more than this." Borsellino's voice sounded in the light. His lightsaber, extreme radiance, countering the golden fire, still held its own. His offensive grew even more relentless, as if to turn everything to ashes. Captain Marvel felt the golden, blue fire gradually retreating. She knew her situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. She no longer retreated, fighting with all her might. "This battle is not over yet." Captain Marvel's voice resounded throughout the battlefield. Her body transformed into a golden light, rushing straight upwards. "No matter what, I cannot let these madmen rampage in parallel worlds." A firm will surged in Captain Marvel's heart. She decided to defeat Borsellino. The golden fire reignited, and Captain Marvel's offensive grew even more ferocious. Her punches landed solidly, and the golden, blue energy was like thunder, each swing bringing strong air currents. Borsellino felt an even greater pressure from Captain Marvel. The power of lightsaber, extreme radiance, was gradually suppressed. His smile gradually receded, replaced by a hint of seriousness. To willingly accept such magic. Wang frowned, looking at the battle in the sky. "Master Wang, what exactly is going on?" The invisible man, sent by Zhanjai Lingma to the sanctum to find Ancient One but unable to, could only ask Wang. A hint of worry flashed in Wang's eyes. He took a deep breath and replied in a solemn tone, "This is a very powerful magic, but also extremely dangerous. This lady, when faced with extreme threat, forcibly overdrawn her mental energy, triggering a powerful magical eruption." He pointed his finger at the sky, as if indicating Captain Marvel, who was fighting fiercely. "Her magic is an unusual power that can leverage the power of the mind to trigger powerful energy fluctuations. But this magic is not without cost. While overdrawing mental energy, she also endures extremely great side effects." The invisible man listened dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that this seemingly powerful magic would have such huge side effects. The essence of this magic is to defy heaven, forcibly breaking through one's own limits to gain greater power. But doing so will cause irreversible damage to the user's body and mind, Wang continued to explain. This lady's power is gradually depleting. If she cannot control it well, it may eventually lead to her power being completely exhausted. On the battlefield, amidst the fierce clash of the light sword, extreme brilliance and golden flames, Borsellino's smile gradually gave way to a serious expression. He felt an even greater power emanating from Captain Marvel and his light sword. Extreme brilliance seemed to be slowly losing its advantage. "What kind of woman is this?" Borsellino wondered, sensing an undeniable powerful aura from Captain Marvel that made him question his understanding of his opponent. Captain Marvel's offensive was like a torrential storm, each strike carrying the momentum to destroy everything. Her golden, blue energy at this moment surged into her body like a tide, providing her with an endless supply of power. "This is as far as you go." Captain Marvel's voice echoed across the battlefield, her eyes gleaming with determination. She sensed signs of her opponent's weakening, which filled her with confidence in victory. Borsellino struggled to withstand the impact of the golden flames. His light sword, extreme brilliance, shattered at this moment, its golden, blue light gradually dissipating. His smile faded, replaced by a hint of worry about the battle's progression. Suddenly, Captain Marvel, enveloped in golden flames, paused her attack. Her body trembled slightly, and she clutched her chest. Borsellino seized this momentary opportunity and quickly retreated, avoiding further blows. "Seems your power isn't endless," Borsellino said softly, a hint of triumph in his eyes. He knew that the intense battle just now had exacted a heavy toll on Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel struggled to regain her footing, fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. She knew that the powerful offensive just now had significantly impacted her body and mind. "Do you think this is enough to win?" Borsellino's voice carried a hint of mockery. He didn't let this opportunity for his opponent to recover pass. Light reconvened between his palms, forming a brand new light sword. Light sword, rebirth. Borsellino's smile reappeared, the newly formed light sword gleaming sharply in his hand. This isn't enough, how interesting. He launched a new round of attacks on Captain Marvel. Although Captain Marvel felt fatigued, she did not flinch. She gathered all her will, and golden, blue energy surged again, forming an indestructible shield. She knew that she could not afford to slack off now, or the consequences would be unimaginable. The light sword, rebirth with an even more formidable aura, slashed at the golden shield, and the sound of fierce clashes erupted on the battlefield once more. Borsellino's offensive was like a torrential storm, while Captain Marvel's entire body glowed with brilliant golden, blue light. This battle is far from over. Wang watched the battle in the sky, knowing that this was an extraordinary duel, and its outcome would determine a greater destiny. Wang pondered slightly, knowing that the current situation required his intervention. The Invisible Woman's reminder solidified his resolve. "All right, I'll do my best." Wang nodded and began to chant an ancient and powerful spell. "O past time, return before my eyes, undo the chains of magic, undo the confusion." His voice echoed in the air, emitting a soft glow, like stars focusing on Captain Marvel on the battlefield. Wang concentrated on guiding the power of time, attempting to lift the magic from her. As the spell was chanted, a mysterious power of time began to permeate Captain Marvel's body. The golden, blue energy fluctuations, at this moment, became gentle and quiet, as if guided by some wondrous force. What an interesting scene. Borsellino noticed Wang's actions from a distance. A shattering sound rang out. As Wang chanted the spell, the power of time gradually permeated Captain Marvel's body. The golden, blue energy fluctuations, at this moment, became gentle and quiet, as if guided by some wondrous force. Borsellino noticed this change, and a cunning glint flashed in his eyes. "It seems your power isn't flawless," Borsellino said indifferently, while continuing to wield the light sword in his hand, slowly approaching Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel felt the golden, blue energy in her body being disturbed, her expression subtly changed, and a hint of unease welled up in her heart. She desperately maintained the golden shield, but at this moment, the attack of the light sword, rebirth, became even sharper, as if it intended to tear the shield apart. Borsellino's smile grew more arrogant as he watched Captain Marvel's conflicted expression, his desire for victory intensifying. However, he did not notice that Wang's spell chanting in the distance was reaching its climax, and the power of time condensed into a bright pillar of light in the air, pouring into Captain Marvel's body. Captain Marvel's body trembled slightly, and the golden shield fluctuated, seemingly resisting the penetration of the power of time. She felt a powerful force surging within her, but, at the same time, the golden, blue energy also became more entangled, forming a delicate balance. Borsellino noticed the subtle change in the battle, and his brow furrowed. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Captain Marvel suddenly erupted with even greater golden, blue energy, repelling the attack of the light sword. Rebirth in one fell swoop. Her eyes gleamed with determination, as if she had regained confidence in controlling the situation. "You think you can shackle my power?" Captain Marvel said coldly, her voice filled with determination and arrogance. At this moment, she stood majestically on the battlefield like a golden goddess. Borsellino felt a hint of surprise, but he quickly composed himself. "The situation might be a bit complicated, but I can still defeat you." He advanced towards Captain Marvel again, the light sword drawing a brilliant arc in his hand. The two clashed fiercely again, golden, blue energy, and the blade of the light sword interwoven, sparking dazzling flames on the battlefield. Borsellino launched a fierce offensive with the power of the light sword, while Captain Marvel responded flexibly, turning passive into active, striving to turn the tide. However, at this moment, Wang's spell chanting finally reached its climax, and the power of time reached its peak. A bright beam of light shot down from the sky, directly at Captain Marvel. This beam of light was full of healing and liberating power, precisely the spell Wang cast to break the shackles on her. Captain Marvel felt a warm power permeate her body, and her golden, blue energy was released and balanced. The originally entangled golden, blue energy now returned to calm, providing her with a more stable power. "No!" Borsellino's eyes widened. He felt the tide of battle turn. Captain Marvel straightened her body, and the golden shield also became indestructible, as if transforming into a solid barrier. Wang's spell worked wonders, breaking the shackles on Captain Marvel and restoring her to peak condition. She raised her light sword, ready to launch a counterattack against Borsellino. Borsellino felt a surge of despair. His original triumph and confidence vanished in an instant. He knew that facing Captain Marvel in her current state, he no longer had any chance of winning. "I admit you are a formidable opponent." Borsellino sighed and lowered the light sword in his hand. He understood that this battle could no longer continue. Captain Marvel watched Borsellino lower his light sword, her gaze filled with determination and the light of victory. She knew that this battle was a perfect combination of the power of time and her own strength, and also a victory of teamwork. "You lost," Captain Marvel said calmly, her voice echoing on the battlefield. Borsellino bowed his head dejectedly, acknowledging the fact. A shattering sound rang out again. "Oh, past time," returned before my eyes. Borsellino looked at Captain Marvel lying on the ground and then at Wang, saying with a terrified expression, "What a terrifying method, young handsome man. You wouldn't use such a method on me, would you?" Wang blinked, asking subconsciously with a calm expression but secretly delighted, "Am I really handsome?" The invisible woman immediately agreed, "You're incredibly handsome. A man is most charming when he's seriously casting spells." "Ha ha, ha ha." Wang laughed shyly, his lips curving upwards uncontrollably. Then he remembered something and immediately became serious, saying, "The magic used on the opponent, I must tell you something." Wang looked at their serious expressions and said, "The enemy you encountered this time might have the sanctuary of that world. So, there might be another you? I have heard our group's scientists talk about parallel worlds," the invisible woman immediately added. Wang nodded and said, "It's just a possibility, but this kind of magic, if it were me, I would never use it," and Wang looked at Captain Marvel lying on the ground. Her aura didn't seem like that of an evil villain, and the energy and light she emitted during battle. Perhaps there are some hidden secrets in this incident that haven't been discovered yet. Wang's heart suddenly became heavy. What kind of person became the Sorcerer Supreme in that world's sanctuary? Dark Dimension. In the deep space of the Dark Dimension, a fierce duel full of spatio-temporal fluctuations unfolded between the Ancient One and Dormammu. The light of the Time Stone flickered in the darkness, casting strange shadows. The Ancient One's eyes gleamed with profound wisdom. He held the Time Stone, facing Dormammu's attacks unmoving. Dormammu incorporeal was like a ghost in the darkness, constantly trying to entangle the Ancient One and devour his existence. Ripples of time spread through the Dark Dimension, creating a distorted and mysterious scene. The Ancient One's eyes shone with a steadfast light. The Time Stone emitted a strange radiance, and the flow of time became exceptionally fluid under the Ancient One's control. He tried to weaken Dormammu's power by interfering with time, but Dormammu seemed to have a unique resistance to this power. The same trick again. "Ancient One, do you think time can be tamed?" Dormammu's voice came from the darkness, full of mockery and disdain. His figure moved swiftly through the darkness, sometimes appearing behind the Ancient One, and then disappearing the next moment. However, each time he reappeared, Dormammu's voice was a little weaker. Come on, let's see who can hold out first." Chapter 181. The Soul Coveted by Mephisto. In the profound depths of the Dark Dimension, the Time Stone's brilliance flickered, illuminating a mysterious and ancient scene. Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme cloaked in her robes, sat within a large magical array, the gem formed of dazzling time energy suspended in her hand. Dormammu, a powerful and ancient entity, was the guardian of the Dark Dimension. His body was like an abyss, dark energy surging and permeating around him. In this ancient dimension, two powerful beings were destined to clash fiercely in the long river of time. Ancient One gazed at Dormammu, her eyes gleaming with wisdom. She knew that confronting Dormammu was not just a battle, but the entanglement of time, a test of the universe's order. The Time Stone spun gently in her hand, releasing its unique energy fluctuations. Dormammu's lips curled slightly, his dark gaze fixed on Ancient One. He was not an impulsive being, but he would never show weakness to Ancient One's provocation. The tranquility of the Dark Dimension was shattered at this moment, and the ripples of time began to intertwine. As the Time Stone released its energy, the entire dimension seemed to enter a distorted state. Dormammu's form blurred in the light and shadow, at times twisted, at times stable. He tried to resist Ancient One's interference with his dark power, maintaining the order of his dimension. "Ancient One, you cannot prevent the coming of darkness. Time is only a part of the universe. while darkness is the true origin, Dormammu's voice echoed like the abyss, full of majesty and antiquity. Ancient One calmly responded, darkness will ultimately be dispelled by light, Dormammu. The flow of time is the law of the universe, and I am merely upholding this law. Your darkness cannot shake the order of the universe. As she spoke, Ancient One's gestures changed, and the Time Stone released even more powerful energy. Dazzling temporal rifts opened in the dark dimension, twisting space. Dormammu felt the pressure intensify. His form became unstable, and his dark energy fluctuations were constantly disturbed. The battle grew fiercer, and the ripples of time split the entire spatial rift, forming interwoven light and shadow, outlining a strange and mysterious picture. Dormammu refused to show weakness, releasing even denser dark energy in an attempt to resist Ancient One's use of the Time Stone's temporal power. However, the Time Stone's power, combined with Ancient One's control, gave her the upper hand in this battle. In the tug of war, Ancient One's power gradually gained the upper hand. Her eyes gleamed with wisdom as if she could see through everything. Dormammu's form became increasingly distorted, and his dark power was gradually devoured by the light of time. Darkness is also a part of the universe. You cannot completely eliminate me. A hint of helplessness was revealed in Dormammu's voice as he felt the darkness recede, replaced by time. Ancient One's gaze was profound. She knew that darkness might never be completely eliminated, but what she was doing was sealing it, removing it, and maintaining the balance of the universe. The Time Stone released its final wave of powerful energy, completely suppressing the twisted forces in the dark dimension. The dark dimension returned to tranquility, and the temporal rifts gradually closed. Ancient One's cloak fluttered, her eyes filled with wisdom and resolve. Dormammu's form dissipated in time, and his dark power was bound in the abyss of the universe. So are you still planning to pester me? Ancient One looked at a wisp of dark energy drifting by. Ancient One, after all these years, this is the first time I've seen you look nervous, Dormammu said with a teasing laugh. I've investigated that person named Nathan Hawke. Ancient One looked at Dormammu, who was in the form of a wisp of dark energy. Just say what you have to say. I've seen Nathan Hawke in other parallel universes. A corpulent man, a demon of desire. The dark energy I bestowed upon him, what he ended up doing was merely being a useless person dominated by lust, knowing only how to mate. However, Nathan Hawke in your world is so different. Powerful, mysterious, a strong individual who appeared inexplicably. Mephisto has sought me out. The souls of those powerful individuals in his eyes are extremely delicious. Especially that man named Sephiroth. His soul made Mephisto climax with excitement in front of me. Dormammu's teasing voice rang in Ancient One's ears. Perhaps you should go and meet that man named Sephiroth, lest Mephisto obtain his soul. Ancient One just quietly looked at Dormammu, then said, So, when I leave, will you enter my world, Dormammu? Ha, of course I won't, Dormammu replied with a laugh. I know the Sorcerer Supreme's strength. However, you tell me, Dormammu teased, then said, do you think Mephisto will kill Nathan Hawke with someone from another world to obtain his soul, or will he go after the Sephiroth that Mephisto longs for? And it seems that Caecilius also plans to get involved. Dormammu's voice whispered triumphantly in Ancient One's ear, So, why do you bother to stop me here? Mephisto and Caecilius are the true opponents you need to be careful of. Dormammu waited playfully for Ancient One's decision. In the profound space of the dark dimension, time seemed to freeze, and the gem's brilliance still flickered, but at this moment, an unusual atmosphere permeated the space. Ancient One's gaze turned to Dormammu, her deep eyes revealing a hint of agreement, as if contemplating Dormammu's words. However, suddenly, another Ancient One's figure appeared in the space. She was cloaked, with a slight smile on her face, and her eyes revealed profound wisdom. The presence of the two Ancient Ones caused abnormal fluctuations in the entire dark dimension, and the order of the universe seemed to undergo a subtle change at this moment. Dormammu felt a powerful aura and couldn't help but step back. His dark energy fluctuations also became less intense. The aura displayed by this other Ancient One made him feel an unprecedented pressure, as if facing the universe's judge. Dormammu, your darkness cannot escape the universe's gaze. The other Ancient One's voice resonated like a distant bell throughout the entire dimension. Dormammu's eyes widened in fury, and his dark energy tried to surge again, but in front of this female Ancient One, it seemed to have lost some of its power. She smiled as she looked at Dormammu, her eyes revealing a wisdom that transcended time and space. Your plan is destined to fail, Dormammu. Darkness is not the destination of the universe, but a process, a test that must be experienced. The female Ancient One's voice was clear and solemn. Dormammu felt increasingly helpless. He seemed to have lost the power to dominate everything in this time and space. The dark energy no longer raged according to his will, as if subjected to some supernatural restraint. What is your intention? Dormammu demanded sharply, feeling that the Ancient One's plans before him far exceeded his imagination. Ancient One female responded with a smile, it's simple, it's just my turn to stand guard. Ancient One male also joined in, Dormammu, you are very right, so I plan to go and meet Mephisto. Dormammu grew even angrier, you are merely servants of the universe, I am the true master. Dormammu roared, trying to break free from the invisible restraint. However, Ancient One female smiled slightly, and her palm gently lifted, as if tearing through time and space. A powerful beam of light emanated from her hand, directly striking Dormammu's body. Is that really necessary? I'm just a clone right now. Dormammu glared fiercely at this cunning female Ancient One. You are the master of the dark dimension, so I cannot be careless, can I? Ancient One female replied with a smile. You just wait, Ancient One. After Dormammu threw down these words, he immediately cut off this wisp of dark energy. Sephiroth watched the Mephisto clone before him, his heart filled with vigilance. Mephisto smiled, looking relaxed and at ease, as if everything was under his control. Sephiroth remained silent, but his gaze revealed a calm and firm resolve. His intuition told him that the Mephisto before him was not a simple entity, but a symbol of twisted power and desire. Hello, Sephiroth. I am Mephisto, from another dimension. Mephisto's voice was light and slightly teasing. Sephiroth reined in his emotions, his eyes became calm and firm. The other party claimed to be from another dimension, which made him feel an unusual threat. You are blocking my way, what is your purpose? Sephiroth asked calmly. Mephisto chuckled, looking unconcerned, don't be so quick to get angry. I just want to chat with you, make a friend. Friend? Sephiroth frowned slightly. The other party's relaxed attitude made him uneasy. That's right, I heard you are very powerful, and I like to deal with powerful people. Mephisto's eyes flickered with a playful glint. Sephiroth watched Mephisto warily. He knew that this person before him was not simple. Mephisto seemed to have some purpose, and he needed to remain vigilant, not to be misled by the other party's words. My definition of a friend might be different from yours. If you have a purpose, just state it directly. Sephiroth's voice remained firm. Mephisto smiled, his gaze gradually deepening. I'm just here to play a game, to see if you are powerful enough to be worth my time. Sephiroth's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed something unusual in the other party's underlying meaning. A game? This word made him think of deeper possibilities. Your game might involve more than that. I cannot simply join in, Sephiroth responded calmly. Mephisto laughed heartily. You really are a cautious fellow. Well, since you're unwilling to join my game, I won't force you. With that, Mephisto's figure gradually dissipated, as if vanishing from reality. What remained was a tranquil space, but Sephiroth's heart was still shrouded in a mysterious mist. Nathan Hawke looked at the superheroes surrounding him. Mr. Fantastic, Professor X, Invisible Woman, Baron Mordo, Black Panther, Bruce Banner. Wow! A full star lineup. Nathan Hawke raised an eyebrow and continued, where are Iron Man, Captain America? Or is there anyone else? Bruce Banner stepped forward and said, Nathan Hawke, your artificial intelligence Shumeja is very dangerous. So? Nathan Hawke stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner tried to persuade him, they say you are a world destroyer, but I think there must be some misunderstanding. Isn't it because I'm preparing to go to your world? Nathan Hawke realized their intention as he pondered. Looking at Baron Mordo, he said, I remember I didn't provoke your Illuminati, did I? Melka's final outburst was also your doing, wasn't it? Bruce Banner frowned. You said, you're coming to our world? Nathan Hawke looked at Baron Mordo, who was beside Bruce Banner. Baron Mordo, you and Professor X must be in the know, otherwise you wouldn't have attacked me. Baron Mordo said coldly, Nathan Hawke, surrender and come back with us. That's the best outcome. I know your strength is great, but this time, we are also fully prepared. Baron Mordo waved his hand, and the superheroes immediately surrounded Nathan Hawke. Fully prepared? Nathan Hawke looked at the superheroes surrounding him. The famous scene that should have belonged to Scarlet which actually became his, truly. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions rang out. Baron Mordo raised an eyebrow, looking at Nathan Hawke. Your Iron Legion, we also have a way to deal with it. Then you'd better defeat me quickly. Riri Williams, also known as Iron Heart. During the confrontation between the superheroes and Nathan Hawke, Baron Mordo's backup plan was activated. In the sky of New York City, the roar of machinery and the explosion of energy intertwined, forming a symphony of clashing steel. Iron Heart, Riri Williams, controlled her massive Iron Man armor, her eyes gleaming with determination. Behind her was a huge Iron Legion, ready to face the Hawke Group's Eisenach Armor Legion. Meanwhile, in New York City, screams and shouts of fright rose and fell. War has come. Could it be that the Hawke Group's artificial intelligence has rebelled? The sky of New York City became the stage for this mechanical war, with two massive mechanical legions intertwining in the air, forming a dazzling yet fierce picture. Rurui's Iron Man Armor Legion and the Hawke Group's Legion weaved through the air like two colossal waves, crashing violently. Rurui's voice, transmitted through the intelligent voice control system, spread throughout the armor team. Attention, all, maintain formation, focus fire. Her command made the Iron Man Armor Legion quickly adjust their stance, turning passive into active. The mechs wove magnificent tactical patterns in the air, their coordination seamless. Rurui's armor was like a conductor, leading the entire team with precise movements and commands. Her eyes revealed determination and decisiveness. She knew that the outcome of this battle concerned the safety of her world. The Hawke Group's Eisenach Armor Legion also displayed powerful mechanical strength. The mech's movements were agile and swift, darting through the air like mechanical leopards. Energy swords sliced through space, electromagnetic railguns unleashed destructive power, and the two armies' armors crisscrossed in the air, each collision accompanied by the glow of explosions. Boom, 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 boom. Is it really a parallel world invasion? Tony Stark, who was flying towards a press conference, looked at the Iron Man armor war above New York City. He muttered, Nathan Hawke, what role are you playing in this battle? Lost in thought, Tony Stark was suddenly called back by Jarvis's voice. What is it, Jarvis? An email, sir. Whose? Umbrella Corporation, John Jilingma. Open it. Yes, sir. Tony Stark carefully read the email from John Jilingma. Calculate the fastest route to XXX location. Yes, sir. Mechanical limbs danced on the battlefield like a mechanical ballet. The sound of collisions echoed throughout the city, as if the earth and metal were roaring in a fierce embrace. Energy fluctuations continuously spread through the air, turning surrounding buildings into ruins. Rurui's Iron Man Armor Legion demonstrated formidable strength. Each mech was like an extension of Iron Heart, with a burning will to fight flowing through its cold frame. Her armor skillfully dodged enemy attacks, while precisely directing her side in counterattacks. Focus fire, break their lines! Rurui's voice rang out again. The Iron Man Armor Legion, like a giant steel sword, cleaved through the Hawke Group's Eisenach armor formation, creating a path to victory. The Hawke Group's Eisenach Armor Legion, however, was not to be outdone. They displayed exquisite mechanical combat skills, coupled with an efficient command system, attempting to turn the tide in their favor. Electromagnetic pulses erupted in the air, forming a sea of electric light. The mech's movements appeared even more fierce in this melee, as mechanical figures tangled with each other on the battlefield, unleashing destructive power. Rurui's Iron Heart, facing a powerful opponent, demonstrated excellent command and combat skills. Don't give them a chance to breathe, all forces advance. Rurui's command was like a deafening war drum, motivating the Iron Man Armor Legion to continue their charge. The Hawke Group's Legion showed signs of fatigue in the face of such a powerful adversary, but they did not give up easily. In the air, an Iron Man armor war unfolded like an ultimate mechanical duel, with each Eisenach battle armor asserting its existence with the strongest power. Mechanical wreckage and brilliant light intertwined on the battlefield, forming a dazzling tapestry of mechanical warfare. The ultimate victory is mine, Riri Williams. She was like a mechanical goddess, descending upon the sky of New York City. Rurui's Iron Heart suddenly accelerated, like an iron projectile shooting out, piercing through the enemy's defenses. Her mechanical Eisenach battle armor displayed extraordinary speed and flexibility, like a lightning bolt streaking across the night sky. The mechanical warriors of the Eisenach Armor Legion turned their bodies, attempting to meet the mechanical goddess's sudden attack. Various energy, rays and missiles targeted Ironheart. Ironheart rolled and maneuvered in the air, nimbly dodging enemy attacks. Brilliant energy light glowed in her hands, and a powerful energy beam shot towards the Eisenach armor's front line. With a thunderous roar, the energy beam erupted into a bright flash of light in the air, instantly turning several Eisenach armors into sparks. Ironheart's attack was like an invisible giant sword, instantly tearing through the enemy's defenses and creating a break-through for the Iron Man Armor Legion. The Ironheart Eisenach battle armor, like a blazing meteor, once again charged towards the enemy's front line. Her moves were like a magnificent dance, each attack precise and powerful. Energy swords cut through space, and electromagnetic pulses unleashed destructive power under her control. The enemy's mechs retreated under Ironheart's onslaught, unable to withstand her immense power. Rurui's voice rang out again, "Don't stop, we are only one step away from victory." Her words were full of passion and confidence, inspiring the entire Iron Man Armor Legion to continue their charge. At the other end of the battlefield, Zhang Lingma watched as a large number of Eisenach armors were destroyed. This press conference really came at the right time. Don't you agree? A heavy footstep sounded behind Zhang Lingma. Arc 01. Ironheart stood on the battlefield, her Eisenach battle armor radiating dazzling light, as if the goddess of victory had descended. The surrounding mechanical wreckage and brilliant light formed a scene of battle embers. Her eyes were filled with the confidence of victory, as if she had already seen future triumph. Phew, my mission should be complete. However, just then, a mechanical shadow suddenly appeared behind her. Rurui's sensing system issued a warning, but it was too late to dodge. A flash of electricity passed, and Ironheart was repelled by a powerful force. What? Ruruis cried out in pain, feeling somewhat startled. She turned her head, only to see a Kamen rider in red and black armor, Arc 01, standing before her. Target lock complete. Arc 01's voice was cold and hoarse, revealing an unknown aura. Rurui tightly gripped the energy sword in her hand, vigilantly watching her opponent. "I am Riri Williams, Ironheart. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Or are you from the Hawke group?" Feeling the evil intent emanating from the other party. Indeed, the true face of the Hawke group is finally about to be revealed. Arc 01 did not answer, instead releasing a powerful electromagnetic pulse, as if dark power had condensed. He suddenly accelerated, transforming into a black lightning bolt, and struck towards Ironheart. Rurui dodged, but Arc 01's speed was astonishing, his moves as swift as lightning. The two engaged in a fierce clash in the air, mechanical collisions releasing deafening roars. "Your Hawke group's ambitions will ultimately be ended," Rurui shouted. Bang! Feeling Arc 01's immense power, she tightly gripped the energy sword in her hand, her entire Eisenach battle armor releasing scorching energy fluctuations. Their gazes met in the air, as if it were the dawn of a mechanical war. Arc 01's Eisenach battle armor glowed black, like a star in the night, exuding suffocating pressure. His moves were like shadowy phantoms, rapidly weaving around Ironheart, releasing deadly electromagnetic pulses and energy fluctuations. Bang! Bang! Ruruis, who had been pushed back, couldn't help but feel a chill. Damn it! The energy sword sliced through space, releasing a scorching energy light. Their armors intertwined in the air, each collision releasing strong energy fluctuations that made the surrounding air hoarse. "I will expose the Hawke group's schemes hidden behind the scenes." Rurui's voice was filled with determination and righteousness. An unyielding light flashed in her eyes. Arc 01 remained silent, his mech, like a dark wind, swiftly traversed the sky, transforming into a flash of lightning as it charged directly at Rurui's. Rurui's taut nerves allowed her to dodge at the last moment, but Arc 01's offensive was exceptionally fierce, a Chinese letter forcing her to evade with full concentration. "Do you think you can stop the Hawke group's plan?" Arc 01's voice was like an icy blade, revealing an irreversible chill. His attacks were unpredictable, sometimes like lightning, sometimes like a shadow, making Rurui difficult to pin down. Rurui gritted her teeth, activating all of her mech's systems, unleashing the full power of the Ironheart. Energy fluctuations surged around her, forming an unbreakable defense. "Let me show you, Rurui Williams, what I'm capable of." Rurui roared, her energy soared once, again meeting Arc-01's lightning strike. The two mechs intertwined in the air, creating powerful energy fluctuations that tore apart the surrounding buildings. The mechanical wreckage and glowing debris on the battlefield formed a desolate scene, the embers of the mech war lingering in the air. The residents of New York City watched the battle from a distance, their hearts filled with worry and anticipation. Arc-01's offensive grew even more ferocious, like a ghost in the darkness, swiftly traversing the sky, transforming into a flash of lightning as it charged directly at Rurui's. His movements were as swift as lightning, each sudden attack accompanied by a streak of electricity, making his figure elusive. Bang! 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 Boom! Arc-01's three-hit combo sent the Iron Heart crashing into a building. Aga! Rurui's nerves were stretched taut, her forehead beaded with sweat. Arc-01 gave the Iron Heart no chance to breathe, his red end, black lightning assault rushing towards it. Lightning flashed and Arc-01, like a ghost in the darkness, launched another swift attack. His mech transformed into a flash of lightning, charging directly at Rurui's. This attack was even more ferocious, like thunder in a storm, each strike carrying destructive power. Rurui struggled to her feet from the ruins of the building, her mech's outer shell showing obvious cracks, but the tenacious fire of battle still burned in her eyes. She gritted her teeth, facing Arc-01 without yielding. "I won't give up, even if hiss." Rurui felt a pang of pain. She forced her left hand to push. Rurui Williams's mech shell showed clear cracks, but the tenacious fire of battle still burned in her eyes. She felt intense pain in her body, but her firm will kept her from yielding as she faced Arc-01. Arc-01 was like a mechanical Grim Reaper, his attacks growing more brutal. Amidst flashing lightning, he launched another fierce assault on Rurui's. Rurui realized that this battle was far more difficult than she had imagined. "I can't lose, not just for myself, but to stop the Hawke Group's plan," Rurui silently vowed in her heart. She realized that to defeat Arc-01, she needed more cunning tactics and greater strength. If her father were still here, what would he do? Rurui Williams's thoughts raced, and she recalled her father's heroic scenes in battle. The current predicament did not make her despair, instead, it ignited a deeper resolve within her. "Father, I can't lose," Rurui muttered softly, her resolute eyes gleaming with an unyielding will, and the image of Tony Stark. She suddenly spread her mech's massive wings and charged directly at Arc-01's lightning. Flying at high speed through the air, she stabbed Arc-01 with the energy sword in her mech's hand. Arc-01 dodged one blow, but Rurui's mech left a bright energy afterimage beside him. Rurui's movements were as fast as lightning. She used her mobility and speed to try and break through Arc-01's defenses. Amidst the intertwining lightning, the mech's speed and flexibility became Rurui's advantage. She was no longer passively taking hits, but instead displayed a more proactive offense. The energy sword sliced through the air, carrying destructive energy fluctuations, aiming directly at Arc-01's critical points. Although Arc-01 was agile, he couldn't completely evade. Cracks appeared on his mech's surface, indicating significant damage. This time, Rurui's offensive was methodical. She was no longer the one passively taking hits, but had transformed into a mechanical wind, attempting to destroy this enemy from the dark background. Lightning danced as Rurui Williams's mech and Arc-01 crisscrossed in the air, emitting dazzling light. The energy sword sliced through the night sky, carrying deadly power, striking at Arc-01. Arc-01 deftly dodged, but was pursued by Rurui's mech in close trail. Rurui soared, her mech's mechanical wings tracing elegant arcs in the sky. Her eyes revealed a sharp glint, as if she could perceive everything about the enemy. Arc-01, however, appeared composed. His mech swiftly dodged, sometimes like a shadow, sometimes like lightning, always maintaining a sense of calm. The energy sword struck at Arc-01 again. He skillfully dodged, simultaneously launching an energy punch directly at Rurui's. Rurui evaded in time, her mech sidestepping the fatal blow, but Arc-01's offensive did not cease. Your persistence will only lead to your more thorough destruction. Arc-01's voice echoed across the battlefield again. Rurui didn't answer. She knew this wasn't the time for words, but for action to prove everything. She transformed into a mechanical wind, swiftly moving between Arc-01's attacks, sometimes dodging, sometimes counterattacking. Boom, boom, boom. Energy fluctuations erupted in the air, stirring up waves of air. The crimson light in Arc-01's pupils grew hotter, as if he was devouring every frame of this battle, collecting Ironheart's combat data. Rurui's mech's right arm was equipped with an electromagnetic energy cannon, and she aimed at Arc-01's body, unleashing a powerful electromagnetic pulse. Arc-01's mech shell trembled slightly, but he seemed to have sustained no substantial damage. High-energy particle gun. Arc-01's counterattack was even more ferocious. He activated his mech's high-energy particle gun, and a massive beam of energy shot directly at Rurui. Rurui's eyes flashed with quick wit as she swiftly shifted, deftly avoiding the fatal attack. Arc-01's scarlet eyes grew brighter in this fierce battle, as if he was silently absorbing the energy of every collision, the trajectory of every dodge. His mech was like a highly intelligent computer, precisely analyzing everything on the battlefield. This will be your final swan song. Arc-01's mech displayed unparalleled mechanical precision and agility in battle. Every one of his movements was filled with high calculation and precise execution. The crimson light glowed brightly within the figure of the Dark Wind. His mech, like a ghost in the darkness, swiftly traversed the battlefield. Your technological level is still far from enough. Trying to stop our plan is simply wishful thinking. Arc-01's voice came again, carrying a hint of mockery. Arc-01 suddenly accelerated, approaching Rurui like lightning. The lightning sword and energy punch were unleashed alternately, forming a series of dazzling yet deadly attack combinations. Arc-01's attack speed was so fast that Rurui was almost unable to defend herself. Rurui frantically operated inside her mech, her eyes flashing with determination. She knew she was facing not just a mech, but Arc-01's cold and highly intelligent artificial intelligence. Arc-01's offensive was unpredictable, his mech performing a series of elusive maneuvers in the air. The lightning, blade, like energy swords through, instantly tearing apart Rurui's mech's outer shell. Rurui gritted her teeth, enduring the pain. The difficulty of this battle far exceeded her expectations. Arc-01 seemed to revel in Rurui's predicament, his attacks growing even more ferocious. Rurui's mech was repelled, tracing a beautiful yet tragic arc through the air. She struggled to regain her balance, then re-engaged in battle. Your technological level is still far from enough. Arc-01's voice echoed again, with a hint of sarcasm. Arc-01's mech suddenly unleashed an erratic offensive, each of his strikes accurately hitting the vital points of Rurui's mech. Rurui couldn't help but feel dispirited by the immense strength of her opponent. He seemed to perceive everything flawless. Bang! The lightning, blade, like energy sword flashed again, and Rurui's mech suffered another heavy blow. Mechanical fragments scattered in the air, and the strong smell of gunpowder permeated the battlefield. Rurui struggled to maintain the mech's balance, her mechanical heart rapidly whirring, emitting a humming sound. Arc-01's offensive did not cease. He seemed to be consumed by the excitement of the battle. His eyes were blood-red, as if he found some satisfaction in the combat. Your resistance will only make your defeat more profound, Arc-01 said coldly, his voice filled with mockery. Rurui gritted her teeth and persisted. Although her mech was severely damaged, she did not give up. I am before she could finish her sentence. Arc-01 launched another attack. His mech, like a swift wind in the darkness, instantly approached Rurui's. Extreme arc impact. Arc-01 unleashed his most powerful attack skill, extreme arc impact. His mech emitted dazzling electric light, forming a violent energy wave like a beam of destruction, aimed directly at Rurui's mech core. Rurui's pupils constricted. She immediately activated all of her mech's systems, fully resisting the extreme arc impact. Energy waves rapidly condensed around her, forming a solid protective barrier. Arc-01's offensive was like a hurricane in the darkness. The extreme arc impact collided fiercely with the energy barrier, and the air was filled with sparks. The mechanical wreckage on the battlefield tumbled under the impact of this energy, as if about to be swept into a vortex of destruction. Rurui gritted her teeth, enduring the immense energy impact. She felt her mech's outer shell was as fragile as paper before this powerful force. Under Rurui's skillful control, the energy barrier met ARC-01's arc impact, barely fending off the fatal blow. Rurui's mech's energy system continuously fluctuated, as if reaching its limit. "What else can you do?" ARC-01's voice echoed across the battlefield, filled with unstoppable arrogance. Rurui didn't answer. She knew this wasn't the time for words, but for proving everything with action. She suddenly spread her mech's giant wings, took to the air, and swiftly evaded ARC-01's pursuit. "Do you think you can escape like this?" ARC-01's voice held a hint of disdain. The iron heart was now a flickering candle in the wind. Ruruis had no intention of escaping. She rapidly circled in the air, her mech's right hand raised high, the energy sword emitting dazzling light. Her eyes were firm and calm, as if waiting for the optimal moment. ARC-01 sneered. Electric light flashed, and he swiftly charged towards Rurui again. This time, he didn't choose a long-range arc impact, but instead closed in on Rurui's, attempting to end the battle at close range. A glint of intelligence flashed in Rurui's eyes. She suddenly retracted her energy sword, and her mech plunged downwards, dodging ARC-01's charge. In the instant of her descent, she suddenly spread her mech's giant wings, took to the air, and transformed into a streak of electric light, soaring towards ARC-01. ARC-01 was unable to adjust his direction in time, and was struck by Rurui's unexpected lightning-fast counterattack. Visible damage reappeared on his mech's outer shell. Amidst the burst of electric light, Rurui's mech streaked across the night sky like a meteor, once again seizing the initiative. "This is the true limit," Rurui said coldly, her eyes revealing control and confidence in the battle. ARC-01 was slightly stunned, not expecting Rurui to launch such a sharp counterattack in such a critical situation. His mech hesitated slightly, giving Rurui a precious moment to catch her breath. Rurui swiftly glided past ARC-01, the energy sword in her mech's hand, lighting up again, releasing a dazzling glow. "You're too arrogant," she said coldly. In the fierce battle with ARC-01, Rurui's mech suddenly emitted a dazzling yellow energy wave. This yellow light burst forth from within her mech's shell, like a blazing fire, and Rurui's figure became exceptionally majestic in this fiery yellow glow. ARC-01's crimson eyes narrowed slightly. Through his mech's sensors, he could clearly feel this powerful yellow energy. His eye began complex data analysis, attempting to understand the source of this yellow energy. Lingma Senki, watching the scene from ARC-01's perspective, immediately thought of something. "What is this?" ARC-01's voice revealed a hint of confusion. His mech paused, like a highly intelligent computer lost in thought. Lingma Senki, through real-time data analysis from his eye, discovered that the essence of this red energy came from. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a subtle surprise. This was very similar to something the boss had told him about. "A mind stone?" "One of the 6 infinity stones," the boss mentioned. Lingma Senki's voice held a hint of surprise as he looked at the radiating ripples, so similar to the space stone's energy. He hadn't expected Rurui's body to contain such power. "No, that's not right." Based on the energy readings collected in the data, Lingma Senki concluded, it should be the ability of the gem strengthening her own beliefs or something else. At the same time, Lingma Senki also looked at the battle screen of Borsellino vs. Captain Marvel. Could she be the same? Overclock. Firing overclock. Activating. ARC-01 felt the energy inside his body begin to fluctuate violently, and faint but clear red cracks appeared on his mech's outer shell. Overclock permission was activated, causing his mech to enter a completely new state, like a furious beast. The red cracks on the mech's surface spread like flames, forming a strange red energy membrane that emitted an exceptionally powerful aura. ARC-01's crimson eyes became even more scorching, as if they wanted to burn everything to ashes. Rurui calmly observed her opponent's changes. She knew this was the most dangerous moment. ARC-01's mech entering overclock state meant his strength, speed, and attacks would reach an unprecedented level. ARC-01's mech displayed astonishing speed in its overclock state. He was like a red lightning bolt, rapidly approaching Rurui's. Rurui's heart tightened. She knew this was a moment of life and death. Arc-01 launched a series of fierce attacks, his fists smashing into Rurui's mech like heavy bombs. Rurui barely dodged some of the attacks, but was still hit by the aftershocks, and the mech's outer shell sustained noticeable damage again. "What else can you do?" Arc-01's voice was full of mockery. Rurui didn't answer. She gritted her teeth, her entire energy system operating at its limit, emitting a piercing buzzing sound. Her mech swiftly dodged Arc-01's attacks, while simultaneously releasing her energy sword again, engaging in a fierce duel with her opponent. Bang! 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 In his overclocked state, Arc-01's power greatly increased, his attacks became even more ferocious, and his speed was extraordinary. Rurui struggled to resist. Although her mech was flexible, it gradually became precarious under her opponent's fierce assault. Arc-01 launched a deadly combo, his moves raging like fire, and Rurui's mech was forced to retreat repeatedly. She felt the damage to her mech's outer shell becoming more and more severe, and her energy system was on the verge of collapse. "I can't give up," Rurui struggled, while the yellow energy emanating from her body continued to fall. Arc-01's overclocked attack was like a torrential storm, and Rurui's mech was repeatedly beaten back. She gritted her teeth, her entire energy system making creaking sounds, as if it were about to collapse. Arc-01 saw an opportunity. His offensive became even more ferocious, each move like a fatal judgment. Rurui's mech continuously retreated, but her eyes remained firm. She was holding the last line of defense. "Give up. You can no longer resist me." Arc-01's voice was full of triumph. However, at this critical moment, the yellow energy emanating from Rurui's mech suddenly burst forth, like a dazzling star. This energy was not a depletion, but a miracle of recovery. Rurui's mech's outer shell began to self-heal, the damaged parts gradually mending under the illumination of the yellow light. A hint of astonishment flashed in Arc-01's eyes. He hadn't expected his opponent to have such a trump card. "What kind of power is this?" Arc-01's voice carried a hint of anxiety. Rurui didn't answer. She felt her mech filled with power again. The resolute light in her eyes grew even more intense. She knew it was time to counterattack. Arc-01 hadn't anticipated his opponent having such powerful self-healing abilities. He hesitated for a moment, but then unleashed an even more ferocious attack. Rurui's, however, utilized the renewed power of her mech to skillfully evade every one of her opponent's attacks. The yellow energy not only repaired the mech's outer shell, but also enhanced Rurui's combat power. She wielded her energy sword, engaging Arc-01 in an even more intense duel. Arc-01 gradually felt the pressure increasing. He hadn't expected this battle to become so difficult. Rurui's, on the other hand, was full of confidence. Her mech, infused with yellow energy, was like a shining war god. She was determined to completely turn the tide of this battle, not just for herself, but for all those fighting in this world. The tide of battle began to turn. Arc-01's overclocked state became unstable, and the red cracks on his mech's surface spread faster. Rurui's, however, fought with increasing ferocity, finding an effective way to deal with the overclocked state. "Do you think you can defeat me?" Arc-01's voice carried a hint of anger. Rurui didn't answer. She radiated powerful yellow energy, like a shining war goddess. He was determined to completely turn the tide of this battle, not just for herself, but for all those fighting in this world. However, after Rurui's, piloting the Iron Heart, defeated Arc-01, a series of heavy footsteps approached. Rurui's Williams looked back, her pupils widening, and her entire body trembled uncontrollably. "Hello there, Iron Heart. I won't be defeated by the same move twice. The yellow energy emanating from your body has run out." Then, 4 Arc-01s surrounded the Iron Heart. "Accept your baptism of hell." At the same time, the Iron Heart's iron armor legion was torn to shreds by even more Eisenach armors. Nathan Hawke stood on the stage of the press conference, facing the combined assault of Mr. Fantastic, Professor X, Invisible Woman, Baron Mordo, Black Panther, and Bruce Banner. He smiled faintly, a cold glint in his eyes. Mr. Fantastic's unpredictable form soared through the air, his shapeshifting ability making him an insurmountable obstacle, launching a chaotic offensive that struck Nathan Hawke first. Nathan Hawke didn't passively defend, he flexibly dodged Mr. Fantastic's shifting attacks, parrying or retreating. I sometimes truly envy your ability, Nathan Hawke sneered, just as Professor X's psychic attack surged in. Ah, the annoying flies have arrived. Nathan Hawke turned his head and glared, his psychic attack and telekinesis exploding with a sound between them. Boom! My apologies, a bit sensitive. Subsequently, his mind was enveloped by an invisible protective barrier. Nathan Hawke smiled coldly, as if completely unconcerned by the psychic attack. Invisible Woman appeared behind Nathan Hawke, attempting to break through his defenses with her invisibility. Nathan Hawke accurately predicted her movements, easily dodging her attack, then spun around with a kick. Bang! A muffled groan. The frustrated Invisible Woman was kicked away by Nathan Hawke, and Mr. Fantastic immediately transformed into a trampoline to catch her. Are you all right, dear? Mr. Fantastic asked, looking at Invisible Woman with concern. Cough cough. Invisible Woman clutched Mr. Fantastic's waist, and with his help, she stood up with effort. I'm fine, I was just careless. The two then refocused on the battlefield. Baron Mordo manipulated elemental magic, unleashing a furious barrage of fire, ice, and lightning. This multi-elemental attack trapped Nathan Hawke in an offensive vortex, but Nathan Hawke's body radiated a faint energy shield, resisting these powerful elemental assaults. What's the point of such an old-fashioned attack? Nathan Hawke mocked Baron Mordo. Baron Mordo's eyes were fierce. Don't bite your own tongue. Black Panther's figure was like a shadow, agilely appearing behind Nathan Hawke. His muscles tensed, and he lunged at Nathan Hawke like a black shadow, his claws like sharp daggers, glinting with cold light. A cold glint flashed in Nathan Hawke's eyes. He wasn't surprised by Black Panther's speed. As Black Panther's claws approached, Nathan Hawke slightly shifted his body, and just as Black Panther's attack was about to land, he easily dodged it. Black Panther's attack missed, but he didn't stop. He quickly adjusted his stance and lunged at Nathan Hawke again, like a shadow. This time, his attack was even more vicious, his claws aimed directly at Nathan Hawke's vital points. Nathan Hawke responded swiftly and cunningly, his palms striking Black Panther's side face like lightning, attempting to disrupt his offensive. Black Panther sidestepped, avoiding Nathan Hawke's palm strike, and at the same time, kicked Nathan Hawke's abdomen. Nathan Hawke dodged Black Panther's kick with agile movements, then used his body's flexibility and agility to quickly close in on Black Panther, attempting to grab his arm. Black Panther instinctively dodged, then countered with a powerful whirlwind kick. Nathan Hawke cleverly sidestepped Black Panther's whirlwind kick, while simultaneously launching a series of rapid, continuous strikes. Each blow was accurate and fierce, his fists and feet like lightning impenetrable. Bang! 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 Although Black Panther was agile, under Nathan Hawke's relentless assault, he gradually fell into a passive state. Every one of Nathan Hawke's blows precisely targeted Black Panther's critical points, giving his opponent no room to breathe. Finally, Nathan Hawke delivered a powerful kick to Black Panther's back, sending him flying. Black Panther tumbled to the ground, while Nathan Hawke stood in place, observing everything with cold eyes. Black Panther quickly stood up, looking at Nathan Hawke, his killing intent coalescing. Bruce Banner's body underwent a massive transformation amidst a low roar. His muscles swelled, his clothes rapidly tore, ultimately transforming into a tall, destructive green giant, the Hulk. The Hulk let out a deafening roar, his massive hands raised high, like two solid mountains. His gaze locked onto Nathan Hawke, filled with fighting spirit and rage. He stomped his foot, and the ground trembled, cracked soil shattering beneath him. Nathan Hawke also sensed the danger, and he watched the approaching Hulk with cold indifference. Instantly, the Hulk rapidly closed in, his massive fist, laden with destructive power, smashing down towards Nathan Hawke. Nathan Hawke responded calmly, his agile figure dodging the Hulk's attack. The massive fist slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The Hulk seized the opportunity, quickly turned, and swept a giant fist horizontally towards Nathan Hawke. Nathan Hawke met the challenge head-on, his figure like a phantom cleverly weaving between the Hulk's attacks. He used his agile body to evade the Hulk's fists, then delivered a precise kick to the Hulk's side waist. The Hulk was pushed back a few steps, but the flames of anger ignited in his eyes. Roar! He roared, swinging his fists and launching another fierce attack. Each step the Hulk took on the ground seemed like a precursor to an earthquake, his roar deafening. Nathan Hawke was calm and decisive, his eyes revealing control over the battle. The Hulk's fists carried destructive power, but Nathan Hawke flexibly evaded, moving like flowing water to avoid every attack. Rocks and dirt flew as the Hulk's giant fist swung through the air. Nathan Hawke, relying on his excellent reaction speed and superb skill, cleverly dodged in an instant. The giant fist slammed into the ground, which immediately cracked, revealing deep fissures. The Hulk seized the opportunity, quickly turned, and swept a giant fist horizontally towards Nathan Hawke. A cold glint flashed in Nathan Hawke's eyes. He rapidly retreated, avoiding the fatal blow. The giant fist grazed past him, stirring up a strong gust of wind. Boom! Followed by the sound of glass shattering nearby. Nathan Hawke immediately counter-attacked, his cold gaze fixed on the Hulk. His agile figure weaved between the Hulk's attacks, his moves like lightning, precise and deadly. A precise kick once again struck the Hulk's side waist. Bang! The Hulk was pushed back by Nathan Hawke's precise attack. His body swayed, but the flames of anger did not extinguish. Instead, they burned even more fiercely. Black Panther quickly rushed forward, his body like a black whirlwind, incredibly swift. Black Panther instantly closed in, his claws flashing like lightning, striking at various parts of Nathan Hawke's body. Nathan Hawke, however, was not passive. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. His hands moved like lightning, meeting Black Panther's attacks. Claws and palms intertwined, sparking. "You guys, you really have no new tricks," Nathan Hawke sneered. Black Panther did not cease his attack. His speed grew faster and faster, each blow accurate. However, Nathan Hawke's movements were even more agile. He sometimes sidestepped, sometimes used his palms to block Black Panther's offensive. A fierce and highly challenging duel formed between the two. At the same time, Professor X launched another psychic attack. He concentrated all his mental energy, attempting to invade the depths of Nathan Hawke's mind. Nathan Hawke felt an even stronger psychic wave, but he coldly resisted Professor X's attack. Professor X's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected Nathan Hawke to have such powerful psychic resistance. At this moment, Black Panther finally found an opening. He quickly changed his attack direction, landing a sharp side kick to Nathan Hawke's ribs. Nathan Hawke smirked, and with a wave of his hand, a powerful energy surge blasted Black Panther away. Psychic attacks, combat skills, none of it works. The coldness in Nathan Hawke's eyes intensified. At this point, Invisible Woman reappeared on the battlefield. Her figure flickered, attempting to use her invisibility to ambush Nathan Hawke again. Nathan Hawke, however, was already prepared. His gaze, like that of a beast, locked onto the distortion in the air. Before Invisible Woman could even get close, Nathan Hawke sensed her presence. Boring, Nathan Hawke mocked softly, a swift palm strike instantly breaking Invisible Woman's invisibility. She was sent flying, her figure disheveled. Seeing this, Mr. Fantastic transformed again, becoming a towering elephant. The elephant opened its massive nostrils, spraying destructive energy waves. Nathan Hawke watched with cold eyes, a surge of telekinetic energy blocking in front of him, completely unaffected. "You think such an attack can defeat me?" Nathan Hawke scoffed with a laugh. Baron Mordo, with ulterior motives, quietly hid at the edge of the battlefield, skillfully manipulating elemental forces to conceal himself behind a veil of illusion. Instantly, his figure seemed to merge into the embrace of nature, leaving no trace. Although Nathan Hawke appeared cold on the surface, he always maintained vigilance for his surroundings. His telekinetic power keenly swept across every corner of the battlefield, detecting Baron Mordo's treacherous movements. "Haven't you played enough?" Nathan Hawke's chilling voice echoed across the entire stage. Suddenly, a massive vortex rose in the center of the battlefield, with fire, ice, and lightning churning within it. This was Baron Mordo's powerful elemental release, but a subtle, unusual fluctuation also permeated the air around the stage. Nathan Hawke's pupils constricted. He detected the magic Baron Mordo had hidden behind the elements. An imperceptible force struck him, as if intending to deliver a fatal blow from behind the curtain. However, in this critical moment, Nathan Hawke calmly raised his palm. A powerful surge of telekinetic energy erupted from his fingertips, directly shattering the magic Baron Mordo was attempting to cast. The illusory curtain seemed to be torn by an unseen force, revealing Baron Mordo hiding within. "Clever man," Nathan Hawke sneered. The magical fragments, shattered by telekinesis, swirled in the air, Baron Mordo's figure exposed to everyone's sight. "It seems you're not so easy to deal with after all," Baron Mordo said flatly. Baron Mordo reassembled the power of the elements, a cunning glint in his eyes. Temperature on the stage suddenly soared, flames shot into the sky, frost was biting, and lightning exploded in the air. This time, he unleashed the elemental energy to its utmost, forming a rampant storm, attempting to completely engulf Nathan Hawke. Nathan Hawke stood calmly in place, facing the approaching elemental storm. His body emitted faint energy fluctuations, forming a weak but solid shield that resisted the fierce impact of the elements. "You are still too naive," Nathan Hawke sneered. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and the psychokinesis energy condensed and erupted from his body. This powerful psychokinesis energy directly penetrated the elemental storm, like a sharp sword, heading straight for Baron Mordo. Although Baron Mordo was powerful, he appeared somewhat pale in front of Nathan Hawke's psychokinesis. He tried to control the elements to resist, but found that this psychokinesis energy was all-pervasive, deeply embedded within it. This is Baron Mordo's expression became solemn. The psychokinesis energy penetrated the elemental storm and went straight for Baron Mordo. Baron Mordo had no choice but to fully resist this powerful force. His body trembled slightly, forcing him to retreat a few steps. "Did you think you were the only player?" Nathan Hawke said coldly. He approached step by step, the power of psychokinesis continuously strengthening. Baron Mordo felt an irresistible force, and a hint of unconcealed anxiety rose within him. Suddenly, the elemental storm in the center of the stage dissipated, and Nathan Hawke's psychokinesis energy condensed to its extreme, forming a brilliant pillar of light. This moment, everyone felt an indescribable power, as if the order of the universe paused for it. "It's over," Nathan Hawke said indifferently. The pillar of light burst instantly, and powerful psychokinesis energy surged towards Baron Mordo like a tide. His body trembled in the light, trying to stubbornly resist this force. However, Nathan Hawke's psychokinesis ruthlessly destroyed everything, enveloping Baron Mordo within it. Boom! After a loud bang, everything on the stage returned to quiet. The elemental gales, fire, frost, and lightning all vanished without a trace, leaving only Nathan Hawke's indifferent figure standing alone in place. Immediately, Nathan Hawke looked coldly at Professor X not far away, and the power of psychokinesis shot towards him as if Chinese letter time. A hint of solemnity flashed across Professor X's face. He gazed at Nathan Hawke fearlessly, trying to resist this impact with his powerful mental strength. "Do you think your mental strength is enough to resist me?" Nathan Hawke smiled chillingly. Professor X remained silent, his mental strength rapidly condensing, forming an indestructible barrier. However, Nathan Hawke's psychokinesis was like an invisible blade, mercilessly cutting through this barrier. "Your mental strength is too fragile for me," Nathan Hawke said disdainfully. Professor X felt a huge mental impact, and his face turned pale. Nathan Hawke's psychokinesis penetrated the barrier, heading straight for Professor X's mental core. However, just as Nathan Hawke thought victory was assured, Professor X suddenly unleashed even stronger mental strength. A deep, mysterious energy erupted from him, instantly deflecting Nathan Hawke's psychokinesis. Nathan Hawke frowned slightly. He had not expected Professor X to have such a move. The clash of mental powers created ripples on the stage, forming an invisible contest. "Do you think you can defeat my psychokinesis?" Nathan Hawke said dismissively. "Not psychokinesis, but mine," Professor X responded firmly. The mental duel between the two became increasingly fierce. Professor X's mental strength surged like a torrent, attempting to engulf Nathan Hawke. Nathan Hawke, calm and decisive, had unfathomable psychokinesis, attempting to utterly destroy Professor X's mind. At the same time, Black Panther moved nimbly, rapidly approaching Nathan Hawke. His gaze was sharp, his muscles bulging, displaying combat instincts beyond ordinary people. Nathan Hawke was prepared for Black Panther's attack. He lightly evaded Black Panther's sharp claws, while simultaneously unleashing the power of psychokinesis, attempting to repel Black Panther. Black Panther responded flexibly to Nathan Hawke's psychokinesis attack, dodging and rolling, his sharp claws flashing like lightning towards the heart. Nathan Hawke watched Black Panther indifferently, a cold glint in his eyes. As Black Panther approached, Nathan Hawke suddenly stopped his psychokinesis attack, turning his body slightly, cleverly dodging Black Panther's fatal one strike. "You're still far from it," Nathan Hawke said mockingly. Black Panther roared and attacked again. His speed was like lightning, each attack swift and powerful. At this moment, Professor X also took the opportunity to unleash a mental attack, forming a powerful mental impact wave aimed directly at Nathan Hawke's spiritual core. Nathan Hawke's entire body erupted with electrical energy, beginning to counterattack, his body radiating the glow of electrical energy. Electrical energy arcs danced around him, forming a solid electromagnetic shield, resisting the mental impact and Black Panther's fierce attacks. "Do you think you can defeat me like this?" Nathan Hawke said coldly. His eyes flashed with electrical energy, and psychokinesis merged with electrical energy, forming an even stronger power. The electrical energy shield stood firm against Black Panther's claws and Professor X's mental attacks. Black Panther's eyes widened, feeling the powerful electrical energy unable to penetrate the shield. Professor X also frowned slightly. He had not expected Nathan Hawke's counter-attack to be so swift. Nathan Hawke mercilessly unleashed electrical energy lightning, striking Black Panther. Black Panther dodged nimbly, but the electrical energy attack relentlessly pursued him. At the same time, Professor X's mental attacks became increasingly sharp, trying to find Nathan Hawke's weakness. Nathan Hawke concentrated, psychokinesis and electrical energy intertwined, forming a fierce battle. The air above the stage was filled with electric light and mental fluctuations, and the superheroes watched the life and death struggle nervously. Just as the situation was intense, a figure suddenly flashed out, deflecting Nathan Hawke's attack. This figure was the Hulk. His massive body stood in front of Black Panther and Professor X, his angry eyes fixed on Nathan Hawke. "Enough," Hulk roared in a low voice. He threw a punch, aiming it fiercely at Nathan Hawke. Nathan Hawke was unable to dodge, and was sent flying by Hulk's massive fist, crashing onto the stage in the distance. After being sent flying by Hulk's massive fist, Nathan Hawke quickly stabilized himself. His cold eyes gleamed with firm determination, and psychokinesis and electrical energy surged around his body. Black Panther, Professor X, Hulk, Mr. Fantastic, and Invisible Woman all walked to Nathan Hawke's side, forming a solid defensive line. The eyes of the 5 superheroes burned with the fire of battle. They knew this was a life and death struggle, and there was no room for complacency. Nathan Hawke smiled provocatively, the electrical energy and psychokinesis around his body becoming even more violent. He attacked again, electric light streaking across the air, psychokinesis as sharp as a sword. Black Panther, Professor X, Hulk, Mr. Fantastic, and Invisible Woman all stepped forward, each unleashing their unique skills, coordinating perfectly, forming a fierce and organized team battle. Black Panther nimbly dodged the electrical energy attacks, while simultaneously unleashing his wolf claws, striking fiercely at Nathan Hawke. Professor X's mental strength rapidly condensed, attempting to interfere with Nathan Hawke's thoughts, making it difficult for him to concentrate. Hulk roared, his massive body charging violently towards Nathan Hawke. His fists were like cannonballs, striking at Nathan Hawke. Mr. Fantastic transformed into a ball of light, rapidly traversing the stage, attempting to launch a surprise attack from Nathan Hawke's flank. Invisible Woman moved around the venue, constantly ready to create chaos and find weaknesses in the enemy. Her figure was agile, almost imperceptible, making her a stealth weapon in the team. Facing the siege of the 5 superheroes, Nathan Hawke's lips curved into a sarcastic smile. Electrical energy was wantonly released around his body, and psychokinesis formed an indestructible barrier. Nathan Hawke's eyes flashed with cunning, and his body emitted incredible energy fluctuations. A tense atmosphere permeated the lineup formed by the superheroes. Black Panther quickly deflected an electric light, his eyes wide as he stared at Nathan Hawke. He gritted his teeth and said, "Your power cannot save you from the judgment of justice." Nathan Hawke sneered, psychokinesis and electrical energy churning around him, creating a sharp atmosphere. His gaze swept over Black Panther sharply. "Justice? You've always been like this, using the name of justice to bind others' power. Ridiculous." Professor X's brow furrowed slightly, his mental strength condensing as he tried to probe Nathan Hawke's mind. "You don't have to choose the path of evil. We can help you find a better way out." Nathan Hawke let out a cold laugh. "Help? You so-called heroes always try to control others' destinies, shaping this world with your own will. I don't need your help." Mr. Fantastic appeared in the center of the stage, radiating light. "Our purpose is to protect the world and maintain peace. Your actions are a threat to the world's order." Nathan Hawke's lips curved into a sarcastic smile. "Maintain peace? You're just afraid of losing control." And I will be the symbol of freedom. Invisible Woman moved around the venue, saying calmly, "Is your freedom built on destroying others?" Nathan Hawke shrugged disdainfully. "In this world, it's survival of the fittest. I'm just acting according to the rules." Hulk's eyes widened in anger, and he said furiously, "Your rules are just a cover for your inner weakness. True strength doesn't need to destroy others to prove itself." Nathan Hawke's gaze grew even colder. "Strong? You are just slaves empowered by society. I want to destroy this hypocritical system and reshape the order of this world." Black Panther clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "We will never let you have your way." Nathan Hawke took a step, his body beginning to move at superhuman speed. His voice echoed on the stage. "You are merely obstacles in my path, unable to comprehend my pursuit. I will destroy everything and create a new order." A hint of worry flickered in Professor X's eyes. "You don't have to choose a lonely path. We can work together to find a better solution." Nathan Hawke's figure flashed rapidly across the stage, like a bolt of lightning. His cold voice echoed in the air. "You are merely outdated heroes, beings abandoned by the era, and I will be the leader of the new era." In a flash, Nathan Hawke, like lightning, weaved among the 5 superheroes. His speed was incredibly fast, dazzling to the eye, as if he were simultaneously appearing in different locations. The first to be attacked was Black Panther. Nathan Hawke instantly appeared before him, landing a powerful electric punch to Black Panther's abdomen, sending him flying several meters away. Black Panther fell to the ground, struggling to get up, unable to prevent the next wave of attacks. Then Nathan Hawke, like a streak of lightning, charged towards Professor X. Professor X attempted to block with his psychic powers, but Nathan Hawke's electric punch was unstoppable, sending Professor X flying, his body tumbling uncontrollably towards the edge of the stage. Nathan Hawke then turned to Mr. Fantastic, his fist, crackling with electricity, aimed directly at Mr. Fantastic's chest. Mr. Fantastic quickly raised an energy shield, but the electric impact was immense, the shield collapsed, and Mr. Fantastic was also sent flying. Invisible Woman tried to use her invisibility to evade, but Nathan Hawke's electrical perception seemed omnipotent. He quickly pinpointed Invisible Woman's location and punched her in the back, sending her flying. Finally, Nathan Hawke's gaze locked onto the Hulk. The Hulk roared, bracing for Nathan Hawke's impact. Nathan Hawke's electric punches were like thunder, striking Black Panther, Professor X, Mr. Fantastic, Invisible Woman, and the Hulk, each blow carrying destructive power. Black Panther roared in pain, trying to quickly get up from the ground, but the electricity on his body seemed to completely suppress his strength. Professor X fell to the edge of the stage, his body trembling slightly, his psychic powers having taken a huge impact in a short time. Mr. Fantastic was sent flying by the electric shock, his body tumbling in the air, the shattered power shield temporarily depriving him of the chance to counterattack. Invisible Woman was punched and sent flying. With her super-fast reflexes, she narrowly avoided a more fatal attack, but her back was already injured by the electricity. Facing Nathan Hawke's attack, even the Hulk's powerful body struggled to completely withstand the electric shock. His muscles contorted, emitting a low growl. Nathan Hawke's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he mercilessly launched continuous attacks on the 5 superheroes. Each punch he threw was like a flash of lightning and thunder, making it impossible to catch his figure. His speed and strength made the superheroes feel powerless to resist. Black Panther struggled to his feet, electricity burning on his body, but he showed no retreat. "Do you think you can defeat us like this?" Nathan Hawke sneered. "You are just weaklings. You have no power to fight back against my strength." Professor X painstakingly got up, his eyes revealing determination. "We are the guardians who protect this world. We will not be defeated by you." Mr. Fantastic's aura recoalesced, and he vowed to avenge his fallen comrades. "Your arrogance will cost you dearly." Invisible Woman vanished from sight, quietly reappearing behind Nathan Hawke. "You cannot defeat justice. We are united." The Hulk stood up from the ground, his face full of rage. "Your destruction will only ignite greater power." "And then what?" Nathan Hawke scoffed. "Will you shout 'Avengers Assemble' or 'Illuminati Assemble' next?" The 5 superheroes remained silent, but their eyes were filled with determination and resolve. They might not be as powerful as Nathan Hawke, but they possessed belief and responsibility. "Sometimes I just don't understand the way you people think." Very Western hero-centric thinking. The 5 superheroes were not swayed by Nathan Hawke's mockery and provocation. Instead, it made him laugh even more. "Avengers? Illuminati? These are nothing but the wishful thinking of the weak. Nathan Hawke's eyes gleamed with a cold light, and he suddenly erupted with even greater electrical energy. The air was filled with a suffocating tension, as if the entire stage trembled with his power. "Do you think you can stand against me just by gathering together?" he sneered, and electrical energy rapidly gathered in his hand, forming a brilliant sword of lightning. Black Panther, Professor X, Mr. Fantastic, Invisible Woman, and the Hulk exchanged glances, their eyes burning with firm resolve. They were not swayed by Nathan Hawke's words. Instead, it ignited an even stronger fighting spirit. "We are not fighting against you, but to protect this world," Black Panther said through gritted teeth. "Your arrogance will eventually be broken." Professor X gazed deeply at Nathan Hawke. Mr. Fantastic clenched his fists. "We fight for justice." Invisible Woman's face showed a resolute expression. "You cannot defeat our unity." The Hulk straightened his body and roared, "You will pay for your arrogance." The 5 superheroes simultaneously declared their battle oath. They stood side by side, forming an unbreakable battle line, ready to face Nathan Hawke's electric assault. Nathan Hawke mercilessly wielded his lightning sword, pointing it directly at the 5 superheroes. "You're making me out to be the villain. Then, as you wish." Nathan Hawke sensed the 5 superheroes' firm resolve, and a colder light flickered in his eyes as he noticed a faint, undetectable trace of yellow energy deep within them. "So, they're using a buff, similar to the Mind Stone to enhance their inner conviction, a move by Mordo, it seems." Black Panther gritted his teeth, purple energy surging around him, forming a brilliant glow. His body suddenly became incredibly agile, like a leopard, weaving through the lightning, evading Nathan Hawke's electrical attacks. Suddenly, he let out an earth-sh, shattering roar, his entire body transforming into a purple lightning bolt, charging directly at Nathan Hawke.